Beyond the Limit, DC. Chapter 1, 1. A 9-year-old Joseph Bell followed his mother through the clinic's long, sterile hallway, the fluorescent lights above buzzing like a nest of angry wasps. The air smelled like antiseptic and something faintly metallic, something he didn't want to name. The place felt wrong. Too clean. Too quiet. His mother's grip on his hand was firm but warm. "You're being brave, sweetheart," she murmured. Joseph swallowed. Brave? No. He wasn't brave. But he had learned that admitting fear changed nothing. They reached a door marked Dr. Henry Benson. Without knocking, his mother pushed inside. Dr. Benson barely glanced up from his clipboard. His graying hair was unkempt, his coat unbuttoned, his eyes shadowed by exhaustion or something worse. "You're early," he muttered. "Take a seat." Joseph obeyed, shifting uncomfortably on the paper-lined examination table. "The standard vaccines, correct?" Benson asked, scanning the paperwork. His mother nodded. "Just the vaccines." There was a pause. Benson's fingers drummed against the clipboard. "My receptionist mentioned an alternative treatment. A clinical trial. It could be beneficial." Joseph felt his mother's fingers tighten around his shoulder. "No. The compensation is substantial." "I said no." Benson exhaled sharply, setting down the clipboard. His movements were short and clinical. Joseph tensed, but his mother gave him a reassuring pat. The injection faintly burned and made his fingers tingle. Something was wrong. The room seemed to shift, the walls bending inward. Then it was over. Benson stepped back, already turning away. "That's it. You're done." His mother wasted no time. She took Joseph's hand and led him out, her grip firmer than before. Dr. Henry Benson downed his second glass of whiskey, his hands trembling as he poured a third. LexCorp had given him no choice. Debts, lawsuits, threats, he was trapped. They didn't want volunteers. They wanted results. And when no one signed up, well, he had to get creative. The nanites worked slowly. The subjects went home thinking they were fine. Then the symptoms began. Fever, convulsions, insanity. Some didn't last a week. Others simply never woke up. He told himself he wasn't a murderer. He was just a man following orders. But deep down, he knew better. The news blared in the background. Reports of more unexplained deaths. Of people vanishing. LexCorp hadn't checked in lately. And that silence terrified him more than anything else. Joseph's dreams were a whirlwind of numbers, symbols, and shifting puzzles. He wasn't solving them, he was them. And something was chasing him. No matter how fast he moved, it was always there. A shadow in the cracks of reality. Watching. Waiting. He woke up gasping, drenched in sweat. The TV was on in the next room. His mother sat frozen, eyes locked on the screen. Her hands were clenched in her lap. The doctor responsible is still at large after blaming it on LexCorp. LexCorp denies any involvement in the creation of the experimental vaccine. Authorities are urging anyone who visited the clinic in the last 24 hours to seek immediate medical attention. His mother turned to him so quickly it startled him. "Joey," she whispered, rushing to his side. "Are you okay? Do you feel sick? Lightheaded? Any pain?" He hesitated. "No. I think I'm fine." Her expression didn't ease. If anything, it darkened. "Promise me," she said. "Promise me that if anything feels wrong, you'll tell me." Joseph nodded, but a heavy weight settled in his chest. Because he knew the truth. Something was wrong. And the nightmares were trying to end him. Chapter 2, 2. Joseph Bell woke up drenched in sweat, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. His hands were clenched so tight that his nails bit into his palms. Another nightmare, another brutal reminder that sleep wasn't a refuge, but a battleground. He had stopped fearing them. Fear was useless. Fear was weakness. What he needed was control. The dreams had started years ago, dragging him into endless chases through twisted landscapes of numbers and shadows. Every night, he was hunted by something unseen but inescapable. He fought back when he could. He ran when he couldn't. But no matter what, morning always came with the same bitter aftertaste. He was still their experiment, whether he wanted to be or not. Pushing off the thin blanket, Joseph sat up and grabbed his phone. A video autoplayed on his screen, Superman facing off against Metallo in a clash that sent shockwaves through the city streets. He wasn't usually into superhero fights, but something about this one held his attention. The hero wasn't just stopping a villain. He was proving something. Proving that power meant justice. Power meant freedom. A soft rustling came from the couch. His mother, Mary Bell, stirred but didn't wake. She had worked another brutal overnight shift, and exhaustion weighed on her like an anchor. The alarm on her phone vibrated, but she barely reacted. Joseph hesitated before nudging her shoulder. "Mom. You have to get up." She groaned, rubbing her eyes. What time is it?" "Almost 7. Can you drop me at school?" Mary sat up, stretching out the stiffness in her back. "Yeah, give me 5. Joseph flipped through the channels as she disappeared into the bathroom. The news blared. Multiple casualties reported after another high-profile breakout from Arkham Asylum. Authorities urged citizens to remain indoors. Joseph exhaled sharply. Gotham never changed. The same villains. The same chaos. The same empty promises that things would get better. He hated it. Mary re-emerged, yawning. "All right, let's go." Joseph grabbed his bag and followed her out. As they climbed into the truck, he glanced at her tired expression. "You don't have to keep doing this alone. I can help." She sighed. "You're 14, Joey. Your job is school. Mine is keeping us safe." He clenched his jaw. Safe. What did that even mean anymore? A song crackled over the radio. Some upbeat, overplayed club track. Joseph barely heard it over the hum of the city passing by. He was staring out the window when he noticed something off. A van. Old, dented, creeping along the lane beside them. The insignia on the side, a basketball with a cross and a triangle. His stomach twisted. That was a gang mark. And they were armed. Heavy weapons glinted through the windows. Then. A deafening roar. A rocket streaked through the intersection, slamming into the vehicle ahead. The impact was instant, metal crunched, glass shattered, and the truck flipped, its cargo spilling across the asphalt. The logo on its side, Star Labs. Mary swerved, barely avoiding the wreckage. The van's doors slid open. Masked figures leaped out, rifles raised. Joseph barely had time to register the next explosion before everything went dark. Paramedics blurred past him. Joseph's vision swam as he caught sight of his mother's overturned van, smoke curling into the sky. He tried to move, tried to reach her, but his body refused to obey. His breath was ragged. Blood and some unknown chemicals filled his mouth. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. Death loomed as unconsciousness took hold. Yet, even as his body failed him, LexCorp's twisted experiments still haunted his mind. The vaccine, forced upon him, their so-called cure, was still in his veins, still rewriting his biology. He wasn't just a victim. He was their experiment. But Joseph Bell was no one's pawn. "If you want to kill me, LexCorp," he vowed through the pain, "then come and try." He didn't know how he would win. But he would. LexCorp had turned his body into a battlefield of hidden subroutines and lethal protocols. The experimental vaccine they had forced on him monitored his every move, waiting for him to slip. But Joseph had spent years outmaneuvering them, hacking his own biology with nothing but instinct and desperation. Now, with death creeping in, he had only one option left. Run. He had always been fast, faster than their puzzles, faster than their control. Now, he had to be faster than death itself. Somewhere deep in his mind, the barriers that kept him shackled began to crack. He wasn't sure if it was adrenaline, fate, or something greater, but he felt it, a surge of raw speed, beyond anything he had ever known. He ran. Through the digital maze LexCorp had built inside him, through the firewalls meant to keep him leashed. Every equation, every failsafe they had implanted in him, blurred past. The AI meant to control him couldn't keep up. Then, he broke through. A vast yellow expanse unfolded before him. It wasn't just data. It wasn't just code. It was something else. A force beyond logic, beyond science. A place where speed, thought, and reality itself bent to his will. Two figures stood before him, one was himself, shrouded in pure speed. The other was an intruder, a blocky, fragmented AI guardian sent by LexCorp, bound in chains of corrupted data. Joseph didn't hesitate. The force was running out. He reached out, rewriting its core protocols in an instant. The AI disintegrated, merging into him, forming a helmet of shifting voxels around his head. The newfound processing power flooded his mind, running infinite calculations in the blink of an eye. He saw the path. He saw the future. For a single moment, he saw the speed force. Then. Darkness. Chapter 3. Joseph Bell blended into the background. He was just there. Brown hair, brown eyes, clothes chosen for function, not style. The kind of kid who could walk past you 100 times and never register. Which, most days, suited him fine. Joseph. His head jerked up, pulled from the half-dream state he drifted into. The fluorescent lights hummed above him, the classroom a blur of indistinct chatter. Are you even listening? Barbara Gordon was less patient than most. Understandable. He'd been zoning out through their entire lab assignment. Yeah, he muttered, rubbing his eyes. Something about chemical bonds. Her blue eyes narrowed. You were sleeping. Resting my eyes, he corrected, stretching. Big difference. Barbara exhaled sharply, shoving a completed worksheet toward him. Just sign. He glanced down, surprised to see his name already filled in. He scribbled the final signature with a grateful nod. You ever consider actually trying? She asked, arms crossed. You're smart. Smarter than you let on. Joseph forced a grin. Why try when you can coast? Her gaze lingered, skeptical, but the bell rang before she could press further. He grabbed his stuff and made for the door. See you around, Gordon. She watched him go, a flicker of something unreadable crossing her face before she turned back to her notes. The apartment was freezing when Joseph stumbled in after his shift. 2:17 a.m. He didn't bother with the lights, just kicked the door shut behind him and collapsed onto the couch. A white envelope lay on the floor. More bills. Joseph shut his eyes. He'd deal with it later. 3 hours of restless sleep later, he was up again. His body moved on autopilot, navigating the cramped apartment, its corners still haunted by remnants of his mother's life. Her books. Her perfume. The framed photos he couldn't bring himself to pack away. His stomach twisted. Grief, anger, he wasn't sure which anymore. None of it mattered. Not the grades, not the jobs, not the school. The system didn't care. He could work himself to the bone and still end up on the street. He needed another way. Joseph dropped into his desk chair, flipping through his notes, pages filled with diagrams, equations, half-formed theories. At the center of it all, LexCorp's nanites. The accident should have killed him. That truck, those chemicals, he shouldn't have walked away. And yet, here he was. At first, he thought it was shock, adrenaline. But then the changes started. Faster reflexes. Perfect recall. The ability to calculate equations without thinking. He didn't question it. Not until now. A low hum thrummed in his skull, a sensation just at the edge of perception. Then. / connection established. Awaiting command, / Joseph's pulse spiked. He sat up straight, hands gripping the desk. Who said that? / query detected. Identifying, integrated neural assistance system. Designation unavailable, /. His breath hitched. The voice, calm, mechanical, yet unsettlingly familiar, was inside his head. You're still in there. / affirmative. Awaiting designation, / He hesitated, then exhaled. Nova. / designation accepted. Greetings, Joseph Bell, /. His fingers curled into fists. This was real. He wasn't crazy. What are you? / self-replicating nanomechanical construct. Primary function, regenerative acceleration. Secondary function, cognitive enhancement, / Regenerative. That explained the scars that never stayed, the bruises that vanished overnight. Joseph grabbed a knife from his kitchen drawer, hesitated, then dragged it lightly across his finger. A thin line of red beaded at the surface. 15 seconds later, the cut was gone. A slow grin spread across his face. That's insane. His mind raced. He'd been desperate for an escape, a way out of the cycle keeping him chained to a future he never wanted. Maybe this was it. He leaned back, staring at the ceiling as exhaustion finally crept in. Nova, can you wake me up in 2 hours? / optimized rest cycle recommended, 8 hours. Neural stress repairs in progress, / Joseph let out a dry laugh. Yeah, well. Life's not optimized. Still, as the weight of sleep dragged him under, he felt something he hadn't in a long time. Hope. Chapter 4. Joseph never really moved on from that morning. He told himself he had, that grief had loosened its grip, but the truth was simpler, he had just learned to live around the ache. His mother was gone. And for years, the weight of that loss had crushed him. But now, for the first time in a long while, the idea of moving forward didn't seem so impossible. It would still hurt. But pain was familiar. He could live with it. Lately, his mind had been restless. It wasn't just the grief anymore. It was the future. The quiet hum of something new, something waiting just beyond his reach. With Nova's help, he had started testing his limits, his reflexes, his speed, his ability to predict movement. Everything he had gained from years of sports, from instinct, from training, amplified. It was exhilarating. But right now, none of that mattered. Right now, he was flipping fish burgers at Ice Food Lounge Express, a third-rate fast food joint riding on the reputation of the Iceberg Lounge. Grease popped against his wrist, stinging. He barely reacted. Just another casualty in the war against minimum wage. This is my life now, huh? He muttered under his breath. Hey, Nova, got anything useful in your memory banks? He asked mentally as he assembled another order. The AI paused before responding. / I have this formula, 3x2, 9yz, 4a equals. Would you like me to, / Joseph froze. His eyes widened. His heart pounded. That formula. He knew that formula. He derived it himself, using Nova's computing power and the speed force. With this, he could tap into it again. He was sure of it. Nova, he whispered under his breath. Why didn't you tell me you had this the whole time? // you did not ask, // Joseph barely heard the AI. He was already closing his eyes, focusing. He could feel it, just beneath the surface. If he just... Joey. Orders up, now. Joseph let out a long breath and got back to work. Soon. By the weekend, Joseph had had enough. He couldn't keep scraping by. Couldn't keep wasting away in dead-end jobs. He needed a way out. So he went looking. Gotham had opportunities, if you knew where to look. And tonight, standing beneath the glaring lights of a high-end exhibit, he thought he might have found one. Rare jewels. Priceless artifacts. Only in town for a few days before moving on. Joseph moved through the gallery, gaze flicking over security measures, counting guards, memorizing exits. It was impossible. And yet, his mind wouldn't let it go. One of these. That's all it would take. He let the thought linger. A better apartment. A real shot at something more. No more clawing just to survive. His eyes landed on a diamond, massive, flawless, encased in bulletproof glass. Light caught the edges, refracting in a way that made it seem alive. A prize beyond anything he had ever imagined. Careful, kid, a voice murmured. You're staring too hard. Joseph stiffened. A woman stood beside him, all elegance and quiet confidence. Dark hair, piercing green eyes, a smirk that felt like a challenge. Her dress looked expensive. Her jewelry even more so. He swallowed. I don't know what you're talking about. She hummed, unconvinced. Sure you do. She reached up, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Here's some free advice, people who think about it this much. They don't last long. Joseph exhaled slowly, forcing himself to stay calm. I wasn't thinking about stealing it. She smiled. Of course not. With one last glance, she turned, disappearing into the crowd as quickly as she had appeared. Joseph stood there, pulse thrumming. What the hell was he doing? His mother hadn't raised a thief. He knew better. There had to be another way, he hadn't even tried. If he kept down this path, he'd end up in Blackgate. Or worse. He let out a breath, raking a hand through his hair. Nova, he muttered. Next time I get a dumb idea like this, stop me. / acknowledged. Would you like alternative income suggestions, / Joseph's lips pressed into a thin line. Yeah. Give me something better. / processing options now, / Maybe he still had choices. Chapter 5. Programming. The realization hit Joseph like a freight train as he sat on the bus ride home. How had he overlooked something so obvious? He had a literal computer in his head. If he developed a solid enough service or application, he could rake in cash, maybe even enough to take down LexCorp one day. A guy could dream. Then again, maybe that was exactly why he hadn't considered it before. After spending years battling rogue lines of code in his nightmares, he developed a deep aversion to anything programming related. / if you have an idea, I can generate the necessary code for you to type manually. Alternatively, I can take control of your body and implement it for you, / Joseph tensed. Take control. Hold on, what? You can control me? Why didn't you say that before? I thought I asked about all your capabilities. / you asked what my creators intended for me to do, not what I am capable of, / Joseph exhaled sharply, feeling like an idiot. Of course Nova could take over his body, it had already proven it could force him to sleep and suppress his impulse to wake up. The implications unsettled him, but this wasn't the time to dwell on them. Fine. Give me the full rundown of your abilities. No more omissions. And from now on, suggest solutions to my problems based on everything you can do. // understood. Current capabilities include program creation, simulation execution, accelerated healing, bodily monitoring, temporary speed-force connection using the derived formula, cognitive enhancement, language translation, emotional regulation, nanite replication and control, sensory enhancement, increased physical strength, control of any connected device, adaptive learning, memory-based idea and art generation, dream manipulation // Joseph read over the list, his mind racing. This was insane. If Nova wasn't secretly plotting a hostile takeover of his body, he had just hit the jackpot. Then something else jumped out at him. Wait. Wait a damn minute, you can let me access the Speed Force. // correct. When you derived the Speed Force formula using me, I was able to record the precise state of your body and mind at that moment. However, prolonged use damages my nanites. I will notify you when critical damage is near so you can disengage at your discretion, // Joseph's pulse quickened. He didn't hesitate. Let me tap in. Now. // activating speed state, // A switch flipped in the back of his mind. And the world froze. Joseph had only ever imagined touching the Speed Force. He had only glimpsed its power when he'd hijacked the LexCorp nanites. But this was real. Electricity crackled through him. He felt weightless, hyper-aware. Time was no longer an unbreakable barrier but something fluid, something he could step outside of. He was connected to something vast, timeless, infinite. He wasn't just moving faster, he was moving beyond. It was exhilarating. It was overwhelming. It was dangerous. For a moment, he felt like he could lose himself in it, like his very identity might dissolve into the raw force of motion. Maybe that was why he hadn't been able to access it alone before. Maybe he wasn't worthy of it. Joseph forced himself to focus, stepping away from his seat. Everything, every person, every movement, was suspended in time. The bus driver's hair hung in the air where he had moved it. No one reacted. No one could. Then, an ugly thought slithered into his mind. No one would know if I took something. The realization was cold, pragmatic. Just a wallet or two, who would miss it? His rent was overdue. He was barely getting by. Why shouldn't he? No. He clenched his fists. He refused to be that person. His mother hadn't raised a thief. He wouldn't stain her memory by making someone else's already miserable life in Gotham worse. Shoving the thought away, he took another look around. The frozen world was eerie but fascinating. He tested his surroundings, lifting a stray strand of hair, watching it float weightlessly. Everything I touch is imbued with the Speed Force, allowing it to move at my speed without being destroyed. That was a relief. He didn't want to snap back to normal time completely naked because his clothes had burned off from friction. // 63% nanite failure detected. 75% is the critical threshold, // Joseph's excitement dimmed slightly. That didn't take long. Nova, get me out. And just like that, time resumed. The air felt heavier, colors duller. No one noticed a thing. The driver didn't react to his displaced hair. It was as if nothing had happened. // 1 hour and 4 minute cooldown initiated. Other functions will run at lower efficiency, //. Then the pain hit. Every muscle in Joseph's body ached. His head throbbed like it had been split open. He wasn't injured, but it felt like he had been. He gritted his teeth. I should not use that unless absolutely necessary. Then, another thought struck him. If I had this power earlier, I could have saved her. His chest tightened. Nova's voice broke the silence. // as the user continues entering speed state, the burden will lessen, // Joseph barely heard it. His thoughts had already turned to something darker. Gang. The gang that killed his mother. If he tapped into the speed force again, he could take them out. One by one. He could end them before they even realized he was there. // warning. Targeting gangs is a reckless and ill-advised course of action, // Joseph didn't respond. Chapter 6. Joseph spent the night testing his limits. What had once been a waking nightmare, the thing that nearly shattered his mind, was now the key to his future. Nova, set some ground rules. If I'm in danger, put me in speed state immediately. Otherwise, just give me a heads up. If I get poisoned, detect it and flush it out. Ask before using healing unless I'm about to die, then act on your own. Keep my emotions in check, boost my cognition, senses, and strength when needed. Anne. He hesitated. Shut off my dreams. / understood. To fully optimize your body, physical training is required, // Joseph exhaled. Yeah, I figured. Once I've got money and time for a gym, we'll handle that. / if no gym is available, I can guide your body through calisthenics while you sleep, // He paused, considering. Honestly? Go for it. We share a body. If you wanted full control, you'd have taken it by now. He smirked. I trust you. But not tonight. / acknowledged. Thank you, // Now, about the real problem, money. What's our best move? / additional data required. Connect me to a device with internet access, // Joseph pulled out his battered Queen Industries smartphone and let Nova take over. It was a strange experience, watching his own fingers move without input. The AI scanned financial reports, tech forecasts, and market trends for 2009. / decentralized currency. Mobile gaming. Social media. Cloud storage. These industries show exponential growth potential. However, they require initial capital and time, // Joseph ran a hand down his face. Of course. I need money to make money. I can't afford rent, let alone startup costs. And even if I could, I'm too young to invest or gamble legally. His jaw tightened. I don't know a single adult in Gotham I can trust. They'd rob me blind. The realization settled in. The legal route wasn't just slow, it was impossible. Yeah. Screw it. Before, stealing was a stupid risk. Now it's a calculated one. Joseph quit his jobs the next day. A few texts sent. No explanations. Just a clean break. Nova flagged this as reckless, but he didn't care. If he was going to do this, he had to be all in. The city stretched before him, full of opportunities waiting to be seized. His neighborhood was a mess, not quite as bad as the Narrows, but close. Junkies on corners, homeless camps spreading block by block, cops that only showed up after the damage was done. The bus ride downtown was its usual misery, stained seats, broken windows, the stale stench of cigarettes and sweat. He stared out at the city he barely knew. The last time he'd been here was with his mom, years ago, to watch the Gotham Knights get stomped by the Metropolis Mets. That was all he remembered. For a brief moment, he considered having one last normal night before fully committing to this path. A movie? Nothing looked good. Crime thrillers, superhero flicks, why pay for fiction when he could step outside and see the real thing? Guess I'm one of the freaks now. The thought made him laugh, but there was no humor in it. Instead, he ended up at the Gotham Museum of Antiquities. A scouting trip. No plans to steal, just research. He wandered the exhibits, mentally cataloging jewelry cases, security placements, and potential exits. Then, a voice cut through the quiet. Smooth, amused. Too familiar. Didn't peg you for a history buff, kid. Joseph turned sharply, already knowing who he'd see. There she was, blue dress, expensive necklace, that same knowing smirk. The woman who had caught him casing an exhibit weeks ago. The same exhibit that had still been robbed. His stomach twisted. If she was here, it wasn't a coincidence. I told you I wasn't a thief, he muttered. She chuckled. No, but you're trying real hard to change that. She turned and walked away. No invitation. No demand. Just the expectation that he'd follow. And he did. Through the streets of Gotham, she moved with the ease of someone who belonged anywhere. He stayed a few steps behind, unsure if he was chasing her or being led somewhere. Eventually, they reached an alley, quiet, empty. The kind of place people disappeared from. If she was going to ditch him, this was the spot. But she didn't. Instead, she led him straight through and out onto the next street, where a cab was already waiting. She slid into the back seat, the door still open. Joseph hesitated. This was his limit. He couldn't follow her inside. She watched him for a beat, then sighed, shifting over to make room. Need a ride, kid? His mouth opened, then closed. Yeah. Good. She patted the seat beside her. But I'm not taking you home yet. I have shopping to do. Her smirk returned. Carry my bags, and we'll see where the night takes us. Joseph exhaled, stepping into the car. Fuck it. Why not? Chapter 7. Joseph learned her name in passing, Selina Kyle. She never said what she did, but she didn't have to. The way she carried herself, the things she said, the things she didn't say, he knew. For hours, she humored him. Listened. Challenged his ideas. Shot down his dumb plans before he could even get attached. It was the most productive conversation he'd had in years. By the time they reached her penthouse, arms full of designer bags, she still hadn't told him to get lost. He knew what kind of woman she was now, expensive taste, and the means to afford it. I don't need to fight, Joseph said, grinning at the thought of the perfect heist. I just need to steal. Get in, get out, no one even knows I was there. Aha. Selina gave him a dry look. That's the general idea, kid. You're not supposed to get into trouble. Unless you're one of those flamboyant crooks who like going after heroes for fun. Joseph's disgusted expression made her smirk. Well, at least you're not completely delusional, she said. But if you keep pulling heists and getting away with it, eventually, you'll run into dear old Batman. Joseph already knew that. But he had powers now. Selina lazily filed her nails. Even if the League keeps him busy, he's got his little sidekick Robin running around. Think you can handle them? Joseph leaned back on her couch. I could definitely take them now. He didn't say it out loud. No way was he giving that away. Selina studied him, then sighed. Leave Gotham. This isn't the city for small-time thieves. Someone will eat you alive. No money to leave, Joseph muttered. That's the whole point. I've got maybe 2 months before I'm out on my ass. Selina was quiet for a moment. Then she stood and gestured for him to do the same. Hands up. Joseph hesitated, then slipped into a ready stance. And in the next instant, he was on his back. Hey! Always be alert, Selina said smoothly. Now get up. Hit me once, or grab me, and I'll teach you everything I can in a month. She didn't hit him back, not at first. But that didn't mean she let him take lunges at her without consequences. Her nails, even bare, were wickedly sharp. She had no problem using him as a scratching post. She tripped him into walls and countertops, flipped him upside down, twisted him inside out. He bumped his head on end tables, skidded across hardwood. Selina figured he'd endure as much as one boy could, then quit. But he didn't. He kept going. His stamina was impressive. It took 30 minutes before Joseph finally touched her. He had to rely on Nova, his nanite system, to boost his strength at the last second. She could have knocked him unconscious whenever she wanted. But she didn't. And that told her something. If she could do it this easily, even Robin would tear him apart. Joseph let go weakly, and Selina glanced down at the red mark on her wrist. She was getting soft. 1 month, she said. Listen to everything I say, and keep your mouth shut. If you ever get caught, you learned all of this from no one. And don't come back here again. Joseph gave a serious nod. Now go home and clean yourself up. I don't know about you, but I could use a long bath. Joseph collapsed onto his couch, staring up at the cracked ceiling as Nova ran diagnostics. / minor abrasions, muscle strain detected. Estimated recovery, 4 minutes. Resume standard settings, / He shut his eyes. Yeah. Nova could have healed him instantly, but that wasn't the point. If he couldn't handle this the hard way, he had no business doing it at all. First things first, rest. Put me under. Wake me in 8. / understood, / Chapter 8, 8. / someone has broken into your home, sir. Enter speed state, / A relatively peaceful sleep was shattered by the sound of his front door opening and closing. Joseph sat up, bleary-eyed. He knew he'd locked it. A silhouette stood in the doorway, tall, lithe, and unmistakable. A black bodysuit, knee-high boots, a goggled cowl with pointed cat ears. The retractable claws on her gloves gleamed in the dim light. Joseph opened his mouth to ask how she found him, but she beat him to it. First things first. No names. If you have to, find something else to call yourself. Catwoman, for example. Perfect, right? Original. Did you give yourself that one? Joseph quipped, only to freeze as her claws flicked out, gently pressing beneath his chin. Ah. It's very cool. I'd love to see you come up with something better, Joey. She smirked, then pointed toward his back room. Go get ready. We're wasting time. I've got a month to make something serviceable out of you. Not eager to get scratched, Joseph scrambled to his room. He threw on dark clothes, a beanie, and a black surgical mask. Ready, he said, stepping back into the living room. Selina gave him a once-over, much like she had in her penthouse. Then she smirked. No, you're not. But you will be. She led him to the rooftop, testing his ability to move silently through the building. If he couldn't manage that, he had no business being a thief. Once outside, she looked up at the Gotham skyline, a slow smile spreading across her lips. All right. First lesson, learn how to move. You're in decent shape, but you need to be better. So here's what you're going to do. Follow me. Keep up. Joseph's eyes widened. She expected him to run rooftops with her. Without another word, Selina took off, vaulting over an alleyway in one smooth motion. Joseph grit his teeth and ran, launching himself across. He landed, barely. Selina shook her head. "What's wrong?" "I made it," he said. "By 3 feet," she pointed out. "You put everything you had into one jump. That's wasted effort. Do that in a chase, and someone will flatten you while you're recovering." Joseph frowned. "Nova, help me out." "Not too much. // allocating 30% CPU to increase senses and physical strength by 25%. // What's the max you can give me? / 50% for senses. 100% for strength. Prolonged use may damage the body. // Selina grabbed his chin, turning his head toward the gap. "Gauge distance and elevation. Trust me. Your body already knows what it's capable of." Joseph nodded, and they continued. Most of the first night was spent learning how to move, vaulting, climbing, landing quietly. Simple in theory. But by the time they were done, he was a mess even with Nova helping him out. And he felt it. Selina. Not a hair out of place. This was going to be tough. Week 2 dipped into practical burglary, and what to do if everything went sideways. Catwoman had set up a share of obstacle courses in a warehouse where no one would bother the two of them while she educated him. The answers to getting caught fell into 4 categories: run, fight just enough to escape, try to team up, or surrender. Joker. Run and hope he didn't see me. Joseph said, but secretly he thought, nah. I'd win. Selina smirked. He clearly wanted no part of Gotham's supercriminals or caped do-gooders. Let's switch it up. Superman. Joseph, mid-rope climb, turned to give her an incredulous look. That's a trick question. No Metropolis. You said never go to Metropolis. It's not worth it. Because you won't be able to get away from Superman no matter what you try, and whatever you steal will most likely be LexCorp's, which comes with a whole new set of problems. You're listening. She absent-mindedly stroked the black cat that had followed her. Now finish your climb and do another lap. Catwoman observed Joseph's movements as he hit a human-shaped dummy with everything she'd been able to unload on him combat-wise in regards to technique that she learned from Ted. Pursing her lips, she looked over his handiwork as he struck. Everything he took aim at was meant to debilitate and slow down an enemy. She wasn't expecting him to outright beat anyone down initially. There was only so much she could do with a handful of weeks to get him up to speed. But Joseph seemed to be a natural with good speed, strength, and endurance. His movements were tight, efficient. A quick jab, not to land, but to draw attention, then his forearm crashed into where the dummy's throat would be. He yanked it in for a knee to the groin, then an elbow to the head and neck. Nice, she said. Don't be gentle. If a hit gives you an opening to escape, take it. If you think you can put someone down, do it. Heroes won't kill you, but they won't go easy either. She stepped behind him, a playful gleam in her eye. Joseph felt a shift in the air, then her hand was on his shoulder, yanking him backward as her foot swept his leg. He hit the ground hard, rolling onto his side to avoid a follow-up. Not fast enough. Selina's knee pinned his chest before he could recover. Predictable, she mused. Joseph grit his teeth, twisting his torso sharply. He managed to throw her weight off, but as he scrambled to his feet, she caught his wrist and used his own momentum to flip him onto his back again. Better, she admitted. Sloppy, but better. He groaned, shaking off the impact, and shot a glare up at her. Again, she said, stepping back, gesturing for him to come at her. Joseph exhaled through his nose and lunged. This time, he didn't try to go straight for her. Instead, he faked a left hook, but when she dodged, he twisted, using the momentum to sweep at her legs. She hopped over it effortlessly. He expected that. The second his leg passed under her, he drove forward, tackling her midair. They hit the ground hard, rolling across the warehouse floor. Selina twisted first, ending up on top, claws grazing his collarbone. She smirked. Clever. Joseph clenched his jaw, shifting his weight beneath her. Then, in one sharp motion, he wrenched his legs up, hooking them around her waist, and flipped them over. Now he was on top. Selina blinked. Then, laughing, she shoved him off with her knee and rolled back onto her feet in one smooth motion. You're learning. She stretched, looking entirely unbothered. All right, kid. One more round. Joseph wiped the sweat from his brow. Yeah. He dropped into a ready stance. This time, I'll actually land a hit. Selina grinned, beckoning him with a crook of her finger. We'll see about that. Chapter 9. After weeks of intense training, Joseph realized it was time to go his own way. He could no longer rely on Catwoman, she had her own world to navigate, and he had his. With his apartment situation looming, he needed to get a move on. Still can't touch me, she said with a teasing grin, arms crossed, eyeing him like a predator. But I'll admit, you're a lot more competent now than when we first met. Joseph smirked at her backhanded compliment. I'll take that as progress. She gave a small shake of her head. So, what's next for you? Got a plan? Not a target yet, he replied. But I do have a strategy. Her interest piqued. A strategy, huh? Sounds serious. Joseph laid down his rules: no killing cops or heroes, never fight if you can flee, and never surrender if you can fight. Never create patterns, and never risk his life or freedom for a score. Stick to those guidelines, and he'd stay out of the worst trouble Gotham could throw at him. Catwoman nodded thoughtfully, though her expression remained unimpressed. It's a start, but it won't save you from everything. It's enough, Joseph answered, firm in his resolve. She let out a sigh, clearly done with the mentor role. Well, look at that. You're officially ready. Congratulations, Joey. Gotham, people knew when to mind their business. Mary. Open the damn door. Mary. His mom's name. His fingers clenched involuntarily. The voice was unfamiliar, but the tone wasn't. He'd heard it 100 times growing up, some thug thinking they were the biggest fish in the pond, throwing weight around like it meant something. He exhaled and cracked open the door just enough to see them, two men, bulky, all muscle and leather jackets. One had a scar along his jaw, the other was missing a tooth. Both reeked of cheap cologne and stale cigarettes. Mary's dead, Joseph said flatly. Been dead. The one with the scar sneered. That so? Funny, 'cause she still owes money. Dead or not, debts don't just disappear. Joseph processed the words. His mother had borrowed money. Of course, she had. Where else would she have gotten the cash to send him to Gotham Academy? He should have realized it sooner. He could feel the eyes of the building on him, neighbors peeking through blinds, ears pressed to doors. But no one was going to help. Not in Gotham. I'll pay, he said, voice even. Just take me to your boss. Scar and Tooth exchanged a look before Tooth grabbed his arm. Smart kid. Let's go. Joseph let them lead him, feet dragging slightly as if reluctant. He wasn't. The last thing he needed was these guys making more noise at his place. Joseph didn't see the door to Artemis' apartment cracking open. A single eye, watching. The backroom of the rundown bar smelled like old whiskey and broken dreams. The man waiting for Joseph was exactly what he expected: overweight, gold rings, an expensive-looking suit. What was unexpected was that he was in a wheelchair. You got a hell of a nerve, kid, the lone shark drawled, leaning back. Your whore of a mother thought she could skip out on paying me. Turns out, she skipped out on breathing too. Scar and Tooth chuckled at their boss's joke. Joseph's jaw tensed, but he kept his expression neutral. I'll get your money, he said, voice steady. Up front. Give me a week. The loan shark's smile was full of rotten confidence. A week, he laughed. Your mom hasn't paid in years. You get 2 days at most. And you better not be thinking of running. 'Cause if you do. // warning, attacks incoming // Scar and Tooth decided to reinforce the warning with their fists. It was all very theatrical, one grabbed his shirt, the other swung a punch to his gut. He let it happen, doubling over for effect. Pain flared for a second, but Nova had already started repairs before he hit the floor. That's just a taste, the boss chuckled. Pay up, or next time, you won't be walking away. Joseph said nothing as he pushed himself up, dusted off his clothes, and walked out. By the time he got back to his apartment, his shirt was slightly wrinkled, but the bruises were gone. Nova had done its job well, as usual. Artemis was waiting outside her door, arms crossed. You good? Yeah. It's nothing. She looked at his clothes, the slight ruffle in his usually pristine appearance. Didn't look like nothing. Joseph exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck. It's better if you don't get involved. Artemis narrowed her eyes but didn't push. Fine. He walked inside, locking the door behind him. Joseph sat on the edge of his bed, rolling his shoulders. He was going to play along with them and pay the amount his mom borrowed, along with the exorbitant interest rate they had tacked on. He stood up, pulling open a drawer under his desk. The black balaclava and swimming goggles stared back at him. He really should upgrade his attire by now. The balaclava had noticeable holes with threads fraying at the edges. Later though. Paying off the debt was just the start. A dark look flashed across Joseph's face. After that, he was going to crush them. No one talks about his mom like that. Elsewhere, Boss Carousel leaned back in his wheelchair, eyes glinting in the dimly lit office. Scar and Tooth stood nearby, looking smug. You really think that Brat's gonna bring 40 grand in a few days? Tooth scoffed. Carousel let out a wheezing laugh. Hell no. Scar frowned. Then why? Because when he fails, Carousel said smoothly, I send him to Hugo Strange. Scar and Tooth exchanged uneasy glances. They'd heard stories from their boss about what Strange did in secret. Human experiments. That kid's got potential, Carousel mused, swirling a glass of whiskey. If Strange cracks him open, figures out what makes him tick, he'll be useful. And if not? Well, the doc always finds ways to make broken toys valuable. He downed the drink in one gulp, eyes gleaming with something far darker than greed. Either way, once I've got enough power, I'll finally come out of hiding. Falcone's time is up, and when I take over, I'm making sure Dent's corpse is cold before I sit on the throne. Scar swallowed hard. Tooth's smirk faltered. Boss Carousel grinned. One way or another, the kid's just a stepping stone. Chapter 15. Joseph felt like going back to beat the shit out of Carousel. What kind of interest rates turn a $15,000 loan into $40,000 in less than 2 years? The loan shark wanted him to fail. He just didn't know why. The thugs affiliated with Carousel had caused a commotion at his apartment. Many had witnessed him being dragged away. It wouldn't take a genius to figure out that he would be connected if anything happened to them promptly, but if he didn't pay them back, his life as Joseph might be over. Joseph didn't want to steal anything too high profile. That was a quick way to get the police and capes on his ass. So he had to go about another way of earning money. And that's when he got hit with a genius idea. Just rob the criminals. He could rob other scum like Carousel, play it off like he borrowed from another lender, wait a few months, then take back the money and more as he destroyed them. But then arose another problem. 2 baseline humans had handed him his ass, a month ago, even if he'd willingly nerfed himself. He wouldn't be capable of storming the bases of criminals, miraculously finding their money, and escaping without risking his life. A bullet to the head would kill him. And the quiet approach would require a long time scouting. Time he didn't have since the deadline was 2 days. So then he settled for his last feasible option. Steal from villains. Selina would be disappointed in him, but oh well. Joseph entered the speed state, stole the police scanner off an officer nearby, and sat back on his bench with the cop none the wiser. The severe headache was worth it in the long run, he told himself as he tried to endure the pain. All he really had to do was keep an ear out, stay ready, and eventually something would come up where he'd be able to get one over on a villain. He'd take whatever they'd stolen for himself and let them take the heat for it. It'd have to be something he could make count though, for all the trouble it was going to be. This was Gotham. Something was sure to happen. Joseph clenched his fists as he watched Magpie from his perch on the rooftop across the Gotham City Art Museum. The white-haired thief moved like a ghost, her black bodysuit blending seamlessly with the shadows as she scaled the museum's facade. Her funky red glasses caught the faintest sliver of moonlight as she pried open a skylight with razor-sharp claws. He had to admit, she was good. Joseph had been tailing her for hours, waiting for her to make a move. And now she had. As Magpie slipped into the museum, Joseph positioned himself to follow from the rooftops. He moved with precision, landing on the glass roof, staying low as he observed her inside. She was fast, efficient, disarming alarms with an almost playful ease. Within minutes, she had her prize, a small, jewel-encrusted statuette, likely worth a fortune on the black market. Joseph exhaled, shifting his weight. Time to make his move. The moment Magpie re-emerged onto the roof, he dropped down behind her, landing without a sound. He darted forward, ready to take her down before she even realized. A gun clicked. Not so fast, sweetheart. Joseph froze. Magpie had spun around, a sleek pistol aimed at his chest. Her lips curled into a smirk. You're sneaky. I'll give you that. But not sneaky enough. Joseph lifted his hands slightly, mind racing. He'd never tried dodging a bullet, especially not from this close. All right, you got me. His voice was calm, easy. I'm just a guy who doesn't like seeing shiny things in the wrong hands. Magpie tilted her head, intrigued but not lowering her weapon. Cute. You got a name, or do I call you Birdwatcher? Joseph smiled beneath his mask. Flux. Her smirk widened. Well, Flux, you picked the wrong bird to mess with. She pulled the trigger. Joseph moved the instant Nova reacted. / threat detected. Enhancing muscle response, /. His body surged forward, nanites reinforcing his muscles. The bullet struck his torso, ripping through his ragged hoodie, but he didn't stop. Pain flared, but Nova was already working. / detecting bullet wound. Estimated time of healing, 45 minutes, /. Magpie's eyes widened as he closed the distance. She slashed at him with her claws, but he dodged, twisting past the swipe. He grabbed her wrist, twisting it just enough to make her yelp and drop the gun. She lashed out with a knee, catching him in the ribs, but he barely felt it. The fight became a blur of strikes and counters. Magpie was fast, fluid, trained. But Flux was relentless. He let Nova guide him, slowly adapting to her style, then overwhelming her with sheer force and precision. A final well-placed strike sent Magpie sprawling. She gasped, clutching her ribs, eyes flicking toward the pistol a few feet away. Don't, Joseph warned, stepping on her wrist before she could reach for it. She scowled up at him, breathing heavily. Okay, you got me. What now, Birdwatcher? Joseph crouched, gripping the stolen statuette. I think I'll be taking this. Magpie scoffed. Figures. One thief stealing from another. Joseph's gaze hardened. Difference is, I'm not stealing for fun. He stood, turning toward the edge of the rooftop. He had what he came for. Now he just had to disappear before GCPD, or worse, Batman, showed up. Magpie coughed, chuckling. You better watch your back, Flux. You take from me, I'll come for you. Joseph didn't look back. He'd already spared her once even after she'd just shot him. If she tried it again, he might have to make it her last attempt. He vanished into the night, Nova already analyzing the bullet wound. / healing at 10%. Pain receptors dulled. No critical damage, / 40 grand. That was the goal. And this was just the beginning. Chapter 16. Joseph stood in Boss Carousel's office, shoulders slumped, head slightly bowed, the perfect picture of a kid who had been backed into a corner. He set a thick stack of bills on the desk, 40 grand, every note perfectly aligned. Hard-earned through clever hands and sharper instincts. Carousel's gaze flicked to the money, then back to Joseph. His fingers drummed idly against the wood. That's a lot of cash to scrape together on short notice, kid. Who fronted you? Joseph swallowed, hesitating just long enough to sell it. A few people. Not exactly the kind you say no to. I didn't have a choice. The mob boss studied him, the corner of his mouth twitching in something between amusement and suspicion. The kid was good, he'd give him that. Scared, but not the right kind of scared. Not the kind that came from being buried under too much debt. Carousel had seen enough broken men to know the difference. Still, money was money, and causing unnecessary trouble over it wasn't worth the headache. He leaned back in his wheelchair, smirking. You're lucky I'm feeling generous today. Get out. Joseph tensed, then gave a stiff nod before turning on his heel and leaving at a careful pace, not too fast, not too slow. Just enough to make it believable. The moment he stepped outside, his lips curled upward. Give it a month. I'll make sure your whole operation burns. Flux wasn't just another thief now. He had carved out a new niche, stealing from Gotham's worst rather than the helpless. It was a dangerous game, and he was playing it well enough to draw attention. Not just from criminals, but from someone far more problematic. Batman had noticed. His notes, precise as always. Codename, Flux. Targets are unpredictable. Avoid civilian casualties. Outmaneuvered Robin twice. Potentially a meta. Further investigation was required. Perhaps Selina knew something. A few nights later, Joseph stepped into his apartment and halted. Something felt off. The kind of off that meant company. He exhaled, rubbing his temple. I know it's you, Selina. From the shadows, Selina Kyle emerged, a smirk tugging at her lips. She looked wildly out of place against the worn-down backdrop, draped in designer casuals like she'd just walked out of a high-rise instead of breaking into a dingy apartment. She perched herself against the counter, watching him with amused scrutiny. You always this chatty when someone breaks into your home? Joseph shot her a dry look. Depends on whether they plan to beat me up or just lecture me. Which one is this? A warning, actually. Selina's smirk faded slightly, replaced by something more calculating. You've been making big waves from what I've heard, Joey. Batman's asking questions. And when he starts looking, things get complicated. That made him pause. He had figured the Bat might take notice eventually, but hearing it confirmed was a bit scary. So what? Is he waiting in the closet for a dramatic entrance? Joseph quipped, glancing toward the door. Selina chuckled, shaking her head. Not this time. But he thinks you're my protégé. That means he'll either convince you to stop or make you wish you had. Joseph frowned. What've you been up to, kid? I thought you said you wouldn't get involved with supers. Selina tilted her head. Joseph sighed as he leaned onto the counter as well, crossing his arms as he considered telling her what he'd been up to lately. Ultimately he decided not to. It wouldn't be fair to saddle her with more of his problems when he hadn't even paid her back yet. Let's just say I've been busy. It was well past midnight when Joseph wrapped up another heist. Another open auction, another easy score. You'd think by now, they'd stop putting Gotham on the list of locations. Almost felt unfair. As he made his way across the rooftops, a sharp cry cut through the night, amplified by his enhanced hearing. My baby! My baby is in there! A woman's desperate voice trembled as she fought against the crowd restraining her. The blaze consuming the building made rushing in suicidal. Joseph's stolen police scanner crackled to life. Firefly was at large, and authorities were in pursuit. That pyromaniac bastard. He considered slipping into speed state but hesitated. 2 minutes of hyperacceleration wouldn't guarantee he'd reach the child and escape in time. Worse, exiting the state could leave him crippled when he needed to be at full strength. An innocent kid was paying the price for some lunatic's obsession with fire. Joseph clenched his jaw. He had power. He was here. And time was slipping away. No need to warn me, Nova. I know the risks. ///////. Scaling down the building, Joseph sprinted toward the frantic mother. Ma'am, I'll get your kid. What floor? She stared at him, ragged dark clothes, balaclava fraying at the edges, plastic swimming goggles barely holding together. But desperation trumped doubt. 13th floor. Room 1337. Please. Joseph took off without hesitation, Nova already responding. The friction of his skin was increased while it secreted an adhesive structure from his hands. He decided to name this ability Spider State. He scaled the wall in seconds, reaching the 13th floor window. A punch shattered the glass. Flames licked at the hallway beyond. With a mental command, Nova reinforced his skin against the searing heat. He charged forward, feeling his clothes smolder, the plastic of his goggles beginning to melt. Ignoring the pain, he bulldozed through the inferno, forcing his way toward room 1337. The hallway was an oven. His breath came in short gasps, the acrid smoke clawing at his lungs. He reached the door and kicked it down. A small, unmoving form lay inside. A sharp whistling sound sent his stomach plummeting. Joseph grabbed the child, breathing faintly, thank God, and turned just as an explosion tore through the floor behind him. Heat seared his back as he dove through the window, twisting midair before landing hard against another building's wall. He engaged Spider State, descending rapidly. By the time his feet hit the ground, paramedics and firefighters had just arrived. Take him. He's struggling to breathe. Joseph barked, shoving the child into waiting hands. The mother rushed forward, sobbing. My baby. As the medics worked, Joseph took a shaky breath. His pulse hammered, and every inch of his body screamed in agony. / 73% of your body is covered in second and third degree burns. Estimated healing time, 7 hours, 42 minutes. Pain receptors dampened. Remove clothing and mask to accelerate regeneration, / Not here. Let's get out first. Activate Spider State. Joseph vanished into the night. Chapter 1717. Black Spider was a petty guy. And that Flux kid? He couldn't stand him. Kicking back in a rundown hideout, Black Spider watched the news replay footage of Flux dragging some dumb kid out of a burning building amidst a report of the damages caused by Firefly. The reporters were praising the unidentified person who'd stepped up probably because they didn't know who he was. They wouldn't be slinging such praises if they knew he was a thief like him. TSK. His disdain wasn't personal, Flux hadn't even crossed paths with him. Yet. It was the fact that he was too similar. The whole acrobatic, witty, wall-crawling shtick. That was his thing. Gotham didn't need a bootleg ripoff playing hero. Lately, though, Black Spider had been considering going full-time in the assassination game. Some big organization had scouted him, and he figured it was time to test himself. And he'd found the perfect target. Joseph had to go bald. The fire had torched his hair beyond saving, and now he had to endure the inevitable fate of every bald-headed boy in school. He didn't regret his spontaneous decision that night, though he hated that he looked like Lex. "I like ya cut, G." Smack. Joseph sighed as Andrew grinned and walked past him onto the bus. "Why y'all gotta keep doing me like this?" "It's all love, bro," Andrew laughed. "Why'd you cut it off anyway?" "Just trying to switch up my look." "Man, this dude think he Michael Jordan." Jackson hollered, sending the whole basketball team into a fit of laughter. Joseph chuckled along with them. He enjoyed the banter. "Not too much on me now," he said with a smirk. "With the way I've been hoopin', I could take Jordan eyes closed." More laughter erupted, but Joseph wasn't joking this time. The Gotham Gargoyles had made it to the state finals against the mighty Mets, an absolute powerhouse of a team. Gotham hadn't beaten them in years. The game was being televised, local networks hyping it up as a classic underdog story. Joseph had been a key part of their undefeated run, though he'd held back significantly. Some of his teammates were banking on basketball as their one shot at a future, and with scouts watching, he wanted them to shine. He played a support role, using his skills to amplify theirs in subtle ways. The glue guy. Now, for the first time, Joseph was leaving Gotham. Selina had been very clear about him keeping his head down in Metropolis. And he intended to. The hours-long bus ride ended at the arena, and as the team stepped out, Joseph took in the sight of Metropolis. It was like stepping into another world. Sunlight bathed the city in a warm glow, actual sunlight. Gotham rarely saw it, always buried under layers of smog and cloud cover. People here looked happier. The streets were spotless, the skyline gleamed with towering structures of glass and steel. Everything felt alive, surreal, almost too good to be true. This was a utopia compared to home. Crash. Or so he thought. A thunderous impact shook the street ahead. A body with chalk-white skin slammed into the roof of a parked car some distance away, crumpling it like tin foil. "You know what? I should go back to the hotel. That's enough Metropolis for me." The buzzer blared across the packed arena. For a single breathless moment, time seemed to freeze. Swish. The ball sliced cleanly through the net, and then chaos. The gym erupted into a deafening roar as fans leapt to their feet, screaming and cheering. The scoreboard flickered for a moment before solidifying the final numbers, 143 to 141. And Jackson makes the shot. The Gotham Gargoyles have defeated the mighty Mets on their home turf. Their first win against Metropolis in 38 years. What a game! The announcer's voice was nearly drowned out by the pandemonium in the stands. Students, parents, and even rival players were shaking their heads in disbelief. No one had expected a high school basketball game to be this intense, this unforgettable. Jackson stood frozen at the three-point line, hands still in the air. His heart hammered in his chest. His team had swarmed him, screaming, hugging, punching his arm, but all he could do was stare at the scoreboard, his mind struggling to catch up to reality. They won. They actually won. His breath came in shaky bursts, hands still tingling from the shot. He turned to look at Joseph. Jackson had always known there was something different about him. The guy had shown insane skills during tryouts, but once the season started, he refused to take the lead. At first, Jackson thought Joseph just wasn't a competitive player. But now he knew better. Joseph had been holding back. The game had been slipping away from them until Joseph subbed in. And then, something changed. He wasn't dominating the court with flashy plays, no, it was subtler than that. He was always in the right place, guarding the right man, moving the ball at the perfect moment. The shots he took were few, but they counted. And the ones he didn't take? Those counted even more. Jackson had doubted himself before that final shot. He had hesitated. But when Joseph passed him the ball, there was no hesitation in his eyes. Only confidence. So Jackson had believed in himself the way Joseph believed in him. And he made the shot. This wasn't just a win for the team, it was a turning point in his life. He was already in his last year of high school, and if basketball didn't work out, he would be stuck hustling, grinding for scraps like so many others before him after his parents sacrificed so much to pay for his tuition here. But now, the game had been broadcast across the country. Scouts were watching. Calls would be made. His future wasn't just a dream anymore, it was real. It was waiting for him. He didn't know if the others saw it, but Jackson did. Joseph could have carried them himself. But instead, he made sure everyone shined. The celebration stretched for days. The school held rallies, teachers let assignments slide, and parties popped up wherever the team went. Gotham Academy had never seen a victory like this, and the students made sure to make the most of it. Joseph let himself enjoy it, mostly. One night, in the high-end restaurant the team had rented out for a private celebration, Jackson pulled Joseph aside, away from the noise. "Thank you, Joseph. I know what you've been doing, and I owe you, bro. If you ever need anything, just holla at me." Joseph grinned, bumping fists with him. Bro, come on, don't do that. We won as a team, Captain." Jackson gave him a knowing look but let it slide. They rejoined the others, laughter and celebration carrying them through the night. Chapter 18. Joseph felt good. It felt good to do good. Life had been going easy for a bit. No loan sharks, no stolen goods, no running from the law, just school, ball, and good times. That didn't last long. The parties continued. People celebrated. But Joseph? He was already thinking ahead. He was thankful nothing crazy had happened in Metropolis, trouble seemed to follow him wherever he went. But at one of those parties, he had let himself get drunk. A stupid mistake. In his drunken haze, he had worked up the courage to ask out Barbara after being dared to. She shot him down immediately. "Bald guys aren't my thing. And I'm focused on school right now, sorry." He cringed every time he remembered it. Now things were awkward between them every time they sat together for their morning class. If he had hair, he'd pull it out of frustration. He was never letting himself get drunk again. Ever. A lot of the team had been scouted after the game, exactly as he had hoped. His plan had worked. He had stayed in the background enough that cameras didn't catch just how crucial he was to the game. If he disappeared for a while, no one would ask too many questions. And that's exactly what he was going to do. Joseph used the excuse of family business in Bloodhaven to dip school for a week. The fun times were over. Now, it was time for business. Enough time had passed. It was time to crush Carousel. Joseph still hadn't replaced his outfit since it had burned and melted during the fire rescue. He kept meaning to, but it wasn't a priority. Before, his only concern was staying anonymous, rags would do just fine. The goal was to avoid attention, not win a fashion contest. But after experiencing firsthand how useful the right suit could be, he had started reconsidering. For now, he settled for his classic outfit, another set of dark, useless clothes, a balaclava, and a fresh pair of swimming goggles. Gotham stores still stocked them for some reason, even though no sane person would willingly swim in Gotham waters. Lately, he had been tailing Carousel, gathering intel. It was good practice, and he had almost been caught more than once. But every close call sharpened his instincts. He mapped out the locations Carousel operated from, feeding the data to Nova, who ran hundreds of simulations to pinpoint the likeliest stash spots for the loan shark's cash reserves. Turns out, Carousel owned an Italian restaurant. Of course he did. Joseph almost laughed. The clichés never stopped with this guy. What next? He was secretly a mafia boss too. Under the cover of night, Joseph infiltrated the restaurant. Moving through the shadows, he avoided the security cameras, his movements masked by Nova's silent alerts and tactical guidance. The nanites kept his breathing steady, his steps light. He slipped past the kitchen, past a security guard who had dozed off against a crate of tomato sauce, and into the office where Carousel likely kept his records, and, if the simulations were right, a hidden stash. // there is likely a compartment embedded in the floor beneath the desk, / it would have been impossible to find with the naked eye, but Nova was a different beast. With a simple mental command to Nova, Joseph's fingers became tougher as he worked the panel loose. Stacks of bills. A lot of them. Some gold bars too. Joseph had to resist the urge to whistle. The haul was impressive. More than he had expected. This wasn't just some emergency fund, this was real money. Cleaning Carousel out wouldn't just set him back, it would cripple him. Good. Joseph grabbed as much as he could carry, stuffing the cash into the 2 duffel bags he had brought for the occasion. Then, just as he left the restaurant, Nova sent a sharp warning. / warning, projectile incoming, / Joseph didn't hesitate. He dove forward, barely avoiding something that splattered against the wall behind him. A thick, red substance. Sticky. Familiar. Webbing. He looked up. Perched on a telephone pole outside the window, silhouetted by the dim streetlights, stood Black Spider. He wasn't just watching, he was leering, golden eyepieces gleaming as he tilted his head slightly, sizing Joseph up like prey. Well, Black Spider said, voice dripping with amusement. I was hoping to test my skills on a real target tonight, but instead, I get you. Joseph adjusted his stance, subtly shifting the weight of the duffel bag. You're acting like we got beef, he said, keeping his tone casual. I don't even know you, bro. Black Spider scoffed. Oh, you will. You're a little too similar to me, you know. Some knockoff act, running around my city. That's not gonna fly. Joseph sighed. I appeared only a few months after you, man. If you want some money, you're more than happy to take the rest in the restaurant if that's what you're after. Black Spider laughed, then suddenly fired another web. Joseph dodged again, barely, more webbing sticking to the wall behind him. Let's see what you got, Reflux. Joseph cursed under his breath. He didn't want this fight, at least, not here. Not now. If the cops got involved, it'd be a whole mess. And if Batman caught wind of this? Even worse. He bolted, making for the alleyway behind the restaurant, hoping to lure Black Spider somewhere quieter. But Black Spider was relentless. He swung after him, launching another web, barely missing Joseph's shoulder. / engaging spider state, / Joseph felt the familiar sensation of nanites shifting in his fingers, modifying his hands to grip surfaces with unnatural ease. Without breaking stride, he crawled straight up the nearest building, hands locking onto the wall like suction cups. Black Spider let out a sharp laugh. Oh, now you're just mocking me, he said as he launched a web ahead of him. Joseph didn't respond. He just kept moving, hoping to get higher ground where he could plan his next move. But Black Spider wasn't having it. He twisted mid-swing, planting his feet on the building and sticking to it effortlessly, arms crossed as he smirked down at Joseph. That's cute, he said. But see, I don't need to rely on just my hands. He pushed off, running up the wall with ease, full body clinging to the surface. Joseph clenched his jaw. He could match the ability if he wanted to, but there was no way in hell he was walking barefoot in Gotham. Black Spider grinned. Come on, let's dance. Joseph exhaled sharply. Yeah. This was going to be a long night. Chapter 19. Joseph's fingers twitched as he felt the temptation to activate speed state. He could end this fight in an instant, but then what? He'd collapse from the pain, sprawled out on some rooftop with millions in cash next to him, completely vulnerable, with Nova having only 25% of its nanites, not even enough processing power to move his body. Not exactly the power move he was going for. Nova had told him before that using speed state more frequently would gradually lessen the backlash. In theory. If it did, it was to such a minuscule degree that it barely mattered. He didn't remember the first time being so painful that he nearly blacked out, but that was before he pushed the limits. Now, without a teammate or a safe place to recover, activating speed state was out of the question. Instead, he was going to do this the hard way. The fun way. Nova, just like last time, don't assist with muscle enhancements or give any warnings. I'm handling this punk myself. / that would be unwise. He is coming with the intention to kill, / Wouldn't be the first time. It's been ages since I fought outside of dream state. Let's see how much I've improved from sparring with your avatar every night. Black Spider wasn't paying attention to the money. That was good, meant he wasn't here for a payday. Joseph dropped the 2 duffel bags and squared up. He wasn't in the mood to run anymore. If this guy wanted a fight, he was getting one. The moment they lunged at each other, Joseph immediately understood why Black Spider had an ego. The guy was fast and trained. Professional. A single strike from him wasn't anything special, but his combinations were fluid, ruthless. Joseph barely had time to register the elbow coming for his face before he twisted away. He ducked under a roundhouse, only for his foot to get yanked by a web line, nearly pulling him off balance. Joseph barely managed to recover before a kick slammed into his gut, sending him skidding toward the edge of the rooftop. His feet scraped against the gravel, stopping just before he could go over. He was not about to fall off a building because of some knockoff ninja. He growled in frustration, shaking off the sting of impact. This guy had obviously been doing this a lot longer than him. Trained martial artist, good instincts, annoying-ass web shooters, Joseph was at a serious disadvantage. For now. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. Black Spider smirked behind his mask. That all you got, newbie? Joseph clenched his fists. He didn't even do anything to this guy, and he was acting like they had some kind of personal beef. That made this whole fight even more infuriating. Joseph wasn't about to get shown up by some weird mercenary with an arachnid obsession. The next exchange was different. Joseph wasn't just reacting anymore, he was learning. His stamina held firm, his endurance solid. Every time Black Spider threw something at him, he adapted. The martial arts technique started to make sense, the patterns clicking into place. His muscles ached from the earlier blows, but he was still standing, still improving with every move. Black Spider swung a lead pipe with a web at his head, and this time Joseph didn't just dodge, he caught it. A sharp tug sent Black Spider stumbling forward, and Joseph drove his knee into his ribs. The mercenary grunted, leaping back to create distance, but Joseph didn't let up. He rushed forward, dodging another web shot, slipping past a right hook, then countered with an elbow to Black Spider's jaw. For the first time, Black Spider seemed pissed. All right, you little. Joseph didn't let him finish. He grabbed Black Spider's arm and twisted it, slamming his foot into the back of his knee. The mercenary buckled, but before he could recover, Joseph sent a brutal kick to his stomach, sending him sprawling onto the rooftop. Joseph stepped back, breathing heavily. Black Spider groaned, clutching his side, trying to push himself up. Stay down, Joseph muttered. It's over. Black Spider growled, trying to get to his feet, but Joseph cut him off with a solid punch to the temple. The mercenary collapsed, unconscious. Joseph rolled his shoulders, exhaling sharply. His body ached, but he felt good. This was the first real fight he had in a while, and he won. No tricks. No speed state. Just him. His gaze shifted to Black Spider's suit. It was a hell of a lot better than the raggedy mess he had been wearing. More durable. Reinforced. Useful. And he had been thinking a lot about getting a new one. He crouched down, ripping the web shooter bracelets off first before yanking the rest of the suit off the unconscious mercenary. He'd have to do something about the lame colors, but this would do nicely. Joseph took a burner phone out his pocket and called the police stating there was a naked homeless bum on top of a roof, gave the address, and hung up. Grabbing his 2 duffel bags of stolen millions, he stuffed the new equipment into them before he gave one last look at the defeated assassin. Thanks for the gear, dumbass. Then he disappeared into the night. Carousel was at his wit's end. He had built an empire in the shadows, clawing his way back from the grave. Once, he had been Salvatore Maroni, one of Gotham's most feared and respected gangsters. In his prime, he was second only to Carmine Falcone, a man whose name still haunted the streets of Gotham like a ghost. But power had its price. Maroni had been put on trial for the murder of Dr. Henry Benson, the same doctor who had been injecting children with experimental LexCorp vaccines. Some powerful people had wanted Benson gone the moment his crimes were exposed, and Maroni had been called upon to see it through. He had done the job personally, swiftly and cleanly. But then came the trial. Harvey Dent, the idealistic prosecutor, had built his case meticulously. The evidence? Maroni's lucky 2-headed silver coin, found at the scene with his fingerprints. And to make things worse, Dent had called Batman as his first witness. Maroni had been backed into a corner. Enraged, he made a desperate move, hurling a vial of acid at Dent in the middle of the courtroom. He hadn't counted on Batman's reflexes. The Dark Knight had leapt into action, knocking Maroni out, but not before the acid splashed across Dent's face. That was the day Harvey Dent died and Two-Face was born. And with Two-Face birth, Salvatore Maroni died. At least, that's what they all thought. The world believed that Two-Face had executed him in revenge, that Salvatore Maroni had been wiped from existence. But the truth was more complicated. The attack had left him paralyzed from the waist down, but he had survived. He had disappeared, undergone plastic surgery, and emerged as Anton Carousel, a lone shark with a new name and a new purpose. And for a while, it had worked. He had rebuilt, amassing wealth and influence. He had men, weapons, and connections. But then, things started unraveling. First, his weapons shipments were disrupted. A damn kid with a bow and arrows kept interfering with his operations, hitting his convoys, taking out his men. And then, just a few months later, it got worse. His money, millions of dollars, was vanishing. His supposedly secure hideouts were being hit one after another, robbed clean. Someone had betrayed him. There was no other explanation. Now, Carousel sat in his dimly lit office, the weight of it all pressing down on him like a noose tightening around his throat. He had to escape Gotham before things got worse. He reached for the phone, dialing the only 2 men he still trusted. Tooth. Scar. Get in here. Silence. His stomach twisted. He called again. No response. A cold sense of dread crawled up his spine. And then, the door creaked open. Two-Face stepped inside, his grotesque, half-scarred face illuminated by the flickering desk lamp. Carousel froze. His blood ran cold. Long time no see, Sal. His breath hitched. His mind raced. He needed to say something, anything, to get out of this alive. Two-Face reached into his pocket and pulled out a familiar silver coin. Maroni's coin. Let's leave it up to chance, Two-Face said, his voice eerily calm. He held up the coin between 2 fingers, letting the dim light glint off its surface. Tails, you live. Heads, you die. No, wait. The coin flipped into the air. It spun, catching the light, its fate-sealing rotation feeling like an eternity. Clink. It landed on the back of Two-Face's scarred hand. Heads. Maroni never had a chance. "The world is cruel, Sal," Two-Face murmured, pulling out a pistol. His voice was emotionless. Cold. "And the only morality in a cruel world is chance. Unbiased. Unprejudiced. Fair." Maroni barely had time to plead before the gunshot rang out. The last thing he saw was the barrel of the gun, and then, nothing. Two-Face stood over the lifeless body, pocketed. Chapter 20. The gloom of Gotham was only worsened by the arrival of winter. The air was sharp, the sky perpetually gray, and the streets lined with slush that turned to grime as soon as it touched the pavement. But for once Artemis was in a good mood. She hurried out the door, heart pounding in anticipation. Her mom was finally coming home. After years behind bars, Paula Croc had been released. "Hey, Artemis," Joseph called as he stepped out of his apartment, right across from hers. "Hey," she replied absently, barely slowing her stride as she headed toward the street. There was something suspicious about him. She had done some digging after Carousel's men showed up at his door. It wasn't just curiosity, it was instinct. She needed to know who she was living next to. What she found had been unsettling. Anton Carousel, better known as Salvatore Maroni, had been making big moves, arming himself, gathering men, preparing to seize control of Gotham's underworld. Artemis had made it her mission to disrupt him, putting to use the skills her father had beaten into her daily for years. Then, suddenly, it was over. Word on the street was that Harvey Dent had settled an old score. Permanently. And yet, Joseph had been in contact with Carousel a month before his death. Unlike all the other people who crossed him, Joseph hadn't disappeared. He was still here, living his life like nothing had happened. She narrowed her eyes, watching him for a moment longer. Suspicious. But her mother was waiting, and for now, her questions would have to wait. Joseph was in a great mood. Ever since trouncing that arrogant loser, securing a new suit, and making off with millions from fluidly redistributing Carousel's wealth, life had been cruising by. The suit, though, was a bit of a hassle. No matter what dye he used, the colors wouldn't change. Nova had no data on the material that could self-repair, so it couldn't help either. And the web shooters? Those had to go. The fluid storage on the back of the suit was a liability. If it ruptured in a fight, he'd be trapped in a cocoon of his own making. Plus, the fluid was finite, and he had no clue where to get more. Still, the technology was insane. How had Eric Needham, a two-bit thug, gotten his hands on something like this? Not that it mattered now. Needham had been arrested that same night and was headed for a long stay at Belle Reve. They should have tacked on crimes against fashion to his sentence. The giant spider on the mask was hideous. Joseph decided to wear a balaclava over the suit's mask, only exposing the yellow eyepieces from the mask. When he finally put on the suit properly, he got it. He understood where Needham's arrogance had come from. Walking up walls. Running sideways along a building. Hanging upside down with ease. It was sick. He had to test this out properly, downtown, with plenty of tall buildings. Joseph crouched on a gargoyle, left arm resting on his knee, head lowered as rain poured over Gotham. Yeah, he thought, watching the city through yellow lenses. This is tough. //////. He had the black balaclava pulled over the suit's mask. No way he was going to be caught rocking mid after building some rep. The gray web shooters were still strapped to his wrists. Might as well use up the last of the fluid before tossing them for good. Then he heard it. A deep voice. "Flux, I wanted to talk to you." Joseph nearly jumped off the building. How? How had someone gotten this close without Nova detecting them? Was it the rain? Please, let it not be who I think it is. He turned. It was Batman. Fuck. No way, Batman just caught me aura farming. Joseph didn't hesitate. I think you got the wrong person, he said, using Nova to deepen his voice, deeper than Batman's, just for good measure. Then he leapt. A flick of the wrist, and a red web shot out, catching onto a building. He swung away, slicing through the night air. He was in fight or flight mode, and he had chosen flight. He'd heard the stories about those who crossed Batman. He wasn't sticking around to see if they were true. Fuck, I lost so much aura too. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. Still, as he cut through the city, the exhilaration pushed his embarrassment to the back of his mind. Chapter 21. With the $2.3 million he had successfully, fluidly redistributed, Joseph didn't need to go out as Flux anymore. And weirdly enough, he didn't know how to feel about that. At least he could finally revamp his apartment. He'd thought about moving, but that meant dealing with banks, accounts, and way too many questions. This place took cash, no questions asked. Plus, it had been home, his mom had lived here with him his whole life. He replaced everything. Old furniture was left outside for anyone to take. New furniture was brought in. Nova handled the rest, piloting Joseph's body with precision as it repainted the walls and arranged everything in a layout designed for happiness and productivity. Something about feng shui. By the time it was done, the apartment was unrecognizable: clean white walls, dark brown furniture, light marble vinyl flooring. All done past midnight. No need for nosy neighbors to get ideas. He also got himself a high-end PC. LexCorp made the best specs on the market, even if he hated them for the whole experimental vaccines on kids thing. Now, as he sat watching Nova monitor Bellcoin, he saw it growing. A small but dedicated group of cryptography enthusiasts, developers, cypherpunks, and criminals had started running the software, strengthening the network. Bellcoin was taking off. And then he got an email. Someone from LexCorp wanted to collaborate and promote Bellcoin together. Buying their tech was one thing. Actively working with and benefiting them? Hell no. Joseph left the message on read. Selina had been busy lately. She had just liberated trafficked women from a Leviathan facility. Leviathan was a growing dangerous terror organization that sought to dismantle society and rebuild it with them as rulers. She didn't know what purpose these women served, but some things just had to be done. And some people had to be stopped. That's how she found herself in Barcelona. The masquerade was in full swing at the opulent Montserrat mansion. Chandeliers sparkled over guests dressed as their favorite heroes and villains. Music swirled through the air, laughter punctuating the decadent atmosphere. Black Mask and his entourage arrived in style, stepping through the grand entrance as if they owned the place. Tobias Whale, towering and monstrous in his white suit, greeted them with a shark-like grin. "Our hostess awaits," Whale said, leading them through the velvet-draped corridors. Behind them, Selina Kyle entered alone, draped in an old-school Catwoman costume, purple bodysuit, high boots, and a domino mask. Black Mask's men barely spared her a glance, unaware of the danger that had just slipped past them. In the grand chamber, Barbara Minerva, otherwise known as Cheetah, stood at the center, radiating authority. Golden bracelets jingled on her wrists, and her piercing eyes took in Black Mask's approach. "Welcome to Leviathan, Roman," Minerva purred. "Do you have what we discussed?" With a flourish, Black Mask produced a small velvet case and opened it. Nestled inside was the cat's eye emerald, its deep green hues shimmering under the lights. "Consider this my entrance fee," Mask said. Minerva smiled approvingly. The emerald was taken to the mansion's vault for safekeeping. The moment the doors shut behind the guards, Selina slipped away. Outside, her black cat, Isis, who she had found when training Joseph, prowled near the security post. The feline leaped onto the guard's shoulders, claws digging into flesh. The man yelped and scrambled to chase the cat, leaving a window of opportunity to sneak in. Perfect. Selina shed the outdated disguise, revealing her modern Catwoman suit beneath. She moved with precision, scaling the mansion's walls and planting a device that would loop the security feed. The vault awaited. Inside, the Emerald sat atop a marble pedestal, surrounded by laser sensors. She flipped acrobatically over the beams, landing soundlessly. Just as she reached for the gem, a batarang clanged against the pedestal. The alarms screamed to life. The masquerade turned into chaos as Catwoman crashed through the ballroom, the emerald clenched in her gloved fingers. Guests gasped as Whale and Mask's men drew their weapons. "Stop her!" Minerva's voice cut through the clamor. Selina vaulted off a table, kicked off the chandelier, and landed at the exit. Outside, her car awaited. Engines roared behind her. Black SUVs surged after her down the winding streets. But Selina was no amateur. She weaved through alleys, tires screeching. Just when she thought she'd lost them, a dark figure appeared in her path. A Batcycle. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me," she muttered. The last thing she saw was Batwoman launching a grappling line at her car before she lost control and crashed. Pain pulsed through Selina's skull as she stirred. Isis meowed, nudging her awake. She was in a jet, restrained but unharmed. Across from her stood Batwoman, and beside her, two serious-looking individuals, Julia Pennyworth and King Faraday of Interpol. "Morning, Cat," Batwoman said. "We need to talk." "I assume you're not here to discuss my fashion choices," Selina quipped, flexing against her restraints. "Leviathan is bigger than you think. Minerva's at the top, but there's an entire network beneath her," Julia said. "We need someone who can infiltrate their inner circle." "And you need me," Selina said, rolling her eyes. "You've been very active lately. We've been watching. Help us take down Leviathan, and we'll clear your record." Selina sighed. "Am I working alone?" "You can bring backup," Batwoman offered. "But make it count." Selina hesitated. This was huge. Dangerous. But, she had just the person in mind. A smirk curled her lips. "All right. I know a guy." As she was handed a comm by Batwoman, she whispered, "Time to call in that favor, Flux." Barbara Minerva swirled a glass of wine, her expression cold. "She took the emerald," Whale said. "We recovered it, but—" "No excuses," Minerva cut him off. "Catwoman thinks she can defy Leviathan. We'll make an example of her." She reached for a secure line. "Find her. And kill her." The hunt was on. Chapter 22. Joseph got the call from Selina just as winter break began. It had been an eventful semester, but now he had a chance to step away from the mundane and back into the world of Flux. This wasn't just a casual outing, this was business, and Joseph wasn't the kind of guy to leave debts unsettled. He agreed to meet her. Selina gave him an address and a time, and just like that, he was back in the game. Dressed in black spider's suit with a black balaclava over his mask, Joseph stood on the rooftop of an abandoned warehouse in a remote location, watching as a sleek jet descended in the moonlit sky. It landed with silent precision, its matte black surface absorbing the dim city lights. The hatch opened, and Batwoman stepped out. She assessed him with a look that was equal parts scrutiny and disdain. "Get in," she said flatly. Joseph didn't argue. He stepped inside, feeling the hum of the high-tech aircraft beneath his boots. The interior was sleek and minimalistic, all sharp angles and cold efficiency. There were two people in the cockpit, he saw through the transparent barrier separating them. There was another person he recognized who was asleep with a familiar cat perched on her lap. Selina. He quickly went to sit beside her. As the jet ascended, Batwoman took a seat opposite him, arms crossed. There was no small talk, no attempt to break the ice. She clearly didn't like him, which wasn't surprising. He was a thief, after all. Joseph sighed and leaned back. This was going to be a long ride. They arrived in Shanghai. The city stretched out before them, a neon-lit labyrinth of towering skyscrapers and winding alleyways. The Interpol jet touched down smoothly at a private airstrip, and Joseph took in his surroundings with careful eyes. This wasn't his first time in a big city, but something about Shanghai made him feel like a small piece on a massive chessboard. As they disembarked, he took stock of the team. Batwoman remained distant, treating him like an unnecessary liability. Julia Pennyworth, in contrast, was professional and composed. A British woman in her mid-30s, she carried herself with the confidence of someone who had seen the worst the world had to offer and hadn't flinched. Then there was King Faraday, a blond man who appeared to be in his 40s with a no-nonsense demeanor. He had the air of a veteran, someone who had spent years navigating the shadows of international espionage. Then, of course, there was Selina. She stepped out with the same effortless grace she always carried, her black cat perched lazily on her shoulder. She glanced at Joseph and smirked. "Kid, I appreciate you coming." He shrugged. "It's no big deal. I do owe you a lot. Plus, with my help, this'll be a breeze." She chuckled, shaking her head. "Confidence is cute. Let's see if you can back it up." The Interpol jet's ramp lowered, and Pennyworth and Faraday wasted no time heading out to track down the precise location of the meeting. Meanwhile, Joseph and Selina were left in the care of Batwoman, who wasted no time in shuttling them to their temporary accommodations. The building was a nondescript safe house, a blend of modern security and old-world charm. Joseph took it all in, still grappling with how surreal this entire experience felt. Half a year ago, he was just another wage slave, another nobody struggling to make ends meet. Now, he was here, entangled in a high-stakes operation alongside Interpol agents and heroes, targeting international criminal organizations. Selina stretched her arms dramatically. "Well, I don't know about you, but I could use a hot bath." Batwoman shot her an unimpressed look. "We don't have time for." Selina interrupted with a playful smile. "Oh, come on. A little self-care never hurt anyone." She turned to Joseph with a teasing glint in her eye. "Care to join?" Joseph coughed, looking away. "Pass." Selina pouted but didn't push. Instead, she made her way to the bathroom, shutting the door behind her. Joseph could hear the water running soon after. He leaned against the wall, exhaling slowly. He knew Selina well enough to know she was just joking, and the bath thing was clearly an excuse for something else. She was always working an angle. And sure enough, a few minutes later, he noticed Batwoman stiffen. She reached for her utility belt, her expression darkening. Joseph smirked. Selina had lifted her phone. Inside the bathroom, Selina sat on the edge of the tub, her fingers moving deftly across the screen. She dialed a familiar number, pressing the phone close to her ear. A few rings later, a voice answered. "Holly?" "Selina?" Holly's voice was tense, worried. "Where the hell have you been?" "Handling things." Selina kept her voice low. "How are Anya and the girls?" "They're okay, for now." Holly hesitated. "But things are getting worse. We're running low on funds, and I'm worried. Some of them have been asking questions. I don't think they believe your vacation story." Selina's grip tightened around the phone. "I'm coming back soon. And when I do, we'll have enough to keep everyone safe." "You better," Holly muttered. "Just, be careful." Selina ended the call and slid the phone under the door, and taking a bath before emerging from the bathroom, a towel draped over her shoulders. She shot Joseph a look that told him everything he needed to know. They needed to move fast. Elsewhere, Barbara Minerva convened the meeting of Leviathan, where she introduced Black Mask to the other cartel leaders. Around the table sat Mr. Yakuza, the calculating crime boss, Dr. Tsin, an enigmatic figure known for his ruthless occult exploits, La Dama, the feared matriarch of South American crime syndicates, and Moxie Mannheim, the founder of Intergang. There was tension in the room, particularly between Mask and Mannheim, but ultimately, his membership was unanimously confirmed. The discussion turned to their recent setback in Sochi, but Minerva sought to pacify their concerns. Aboard the Interpol jet, Batwoman, Catwoman, and Flux prepared for action. Catwoman, we need a distraction. Julia issued a call for Selina to create a distraction. Before deployment, Batwoman handed Selina a sleek pair of upgraded goggles, their lenses gleaming with advanced tech. Selina smirked as she adjusted them. "You're spoiling me." Batwoman's expression remained unreadable. "Don't make me regret it." Then, without hesitation, Selina stepped off the jet with her parachute, diving into the night. Julia and Batwoman exchanged glances. It had been too easy to convince her. Selina had her own agenda, she always did. Joseph watched as she landed smoothly on the target rooftop, her feline grace making the descent appear effortless. But before she could take in her surroundings, a voice purred from the shadows. "I was wondering when you'd show up," the voice said in Mandarin. Cheshire stepped into the dim light, her signature mask concealing her expression, but her body language spoke volumes: predatory, poised, lethal. Selina sighed. "Of course, it had to be you," she responded back fluently. The two women circled each other. Their previous encounters had been deadly but laced with mutual respect. In flawless Mandarin, they reminisced, their words edged with nostalgia and veiled threats. Then, with a blur of motion, the fight began. Chapter 23. Cheshire's stance was poised, her sais gleaming under the rooftop's dim light. Catwoman rolled her shoulders, cracking her knuckles before slipping into a low, ready position. "Let's make this quick," Cheshire purred. "I have other places to be." Selina smirked. "I'll try not to take it personally." Then they lunged. Cheshire was fast, inhumanly so. Her attacks came in a blur of motion, her sais slashing through the air with pinpoint accuracy. Selina barely dodged, twisting her body at the last second to avoid being impaled. She retaliated with a sharp kick to Cheshire's side, but the assassin twisted with the impact, rolling into a graceful backflip. Selina pressed forward, using her superior agility to weave around Cheshire's strikes. She grabbed a nearby pipe, swinging around it to deliver a brutal kick. Cheshire countered, blocking with her forearm before slipping under Selina's extended leg and slicing at her midsection. Selina barely managed to twist away, but the tip of the sai grazed her suit, cutting a thin line into the fabric. They moved like dancers, exchanging blows in perfect synchronization. Selina threw a handful of throwing spikes, forcing Cheshire to dodge. The assassin retaliated by flinging a pair of poisoned shurikens. Selina swatted one away with her whip, but the other nicked her shoulder. "Damn," Selina muttered, feeling the burn of jellyfish poison seeping into her bloodstream. She needed to end this fast. Cheshire capitalized on the distraction, rushing forward and slamming her knee into Selina's stomach. Selina gasped as the impact drove the air from her lungs. She stumbled back, and Cheshire flipped over her, wrapping her legs around Selina's neck and twisting her into a brutal throw. Catwoman hit the rooftop hard, her vision swimming. "Sloppy," Cheshire teased, standing over her. "I expected better." Before she could strike the finishing blow, a sharp gust of wind filled the air. Batwoman descended, her cape billowing behind her as she landed with a precise roll. Flux wasn't far behind, his parachute slowing his descent before he landed a few feet away. Cheshire clicked her tongue in annoyance. "Really? You brought friends?" "Sorry," Selina coughed, pushing herself up. "Didn't realize we were doing solo matches." Cheshire sighed and twirled her sai. "Lucky for me, I brought friends too." From the shadows, two figures emerged. The first was Nosferatu, a sinister-looking woman with pale, almost ghostly skin. Bat-like ears protruded from her head, and large leathery wings unfurled from her back. She wore a sleek black dress adorned with gold jewelry that glowed faintly under the moonlight. Her eyes gleamed with predatory amusement. The second was Hook, a muscular Caucasian man with white hair and a gleaming metal hook replacing his left hand. He wore bandages around his torso and left hand, and a green jacket with blue cargo pants and black boots. Without hesitation, Nosferatu launched herself at Batwoman, her wings flapping powerfully as she snatched the vigilante up into the sky. Batwoman barely had time to react before she was yanked off the rooftop, the cityscape blurring below her. Flux watched in shock as Batwoman struggled midair. Batwoman gritted her teeth and shot her grappling hook, the line wrapping around Nosferatu's leg. The assassin hissed in irritation, trying to shake her off, but Batwoman held firm, swinging herself up to deliver a sharp kick to Nosferatu's ribs. The two women struggled in the sky, locked in a deadly aerial battle. Meanwhile, Selina and Cheshire resumed their fight, both women moving with renewed intensity. Claws met blades, each strike more vicious than the last. Flux turned his attention to Hook, cracking his knuckles as he took a step forward. "You sure you can take that one?" Selina called between dodging Cheshire's strikes. Flux smirked. "I got this. The student has surpassed the master already. Nova, the same as usual. .. That would be unwise. He is coming with the intention to kill, .. Joseph could almost feel the exasperation as Nova intoned monotonously in his head. "Don't worry, I haven't lost once." Joseph took a deep breath, tightening his fists. Hook sneered, raising his weaponized hand. "Let's see what you've got, kid." Flux readied himself, muscles tensed. Flux and Hook circled each other on the rooftop, their eyes locked in a silent challenge. The moonlight gleamed off Hook's namesake weapon, the curved steel reflecting a deadly glint. The assassin smirked, rolling his shoulders before lunging forward with shocking speed. Flux barely dodged, twisting his body just in time to avoid the lethal arc of the hook. He countered with a sharp punch aimed at Hook's ribs, but the assassin sidestepped smoothly, catching Flux's wrist with his free hand and twisting it violently. Joseph gritted his teeth against the pain and rolled with the momentum, flipping over Hook's arm and using his suit's enhanced grip to latch onto the rooftop wall. Hook scowled. "Wall crawler, huh?" Joseph smirked. "Yeah, it's a neat trick." Hook didn't give him time to gloat. He rushed forward again, swinging the hook in a vicious arc. Flux pushed off the wall, using the extra leverage to somersault over his opponent, narrowly avoiding a deep gash across his chest. He landed smoothly, but Hook was relentless, pressing the attack with precise strikes that forced Flux onto the defensive. The assassin's movements were fluid, each attack seamlessly transitioning into the next. He was a brawler, but an experienced one. Every punch, every swing of his hook had intention behind it. Joseph could feel the strength behind those blows, even when he managed to block them. His enhanced healing kept the pain at bay. Hook feinted left before pivoting, swinging his hook upward in a brutal uppercut. Flux barely managed to dodge, but the tip of the hook grazed his jaw, drawing blood. He stumbled back, wiping the crimson streak away with his sleeve. "Not bad," Hook admitted, rolling his neck. "But you're just a kid playing dress-up." Flux exhaled sharply. "Yeah. Let's see if you can keep up." This time, Flux attacked first. He dashed forward, feinting a right hook before ducking low and sweeping Hook's legs. The assassin jumped over the attempt, but Flux anticipated it, using his wall-climbing ability to run up the side of a nearby vent. He pushed off at the last second, flipping behind Hook and landing a devastating kick to his back. Hook stumbled forward, but recovered quickly, spinning around and slashing the hook toward Flux's midsection. Joseph twisted his body just in time, the blade cutting through the fabric of his suit but missing flesh. He retaliated with a sharp elbow to Hook's ribs, followed by a brutal knee to the gut. Hook coughed, staggering back a step before his eyes flashed with something close to amusement. "All right, kid," he grinned, wiping his mouth. "Now we're talking." Flux didn't have time to respond before Hook charged again, their battle raging on as the chaos around them intensified. Meanwhile, Nosferatu was high above the rooftop, her bat-like wings flapping as she swung Batwoman like a pendulum. With a powerful heave, she hurled Batwoman downward, sending her crashing into Catwoman and Cheshire. The three women tumbled through the glass skylight, shards raining down as they disappeared into the shadows below. Joseph's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know if Selina was okay. His gaze snapped back to Hook, his playful edge vanishing. Nova, help me. Let's finish this quick. / okay, sir. Strength enhanced by 100%. / His movements became twice as fast and his reflexes razor sharp as Nova's nanites reinforced his muscles. Hook barely had time to register the change before Joseph was on him, striking with overwhelming speed. A flurry of blows landed, punches, elbows, knees, each one precise, brutal, and unstoppable. Hook tried to swing his weapon, but Joseph caught his wrist, twisted it hard, and delivered a final blow to his temple. Hook collapsed, unconscious before he hit the ground. Joseph barely spared him a glance. He was already running toward the skylight, praying that Selina was okay. Chapter 24. Catwoman had grabbed onto Batwoman, and Flux arrived just in time to witness the aerial struggle unfold. Batwoman had her grapple wrapped around Nosferatu's leg and Cheshire had latched onto Catwoman in a desperate bid for survival. As Nosferatu plummeted under the additional weight, Catwoman twisted, delivering a brutal kick to Cheshire's chest. The assassin crashed to the ground below with a sickening thud. The fall was high. Cheshire lay motionless, incapacitated. Batwoman, without missing a beat, used the momentum to swing Catwoman toward Nosferatu, still airborne. Catwoman climbed up Nosferatu's body, using her as a makeshift platform. Nosferatu's wings faltered under the sudden weight. Batwoman released her grip, using her cape to glide, while Catwoman steered Nosferatu's body to the floor which promptly crashed heavily. Groaning, Batwoman and Catwoman picked themselves up from the floor as they landed, but their brief respite was shattered as the room suddenly filled with Leviathan's elite and heavily armed guards. The air thickened with tension as Black Mask stepped forward, his skull-like visage twisted into a smirk. Without hesitation, he barked, "Kill them." Gunfire erupted. One of his men hesitated, blocking Black Mask's line of sight, so Black Mask shot him point-blank in the head, stepping past the body as if it were nothing. The brutality made Joseph's stomach churn. It was time to act. Flux leaped from his vantage point, utilizing the suit's wall-climbing ability to descend rapidly. His feet barely touched the walls as he flipped and rebounded between surfaces, descending gracefully before joining the fray. Chaos reigned. Mannheim barked an order, and his men activated their apocalyptic weapons. A soldier unleashed a shock disc, homing in on Batwoman. She rolled out of the way just in time, but it locked onto Catwoman, sending surges of electricity through her body. She gritted her teeth, fighting the pain, before ripping the device off and hurling it back at her attacker. Dr. Tsin shattered 2 vials against the floor. The liquid twisted and convulsed, forming grotesque alchemical monsters with razor-like appendages and glowing eyes. They screeched before lunging toward their prey. La Dama stood at the center of it all, her voice rising in an ancient Latin chant. Shadows twisted unnaturally as a portal opened, and 2 towering demons emerged, their eyes burning like embers. They roared, radiating heat and malevolence. Catwoman found herself surrounded by Mr. Yakuza's elite katana-wielding guards. Ever resourceful, she yanked a katana from one of them, expertly wielding it in defense. She deflected strikes with precision, honed by her training with Richard Dragon. When Mr. Yakuza stepped forward, she knew she was in for a true fight. Meanwhile, Batwoman had no patience for supernatural threats. Dodging a demon's swipe, she pulled a small canister from her belt, flicked it, and launched a wad of polymer putty into La Dama's mouth, gagging her. The demons, waiting for their next command, turned to their summoner, but only incoherent noises came from her. Batwoman seized the opportunity. "She says leave," she translated flatly. The demons, obedient but foolish, vanished back into the void. Batwoman smirked, then delivered a knockout punch to La Dama. Joseph had one target in mind, Mannheim. The crime lord and his intergang soldiers raised their apocalyptic weapons, arcs of energy crackling. Nova's voice echoed in Joseph's mind. // warning, charging them is dangerous with the unknown abilities of the weapons, // Joseph clenched his fists. He didn't care. They killed his mom. He moved like a predator, weaving through incoming fire, his enhanced reflexes and Nova's warnings allowing him to evade most attacks. But some landed. Energy whips lashed across his torso, sending searing pain through his body. A shock disc latched onto his shoulder, electrocuting him. His body screamed in agony, but Joseph ignored it. He had only one goal, destroy them. Relying on Nova to heal him, he pushed forward. A blur, faster than his enemies could react, he closed the gap in seconds. His fists landed with sledgehammer force, breaking bones and shattering weapons. When Mannheim found himself face to face with Joseph, the crime lord's confidence wavered. Joseph grabbed him by the collar, eyes burning with rage. He raised his fist, ready to cave in Mannheim's skull. Then he heard it. Catwoman's shout of pain. Joseph snapped his head toward the sound. His stomach dropped. Tobias Whale had her in his crushing grip. He had ambushed her after she had dealt with Mr. Yakuza. His massive arms wrapped around her like a vice. She clawed at him, gasping for air, but his strength was overwhelming. Her body trembled as her oxygen ran out. Joseph's grip on Mannheim loosened. The crime lord scrambled away, but Joseph had already moved on. His focus was singular now. He had to save Selina. Joseph bounded toward Selina and Whale like a freight train. He lunged toward Whale, who was ready to counter, but Joseph was quicker. With a powerful uppercut, he sent Whale's large body flying, unconscious. Joseph turned to Selina, his suit and injuries mending themselves. "You okay?" "I've been better," she said, exhausted. "Just give me a minute." Suddenly, the doors slammed open. Armed Interpol backup had finally arrived. They quickly took down Sin's monsters with concentrated gunfire, while Julia Pennyworth knocked out Black Mask and King disabled Mannheim with tasers, apprehending him and his men. They took Sin into custody before he could create more monsters. After a long fight, the emerald was retrieved, and everyone was arrested, except Cheetah and Cheshire, who had escaped earlier. Catwoman was free to go. The jet dropped them back in Gotham. Selina exited with Isis, her black cat, while Batwoman briefly stopped Joseph. "You did good, Flux. But we didn't catch Leviathan's leader, so they may be after you. Be careful in the future. And you'd better stop your criminal activities or else next time, you'll end up in Belle Reve," Batwoman warned, giving him a nod before walking through the door, promptly leaving with the jet. Well, that just happened. Joseph thought as he caught up to Selina. "Thanks, kid. You did me a solid," Selina said as they walked back to the city, the jet landing in a remote location. "Just settling the debts, remember? And the student has surpassed the master, so it's only right for the student to help," Joseph replied jokingly. "Surpassed, huh? I still have a few tricks up my sleeve," Selina said, pulling out the cat's eye emerald from her coat. Joseph wondered, shocked, how she had taken it from Interpol without anyone noticing. This disciple pays respects to his master. Joseph bowed. He'd been reading too much Xinxia after he'd learned how to read and speak Mandarin. Selina laughed. Then her phone rang. "Hey Holly. I'm back home, and we'll have all the money needed to help the Sochi girls." Talia al Ghul sat in the dimly lit chamber, her fingers steepled as she studied the reports before her. The failure was unacceptable. Minerva had promised results, yet Leviathan's operation had ended in disaster. The emerald was lost, Mannheim was captured, and Black Mask was rotting in custody. It was a disgrace. Her father would not be pleased. She exhaled slowly, pushing aside her irritation. This setback meant she would need to reconsider her approach. Cheetah had proven to be an unreliable asset, too feral, too undisciplined. Perhaps it was time to deploy another proxy. Leviathan's true leader had to remain in the shadows, an unseen force manipulating events. And yet, there was something far more troubling than mere failure. A new variable had emerged. Flux. Talia's eyes darkened as she replayed the intelligence reports. He was an enigma. No recorded history, no known affiliations beyond Catwoman. And yet, he had bested Black Spider, managed to dismantle highly trained Intergang soldiers, and withstand apocalyptic weaponry. That level of combat efficiency and resilience wasn't mere luck. It was calculated. Designed. She would have to let her father know about this new player. And Selina Kyle, always a thorn in her side, had been right in the middle of it. Again. Talia's grip tightened. There had always been reasons to despise Selina, her interferences, her connection to Bruce, her insolence. But now, Selina had unknowingly helped introduce an unknown factor into the war. A factor that had cost Leviathan dearly. That, Talia decided, was unforgivable. Selina Kyle had just given her another reason to hate her. And Talia never left debts unpaid. Chapter 25. After the eventful sequence of events that occurred with Catwoman, Joseph had been busy. Joseph had been holed up in his apartment working on the finishing touches of his social media app and mobile games. He released 2 games, Roblox, a free online game platform and game creation system, Minecraft, a $14 sandbox game, and released Pickpock, a social media platform centered around short-form video content, all under the same name, Bell Studio. During the 4 weeks since he'd taken Carousel's money, he had slowly been depositing as much money as possible that wouldn't get him flagged by the bank. So far he had $12,000 in his bank account, which was enough to pay for the initial online server costs. Nova had then taken care of the legal matters like privacy policy and terms of service, intellectual property, in-app purchases and e-commerce, and data security. Then Nova analyzed, ran simulations, and bought ads and shared the apps through places where they'd attract as many people as possible. Since he was done now, he decided to wander the city as a civilian instead of as Flux for once. He left his apartment in what he usually wore, dark nondescript clothes with a black winter jacket over it. His apartment was on the edge of the East End, a gritty, industrial area with factories, docks, and warehouses. He decided to take a bus to downtown Gotham, the heart of the city, with towering skyscrapers, bustling businesses, and the Gotham Stock Exchange. Home to the Wayne Tower and many of Gotham's elite. Suddenly, a kid about 6 years younger than him bumped into him. "My bad," the kid muttered as he walked by before rounding a corner. Joseph didn't need Nova to tell him the kid was a pickpocket. He let him go though. It was tough being in Gotham, so hopefully the $100 that kid had stolen would help him for a while. With millions in his possession, Joseph started feeling generous. He planned to investigate some orphanages and soup kitchens and leave them with some cash. Gotham winters were harsh. Then Joseph heard sirens. He was curious and bored, so he sneakily went in an alleyway, used Spider State to crawl to the roof, then followed the cop car racing through the streets for a couple of minutes as it reached its destination. Surrounding Gotham's First National Bank, there were half a dozen cop cars parked in front, blocking the exits and setting up a perimeter. A moment later, the doors of the bank were suddenly thrown open, and a flood of people came running out. Joseph's enhanced eyes narrowed. All of the people running out of the bank were dressed identically. They all wore masks of a smiling clown. However, what was more eye-catching was what they wore over their clothing. Suicide vests. Joseph heard all of the people screaming for help as they ran towards the police. Police Commissioner Jim Gordon was calling out over a megaphone for them to stop where they were until they called a bomb squad. Naturally, the small horde of people didn't listen and continued to rush to the police line. Joseph couldn't ignore what he saw. Seeing innocent people die never sat right with him ever since he witnessed his mom die because Intergang wanted to steal from Star Labs. He was a bit worried about the Joker, but better him than innocent people. He could take it. Nova, can you help get rid of the suicide bombs? // Yes, I can, sir, // Joseph removed his winter jacket and took out a black balaclava and black swimming goggles, which he'd started regularly bringing with him everywhere just in case, and sprung into action. He leaped off the building and used a light pole to swing over the small plaza. With a little flair, he landed in between the mob and police. That seemed to give them some pause because most of them slowed before Joseph held up his hands in a reassuring gesture. "All right, everyone, I know this is terrifying, but I need you to take a breath and stay calm," Joseph said to the stunned crowd in a steady and deeper voice, courtesy of Nova. The small mob stopped in their tracks, either because they listened to him or they were surprised by his sudden appearance. It didn't matter because it gave him the opening he needed. Taking a deep breath, he took a step forward. "I'm going to get you out of those vests, all right?" he said in a voice that he hoped sounded reassuring. "But you need to hold still. I have to move fast, and I can't do that if you're running in every direction. Just trust me, okay?" he said as he took another step forward. Normally, he would have thrown in a joke to lighten the mood, but these people were on the verge of a breakdown. Some of them were crying, begging for help, while others looked like it was taking all of their self-control to not rip at the vest to get it off. The rest looked like they were about to bolt. Joseph couldn't see their faces, but a long moment passed, everyone holding their breath, and he took that as consent. Kicking forward, Joseph approached the first victim. "What do I need to do?" he asked. / Remove them quickly from the victims. This may cause an explosion, so make sure to separate yourself promptly, / Joseph grabbed the 2 deadbolts. Nova. / strength enhanced by 100%. / He yanked them off with his superhuman strength. Reaching out, he attached his hand to the vest and slid it upwards, and once it was clear of the victim's head, he threw it upwards as high as he could. Thankfully, Nova was right and there wasn't an explosion, so nothing was holding him back from brushing past to the next victim with the speed of a bullet. He moved through the crowd, moving as fast as he could, throwing the discarded vests near the entrance of the bank. Once all of them were in the clear, Joseph noticed another person dressed in a purple suit sneaking off with a very large duffel bag on his back in a window of the bank. Joseph glanced back at the stunned circle of police officers. "You handle the civilians. I'll go take care of the wannabe circus act," he said to Barbara's dad. Unlike his colleagues, the older man was pinning a soul-searching gaze on him that almost made him squirm. Without another word, Joseph bounded towards the entrance door and launched himself at them. The door was knocked open with a powerful kick, slamming into the wall as Joseph sailed through, and a loud bang echoed in the large lobby. He landed on the front desk but didn't see anyone. They shut off the lights, leaving the sizable building pitch black. The only light source was the red and blue cop cars from outside, making the shadows dance, but Joseph could see in the dark. Nova, night vision. / okay, sir, / Nova intoned. He saw a flicker of movement and heard the faint sounds of footsteps and a door closing. Joseph bolted across the lobby and made his way to the back of the building, dodging the little surprises the clowns had left for him in the form of mines. These guys definitely knew what they were doing, and he was willing to bet that they weren't just packing explosives. He made his way to the back door and heard voices through the door. He ran forward and kicked the door down as he had done before. His feet hit the push lock with enough force that the door was almost knocked off its hinges and sent one man flying. Joseph skidded to a halt in between the remaining 4, all of them looking at him with wide eyes beneath their masks. Joseph was looking right back at them, an insult on his tongue, but it died on his lips when he noticed something. These guys were wearing suicide vests too. Chapter 26, 26. Feeling more than a little panic, Joseph realized that he didn't have time to yank off the vests before one of them had the chance to detonate. Instead, with a flurry of fists, he struck out. While one of the bank robbers was recovering from getting slammed with the door, Joseph drove a fist into the jaw of the nearest one. The man's head snapped to the side, his body crumpling like a marionette with its strings cut. / warning, guns are pointed at your back, / Joseph immediately jumped upwards, sticking to a wall. As the bank robbers aimed their weapons up, he pushed off the surface with explosive force, crashing into them like a human wrecking ball. One went down hard, his gun skittering away. He was too late to disarm all of them, though. A loud gunshot rang out, and Joseph barely twisted in time, the bullet grazed his shoulder. He wasn't about to let them land another hit. With a sharp breath, Joseph launched into action, taking out the remaining three in rapid succession. A brutal uppercut, a precise elbow, a sweeping kick, they went down fast, groaning in pain. Now that the alley was filled with sprawled-out bodies, Joseph finally took a breath. He turned his attention to the suicide vests. These were different from the ones the hostages had worn earlier. More complex. Wires tangled around the deadlocks in a chaotic mess, linked to the bomb by a single, delicate, stripped wire. If that wire had slipped out during the fight, he would have had to activate speed state just to make it out alive. Shoving the thought aside, Joseph grabbed the nearest conscious thug, the one he had knocked out with the door, and hoisted him up effortlessly. The man looked dazed for a second, but his expression quickly hardened. He swung at Joseph, but Joseph caught his fist without even looking. "Yeah, let's not do that," Joseph said, his grip tightening slightly. The fight drained out of the guy in an instant. Joseph applied some more pressure. "Start talking." The man gulped. "That psycho joker strapped them on us. Told us to rob the bank, or else." He snapped his mouth shut abruptly, looking like he regretted speaking. Joseph clicked his tongue, shaking his head. "You can't just cut off the story like that. You better start speaking and fast." He gave the man a little shake, enough to remind him who was in control. And to make him nervous about the bomb strapped to him. "All right. All right. He told us to meet at the docks in the Bowery. That's where we were supposed to drop the money. I swear, that's all I know." The thug blurted, struggling in Joseph's grip. Joseph's eyes narrowed behind his black swimming goggles. "Docks, huh? And how many of you are there?" Like 15 of us. He said we had to do it or he'd kill us." The man stammered. "But I swear, we're just regular guys." Joseph's gaze flicked toward the open bank vault. Everything about this heist had been precise. Clean. These guys weren't civilians caught in a bad situation. They had experience. "How many teams? Which banks?" Joseph pressed, his voice low. The thug whimpered. Joseph gave him another little shake. "Spill before I start thinking you want to blow up. 3 teams of 5, including us. I don't know which banks, just that it's downtown. We were told to rob this one. And, we were supposed to bring the cash to the docks at the Bowery. That's all I know, I swear," the thug practically sobbed. Joseph's mind raced. He had no police scanner at the moment. No fast transportation. He needed backup to stop the other teams. "All right, you've been super helpful," Joseph said casually. Then, with a swift movement, he knocked the guy out and carefully laid him down so the vest wouldn't trigger. He was about to leap onto the fire escape when a gravelly voice stopped him. "Hold it." Joseph stiffened for a second before glancing over his shoulder. Commissioner Gordon had stepped into the alley, flanked by 2 officers. "Who the hell are you?" Gordon asked, his gaze sharp. Joseph exhaled. He really didn't have time for this. "Name's Flux. No time for chit-chat. 2 other banks got hit. If you can, pass the message to Batman, these guys are heading for the docks at the Bowery. I gotta move. And with that, he launched himself onto the fire escape and disappeared. James Gordon pulled a cigarette from his pack, lighting it with his old, worn-out lighter. He took a deep drag, letting the smoke curl in his lungs before exhaling in a slow, thoughtful sigh. Another one, he muttered to himself. It said a lot that the kid hadn't stuck around for news cameras. It said even more that, with power like that, the first thing he did was help people, rather than becoming another villain in a city drowning in them. You heard him, Gordon barked at the officers. This is gonna be a long night. I want addresses for every bank in the area, now. And get these guys in cuffs. As his officers scrambled, Gordon climbed into his car. He had a long night ahead. But as he drove off, he found himself wondering if Batman already knew about this new player in Gotham. Joseph arrived on top of a building near Gotham Merchants Bank and let out a relieved breath. Down below, Robin and the police had already secured the situation. That left one last bank. Just as he turned to leave, he caught movement in the corner of his eye. Batman emerged from the shadows. Flux. Joseph tensed, feeling suddenly like a kid caught sneaking out past curfew. I'm assuming you already took care of the other bank. One of the men said they were heading for the docks in the Bowery. That's all I know. He quickly relayed the intel he had gotten from the thugs, then took a step back. Batman didn't say a word. He just stared at him. Joseph shuffled on his feet before muttering, yeah, I gotta go. Before Batman could say anything, he bolted, disappearing across the rooftops. As he moved, he could have sworn he heard a low, gravelly murmur behind him. Good work. Nah. Probably just his imagination. Chapter 27. Joseph didn't regret saving those people. What he did regret was running into Batman. It's not like I'm a hero or anything, he thought, adjusting the suit he'd taken from Black Spider as he moved through the shadows. He wasn't Flux to fight crime. He had his own reasons for doing this, his own objectives. But sometimes, things got in the way. Tonight, he was investigating charitable organizations, the real kind, the ones that actually helped people. Money had a habit of vanishing in Gotham, funneled into the pockets of corrupt administrators instead of the mouths of starving children. He wasn't about to let that happen to his donations. If he was going to put his money towards something good, he needed to be sure it would actually help. He had already given thousands to places like the Gotham City Networking Foundation and Leslie Tompkins Clinic. Bruce Wayne had been keeping Gotham afloat financially for years, but more help never hurt. So here he was, checking out yet another orphanage. Slipping in through a second-floor window, he landed silently in the administrator's office. The place was unimpressive, cheap furniture, water-stained walls, and a single overhead light flickering every few seconds. But what bothered him wasn't the lack of funding. No security system. No locked files. No records on the desk. Not a good sign. He frowned, scanning the room. Something felt off. The silence pressed against his ears, thick and unnatural. It was December. Late afternoon. Too cold for the kids to be outside playing, and yet, no laughter, no footsteps, no voices. A slow dread settled in his chest as he moved through the building, checking the dormitories. Room after room of children, lying still in unnatural postures, their small bodies eerily stiff. He leaned closer, pulse spiking. Sedated. Joseph clenched his fists. He had seen enough. He quickly made a call to the police with his burner phone. Then, he moved deeper into the orphanage, muscles tensed, every step silent as he searched for signs of staff, of any adult responsible for this place. But there was no one. Only rows of unconscious children and an oppressive, suffocating quiet. Then, a sound from below. A low mechanical hum, barely audible. Joseph bolted for the basement door. Nova reacted instantly. // warning, immediate danger detected. Activating speed state, // Everything around him froze. He moved, crossing the threshold into the basement, and saw them. A human woman in apocalyptic armor. A dark green humanoid with a tail and golden winged armor. 6 unconscious children, strapped to trolleys, being wheeled toward a glowing red portal surrounded by alien machinery. Joseph moved to intercept, except he didn't move at all. His entire body locked up. // warning, space-time fluctuations detected. Unable to maintain speed state properly. Attempting recalibration. Unable to deactivate speed state. Unable to, // A surge of panic shot through him. He could only watch as the power he had been borrowing betrayed him. Frozen, helpless. Then the speed state collapsed. Agony tore through every nerve. The basement flashed red. Then, darkness. Joseph drifted in and out of consciousness. Every time he woke, pain consumed him. Then, blackness. Wake. Pain. Blackness. At some point, in the brief moments he could see, he thought he saw a reptilian face, illuminated by harsh artificial lights. Rough, scaly skin. Yellow, slitted eyes. Lips curled in curiosity, or perhaps amusement. Nova was silent. Why isn't Nova putting me in the dream state? What's happening to me? But he could form no words. Think no further. Darkness. The Gordanians had struck a deal with Intergang, humans in exchange for weapons. The Gordanians, in turn, funneled some of their captives to the Psions. For the Psions, it was an opportunity. A chance to test, dissect, and push biological limits. They had experimented on countless species, but humans were special. Most broke under their experiments, mutated into grotesque abominations or collapsed into lifeless husks. But some, a rare few, adapted. The Psions had been studying these anomalies. They had isolated a gene that granted humans a unique level of adaptability. The metagene. Their latest acquisition, this human, had it. And yet, something else had suppressed it. Foreign chemicals in his bloodstream, inhibiting its activation. The Psions had removed them immediately. Then there were the nanites. Millions of them, dormant. But when exposed to extreme radiation and cosmic energy, they had briefly flickered back to life, resisting the experiments in ways no previous human subject had. Curious. They had pushed further. More radiation. More energy. The human should have mutated or died. Instead, he endured. The Psions were intrigued. They would add the genes of their more successful subjects into the mix. They would see how far they could push his limits. Chapter 28. A sharp slap cracked across Joseph's face, jolting him awake. Get up, human, a deep, inhuman voice rumbled. Joseph's eyes fluttered open to see a towering green-skinned reptilian, clad in segmented gold armor. His vision swam as he struggled to take in his surroundings, a high-tech cell, dimly lit, sterile. He was lying on a bed, still wearing black spiders, his costume. His mask was gone. The Gordanian sneered down at him, yellow, reptilian eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. It is your turn to fight in the arena. Despero wants to see a good fight. Joseph barely had time to sit up before a powerful hand yanked him off the bed. Shackles clamped around his wrists, and a rough shove sent him stumbling forward. And if you try to run, the guard tapped the heavy metal collar around Joseph's neck, its dull silver exterior humming with faint energy. Boom. He let out a guttural laugh. Joseph clenched his fists. His mind felt sluggish, his body heavier than usual. But worse than that. Nova was silent. For the past year, the AI had been a constant presence in his mind. A guide. A partner. A lifeline. And now, gone. He felt hollow. Isolated. As alone as when his mother died. The Gordanian shoved him forward. Joseph didn't resist. They walked through cold, metallic corridors, the air thick with the scent of ozone and sterile decay. The occasional guard stood at their post, hulking aliens of various species watching him with disinterest. Then, a sound. A deafening roar. They turned a corner, and the corridor opened into a massive arena entrance. The guard sneered. "You better put on a good show, or else." The collar surged with energy, pure agony tearing through Joseph's body. He clenched his teeth, every nerve alight with fire. But through the pain, his mind flickered with a stray thought. Is this collar translating the language for him? Then, a swift kick to his back. Joseph stumbled forward, tripping onto the arena's hard metallic floor. The stadium erupted in cheers. Hundreds of thousands of aliens filled the stands, their monstrous shapes and glowing eyes locked onto him like a pack of hungry beasts watching fresh prey. The air vibrated with their anticipation. The arena was the size of 2 football fields, but the stand stretched up so high Joseph had to tilt his head all the way up before he could see the green sky with 2 moons. Joseph pushed himself onto his knees, breathing heavily. Then he saw his opponent. A massive 4-armed behemoth. Thick gray hide, protruding lower tusks, veins bulging with raw power. Joseph barely had time to react before a booming voice filled the stadium. "Sapients and savages. Welcome to another exhilarating round of brutalism and carnage. I am your humble, bloodthirsty, and pain-positive announcer, Elron." Joseph turned to see a giant floating holographic golden robotic head. "Tonight, we have an exotic contender, a Homo sapien plucked fresh from the cosmic gutters. It will be facing our oh-so-ashamed Branks warrior, Nimiker, whose previous humiliatism has landed it in this delightful position." The Branks warrior unsheathed a massive sword, more like a dagger in its hands, but still big to Joseph. Elron's voice practically sang with sadistic glee. "I hope you've all placed your bets, because the slaughterism begins. Now." The shackles on Joseph's wrists separated. Joseph barely had time to scramble to his feet before Nimiker charged. The ground trembled beneath his massive bulk. Joseph leaped backward as the sword came crashing down, slamming into the arena floor with an explosion of sparks. Too slow. He had to be faster. Joseph ducked under a swinging left hook, but a second fist followed, a third, a fourth. A storm of blows rained down on him. He barely twisted away, his body moving on instinct as he tried to slip through the gaps in the Branks' assault. A fist clipped his side, pain flared through his ribs. He staggered back, gasping for breath. Tisk tisk. Our Homo sapien is struggling. Is this tragedyism or just entertainmentism? Elron jeered. Joseph gritted his teeth. He needed a plan. Nimiker was strong, brutally so, but not too fast. And Joseph, even without Nova, still had enhanced senses, peak human strength, and experience. He could win this. Chapter 29. Nimiker lunged forward, sword slashing horizontally. Joseph rolled beneath it, grabbing a handful of arena sand and flinging it into the Branks' eyes. Nimiker roared, blinded. Joseph seized the opening, slamming his knee into the warrior's gut. It barely staggered, but it was enough. Joseph spun behind it, grabbing the Branks' sword arm and twisting with all his might. Nothing happened. Nimiker lifted his arm with Joseph attached, and with its other 3 arms, it lashed out, catching Joseph's shoulder and sending him flying into the arena wall. Joseph hit the ground, gasping. His body screamed in protest. The Branks warrior hit like a truck. Its reach was bigger. Its durability was better. Joseph couldn't see a way to win, especially with no weapon. Then, something stirred. A surge of foreign energy. Not Nova. Not the speed force. Something else. It coursed through his veins, hot, electric, overwhelming. His injuries were healed. Strength flooded his muscles. Joseph got to his feet, faster than before. Nimiker charged again, but this time, Joseph met him head-on. Their fists collided, sending a shockwave that scattered the sand around them. The Brank stumbled back. Joseph didn't. He moved, faster than before, slipping past the Branks' defenses. A fist to the ribs. An elbow to the throat. A tug on the sword followed by a kick to the knee, buckling its leg. The Branks collapsed. Joseph stood over his opponent, sword in hand. The crowd erupted. Joseph couldn't make out all the languages, but what he understood sent chills down his spine. Kill him. Elrond's voice oozed with glee. Oh dear. It seems our Homo sapien is hesitating. Poor thing, does it not understand the murderism of our beloved arena? If it does not kill, it will be the one to die. Joseph's grip tightened. He felt sick. He had never killed before, even though he'd been tempted to many times before. But he wasn't going to die here. Not as entertainment. Not on a faraway planet where no one would even remember his name. He raised the sword. A clean cut. The Branks warrior's head hit the floor. The arena shook with cheers. Excellent. What a delightful display of executionism. Our Homo sapien proves itself worthy of another round. Joseph's hands shook. The shackles around his wrists clicked together. He wasn't free. Just bought more time. He clenched his jaw. No matter what it took, he was getting out of here. Joseph had been escorted back to the cells from which he awoke. When he was initially roused, he hadn't had much time to look around, still groggy and confused, his mind clouded by whatever the Gordanians had used to sedate him. The cold, metallic atmosphere of the facility had barely registered as he was forced out into the blinding arena. Now, however, he had time. Time to notice. Hundreds of captives, beings of various alien races, each confined within sterile, high-tech cells about 10 feet by 10 feet. The walls shimmered faintly with some kind of energy field, ensuring that none could escape. The cells were uniform, each containing a simple metallic slab for a bed and a structure resembling a toilet and a shower combined. Minimal accommodations for beings expected to kill or be killed. Joseph was shoved forward, rather forcefully, by the same Gordanian guard who had kicked him into the arena. He stumbled but caught himself before hitting the ground. He turned, glaring at the reptilian brute, his hands twitching at his sides. For a moment, he considered retaliating, lashing out. But the moment passed. What would be the point? Anger flared, then faded. Then came the despair. The hopelessness. Sleep eluded Joseph that night. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the Branks warrior's decapitated head, those lifeless eyes burning into him, judging him. He had killed. And the worst part? He would have to do it again. Chapter 30. Joseph had increased his weight training before he was thrown into this alien nightmare. Back on Earth, he had managed to bench 400 pounds and squat 500 pounds without Nova's help, a feat that would have been unthinkable just a few months prior. His progress had been meteoric, but now it was something else entirely. Whatever had happened to him in the arena, that strange power he had tapped into, had changed him. Strength surged through him in a way that felt unnatural but exhilarating. He had tested himself again in the past few days, and the numbers were staggering. He could now bench press about half a ton and squat roughly 0.7 tons. The difference was undeniable. And the Psions had noticed. They had been testing him relentlessly. The shorter reptilian race, known for their cold scientific curiosity, had taken an interest in him. Each day, they ran him through grueling experiments, measuring his limits, observing his physiology. The room where they tested him was filled with high-tech equipment, designed to accommodate a variety of species. The machines adjusted dynamically to different physiologies, their mechanisms eerily efficient. A Psion scientist, its yellow reptilian eyes glinting with detached interest, tapped something into a hovering console. "Put that down," it ordered, its voice flat and clinical. "Then proceed to the 52nd room for your sustenance." Joseph obeyed. For now. He would keep obeying until they let their guard down. Until he found an opportunity to escape. The prisoners had some degree of freedom within the facility. The Gordanians and Psions were absolutely confident that the collars around their necks and the shackles on their wrists would keep them obedient. They allowed movement throughout the halls, even access to the training rooms, but always under heavy surveillance. Joseph had learned quickly, resistance meant death. He had seen what happened to those who fought back. One alien, a blue bug-like creature, had attempted to attack a guard. The moment it lunged, its collar activated. The resulting explosion left nothing behind but a scorched stain on the metallic floor. So Joseph didn't resist. He kept his head down. "Move it." A Gordanian guard kicked him from behind. He sprawled forward, catching himself on his palms. Laughter. Cruel, mocking laughter from the guards. Even some prisoners smirked, though none dared openly revel in his misfortune. No one wanted to be the next victim. Joseph gritted his teeth, pushed himself up, and kept walking toward the 52nd room. The atmosphere inside was thick with dread and hopelessness, as it always was. Most of the prisoners moved mechanically, their spirits broken long before their bodies would eventually be. Joseph took a tray and stepped into the line to receive his sustenance, a gray, tasteless sludge that the Psions assured them contained all the necessary nutrients for survival. He didn't ask questions. He sat down at a table beside an orange-skinned alien, ate in silence, then returned to his designated room. The nights had gotten easier. He could finally sleep, though the Branks warrior still haunted his dreams. Joseph woke up to a sharp slap across his face. "Get up. Time for your second fight, human." The Gordanian's guttural voice rumbled with amusement. Joseph exhaled slowly, forcing himself to remain calm. He sat up, shaking off the last remnants of sleep, and reached for Nikomar's sword, the weapon he had claimed from his first kill. He was led through the same cold metallic corridors, the same oppressive silence hanging heavy in the air. "You did good last time." His escort sneered. "I bet money on you, so you better perform just as well. Not like you have a choice if you don't want to die." "Ha ha ha ha." The Gordanian slapped Joseph's back. This time, Joseph barely stumbled forward. He was stronger. He stepped into the arena. The crowd roared with anticipation. His opponent stood across from him. Joseph studied him. Feline features, soft yellow fur, sharp teeth, pointed ears, long whiskers. 3 fingers on each hand, 2 toes on each foot. The Karnun's eyes held no malice, only a cold resolution. He was like Joseph. A captive. A fighter. A survivor. Kill or be killed. That was the rule. "And for our next match." The announcer's voice boomed across the stadium. This time, it wasn't the yellow robot. A Gordanian had taken its place. Joseph frowned slightly. The previous announcer had been working for the one they called Despero. Had he left with him? No time to dwell on it. Our exotic new Homo sapien will be facing a veteran of the arena, Grisity the Karnun. The crowd erupted into cheers and jeers, an ocean of bloodthirsty spectators eager for their entertainment. Joseph clenched his fists around Nikomar's sword. His muscles coiled. His heart pounded. He forced himself to focus, to push aside the fear gnawing at the edges of his mind. As usual, the announcer continued, drawing out the tension, "I hope you've all placed your bets, because the fight starts now." The moment the words left his mouth, Grisity moved. Joseph barely had time to react before the Karnun was on him, swiping with claws that could tear through flesh and bone. He barely twisted out of the way, feeling the rush of air as the claws missed him by inches. The Karnan was fast, faster than the Branks had been. Joseph didn't hesitate. He swung Nikomar's sword, aiming for the Karnan's ribs, but Grisity leapt back with feline agility. The blade sliced through empty air. They circled each other, neither making the first mistake. The crowd howled in excitement. Joseph's grip tightened on the hilt of his sword. He couldn't afford to hesitate. Not this time. Grisity lunged. Joseph moved. And the fight truly began. Chapter 31. The Karnan bared his fangs, his sharp canines glinting under the arena's harsh artificial lights. He spoke, his voice a guttural growl, filled with a language Joseph didn't understand. Whatever Grisity was saying, it didn't matter. They were both here for the same reason. One of them was leaving this arena alive. Joseph tightened his grip on Nikomar's sword and lunged forward, swinging in a controlled arc aimed at Grisity's midsection. The Karnan moved like liquid shadow, effortlessly weaving out of the way. Joseph felt the rush of air as his blade sliced nothing but empty space. Before he could recover, Grisity countered. Claws flashed. Pain exploded across Joseph's chest as 3 deep gashes tore through his skin, his suit mending and his enhanced healing kicking in immediately, but not before he felt the burn of fresh wounds. He gritted his teeth and swung again, this time at Grisity's legs. The Karnan leaped back, landing gracefully on the balls of his feet, tail flicking in irritation. Joseph cursed under his breath. He wasn't a swordsman. He had trained enough to have a basic understanding, but against a veteran like Grisity, he was outmatched. The Karnan wasn't just dodging, he was toying with him. Another slash, another miss. A counterattack, another cut, this time on Joseph's forearm. Blood dripped from the wound, but he ignored it. He was healing, but not fast enough to keep up with the Karnan's relentless strikes. This wasn't working. He was losing. Fighting a skilled veteran with a weapon he barely knew how to use was suicide. He needed to change tactics. Joseph's fingers tightened around the hilt of the sword, then he suddenly hurled it toward Grisity. The Karnan's feline reflexes kicked in, his hyper-attuned senses forcing him to react. He caught the weapon mid-air, instincts overriding strategy. And that's when Joseph struck. He closed the distance in a heartbeat, driving his fist toward Grisity's chest. The Karnan twisted away, barely avoiding a direct hit, but for the first time, he didn't fully evade. Joseph's knuckles grazed his ribs, the impact sending a small shockwave through the Karnan's frame. Grisity hissed in annoyance and retaliated with a swipe of his claws. Joseph twisted, letting the attack pass an inch from his skin. His enhanced senses kicked into overdrive, tracking every shift in Grisity's stance, every muscle twitch that signaled his next move. Fists against claws. It was a brutal exchange. Joseph wasn't landing solid blows, but neither was Grisity. The Karnan still had the advantage in speed, but Joseph's endurance was superior. With every exchange, Joseph felt himself adapting, moving more efficiently, wasting less energy. Grisity was fast. Joseph just had to last longer. Time stretched, each second a grueling battle of attrition. The Karnan's movements, once crisp and sharp, were slowing ever so slightly. His chest heaved with exertion, and his footwork, once impeccable, was beginning to show cracks. Joseph smirked. This was his moment. Grisity lunged, claws aimed for Joseph's throat, but Joseph ducked under the attack and drove his knee into the Karnan's stomach. Grisity coughed, momentarily winded. Joseph didn't hesitate. He slammed his fist into the Karnan's jaw, sending him staggering backward. Joseph pressed the advantage. He dodged a weak counterstrike, stepped in, and drove his fist into Grisity's knee. A sickening crack echoed through the arena as the Karnan collapsed, his leg bent at an unnatural angle. He let out a sharp snarl of pain but didn't beg. He simply lay there, accepting the inevitable. Joseph exhaled heavily, stepping back. His body ached, his wounds still knitting themselves back together. The crowd roared in approval, their hunger for violence insatiable. He walked over to where Grisity had dropped the sword and picked it up. Turning back, he met the Karnan's gaze. Joseph hesitated. He didn't want to do this. But he had to. "Any last words?" he asked. To his surprise, he understood the response. "Just end it." The words were simple, resigned. There was no fear in Grisity's voice, only the acceptance of a warrior who had fought and lost. Joseph swallowed hard. He could stab him, but Karnan physiology was slightly different from humans. He didn't know if piercing Grisity's heart would kill him instantly or leave him in agonizing pain. He couldn't risk that. Beheading was the surest way. "I'm sorry," Joseph said softly. Then he swung the blade. The Karnan's head separated from his shoulders in a clean stroke, rolling across the blood-stained sand. The body slumped forward, lifeless. Joseph stared at the corpse, his grip on the sword tightening. The crowd erupted in cheers, reveling in the bloodshed. Another kill. Another step toward survival. He turned away from the body and let the weight of his actions settle on his shoulders. He had won. But at what cost? Chapter 32. Joseph looked at the gray thing these people made him eat with reluctance. It was tasteless, spongy, and left a strange film in his mouth. He had no idea what it was made of, and at this point, he didn't care. Food was just fuel. It seemed this was going to be his life now. Eat, sleep, and kill every few days. Rinse and repeat. He had tried to discreetly look for a way out, but there were too many guards monitoring the prisoners at all times. He didn't know the full layout of where he was being kept. And he couldn't even read the language. It frustrated him. The arena, the games, the senseless killing, it was a system designed to break people, to turn them into bloodthirsty animals. Joseph had no intention of becoming one of them. But that didn't mean he was going to die here either. He just had to hold on. Figure out a plan. Find an opportunity. Because there had to be a way out. There always was. Our next fight. The rising Homo sapien star called Flux will be fighting the alien, Edgerunner, the announcer's voice boomed across the arena. Joseph clenched his fists. His fifth fight. His body had changed since he'd arrived. He was healing faster, moving quicker, and growing stronger. But something felt different this time. The Psions had sedated him while he slept. Again. He barely remembered anything, just flashes of pain, heat, and something being forced into his body. Then, they had dumped him back into his cell as if nothing had happened. He didn't know what they did to him, but he felt strange. Like a bloated balloon, full of something he couldn't quite describe. He exhaled slowly, pushing the thought aside. He had to focus. As he stepped into the arena, he got a good look at his opponent. He had seen aliens before, yellow-skinned, reptilian humanoids. But this one looked even more reptilian. More monstrous. Bat-like wings stretched wide behind her, her talons gleaming in the artificial light. The Psions had done this to her. Joseph felt a brief pang of pity. Then she looked at him, eyes sharp and predatory, and all sympathy vanished. Starts now. Edgerunner launched into the sky, her wings carrying her up in an instant before she angled downward, talons outstretched. Joseph barely had time to dodge. Her claws slashed past his shoulder, missing by inches as he rolled. She swooped back up before he could counter. He had no ranged weapons. Just Nikomar's sword. No way to reach her. This was bad. He needed a plan. Edgerunner dived at him again, faster this time. Joseph braced himself, waiting until the last second before diving to the side. Her claws raked against the sand where he had stood. The crowd roared. She kept coming at him, swooping down, slashing, then soaring out of reach. He tried to counter, but she was too fast. Every attempt to grab her missed. Every swing of his fist caught only air. And then there were the cuts. Small ones. Shallow. But they were adding up. 9 minutes passed. His body burned with exertion. His blood speckled the sand. His enhanced healing was working, but not fast enough. The longer this dragged on, the worse it would get. And then he heard it. The crowd was growing restless. The announcer's voice slithered into the arena. Oh dear. It seems our Homo sapien is struggling. Remember, dear audience, if he cannot finish his opponent soon, the decision will be left to you. Joseph's stomach twisted. He wasn't leaving this to chance. The crowd could easily turn on him. He needed to end this. Now. The next time Edgerunner swooped down, Joseph moved differently. He dropped his sword. Instead of dodging, he reached out. His fingers latched onto her arm. For a moment, he thought he had her. Then she flapped her wings, hard. Joseph felt his stomach drop as they shot into the air. Higher. Higher. The ground shrank beneath him. Wind howled in his ears. Then, Edgerunner turned her attention to him. She raked her claws against his arms, tearing through flesh. Pain exploded in his nerves. Blood dripped into the open air. If he held on, she'd rip his arms off and he'd plummet to his death. If he let go, he'd plummet to his death anyway. He had no choice. Joseph let go. For a second, time slowed. He was weightless, the arena spinning beneath him. His mind screamed that he was going to die. That there was nothing he could do. And then. Something inside him snapped. A heat exploded in his chest. Not Nova. Not the Speed Force. Something new. I can't die here. Something shifted in his body. A limb he had never used before, an instinct he had never tapped into. He stopped falling. He was floating. He was flying. Shock slammed into him, but he didn't have time to process it. Edgerunner was still in the air, hovering in stunned silence. Joseph locked onto her. He willed himself forward. It was awkward. Sloppy. But it worked. He shot toward her, closing the distance before she could react. His hands grabbed her by the shoulders, fingers digging into her flesh in anger. Then, with all the strength in his body, he yanked. Her wings tore from her back in a wet, sickening rip. She shrieked. Blood sprayed across his face. I curse you. Her body flailed, then dropped. Joseph didn't look away as she hit the arena floor with a sickening splat. Silence. Then. The crowd erupted. Joseph barely registered the announcer's delighted voice. Magnificent. Our Homo sapien continues to surprise us with new developments. What an exciting display of combat. Joseph stood there, breathing hard. His hands trembled, still clenching onto Edgerunner's wings. The rush of power still burned inside him, but so did something else. He had flown. He was flying. But he had also killed. Again. And he knew, deep down, that there would be more to come. Because he wasn't free. Not yet. Chapter 33. Joseph could tell the Psions were pleased with themselves. It was obvious in the way they circled him, watching intently as their machines recorded every movement. They wasted no time testing him after his fight, making him perform a series of rigorous exercises that pushed his body to its limits. His strength hadn't improved much over the past week, not significantly enough for him to notice. But he could fly now. It wasn't as simple as just lifting off the ground. His flight was a precise manipulation of gravity, not just for himself but for anything he carried. He didn't repel himself from the ground like a rocket. Instead, he created a localized anti-gravity field that allowed him to move freely in the air. The principle was similar to when he was in his speed state. Back then, he could extend his speed field to whatever or whoever he carried, ensuring they moved at his pace without experiencing fatal G-forces. Here, it was the same. If he picked something up, it was enveloped in his field and carried along with him. It took effort, and the strain became noticeable when he tried to lift something heavier than he could normally carry on the ground. But he was getting better. The Psions had tested his flight extensively, making him traverse the length of the lab, forcing him to maneuver in tight spaces, seeing how long he could sustain flight before fatigue set in. He didn't get tired. He overheard them discussing his speed, just over half the speed of sound. The air here was similar to Earth's, at least as far as he could tell. That was a good sign. If he got back home, when he got back home, he wanted his abilities to function the same way. He wasn't going to die in this place. Beyond flight, he could sense something new inside him. Energy. It was hard to describe. He felt like a battery constantly storing power, though he struggled to manipulate it. It was there, he could feel it coursing through him, but just beyond his grasp, like trying to catch smoke with his hands. Still, he was adapting. He was learning. And the Psions, in their sick curiosity, were giving him the time to do so. "You may leave now," one of them said, barely glancing up from their console. Joseph didn't need to be told twice. He turned and left, heading to the 52nd room. The best thing about his recent improvements was that the guards and other prisoners were less likely to mess with him. He had made no alliances, no friends. He didn't need them. But now, there was a silent understanding, an invisible line they wouldn't cross. He could kill a few of them before his collar activated. They knew it. And so, they left him alone. He walked through the metallic halls without incident, arriving at the food distribution area. It was the usual, just a gray, unidentifiable slab they called sustenance. He picked it up with his usual reluctance and made his way to his usual spot. There, sitting beside him, was the orange-skinned alien he always sat beside. She was striking. Beautiful, even, in an otherworldly way. She looked human at first glance, slender but well-muscled, her orange-hued skin smooth and unblemished. Her long, red-orange hair cascaded down her back, and her emerald-green eyes held an intensity that never seemed to waver. The contrast against her violet and silver leotard made her look regal. There was something fierce about her, something that told him she hadn't broken yet. Joseph had seen her before. She was always alone. Never spoke to anyone. He understood why. In a place like this, making friends was a liability. You never knew when you'd be sent to the arena against them. She noticed his glance. Then, for the first time, she spoke to him. A string of unfamiliar words left her lips. Joseph blinked. He didn't understand her. He was about to gesture to his collar, to indicate that it wasn't translating, when she suddenly leaned forward. Her face was close, too close. Her lips parted slightly. Joseph instinctively grabbed her shoulders, stopping her from getting any closer. "What the hell?" he said, surprised by the suddenness of her action. She pulled back slightly, but her expression was equally surprised. "You can speak Tamaranian?" she asked, her tone shifting from confusion to curiosity. Joseph frowned. What? He had spoken English just now, hadn't he? But then he noticed something strange. His mouth, his tongue, they had moved differently. He had spoken her language without even realizing it. Thinking back, he had always understood aliens after touching them. His grip on her shoulders loosened. "Wait, was that why you?" "It is easier through the lips," she said simply. As if that explained everything. Joseph sighed. "You could have just touched my hand." She tilted her head. "That would have taken longer." He let go of her, shaking his head. This place kept getting weirder. "Wait," he said, something clicking in his mind. "How did you know I can fly?" I thought prisoners weren't allowed to watch the fights live. The Psions experiment on me a lot, she admitted. Sometimes, they bring me to their observation rooms. I saw you. Her expression softened. You fought well. He wasn't sure how to respond to that. Thanks, I guess. She seemed excited now, her earlier hesitance gone. If you can assimilate languages and fly, are you from Tamarin? She asked. Perhaps from one of the lost colonies? No, Joseph said firmly. I'm human. Or. I was, before the Psions got a hold of me. I don't know what they did to me. Her smile faded slightly. Oh. He didn't know if that meant she was disappointed or if she simply felt sorry for him. Either way, the conversation stalled. Silence settled between them. Then, after a moment, she spoke again. What is your name? She asked. I am Corian Dar. He hesitated. The Gordanians had asked for his name when he was first captured. He had told them it was Flux. They hadn't cared whether it was true or not. To them, he was just another slave. Ground beneath them rumbled as Cori's hands ignited with green energy. She met his gaze, eyes pleading. Fight me, she said, her voice barely audible over the roar of the crowd. We can't both die here. Joseph's jaw tightened. His fists clenched. He wasn't going to let the Citadel win. Not like this. His hands loosened. Nikomar's sword dropped. Tension drained from his body. He had to accept it. There was no escape. And he wasn't going to kill Cori. Instead of sparing her the pain, he made his decision. Joseph shot into the air with all his power, soaring so high he could see the entire massive stadium packed with hundreds of thousands of spectators. Above, the ugly green sky stretched endlessly. 2 moons hung overhead. Weird. He hadn't noticed them before. Then he turned downward, angling himself straight toward the ground. Full speed. Cori flew after him, trying to stop him. He wasn't going to let her. Joseph managed to force all his energy into his anti-gravity field, accelerating even faster. He was a missile, plunging headfirst toward the arena floor. Sorry, Cori, he muttered as he closed his eyes. / initiating speed state, / Everything froze. Joseph opened his eyes. Time had stopped. Cori's tear-streaked face was suspended in front of him, her hand outstretched, reaching for him. Where the fuck have you been, Nova? He roared. / my apologies, sir. I couldn't risk being detected by the Psions. If they noticed me, they could have erased or reset me, leaving you truly helpless. I had to hide. I left only core functions active, accelerated healing and mental regulation to contain the force in your body, / Nova's voice was clear, controlled. / now that you are willing to die, I have reactivated myself to protect you. I have also accumulated just enough energy for an escape. Please follow my instructions quickly, speed state is limited. Grab Miss Corian Dar and head toward the arena entrance, / Joseph didn't hesitate. He shot forward, reaching Cori in an instant. Scooping her into his arms, he flew toward the entrance. The door is closed. / no time. Fly through the walls. Your body can withstand the force, / Joseph shifted his hold on Cori, shielding her as he extended his free hand into a fist. Then he crashed through the first wall. 2 Gordanian guards were frozen in motion. He quickly removed their golden helmets and placed them on Starfire and his heads. Then he continued, crashing into another wall. And another. Hope surged in his chest. How do you even know where to go? / the Psions implanted a tracker in you to monitor energy accumulation. I took control of it and infiltrated their systems. With the speed force and your energy bolstering my capabilities beyond a quantum computer, I've accessed their entire network. Turn left, //. Joseph complied without question. He was speechless. One moment, he was ready to die. The next, he was escaping. He was going home. Walls and bodies shattered around him as he pushed his speed, his vision blurring into streaks of gray and green. //stop, //. Joseph halted midair. Don't your nanites get disintegrated as I'm in the speed state? You're probably way past your critical threshold. And how the hell did you hack an entire intergalactic system? // I can maintain this for only a limited time. Go right. The teleportation room is ahead. I have already set the coordinates for Earth. Doing so will destroy this teleportation room. I will also lock down this section of the facility while releasing every prisoner. Their collars and shackles will be disabled. That should keep the Citadel occupied. If they pursue you, inform the Green Lantern Corps, they have violated the Vega System Treaty. Be safe, sir, //. Nova's voice cut off abruptly. Joseph continued moving in the speed state before stopping. Time resumed. Pain never came. Corey stirred in his arms, disoriented. Joseph, what's happening? One moment, she had been trying to stop him. Now she was in his arms, inside a strange room. Nova helped me. We're escaping, Corey. Joseph grinned as alarms blared around them. She looked at him, dazed. Where to? Earth. The teleportation chamber lit up red. Chapter 36. Joseph appeared in the room with Corey in his arms. For a moment, he just stood there, trying to process it. They had escaped. He was back. Nova had done it. Nova. Silence. The AI had hidden itself before, fooling both him and the Psions. But this time, it might really be gone. For good. He hoped that wasn't the case. But there was no time to dwell on that. Corey floated from his arms and so did he. She removed the Gordanian helmet on her head. They exchanged a look, both nodding in unspoken agreement. It was time to leave. She reached for the door. A bright green energy construct snapped around them. Identify yourselves, a deep voice commanded in English. A man stepped into the room, clad in a mostly black uniform accented with green. A familiar emblem, one of the most powerful symbols in the universe, shone on his chest. The Green Lantern Corps. Joseph knew this man. John Stewart. One of the few Justice League members with a public identity. No point in hesitating. I'm FL, Joseph caught himself. Flux was a thief. Flux was weak. Flux had given up and died in the arena. He wasn't that person anymore. I'm Nova, he said instead, voice steady. This is Starfire. I was the one who tipped off the authorities about this place. We were captured by the Citadel. John's expression remained unreadable. From Vega? Yes. The Citadel has partnered with Intergang to abduct Earth citizens, experiment on them, and force them to fight in arenas. Joseph exhaled sharply. I understand this violates a treaty the Green Lantern Corps has with Vega. John studied them for a long moment. Wait here. I have some calls to make. He turned and stepped out of the room. Joseph clenched his fists. He hated this feeling, waiting, not knowing what was next. He didn't trust fate. Corey reached for his hand. He blinked at her in question, not that he minded. Sorry, I could not understand your language, she whispered in English. That made sense. They'd only spoken in Tamaranian instead of Interlac, the standard intergalactic alien language, while in captivity to keep the other prisoners and guards from understanding them. Can this man be trusted? She murmured. Yes, Joseph whispered back. John returned before they could say more. I'm taking you both to meet the League. Joseph sighed. He had wanted to go home, to sleep in his own bed for the first time in what felt like forever. Instead, he was going straight to the League. Lead the way, Corey said. John didn't waste time. He surrounded them in a green energy construct, bending the light around them to render them invisible. Then, they flew under the night sky. The journey ended in an unassuming back alley in Gotham City, at what appeared to be an old phone booth. John called it a Zeta tube. A teleportation device. Inside, a sleek, cylindrical device took up most of the space, its mechanical iris opening to reveal the glow of Zeta beam energy. Recognized, Green Lantern 15, Starfire A-05, Nova A-06, the system intoned as the teleportation sequence activated. A flash of light. And then they were standing in the Hall of Justice. They followed John through the winding corridors, past the occasional side glance from League personnel, until they reached a large meeting room. John gestured for them to enter. I've got business to attend to. Go on in. Joseph and Corey stepped inside. And there they were. Batman. Wonder Woman. Flash. Martian Manhunter. Black Canary. Hawkwoman. Not the full League, but enough of them. Joseph had grown up idolizing many of these heroes. Now, their gazes settled on him and Corey, their hands still clasped together. Joseph kept his eyes from drifting to Batman. He felt the Dark Knight's gaze, sharp and calculating even through the cowl. Instead, he found himself looking at the Flash. Did he know about the Speed Force? Did he move through it the way Joseph had, however briefly? Joseph's thoughts were interrupted as the interrogation began. Identify yourselves and explain everything from the beginning, Wonder Woman said. Corey spoke first, recounting her story, her people, her enslavement, the horrors the Citadel inflicted on her and countless others. Joseph followed, introducing himself as Nova. He explained how he discovered the orphanage that was really a front for Intergang and the Citadel's trafficking operation. How he'd been captured, experimented on, and forced to fight. They omitted the details of their abilities. And, more importantly, they omitted the killing. But Batman, ever the detective, saw through them. Did you kill in these tournaments? His voice was low, edged in steel. Corey didn't hesitate. Yes. It was in self-defense against fierce warriors. Joseph said nothing. Despite everything, despite his newfound power, there was still a small part of him that hesitated under Batman's scrutiny. I need you to understand, Batman said, that on Earth, we don't operate that way. We are not judge, jury, or executioner. There is a system. A process. No one is above the law. Corey tilted her head, unconcerned. I admire such values, she said plainly, but I cannot guarantee I will hold back if someone is an immediate threat to me or to others I care about. Joseph suppressed a smirk. He liked that about her. She never hid what she believed. Batman opened his mouth again. But Wonder Woman interrupted. From one warrior princess to another, I understand you, she said. But please, follow our customs while on Earth. Joseph gave Corey's hand a squeeze. She nodded. Okay. Black Canary leaned forward. Now, she said, let's talk about your living arrangements on Earth. Chapter 37. We will prepare a home for you, Starfire. But this will take some time. Until then, you'll have to live here, Black Canary said. No need, I'll be living with him, Corey said, raising their linked hands. The Justice League stared at them in awkward silence. Superman cleared his throat. Are you sure? The League can provide you with an introduction to Earth and help you acclimate to the culture while you wait. It's fine. Nova already told me a lot about Earth, Corey responded with a radiant smile. Flash crossed his arms. How about a civilian identity? And you'll have to have one of us supervise you for a period of time to make sure you are not a danger to yourself or to others. We can't have a superpowered individual walking around unattended. I hope you understand. John also said his ring didn't detect any diseases harmful to humans on you, but it's always good to check in at STR Labs just in case. Black Canary said. Corey glanced at Joseph, then shrugged. I've got Nova with me, but, okay. I accept your terms. Who will supervise me? I volunteer, Wonder Woman said. Hawk Woman, who had been checking something on her communicator, suddenly spoke up. Alright, that should cover everything. Let's wrap this up. She was in a hurry, probably some league business that required her immediate attention. Or maybe it was something to do with the Gordanians. Thanagarians and Gordanians did have some enmity between them. With that, the meeting was dismissed, and the other heroes filed out. Joseph and Corey prepared to leave when Batman and Wonder Woman stepped forward. Nova. A word. Privately. Joseph turned to Corey, who was going to discuss something with Wonder Woman, and gave her a nod. She nodded back, and Joseph followed Batman to a corner in the Hall of Justice room. The Dark Knight's voice was quiet, yet heavy with meaning. Flux, or should I say, Joseph Bell. Joseph stiffened. He shouldn't have been surprised, he was still wearing Black Spider's self-repairing suit. His mask, now a golden-colored Gordanian helmet, wasn't enough to fool the world's greatest detective. Batman continued, his tone unreadable. Selina was worried sick looking for you. She told me everything she knew to help track you down. Selina. He hadn't even thought about her. She must have feared the worst, Leviathan, Cheetah, or one of the many gangs he'd fought alongside her, Batwoman, and Interpol could have taken him out. Or maybe one of the many villains he'd stolen from had finally come for revenge. He owed her a call. Batman placed a firm hand on Joseph's shoulder. Good work making it back alive. His voice softened just slightly. I know you were at that orphanage to donate money. I traced the hundreds of other places you donated to. He paused, then added, you have good in you, Joseph. And the world could use more good people. Joseph didn't know what to say. Batman let go and turned away. I'll be watching. Then he left the doors and was gone. Joseph took a deep breath, collecting himself before returning to Corey, who had finished talking to Wonder Woman. Batman let me know that he knows who I am. What did Wonder Woman say? He asked. She told me she will be supervising me for 3 months. 3 months. Well, if she's with Wonder Woman she should be alright. Do you want to teleport back or fly? It's about a 40-minute flight from Washington, D.C. to Gotham if we go fast. Corey's eyes lit up. I'd like to explore the architecture first. And then, taste Earth cuisine. We can finally eat real food, she added excitedly. Joseph smirked. Yeah, thank God the gray goo is gone. They lifted into the air and, after gaining altitude, accelerated to the speed of sound toward Gotham. They arrived unnoticed, slipping into Joseph's apartment through his window using a hidden key. Joseph pointed Corey toward the bathroom and showed her how the shower worked. While she freshened up, he pulled out his phone and dialed Selina. The call barely rang twice before she picked up. Joseph. Thank God you're all right. What the hell happened to you? I guess I got kidnapped, he admitted. I promise I'll tell you everything later. You better. Leviathan's been laying low, and Cheetah is still off the grid. Be more careful, okay? I will. See you later. Hanging up, Joseph went to his fridge. One glance inside told him everything had spoiled. He sighed and grabbed a trash bag, dumping out the expired food. While it had felt like 2.5 months to him, only a month and a half had passed on Earth. Some time dilation effect from the planet's stronger gravity, maybe. Either way, it was now February 5, 2010, a Friday. He changed to casual clothes, tied up the trash bag, and opened the door to take it to the chute, only to find himself face to face with a blond man about 6 feet 2 inches. Joseph was 2 inches taller. But the man was built. Broad shoulders, dense muscle. And, more importantly, he had the presence of someone who knew how to fight. The stranger studied him. "You seem familiar." Joseph stayed relaxed but kept his guard up. The last thing he wanted was a commotion in his apartment complex. Then the man snapped his fingers. "Ah. You played in that basketball game, Gargoyles vs. Mets, right? Good game. You held your own." Joseph blinked. Yeah. Thanks." It was a team effort, he responded, surprised the man had recognized him just from that. He must have been a big fan of the team. Maybe even an alumni. "Well, I'll be going then," the man said casually before walking to the door across his. So he was Artemis' father. Interesting guy. Joseph exhaled and tossed the trash before heading back inside. He had prepared some spare clothes for Corey, sweatpants and a loose shirt, the closest thing to a comfortable fit until they could go shopping tomorrow. His stomach rumbled, and he was grateful he still had instant ramen stocked up. Once upon a time, that had been his only meal before Nova. He filled a pot with bottled water, Gotham tap water was not to be trusted, and set it to boil on the stove. Then Corey walked into the kitchen. Wearing only a towel. Joseph froze. Chapter 38. "Where are the clothes I should wear?" Corey asked, her voice carrying the usual bright curiosity. "They're in my room." Across the hall, on the bed, Joseph said, pointing lazily in the direction. Trying to act nonchalant. "Calm down, Joseph Jr. She is just a friend." "Okay. Thank you." Without hesitation, she darted off to get changed. Joseph switched on the TV while he waited, trying to relax his mind. A nature documentary on albatrosses was just beginning. He let the narration wash over him, the steady cadence oddly soothing. A few minutes later, Corey returned, now dressed in the sweatpants and loose shirt he had left for her. They were slightly oversized, but she didn't seem to mind. Joseph grabbed a pack of ramen, tore it open, and dumped the noodles into a bowl. He then poured boiling water over them, the steam rising in thick clouds. The heat would have burned a regular human, but for both him and Corey, it was nothing. He handed her the bowl. "Here. It's not exactly Earth's finest cuisine, but it's what I've got right now. If you want more, there are extra packs under the kitchen cabinet. Just add boiling water." Corey took the bowl with both hands and inhaled deeply. It smells good." "Thank you, Joseph." She flashed him a warm smile, clearly eager to dig in. He nodded. "No problem. I'm gonna go take a shower." Leaving her to her meal, Joseph removed his clothes, letting out a breath as the tension of the day melted away. A long, hot shower helped ease his sore muscles, and when he finally stepped out, feeling refreshed, he found Corey seated on the couch, completely immersed in the Albatross documentary. Around her were 6 empty ramen packs. Joseph raised an eyebrow. She must have liked it a lot. Shaking his head in amusement, he prepared his own bowl, using the remaining hot water. As he took his first bite, he felt an unexpected wave of emotion hit him. Tears pricked the corners of his eyes. He used to hate ramen, back when it was all he could afford. It had been a constant reminder of how broke he was, how alone he was. But now it tasted heavenly. Especially after 2 months of choking down nothing but gray nutrient sludge. Joseph wiped his eyes quickly before Corey could notice and leaned back on the couch, feeling content. His body relaxed. His eyes grew heavy. The documentary narrator's voice lulling him to sleep. Before he knew it, he was asleep. And for the first time in a long time, he didn't have nightmares. Joseph woke up to the sound of voices. Soft chatter. Laughter. Familiar laughter. He blinked groggily and sat up. Corey was sitting at the small dining table, chatting with Selina. His eyes widened as he saw the woman lounging in one of his chairs, dressed in her usual expensive taste, sleek green dress, sunglasses perched on her head, silver chain catching the morning light, and a long black coat to ward off the winter cold. Joseph rubbed his eyes. Selina. When did you get here? She turned toward him with a smirk. Oh, look who's finally awake. I've been here since dawn. I've been worrying my heart out for weeks and that's the greeting I get. She sighed dramatically and turned to Corey. Are you sure he actually respects me? Corey nodded earnestly. Yes. Joseph spoke of you often. Joseph frowned. Wait, hold on. When did you two meet? And how are you already this comfortable with each other? Selina chuckled. Corey, however, looked a little sheepish. I caught her sneaking in this morning while I was watching the television, Corey admitted. I was about to subdue her, perhaps tie her up, until I remembered you told me about her. Joseph gave Selina a look. You were trying to sneak in again? I wanted to surprise you, she said with a shrug. Then she shot a glare at Corey. Didn't expect to nearly get my ass kicked before sunrise by your girlfriend. Joseph sputtered. Girlfriend? Selina grinned. Oh yeah, she told me everything, Joey. Her voice softened. I'm sorry you guys had to go through that. But I'm glad you made it back. Joseph swallowed, feeling an unexpected warmth in his chest. He wasn't used to people worrying about him like this. It was nice. Selina clapped her hands together. Anyway. We're having breakfast, then we're going shopping. A girl like Corey can't be walking around dressed like you. Joseph scoffed. Hey, what's wrong with sweatpants and a t-shirt? Selina smirked. Honey, everything. Corey, oblivious to the meaning of girlfriend and the fashion insults, grinned. I am excited to experience Earth fashion and cuisine. Let us go. Selina pulled out a pair of sunglasses and handed them to Corey. You'll need these for now. Most humans don't have eyes like yours. You won't have to wear them forever, I'm sure Batman can sort something out. Joseph tensed slightly at the mention of Batman. He still wasn't sure where he stood with the bat. Right. Batman. Selina eyed him but didn't comment. Instead, she clapped her hands. Enough stalling. Let's go. Joseph groaned. Do I have to go shopping with you guys too? Yes. Selina said. Corey nodded eagerly. You'll have to carry the shopping bags. Joseph groaned louder, but deep down, he was happy. He was home. Chapter 39. Joseph had expected Selina to take them somewhere nice for breakfast. He hadn't expected a 3-star restaurant in one of Gotham's wealthiest districts. He felt like he and Corey were woefully underdressed for the occasion. The maitre d' recognized her instantly. Miss Kyle, welcome back. Your usual table. Of course, she said smoothly, gesturing for Joseph and Corey to follow. As they walked past crystal chandeliers and linen-draped tables, Joseph leaned in. You sure they're gonna serve me dressed like this? Selina scoffed. Relax. I come here all the time, and they love me. You're with me, so you're good. He wasn't convinced but sat down anyway. The second they were seated, a server in a pressed black uniform approached. Will you be dining from the usual menu today, Miss Kyle? Oh no, Selina said with a smirk. My friend here, she motioned to Corey, is new to fine dining. Bring us a little bit of everything. Joseph's brow twitched. A little bit? I wish to experience Earth's culinary wonders. Corey added eagerly. Joseph sighed and leaned back. Fine. Knock yourselves out. And they did. Corey's enthusiasm for food was boundless. She devoured the first plate of delicate soufflés and buttery croissants before moving on to steak and eggs, fresh fruit, and pastries he didn't even know the names of. Each time the waiter returned, she ordered something new. Joseph sipped his coffee and watched as the bill skyrocketed. Not that he minded, he still had $2 million left from his earnings, but even Selina was impressed. Damn, Joseph. You sure you're not gonna cry when you see the final number? He shrugged. We were eating tasteless goop for way too long. I don't care. Plus I have some passive income. Joseph should definitely check how his games and Bellcoin were doing. Selina gave him a look, but she didn't press further. When the meal was finally over, Corey leaned back, satisfied. That was delicious. I must have more Earth food in the future. Joseph chuckled, tossing a stack of cash onto the bill without even looking at it. You'll have plenty of chances. After breakfast, Selina flagged down a cab and directed it toward one of Gotham's high-end shopping districts. You're lucky I'm here, she told Corey. Because this, she gestured at the sweatpants and oversized t-shirt, is not going to cut it. Corey tilted her head. Joseph said I looked fine. Selina grinned and turned to him. Oh. You think she looks fine, huh? Joseph blinked. I mean, yeah. She looks good in anything. Selina's smirk widened. Aw. That's cute. Joseph frowned. Not like that. Selina ignored him, already pulling Corey into the first boutique. The next hour was a blur of dresses, skirts, and accessories. Corey tried on dozens of outfits, twirling in front of the mirror before turning to Joseph for approval. What do you think of this one? Looks good. And this one? Also good. And this? Still good. Selina rolled her eyes. Joey, you're supposed to help. I am helping. She looks great in everything. Selina shook her head in mock disappointment. You're completely useless. By the time they left, Joseph was carrying at least 15 bags and his pockets were noticeably lighter. The shopping trip had been for Selina and Corey. The arcade, however, was for Joseph. He had never really been to one before. Sure, he'd passed by them as a kid, but money had always been tight, and after his mom died, there was no way he was wasting what little he had on games. So when Selina led them inside, bright lights flashing, the air buzzing with excitement, he didn't expect much. But then Corey grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the first machine she saw. And suddenly, it was fun. They played everything. Racing games, shooting games, even those ridiculous claw machines, Corey was absurdly good at those. Joseph, competitive as always, got way too into it. Selina just leaned back, watching with amusement as the two of them got lost in the moment. By the time they left, Corey was carrying a giant stuffed tiger she had won, and Joseph, despite himself, was smiling. Evening had settled over Gotham by the time they arrived at Selina's apartment. Joseph's place was pretty nice thanks to Nova's help renovating, but Selina's was ridiculously nice, modern, stylish, and expensive. All right, she announced, heading toward the kitchen. I'm cooking. You two, stay out of my way. Corey, undeterred, followed. I wish to help. Selina hesitated. I don't think that's too late. Within 5 minutes, Corey had burned something, spilled something, and nearly set the kitchen on fire. Joseph sighed, stepping in. Okay. Move. I'll help. Selina smirked. Oh. Didn't know you could cook. He shrugged. Didn't have a choice. When it's cook, starve, or instant ramen every day, you figure it out. With his help, the meal actually turned out amazing. Corey, of course, asked for seconds. And thirds. And fourths. Joseph just laughed and handed her another plate. When dinner was done, Selina stretched. All right, I'll drop you guys off. Joseph adjusted the bags in his arms. Don't worry about it. Selina frowned. What? You walking all the way back? Corey smiled. No. We are flying. Selina froze. Excuse me? Joseph sighed. Yeah. Corey can fly. And so can I. Selina stared at him. Since when? Joseph looked away. The Psions did it to me. Silence. Then Selina stepped forward and, without warning, wrapped Corey in a hug. Corey, surprised, but pleased, hugged her back. It was very fun spending time with you today, Selina. Selina pulled away, then turned to Joseph. You don't get out of this, she said, smirking. Joseph, still buried under shopping bags, barely managed to return the hug before Selina pulled away. Stay out of trouble, Joey. He snorted. No promises. With that, he and Corey stepped onto the balcony. The city stretched before them, lights twinkling in the distance. Joseph adjusted his grip on the bags. Ready? Corey nodded. Always. Together, they took off, disappearing into the winter night sky. Chapter 40. They returned home to an unexpected guest. Batman. Standing in Joseph's living room, waiting for them. Corey tilted her head. Greetings, Batman, she said, completely unbothered by his presence. Joseph, on the other hand, sighed and walked in, setting the shopping bags down. You know, if people keep breaking into my apartment, I'm gonna start taking it personally. Batman ignored the comment. This is Starfire's civilian identity. Wonder Woman will tell her of her living arrangements. He handed over a stack of neatly arranged documents. Joseph took them, flipping through the papers. Corey Anders. He held back a snort. How original. The documentation was thorough. Social security number, birth certificate, school records, everything a person needed to exist in society. Forged, of course, but flawless. He glanced at Corey, who smiled at her new alias but didn't take the papers from him. He realized why almost immediately. She couldn't read them. Joseph made a mental note. He'd have to teach her. Fortunately, he knew how to do it quickly. Nova had trained him in the dream state, immersing his subconscious in dozens of languages until he woke up fluent. It had been a brutal but effective method, and he could replicate it for Corey, just a little more gently. I'll teach her how to read in English. Batman gave a slight nod before turning to Corey. Would you like to enroll in a school? Joseph had almost forgotten, school had already started a month ago. His perfect SAT score and academic record would probably let him negotiate a way back in, but he still needed an excuse for his absence. He'd have to reassure his friends online that he was okay too. Corey, however, shook her head. No, I have already finished my schooling on Tamarin. Batman accepted that answer without argument. Understood. He reached into his utility belt and pulled out a small case. These are advanced contact lenses. They'll help you conceal your eyes. Corey took them gratefully. Thank you, Batman. He gave her a small nod before turning back to Joseph. Your home security needs improvement. No kidding, Joseph muttered. 2 infiltrations in a day is too many. But Batman was already moving. Without another word, he strode toward the window, climbed onto the ledge, and disappeared into the night. Joseph sighed. I need to put up some kind of ward first thing tomorrow. With Batman gone, Joseph turned to Corey. So, what do you want to do now? I'll be going back to school in 2 days. Humans need credentials from these places to make it further in life. Corey frowned thoughtfully. I don't know. She clasped her hands together, her expression troubled. On Tamarin, my path was always decided for me. I was trained to become a worthy ruler. Then, when my sister took the throne, I no longer had a place there. In the arena, I had no choices either, just survival. Her gaze softened as she looked at him. Now, I have freedom. But I do not know what to do with it. Joseph leaned against the counter, considering her words. Then take your time. Explore your options. Whatever you decide to do, I'll support it. I've got plenty of money. Corey's lips curled into a small smile. Thank you, Joseph. He stretched his arms, glancing toward the hallway. I should probably move my stuff into my mom's old room. You can take my old room for now. Her eyes widened slightly. Are you sure? He nodded. Yeah. It's about time. Joseph hadn't touched his mother's belongings since her death. He hadn't let Nova change anything beside cleaning it up occasionally. As he stood in the doorway, looking at the neatly arranged furniture and personal items, an ache settled deep in his chest. He started slowly, boxing up her things. Clothes, jewelry, books, every item he touched carried memories. Then he found the picture. A simple photo, tucked away in a drawer. Him and his mom, smiling. He must have been 7 at the time. Before everything fell apart. Tears slipped down his face before he realized it. He wiped them away quickly, swallowing hard. He hoped she was somewhere better. Taking a deep breath, he finished the process. The room was different now, emptier, but he felt lighter. Maybe that was okay. Joseph sat beside Corey at the desk, flipping open a notebook. He grabbed a pen and, with smooth, practiced strokes, wrote the English alphabet in both uppercase and lowercase letters. Corey watched closely, her sharp mind already picking up patterns. Your symbols are strange, she mused, running her fingers over the letters. Tamaranian script is more fluid, written in continuous strokes. This is angular. Joseph smirked. Yeah, English is a mess. You'll see what I mean when we get to spelling. Corey continued studying them for a moment. Then I will learn. Joseph smiled. Of course she would. Chapter 41, 41. Where've you been, Joseph? You good? Andrew's voice pulled Joseph from his thoughts. He had barely stepped into the hallway before the questions started rolling in. It had been like this all day. Every class, every passing period, someone else asking where he had been. He hadn't realized how many people actually cared. Just family business in Bloodhaven, Joseph said, keeping his answer short. It was the same response he had been giving all day, and frankly, he was getting exhausted repeating it. Andrew nodded. Aight. Got you. Hope that went well. He slung his backpack over one shoulder. Anyway, did you get my craft? You gotta try it, bro. That game is so fun. Joseph smirked. Oh yeah. He already knew how fun it was. My craft, his game, had exploded in popularity while he was gone. LexTube streamers had latched onto it, turning it into a viral sensation. Even PewDiePie, or whatever his name was, had made a video on it. Funny guy. And it wasn't just my craft. PicPoc, his short-form video app, had blown up too. People were making dance videos, comedy skits, and reaction clips, exactly what he had designed it for. Nova used to handle all the back-end work, analyzing trends, optimizing updates, and making sure everything ran smoothly. But now, Nova was gone. And Joseph didn't have the time to personally manage everything anymore. He'd have to start hiring people. Joseph wasn't worried about money. His apps were bringing in enough legal revenue to explain his income if the banks ever asked questions. Good World Studios, an entertainment conglomerate, had already started making cheap knockoffs of his games. They weren't doing anything blatant enough to sue for, but their intentions were obvious. The best way to handle them? Dominate with a superior product. As soon as he got home, he'd put out job listings for talented developers, community managers, and security experts. He wasn't about to let some corporate knockoff outshine Nova's vision. The next day, Joseph sat in a nearly empty classroom, finishing the last of his makeup exams. The supervising teacher stared at him suspiciously. Joseph had gone through hours worth of tests in record time, barely pausing before scribbling down answers. The first time he finished, the teacher accused him of cheating, making him redo one of the tests in front of them. When the results were identical, perfect scores, they finally accepted it. A perfect SAT score wasn't just for show. Once that was out of the way, Joseph slipped out of school early. He had something more important to do. The sky stretched endlessly above them as Joseph and Corey hovered outside Washington, D.C. In the distance, the Hall of Justice gleamed in the sunlight, an imposing yet regal structure. Corey carried a suitcase containing all her clothes and toiletries. She wore her traditional Tamaranian attire and a confident expression. Joseph, clad in his suit and golden helmet, let out a breath. Wonder Woman stood waiting for them at the entrance, arms crossed but not unkindly. Maybe her invisible jet was nearby. Corey and Wonder Woman would be going to Themyscira together. Wonder Woman had some business there and figured she might as well bring Corey with her to know each other better. Joseph turned to Corey. His throat felt tight. "Bye, Corey," he said in Tamaranian. Corey's eyes softened. She pulled him into a hug. "You can visit," she reminded him. "Wonder Woman's base and my new home are here in Washington, D.C. after all." Joseph blinked. Oh. He had been acting like they wouldn't see each other at all. But if she was stationed here, he could just drop by whenever. Assuming the League didn't mind. He chuckled, trying to hide his embarrassment. "All right. I'll visit after then. Try not to miss me too much." Corey grinned. "You will miss me more." Joseph smirked, then took off, heading back to his apartment. In the middle of his flight back to Gotham, Joseph felt it. An energy. Ever since the Psions had changed him, he'd been able to not only store energy but sense energy as well. It was subtle at first, like a ripple through the air. But within 2 seconds of noticing it, a blinding beam of energy struck him from below. The world flashed white. His body jerked as raw power coursed through him, sending him spiraling midair. He'd absorbed some of the energy too. Then, silence. Joseph gritted his teeth, his body still tingling from the impact. Whoever, or whatever, had hit him wasn't playing around. He steadied himself, scanning the city below. Time to find out who just tried to kill him. Chapter 42, 42. Joseph scanned the sky, searching for the source of the attack, only for another beam of energy to streak toward him. He barely had time to brace himself. Ever since the Psions had experimented on him, he had been able to store energy, like a living battery. But actually controlling that energy? That was another story. It always felt just beyond his reach, like grasping at smoke. The beam struck. Joseph clenched his jaw as searing pain tore through him, forcing his eyes shut against the blinding light. His suit, a self-repairing purple weave, struggled to keep up with the damage. But even as the heat blistered his skin, he pushed forward, absorbing whatever scraps of energy his body could take in. When the beam finally ceased, Joseph forced his eyes open. A figure stood atop a tall apartment building, a man clad in a dark yellow-green suit with no distinguishing insignia. A set of vertically aligned tubes ran across his midriff, their purpose unclear. A dark green helmet obscured most of his face, but what little skin was visible looked sickly gray and dehydrated. Joseph shot toward him, closing the distance, only for a jagged bolt of lightning to slam into him. Something was wrong. His body, enhanced by Psion experiments, should have been able to absorb regular lightning with minimal damage. But this? He felt every agonizing volt. Electricity crackled through his nerves, seizing his muscles. His vision blurred. His flight destabilized. Joseph tumbled through the air, barely managing to regain control before another energy beam struck him. He spiraled, nearly crashing into a nearby building before stopping himself mid-air. And then, he saw him. Floating in the sky was a man with light blue skin, crimson eyes with black sclera, and jet black hair twisted into devilish horns. A pointed black beard sharpened his face. His clothes were pure crimson, accented by a flowing black cape trimmed with gold. Wotan. A sorcerer who once fought the Justice League in their early days. Joseph's stomach twisted. What the hell was he doing here? And why was he working with the other guy? Before he could react, orange magical energy flared around him, forming a mystic cage. Joseph slammed his fists against the barrier. No use. It held. He turned to Wotan, rage burning behind his eyes. Why are you doing this? You are Flux, yes. Wotan said, his voice as smooth as it was menacing. We have been commissioned to kill you. I was granted quite a powerful magical artifact to do so. Intergang and Leviathan send their regards. Joseph's pulse spiked. Before he could process it, Wotan moved the cage toward the apartment building. The other man adjusted his energy weapon, increasing its output. The cage cracked open just enough. And the energy beam aimed at Joseph's upper body, tore into him. Aha! The blast shredded through him, searing his nerves, his muscles, his very being. The force of it slammed him against the back of the cage, his suit struggling and failing to repair itself. Wotan watched impassively. You are difficult to kill, he mused. But I must be thorough before the Justice League arrives. Bear with me a little longer. Then he raised his hands, and sent a bolt of magical lightning crashing into Joseph's body. Pure agony. It was worse than exiting the speed state. Worse than anything he had ever felt. His nerves felt like they were being burned alive. His mind flickered in and out of consciousness, pain dragging him back every time. Somewhere, in the void of his agony, he thought he saw his mother. Why? Why him? Why couldn't fate just let him be? Then, through the blinding pain, a thought took shape. A familiar vow. If you want to kill me, then come and try. Joseph clenched his jaw, ignoring the taste of blood as he bit down too hard. He forced his mind past the pain, past his breaking point. Then he did something he had never done before. He reached into the energy that was killing him, clawing at it with sheer willpower. He wasn't just passively storing it like before, he was absorbing it. Actively. More. The raw power poured into him, magic lightning and energy beam alike, sinking into his cells. His body, once capped by whatever limits the Psions had left him with, began to change. More. Wotan hesitated. His expression flickered with something almost like concern. More. Joseph's suit, the one that had been with him through the arena, through the Gordanians, it continued disintegrating, only able to regenerate enough to keep his pants. His golden helmet turned to dust. More. The limits that once made him an unsatisfactory experiment of the Psions shattered. His power doubled. Then tripled. For a moment, the sheer force of it threatened to consume him, to erase his very identity. It was the same terrifying feeling he had when he first tried accessing the speed force on his own, when he had needed Nova to help access and control it. But this time, he would not be denied. This time, this power was his. Joseph's eyes snapped open, blazing with yellow raw, untamed energy that surrounded his body. He was worthy. Chapter 43. Joseph seized control of the energy coursing through his body, forcing it to obey his will. His flight wasn't simple levitation, it was a precise manipulation of gravity itself. Not just his own, but everything he carried. A localized anti-gravity field wrapped around him, allowing him to move freely through the air. Why stop there? He pushed his power further, extending the field into an invisible bubble that expanded outward, fueled by the raw energy within him. The force surged past its previous limits, pressing against Wotan's cage, then shattering it. Joseph didn't stop. Two invisible branches of anti-gravity shot from his bubble, seizing both Wotan and the gray-armored man. He hovered above them, his presence undeniable. "I am not Flux," he declared. "I am Nova." Then he brought their skulls together with brutal force. The dehydrated-looking man's helmet cracked and they both slumped into unconsciousness. And then, Joseph fainted. His anti-gravity field collapsed. And all three bodies began falling. A rush of wind. A plummeting sky. Then, strong arms caught him. Joseph opened his eyes to the vast white expanse of his mind. He was back. The dream state. "Nova. You there?" he called into the void. His voice echoed. A humanoid figure formed from shifting voxels appeared before him, the same avatar Nova had once used to fight him. Joseph approached cautiously. "Is that you?" No response. Frowning, he reached out and touched it. Instantly, a translucent menu materialized before him. / Nova Control Center. A menu displaying body's status before AI's termination with adjustable options in some categories. Memory Archive, before AI's termination. Data Archive, before AI termination. Body Abilities. Nova Avatar. Mental Configuration. Exit. Joseph's heart sank. This wasn't Nova. It was a remnant. A shell of what had once been his AI. Pushing past the emotion, he expanded the Body Abilities menu. / Body Abilities. Note, some abilities are inaccessible due to the absence of an AI to guide the process. Absorb energy and convert to unnamed force. Unnamed force manipulation. Anti-gravity field manipulation. Accelerated healing. Enhanced senses. Increased physical strength. Speed state, inaccessible. Spider state, inaccessible. He exhaled slowly. Speed state and spider state were gone. Nova's absence had severed his connection to those enhancements. But something else caught his eye, unnamed force manipulation. Joseph smirked. That he could work with. Designate the unnamed force as Nova Force. The menu updated accordingly. / Nova Avatar. Cannot improve further, but user's strength can be decreased to match the avatar. Change combat difficulty. Start combat. Joseph hesitated. It had been a while since he fought the avatar. He needed to keep sharp. He'd make sure to train in the dream state every night. He moved on. / Mental Configuration. Dream state configuration. Emotion range. Joseph expanded dream state configuration. / Dream state configuration. Adjust automatic activation, current, once per unconscious state. Allow dream state access while conscious, current, OFF. Set dream state access while conscious to on. The setting updated. That could be useful. Joseph swallowed hard. This was it. Nova was really gone. It had never failed him. It had saved him several times. He would never forget that. A lump formed in his throat. But there was no time for mourning. He still had his life to live. Wake me. Nothing happened. Joseph sighed. That probably meant his body was in bad shape. Might as well train a bit. Joseph willed the Nova Avatar to fight, setting the level to the max. The Avatar moved instantly. His body felt dulled. Slower. Joseph barely had time to react before a fist slammed into his face, sending him skidding backward across the white void. He steadied himself, shaking his head as pain lanced through his skull. "All right," he muttered. "Let's do this." That meant no superhuman enhancements. Just raw skill. The avatar struck first, a precise jab aimed for Joseph's ribs. He twisted at the last second, narrowly avoiding the blow. The avatar followed up instantly, shifting into a spinning back kick. Joseph barely raised his arms in time, the impact sending him skidding backward. Damn! That hurt. Gritting his teeth, he planted his feet and lunged forward, throwing a quick 1-2 combination. The avatar ducked under the first punch and parried the second, flowing seamlessly into a counterstrike to Joseph's gut. The breath left his lungs in a gasp. The moment he staggered, the avatar closed in, elbows, knees, and open palm strikes coming at him in a relentless flurry. It was like fighting a machine, every move precise, every gap covered. Joseph grunted, raising his forearm to block a hook before twisting his body to slip under the next strike. I have to disrupt its rhythm. Instead of retreating, he stepped into the attack, trapping the avatar's arm against his chest. Before the construct could counter, Joseph drove his knee up into its ribs. The impact reverberated through him, but the avatar barely reacted. It twisted its trapped arm, breaking free before sweeping Joseph's legs out from under him. Joseph hit the ground hard. He barely had time to roll before the avatar's fist came down where his head had been. Panting, Joseph pushed himself to his feet. He was a good fighter, but the avatar was practically perfect. There were no wasted movements, no exploitable flaws. He'd need to keep coming back, he realized. Keep improving. The avatar charged again. Joseph braced himself. Put me to regular sleep, he muttered. The dream state faded. Darkness swallowed him. Chapter 44. Joseph woke to dim lighting. For once, the bed he was lying on after getting his ass kicked was actually comfortable. His helmet and the top half of his suit were gone, disintegrated from the fight. He looked around. Corey wasn't in the room. Good. Hopefully, she'd made it to Themyscira without hearing a word about what happened to him. If she found out, he doubted she'd hold back from killing Wotan and that energy beam bastard. A few moments later, Batman walked in. Joseph. We're in the Hall of Justice. How do you feel? Joseph would normally be a little more wary of Batman, maybe a little more respectful. Right now? He was too exhausted to care. Like the universe chewed me up, swallowed me, and then shat me out. Batman paused for half a second. I understand you're tired, but I need to ask you some questions. Joseph sighed. Sure. Around the same time you were attacked, Selina was ambushed by Cheetah, leader of Leviathan, and Whisper Adair of Intergang. Joseph's exhaustion evaporated. What? Is she okay? I was there. We neutralized them together. Selina's fine. Joseph exhaled, tension leaving his shoulders. Earlier today, John arrived on the scene and caught you, Atomic Skull, and Wotan falling from the sky. Do you know why they were after you? They were hired by Intergang and Leviathan. He didn't elaborate. Batman probably already knew. He'd helped Batwoman and Catwoman bust a Leviathan meeting and take down some big names in the underworld, including Intergang's boss. Not to mention his recent bust exposing Intergang's trafficking operation for the Citadel. Batman gave a short nod. That's all I need. Wotan and Atomic Skull will be in Belle Reve for a long time. And the League will be preparing to crack down on Leviathan and their associates. Joseph nearly snorted. Right. Like any of the crazies the League put away ever stayed locked up for long. Still, something nagged at him. Batman hadn't asked about his powers, how he'd managed to take down Wotan and Atomic Skull. Either the world's greatest detective had already figured it out, or he was biding his time. Joseph wasn't sure how to feel about that. Hey, Batman. Batman turned back. can I help you take down the gangs? Batman was silent for a moment. You're not ready. Joseph floated up, anger flaring. Not ready. After everything I've been through. Yet. Batman's voice was firm, unwavering. If you want to join us, you'll have to follow orders. We need to know you'll be an asset, not a liability. You can't jeopardize the operation. I'll accept, if you have someone mentor and vouch for you. Joseph blinked. That wasn't what he was expecting. Mentor him? Would this lead to him officially joining the League? What did that even mean for him? Still, it wasn't bad. He'd idolized these guys as a kid. And honestly, no downsides. Maybe someone could help him figure out the Nova Force, and hell, maybe he'd even get a new suit out of it. He had no idea what Taylor Superman used, but he could use something that didn't disintegrate every time he got in a fight. Besides, Intergang had killed his mother. This wasn't just some mission to him. It was war. And he wasn't stopping until they were wiped out for good. Joseph smirked. I accept. Does the offer come with a new suit? He gestured to his bare upper body, his suit barely managing to regenerate pants. Batman didn't hesitate. Tell me what design you want. I'll handle it. Rest here a bit longer. Then he left the room. Batman knew something was off. This wasn't Cheetah's usual style. She was too psychotic, too animalistic to orchestrate a coordinated ambush. It felt like she'd been used, then discarded. But why? There was another hand behind this. He was sure of it. And he would uncover it. At least Selina and Joseph, formerly the thief Flux, now calling himself Nova, were safe. The boy had potential. At first, Batman had pegged him as a small-time metahuman with wall-crawling powers. But after his kidnapping and experimentation, the footage and John S. report suggested something far greater: superhuman strength, accelerated healing, energy absorption, and a localized anti-gravity field he could use to fly, among other things. Batman normally wouldn't have let an untested superpowered teenager operate freely without close supervision. But he had seen Joseph's actions firsthand. The kid had a moral compass. Saving children from burning buildings. Rescuing hostages from Joker's twisted games. He had a strong will. And he still had humanity. That was clear every time he looked at Starfire. John had scanned their surface thoughts during their first meeting in the Hall of Justice. They were telling the truth. No ill intentions. It also didn't hurt that Batman had a soft spot for orphans. Still, caution was necessary. Batman had confidence Joseph would do the right thing. But just in case. He would have contingencies. No one ever suffered from being too prepared. Chapter 45. In a dimly lit conference room, 8 monitors flickered to life, each displaying a figure obscured by light. Their voices, calm yet weighted with authority, echoed through the space. What do you make of this? A male voice inquired from one of the screens. We find ourselves in a rather unexpected situation, an older man replied, his voice measured. Votan and Atomic Skull were integral to our plan. They were to be part of the distraction while we moved in the shadows. Now, with them gone, we need replacements. We can't risk exposing ourselves to retrieve them, another voice, deep and composed, interjected. It's too dangerous. Not to worry, a third voice said. I have enlisted the help of Shade. Using him, we can retrieve them. That doesn't change the fact that the League has gained a new asset. One we tried to get rid of, a woman noted sharply. Someone strong enough to overpower Votan, even with Atomic Skull aiding him. And yet, we will soon have a weapon of our own, the first man countered. Cadmus is making steady progress. Good, the first man murmured. In time, the world will see the light. Joseph spent the night in the private room at the Hall of Justice. The first thing he did was sketch a rough concept for his new suit, a golden Corinthian helmet paired with a purple bodysuit, golden gloves, and matching boots. Satisfied, he set the paper aside and entered dream state, battling the avatar for 2 grueling hours before deciding to sleep. Morning came with a knock at the door. When Joseph opened his eyes, Red Tornado stood at the threshold, a cup in hand. "Water," the android announced. Joseph sat up groggily, rubbing his eyes before accepting the cup. As he drank, his gaze flicked to the nightstand. His sketch was gone. Classic Batman. "Thank you, sir," Joseph said awkwardly. Red Tornado simply stood there, unmoving. Would it be rude to ask if he had emotions? Did Nova have emotions? Instead of voicing the thought, Joseph focused on other matters. He sighed, already dreading the inevitable conversation with his school guidance counselor about his repeated absences. "Any chance I can leave yet?" he asked. "Batman wants to introduce you to your mentor," Red Tornado replied. Joseph blinked. "Batman isn't mentoring me himself." "I will be mentoring you," a new voice answered. A man stepped into the room, his entire body covered in metallic silver. His yellow eyes studied Joseph with mild curiosity. Even with him wearing casual clothes, Joseph recognized him instantly, Captain Atom. "Here." Captain Atom handed him a folded set of clothes, a black t-shirt and blue jeans. "Get changed, then meet me outside." With that, he turned and exited, Red Tornado following behind. Once dressed, Joseph stepped out to find Captain Atom had shifted to his human appearance, a tall, white-haired man with blue eyes. He looked more like a military officer than a superhero. "You must be hungry," Captain Atom said. "Let's grab a meal and get to know each other." Joseph wasn't particularly hungry at the moment. He found that he could sustain himself through the Nova Force, but he did enjoy food. With a quick nod to Red Tornado, he followed his mentor down the halls of the Hall of Justice. They exited through a hidden entrance, emerging into a nondescript alleyway before heading toward an empty restaurant. Joseph glanced around. "Did you rent this place out just for our meeting?" Captain Atom smirked. "I've been working a long time, and I barely spend." They sat, ordered their meals, and waited in silence until the server left. "Let's start with introductions," Captain Atom said. "My name is Cameron Scott, and I'll be mentoring you for the next few months." Joseph hesitated for a fraction of a second before deciding to give his real name. "Joseph. Joseph Bell." Captain Atom nodded approvingly. "Batman briefed me on your abilities, and I can sense the energy inside you. I have a feeling I know why I was asked to train you." "You can sense Nova Force?" Joseph asked, surprised. "I'm connected to the quantum field," Captain Atom explained. "I can detect all high-energy signatures." Joseph raised an eyebrow. That was unexpected. The full extent of Captain Atom's abilities was largely unknown to the public. There were theories online, but nothing concrete. "Huh," Joseph mused. "I guess our powers do have some similarities: energy absorption, flight, super strength. Just missing the energy blasts." He chuckled awkwardly. "We'll work on that," Captain Atom assured him. Their food arrived, and the conversation momentarily paused as they dug in. Joseph made quick work of his plate. Corey wasn't the only one with a large appetite. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, Captain Atom stood. "All right," he said, his gaze sharp with expectation. "Let's see what you can do." Joseph smirked. "You're gonna regret saying that." With that, he followed his new mentor outside. Chapter 46. Joseph followed Captain Atom out of the restaurant, stepping into the cool morning air. The city was waking up, cars honking, distant chatter filling the streets, but their path led them away from the noise. "Grab on," Captain Atom said, offering his forearm. Joseph hesitated. "I can fly, you know." Captain Atom smirked. "I know. But we're traveling fast, and I doubt you're used to supersonic speeds." Joseph narrowed his eyes, then sighed and grabbed hold. His max speed was just above the speed of sound. The world blurred. One moment, they were in the city, the next, the skyline had vanished beneath them. Wind roared in his ears as they shot into the sky, climbing higher and higher until they were above the clouds. Joseph barely had time to process it before they were descending, the landscape below changing to rocky terrain. A vast, empty canyon stretched before them, far from civilization. Captain Adam landed smoothly, his feet barely disturbing the dirt. Joseph released his grip, floating in place. "Where are we?" he asked. "A remote training site. No civilians, no interruptions. Perfect for testing your limits." Captain Adam cracked his knuckles. "Show me what you can do." Joseph's eyes flickered with excitement. He'd been waiting for this, eager to see how he fared against a Justice League member. He removed his clothes and folded them neatly on the ground, leaving his upper body exposed and only wearing his purple suit's pants. Then, without hesitation, he released his anti-gravity field, touching down onto solid ground before launching himself forward in a blur. His fist shot toward Captain Adam's face, only to hit nothing. Captain Adam had sidestepped, moving faster than Joseph expected. "Good speed," Captain Adam remarked. Joseph spun, adjusting mid-motion with his anti-gravity control, and threw a second punch. This time, Captain Adam caught his wrist, holding it firm. "Strength solid too," he noted. "But you're leading too much with your shoulders. That telegraphs your attacks." Fighting at the speeds he was moving and with the possibility of flight was not something the Nova Avatar could train him for. Joseph gritted his teeth and pushed forward with a burst of anti-gravity force, attempting to break free. Captain Adam barely budged. Instead, he tightened his grip, flipping Joseph over and slamming him into the ground. Dust kicked up around them. "Try harder," Captain Adam said. Joseph exhaled sharply and activated his anti-gravity field. The ground beneath him cracked as he lifted into the air, twisting his body mid-flight. His hands shot forward, and an invisible force field expanded outward, slamming into Captain Adam like a tidal wave. Captain Adam skidded back but remained standing. "Not bad," he admitted. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he fired a concentrated energy blast straight at Joseph. Joseph barely had time to react. His anti-gravity force field flared up just in time to lessen the impact, but the sheer power sent him flying backward. He righted himself in midair, breathing heavily. "You absorb energy, right?" Captain Adam called out. "What happens if you take in too much?" Joseph smirked. "You trying to test my limits?" Joseph compressed a portion of his anti-gravity field. The air around him shimmered as he poured everything into it. Then, in one swift motion, he released it, turning his force field into a concussive wave. The canyon trembled from the impact. Captain Adam stood in the center of it, absorbing the kinetic energy into his body. "You'll have to do better than that," he said. Joseph clenched his fists. He'd thrown everything he had into that attack, well, almost everything. He still had Nova Force stored inside him, but without a way to control it offensively other than amping his anti-gravity field control, it wasn't useful in a fight. "Now, my turn." Captain Adam blurred forward, closing the distance in an instant. Joseph barely raised his arms before a solid punch struck his midsection, sending him crashing through a rock formation. Coughing, Joseph pushed himself up. His body ached, but he grinned. "All right," he muttered. "No more holding back." With that, he launched himself at Captain Adam again. Captain Adam launched an energy beam at him. Joseph couldn't dodge it in time and crashed through a rock formation, again. "You all right?" Captain Adam called out. "Yeah," Joseph called back breathlessly. "I'll just rest here for a bit." Chapter 47. Joseph flew home exhausted, his body aching from the so-called training session with Captain Adam. If not for his healing factor, he would have been covered in deep bruises from head to toe. Maybe Captain Atom had actually enjoyed their spar. Someone at his level probably went days, maybe even weeks, without a proper challenge. At least Joseph had managed to land one clean hit before being sent face first into yet another rock formation. Small victories. By the end of their session, they had agreed to meet twice a week. Joseph would accompany Captain Atom on league business, gaining first-hand experience, while also receiving formal training in manipulating Nova Force. Spitting out another bit of gravel, Joseph discreetly landed on the fire escape outside his apartment and slipped in through the window. It was late, ensuring no one had seen him. A hot shower washed away the dust and soreness, but it did little to soothe his mounting exhaustion. He pulled on a pair of sweatpants and a loose shirt before settling in at his computer. There was work to do. He scanned through the flood of job applications that had poured in over the last few days. Game designers, software engineers, artists, producers, quality assurance testers, sound engineers, marketing specialists, business administrators, cybersecurity experts, data analysts, financial analysts, the list went on. Bell Studios was taking its first steps. Nova had outlined the plan months ago: build a tech and gaming empire from the ground up, leveraging Joseph's early successes. The scale of it all still surprised him. There were hundreds of applicants, some highly skilled, some fresh out of school, and even a few who were homeless. It made sense. Bell Studios offered significantly better benefits than the industry standard, along with the flexibility of remote work, something Nova had strongly advised him to push for, even though it was still a relatively new concept in the business world. But there was one problem: Joseph was still a minor. To legally run a business, sign contracts, and open corporate accounts, he needed an adult's name on the paperwork. So he had turned to Selena Kyle. In exchange for lending her name to the company, she would receive 2% in shares, a temporary arrangement until Joseph turned 18 and could formally take over. He leaned back in his chair, thinking about his finances. He had enough capital to cover hiring costs for the first few months, and if necessary, he could supplement it with the stolen money from Carousel's hidden accounts. His ventures were already profitable. Pickpock had brought in $482,000 in profit. Minecraft had earned $930,000, easily the most successful. Roblox had made $110,000, a modest start, but growth was expected as more users joined and purchased Robux. Bellcoin's value was in the millions, steadily increasing and poised for exponential growth. For apps released only 3 to 4 months ago, these figures were astonishing, borderline unicorn levels. Unsurprisingly, major corporations like LexCorp were circling, eager to invest and claim a piece of his success. That would never happen. Joseph refused to let his hard work fall into the hands of corporate vultures, especially LexCorp. His next steps were clear. He would take the rest of the week off from school to focus on hiring. Interviews, both virtual and in person, would determine who had the skill and mindset to join his vision. He also needed to secure a physical office space for Bell Studios. Even with remote work, having a headquarters would lend legitimacy to the company and serve as a base of operations. Joseph exhaled heavily, already anticipating the stress and headaches that lay ahead. His guidance counselor was not going to be happy. He had already missed Tuesday. At this point, what was the rest of the week? He smirked, closing his laptop. That was a problem for future Joseph. For now, he needed sleep. The next few days had been brutal. From handling his business affairs, searching for office space downtown, and negotiating deals, to conducting online and offline interviews, Joseph's schedule had been nothing short of chaotic. Now, he was sitting in a Gotham cafe, wrapping up his final interview of the day. Across from him sat a homeless man, a potential hire for a video game designer position. Joseph took a sip of his coffee. One last candidate. So, it says you're from Metropolis, Joseph said, glancing at the man's resume. What brought you to Gotham? The man scoffed. Having a bunch of homeless people like me doesn't sell the image of the city of tomorrow, now does it? Joseph raised an eyebrow. Lex Luthor's been making it impossible for homeless people to live in Metropolis, the man continued. The mayor couldn't be more of a puppet if Luthor's hand was literally up his ass. Whatever Bill Luthor wants passed gets passed. Harsher vagrancy laws, spikes on benches, clearing out encampments, you name it. The reason why Metropolis doesn't have a homeless problem is because they pushed us all out, mostly to Gotham. Joseph frowned. That explained why he didn't see any homeless when he went there for the basketball game. And if you don't mind me asking, why are you homeless? The man's jaw clenched. My game studio went under when Good World Studios copied our game and ran us into the ground. We couldn't compete, and the debt crushed me. Joseph narrowed his eyes. Good World Studios again. They were already trying to mimic his newest games, and now he found out they had a history of crushing smaller studios. Well, Mr. Jack, Joseph said, setting the resume down. You have the skills and experience I'm looking for. As long as you do your job well, Bell Studios will keep you. If you know any other talented people, send them my way. The man, Jack, looked stunned. His hands trembled slightly before he grinned. Thank you, Mr. Bell. I won't let you down. Joseph nodded and slid a company contract across the table. After Jack signed, Joseph paid for both their meals and stepped out of the cafe. With this final hire, Bell Studios now had a little over 100 employees spread across his 3 gaming apps and Bellcoin. The real work was just beginning. Training, setting expectations, and making sure everything ran smoothly. Joseph sighed. He could already feel the stress creeping up. But it was necessary. Bell Studios was growing. And soon, everyone, from LexCorp to Good World Studios, would realize that Joseph Bell wasn't someone they could push around. Chapter 48. Joseph came home to a package on his desk. Why did Batman insist on this mysterious act? He could have just given it to him in person. Still, Joseph opened the package eagerly. The contents did not disappoint. Inside was exactly what he had asked for, maybe even better. A golden helmet resembling a plumeless Spartan design. Beneath it lay a sleek purple bodysuit, reinforced yet flexible, with golden gloves and matching boots. Batman had even included a golden belt, seamlessly blending into the suit's aesthetic. He stepped in front of the mirror, slipping into the suit. The fabric stretched comfortably, fitting him like a second skin. In hindsight, he almost looked like a capeless, purple Dr. Fate. Not that anyone would mistake him for the missing Lord of Order. Dr. Fate had vanished years ago, and besides, Joseph's powers were rooted in energy, not magic. The material was surprisingly durable, yet breathable. He clenched his fists, testing his range of motion. Perfect. Batman had delivered. Joseph made a mental note to thank him the next time they met. This suit had arrived just in time, because tomorrow, he would be training with Captain Atom. The next day, after handling his business affairs, Joseph took off, flying at high speed to the remote training ground where he had last met Captain Atom. A stretch of barren land greeted him, the terrain a mix of rocky formations and desert plains, far from any civilian population. Captain Atom was already there, arms folded as he watched Joseph descend. The older hero's silver skin gleamed under the sunlight, his red emblem reflecting a stark contrast. "You're on time," Captain Atom said approvingly. "Good. We've got a lot to cover today." Joseph landed smoothly, rolling his shoulders. "So, you're finally going to teach me how to control Nova Force?" Captain Atom nodded. "Exactly. You generate an immense amount of energy, but you haven't been channeling it properly. Right now, it's like trying to push a tidal wave through a garden hose. That's why your abilities fluctuate so much." Joseph exhaled. He had been waiting for this. "Let's get started." Captain Atom raised a hand, and in an instant, energy flared around him, glowing with an almost liquid intensity. First, you need to feel the force inside you. You're already tapping into it on instinct, but you need control. Joseph closed his eyes, focusing inward. He could feel it, the ever-present energy coursing through his cells, a boundless reservoir waiting to be harnessed. Until now, he had relied on his enhanced strength, speed, and durability. But there was more beneath the surface. Captain Atom observed him carefully. Try drawing it out slowly. Not all at once. Joseph inhaled, pulling at the energy inside him, willing it to manifest. At first, there was nothing, then, a flicker. A soft yellow glow radiated from his hands. Captain Atom nodded. Good. Now maintain it. Joseph gritted his teeth, sweat forming on his brow as he struggled to hold the energy steady. It wanted to explode outward, wild and untamed. His fingers trembled. Relax, Captain Atom instructed. Don't force it. Guide it. Joseph exhaled sharply, adjusting his mindset. Rather than trying to suppress the energy, he envisioned it flowing naturally, like water in a stream. The tremors ceased, the glow intensifying. Captain Atom smirked. Now, let's test it. Fire a controlled burst. Joseph shifted his stance, aiming at a nearby boulder. He pushed forward with his palm. A blinding pulse of energy erupted from his hand, obliterating the rock into dust. Joseph staggered back, blinking. Okay. That was strong. Captain Atom chuckled. Not bad for a first attempt. But you need precision. Let's refine it. For the next few hours, they worked through a series of drills. Captain Atom guided Joseph through energy projection, teaching him how to regulate the output and direct it into concussive blasts rather than uncontrolled explosions. It was grueling work. Joseph's muscles ached, his suit damp with sweat, but each attempt brought improvement. By the end of the session, he was no longer just able to absorb energy, he was releasing it. Captain Atom stepped back, watching Joseph generate a steady beam from his fingertips. You're learning fast. Joseph smirked, extinguishing the beam. What can I say? I'm a quick study. Captain Atom nodded. We'll continue this next time. You've taken the first step, but there's more to learn. Joseph flexed his fingers, feeling the lingering hum of power beneath his skin. He could barely wait for the next session. For the first time, he truly felt in control. And this was just the beginning. Chapter 49. Corey. Joseph called in Tamaranian as he left Captain Atom's side and flew toward her. Joseph, she replied, beaming as she broke away from Wonder Woman and met him midair. The two embraced, a moment of warmth between friends reunited. They were at the Themysciran embassy. Joseph and Captain Atom had been patrolling Washington, D.C. in Wonder Woman's temporary absence when his mentor informed him that Coriandar had returned. I like your new suit, she said, eyeing him with a pleased expression. Thanks. I like yours too, Joseph replied, taking in her outfit. Her new attire blended Tamaranian tradition with Amazonian practicality. The bottom of her leotard had been replaced with a flowing skirt, her boots now knee-high with pink crystals embedded at the knees. Silver bands adorned her upper arms, and two new silver bracelets connected to purple fingerless gloves, each accented by another pink crystal. Silver linings traced the edges of her ensemble, adding an elegant touch. Thanks. I got it from Io, an Amazon weaponsmith on Themyscira. I have to tell you all about it, the place is breathtaking, and the food. Incredible, she said excitedly. Joseph smiled at her enthusiasm. Coriandar had always possessed an infectious energy, and it was good to see that hadn't changed. I'd love to hear all about it, he said. But first, tell me, how was the training? Cori beamed. Amazing. The Amazons are such fierce warriors. They taught me so much, their combat techniques, their philosophy, their way of life. It was an experience I'll never forget. Wonder Woman and Captain Atom approached, both watching the exchange with amused approval. I must say, Coriandar has impressed even the most seasoned of my sisters, Wonder Woman said warmly. Her dedication to the warrior's path is remarkable. Corey's cheeks darkened slightly at the praise. Thank you, Diana. She turned back to Joseph. And you? What have you been up to? Joseph chuckled. Oh, the usual. Fighting crime, training, getting thrown around by Captain Atom. Corey's eyes widened. Captain Atom is your mentor? Joseph nodded. Yeah, he's been helping me figure out how to control my abilities. I finally managed to tap into the Nova Force properly. Corey's smile grew. That is wonderful. You must show me. Joseph glanced at Captain Atom, who gave him a nod. Go ahead. Stepping back, Joseph exhaled and concentrated. The familiar energy within him pulsed, eager to be unleashed. He raised a hand, and with a controlled release, a beam of golden energy erupted from his palm, streaking through the sky before dissipating into the clouds. Corey clapped her hands together. That is incredible. It's almost like my starbolts. Your power has grown so much. Joseph grinned. Still a long way to go, but I'm getting there. Indeed, Captain Atom said. Your progress over the last 2 weeks is commendable, but there is still much refinement needed. Tapping into the Nova Force is one thing, mastering it is another. Wonder Woman crossed her arms. Perhaps a sparring match would be a good way to gauge his progress. Corey's eyes sparkled. Oh yes. A friendly match between us. What do you say, Joseph? Joseph smirked. You really want to fight me right after getting back? Corey floated into a ready stance, her hands glowing with energy. It has been a while since I've had a good challenge. Captain Atom stepped forward. Very well. This will be a controlled match, no lethal force, no unnecessary destruction. The goal is to test Nova's ability to control his newfound power. But first, let's relocate. Follow me. Captain Atom floated to a high altitude before flying ahead. Joseph declined his offer for assistance, determined to keep up under his own power. As they flew, Captain Atom gradually increased his speed. Corey, leaving behind a green trail, and Wonder Woman kept pace effortlessly. Joseph pushed himself, keeping steady until they neared Mach 2. His body protested, and Captain Atom, noticing his struggle, leveled off at Mach 1.8. When they arrived, Joseph tried to appear unfazed, but Corey shot him a knowing glance. He sighed. There was no fooling her. Are you ready? She asked. Joseph cracked his knuckles. Now I am. Let's do this. Corey wasted no time. She shot forward, launching a barrage of starbolts. Joseph raised a force field, deflecting most of them before dodging the last. He countered with a concentrated energy blast, but Corey twisted mid-air, evading it with ease. She was faster than before. Clearly, the Amazons had sharpened her reflexes. Closing the distance in an instant, she aimed a punch at his ribs. Joseph barely managed to block, skidding back from the impact. Not bad, he admitted. Corey didn't reply. Instead, she flipped back and hurled an arcing starbolt. Joseph absorbed the impact, channeling the energy through his body before releasing it as a shockwave, forcing her to retreat. She didn't give him a moment to recover. Blitzing forward again, she spun mid-air and delivered a powerful kick to his midsection. Joseph grunted, flipping backward before stabilizing himself with anti-gravity control. He retaliated by generating a gravitational pulse beneath Corey, pulling her downward before launching a concussive Nova Force blast at her. She countered by aiming a starbolt with increased intensity at it. The explosion sent them both flying in opposite directions. Joseph righted himself mid-air, breathing heavily. Corey did the same, grinning. This is fun. Joseph smirked. You and I have different definitions of fun. Captain Atom clapped his hands. That's enough. Good work, both of you. Joseph and Corey floated back down, where Wonder Woman and Captain Atom stood. Diana nodded approvingly. You both showed great skill. There is still much to learn, but this was an excellent display. Corey turned to Joseph. I hope we can train together more often. Joseph nodded. Yeah. That'd be great. Captain Atom crossed his arms. For now, let's wrap things up. Joseph, you still have much to refine, but your control over your energy is progressing well. Keep at it. Wonder Woman smiled at Corey. And you, Coriandar, have honored your Amazon training well. I expect great things from both of you. Corey beamed. Thank you, Diana. Joseph rolled his shoulders, still feeling the sting of their match. He turned to Corey. So, you were saying something about Themyscirus cuisine? Corey's eyes lit up. Oh. Yes. The fruit was divine, and the way they prepare their roasted meats. Joseph chuckled as she launched into an excited retelling of her time on the island. Even after all the fighting and training, moments like these made it all worth it. Chapter 50. Joseph sat with Corey in his apartment, days after their sparring match. February was almost over. The night was calm, the city lights filtering through his window, casting a soft glow across the living room. Wonder Woman had given Corey permission to take a break and spend the night at his place, but not before telling them to be responsible. Joseph was still embarrassed about that comment. Corey, on the other hand, had laughed. He had learned through spending time with her that Tamaranian culture didn't shy away from such topics. Maybe Amazon culture was the same. But for Joseph, growing up in Gotham, where emotional vulnerability could be seen as weakness, it was different. Earlier that evening, they had explored downtown Gotham together. They'd watched a comedy movie which Corey had thoroughly enjoyed, her laughter bright and uninhibited in the dim theater. Afterward, they visited an aquarium, where she had marveled at the strange and colorful sea creatures. Then they ate, a lot. Joseph had long since realized that Tamaranians had absurdly high metabolisms, but watching Corey put away enough food for 6 people never ceased to amaze him. Though he'd eaten his fair share as well. Now, they were back in his apartment, both dressed in comfortable pajamas, lounging on the couch. The TV played a documentary on gibbons, the sound filling the quiet space between them. They each had a large bowl of snacks, though Corey's was rapidly depleting. Joseph, she said suddenly, turning to him. He glanced over, noting the serious look in her eyes. Yeah. She hesitated for a moment, then spoke. I think I've figured out what I want to do. Joseph sat up slightly. Oh. Corey's gaze flickered to the TV before settling back on him. This planet. Earth, it is so peaceful compared to other parts of the universe. I want to protect that peace. I want to be a hero, like Wonder Woman. Joseph felt a warmth in his chest at her words. Corey had seen horrors he could barely imagine, enslavement, war, betrayal, and yet she still looked at Earth and saw something worth preserving. He gave her a small, sincere smile. I support you. I want to protect peace too, so that kids won't have to lose their mothers or be experimented on. Corey's expression softened. Like you did. Joseph nodded. He didn't talk about it much, but Corey knew. She understood. She reached out, placing a warm hand over his. Then we will fight together. Joseph squeezed her hand lightly, then smirked. Yeah. But just so you know, I am going to be better than you. Corey grinned, eyes alight with challenge. We shall see about that. Joseph chuckled, shaking his head before turning his attention back to the TV. He felt content. Joseph returned to Gotham Academy, and before he even made it to his first class, his guidance counselor called him into the office. Joseph, the man sighed, rubbing his temples. You're an exceptional student, but you can't just disappear for days at a time. Perfect grades and test scores don't excuse attendance policies. Joseph leaned back in the chair, arms crossed. I get it. I'll try to be more present, or at least let the school know when I'll be out. That work? His counselor studied him for a moment, clearly debating whether to push the issue further. Given your record, we can be flexible, to a point. But don't make this a habit, or we won't be able to cover for you anymore. Joseph nodded. Understood. With that, he was free to go. In class, he slid into his usual seat just as Barbara Gordon walked by. Sup, Barbara. Hi, Joseph. That was it. No lingering looks, no awkward pauses. Just a casual exchange between classmates. A year ago, things had been different. He'd had a crush on her, even made a fool of himself once by drunkenly asking her out. Back then, it would have made him want to disappear from sheer embarrassment. Now, he felt nothing. Maybe everything he'd been through had dulled those old feelings, or maybe he'd just moved on without realizing it. At lunch, he sat with his old friends from the basketball team, listening to them talk about the season. He had missed tryouts for the new semester, and truthfully, he hadn't even considered rejoining. Between his powers, his responsibilities, and Bell Studios, adding basketball to the mix would have been ridiculous. Besides, with what he was capable of now, playing the game fairly just wasn't possible anymore. Still, it felt good to be around them again, even if he wasn't part of the team. Lately, he'd noticed more girls taking an interest in him. At 6 feet 4 inches, athletic, smart, and, if he said so himself, kind of handsome, it wasn't a surprise. The glances, the occasional flirtations, the sudden friendliness, they were easy to pick up on. He appreciated the attention, but he subtly turned them down every time. He had bigger priorities. Meanwhile, his friend Andrew was practically obsessed with Minecraft, the game Joseph had released. Dude, it's blowing up, Andrew said excitedly, scrolling through his LexTube analytics. I hit 50k subs yesterday. People love this game. I'm not playing with you anymore. Get the game, bro. Joseph smirked. He hadn't made the fact that he was the owner of Bell Studios known, so his friend didn't know he was talking to the creator when trying to convince him to play. If I have time I will. Not everyone has bucket loads of free time like you. Some of us need to focus on studying. Andrew laughed, eyes still glued to his phone. His channel was taking off, and Bell Studios was finally starting to function without Joseph having to micromanage everything. That was good. He needed to start stepping back from it. But there was always something else to do. Joseph sighed as he sat through his last class of the day, half listening as the teacher went over pre-calculus concepts he already knew. His fingers tapped idly against the desk, his mind wandering to more pressing matters. Patrol routes. Bell Studios updates. What new intergang activity needed investigating? Where to take Corey next? The work never seemed to end. Chapter 51. Since Wonder Woman had returned, Joseph and Captain Atom had stepped back from patrolling Washington, D.C., leaving the city in her and Starfire's capable hands. This allowed Joseph to focus on his mentorship under Captain Atom, spending 3 days a week shadowing the League member, at least when he wasn't tied up managing Bell Studios or handling schoolwork. The Justice League operated within a complex framework of international law, UN regulations, and political realities. While they were a force for global justice, they couldn't simply go wherever they pleased. Like any peacekeeping organization, they had to respect the sovereignty of individual nations. Without a country's consent, League members couldn't openly operate within its borders, even when pursuing criminals who crossed international lines. This made investigating organizations like Intergang and Leviathan particularly difficult. These criminal syndicates had deep roots in multiple countries, including some that outright forbade League intervention. To take them down, heroes had to act with discretion, often relying on covert tactics and intelligence work rather than direct engagement. In contrast, the League had fewer restrictions in the United States. Most of its members were US-based, and the government generally tolerated their presence. More importantly, the American public idolized their heroes. In some cities, the love for superheroes rivaled, or even surpassed, the passion for sports teams. And in a country where sports were practically a religion, that was saying something. Because of this, Captain Adam and Joseph weren't tied to any single location. They patrolled wherever the League needed them, occasionally working with the US government. In the past month alone, they had covered Coast City, National City, and Keystone City, handling everything from metahuman crime to disaster response. Now, they found themselves in Texas, assigned to stop a dangerous extremist who called himself Americommando. The alias had historical weight. It was once used by Mr. America when he infiltrated Nazi Germany during World War II. But this Americommando was no hero. He was a violent, far-right militant leading a group called the Minutemen. Under the guise of patriotism, he planned to attack the US-Mexico border, targeting immigrant camps in a brutal massacre. While his followers were heavily armed radicals, Americommando himself was something more. He possessed super strength and a degree of invulnerability, making him a direct physical threat. His group's appearance was as exaggerated as their rhetoric. They all wore garish, overly patriotic costumes, seemingly ripped from the pages of a propaganda comic. Stars, stripes, and eagles were plastered across their gear in an overblown attempt to project nationalism through modern superhero aesthetics. For Captain Adam and Joseph, this wasn't just another mission, it was a chance to stop a tragedy before it began. The League had deployed them to ensure that Americommando and his Minutemen never reached their target. And neither of them intended to let that happen. The night sky over the Texas border was clear, but the tension in the air was thick. Captain Adam and Nova had set up near the encampment of asylum seekers, their mission clear: prevent Americommando and his Minutemen from launching an attack. "I'll take the west perimeter," Captain Adam said, scanning the area with a disciplined gaze. "Intel suggests they've divided their forces. I'll keep their main force occupied. You handle any stragglers." "Understood." Joseph, clad in his golden and purple suit, adjusted his helmet. "Got it. If things go sideways, adapt and survive. But don't be reckless. Americommando is strong, maybe even close to my level physically. You need to be smart about this." Joseph smirked. "Smart is my middle name. I thought it was reckless, but sure. Keep your comms open." With that, the two split up. Captain Adam went west, where the bulk of the Minutemen were expected to attack. Joseph took the east flank, moving through the desert landscape, staying low and using his anti-gravity field to hover inches above the ground to minimize noise. The Minutemen were well armed and well trained, but he had the advantage of speed, agility, and raw power. He tapped his earpiece. "No sign of them yet. How's your side?" Static for a moment, then Captain Adams' voice came through. "Engaging. They have some high-tech weaponry, probably stolen military grade. Keep your guard up." Joseph narrowed his eyes and kept moving. His enhanced senses picked up distant thermal energy of human bodies. He followed the energy, weaving through dry brush and rock formations until he spotted them, a group of Minutemen setting up heavy artillery. "That looks like something I should stop." He shot forward, landing right in their midst. The armed men barely had time to react before Joseph sent a concussive blast outward, throwing them off their feet. He followed up with a sweeping kick, sending one flying into a rock face. Another raised his rifle, but Joseph disarmed him with a precise energy beam, melting the barrel before knocking him out with a punch. The others scrambled, trying to regroup. "A cape's here," one shouted into a radio. Yeah, I heard you the first time," Joseph muttered. He focused, extended his localized anti-gravity field, and yanked the remaining soldiers upward, suspending them helplessly in the air. "What the hell?" Joseph flicked his fingers, slamming them back down, hard enough to knock them out but not kill them. He stepped over their bodies, tapping his earpiece again. "Minutemen down on my side. heading toward. A blur of red, white, and blue crashed into him mid-sentence, sending him flying across the rocky terrain. Joseph barely had time to react before he slammed into the ground, carving a trench in the dirt. He groaned, shaking his head as dust settled. His enhanced senses picked up a heavy boot step approaching. "So you're the Justice League's new lackey," a voice sneered. "Didn't expect them to send a kid." Joseph pushed himself up to his feet, rolling his shoulders. Standing before him was Americommando, clad in a blue suit adorned with golden eagles with the American flag as a cape, his physique imposing. His golden eagle mask covered everything but his mouth, and his eyes gleamed with a dangerous fanaticism. "Not League," Joseph corrected. "Independent contractor at the moment. But thanks for the warm welcome." Americommando smirked. "Cute. Let's see if you can back up the jokes." Without warning, Americommando charged. Joseph barely had time to react before the man was on him, throwing a brutal punch. Joseph dodged, using his anti-gravity field to shift his body out of the way. He countered with an energy blast to the chest, but Americommando tanked it, barely stumbling before closing the distance again. Joseph ducked under another swing and delivered a sharp uppercut. His enhanced strength sent Americommando skidding back, but the militia leader recovered quickly, shaking it off. "Not bad," Americommando admitted. "But not good enough." Joseph barely had time to register the movement before Americommando was in his face again, slamming a fist into his ribs. Pain exploded through his side, and he gritted his teeth, using his anti-gravity control to lessen the impact. Even so, the force sent him flying back again, this time through a rock formation. He groaned as he got back to his feet. "Okay. Definitely strong." Americommando cracked his knuckles. "I've fought Superman, kid. You're fast, but you're not invincible." Joseph spat out a bit of blood and smirked. "Good. I like a challenge." He surged forward, feinting a left hook before twisting and delivering a concussive blast point-blank into Americommando's side. The impact sent the man flying, but he recovered mid-air, flipping before landing hard on his feet. "Now we're talking." Americommando launched himself forward again. Joseph finally had enough time to concentrate and extend his localized anti-gravity field again, catching Americommando and lifting him. Time to end this. Chapter 52. Americommando struggled against the invisible force holding him aloft, his muscles bulging as he thrashed in midair. His boots kicked uselessly, and his gloved fingers curled into fists as he strained to break free. But Joseph's control over his anti-gravity field was precise, unyielding. "Let me down and fight like a man." Americommando growled, his voice thick with frustration. Joseph tilted his head, considering. "Yeah, see, I was doing that. And then you decided to be annoyingly durable. So now. Time for Plan B." With a flick of his wrist, Joseph sent 3 rapid-fire Nova Force bolts straight into Americommando's chest. The golden-yellow energy flared brightly against the darkness of the desert night, each impact sending a concussive shockwave through the air. Dust and debris kicked up around them, the sheer force shaking the ground. But Americommando barely flinched. The first bolt made him grunt, the second made him wince, but by the third, he was grinning through the pain. "That all you got?" he taunted. Joseph narrowed his eyes. "Not even close." He clenched his fists, letting the Nova Force concentrate and burn hot around them. The golden energy crackled like fire, wrapping his hands in pulsating power. He flexed his fingers, feeling the raw force surging, then shot forward like a bullet, his speed blinding. Americommando saw him coming and raised his arms to block, but Joseph was faster. His fist connected with Americommando's jaw like a thunderclap. The sheer force sent the self-proclaimed patriot flying backward, his body twisting mid-air before he crashed into the rocky terrain with a deafening impact. A crater formed beneath him as dust and shattered stone erupted into the air. For a moment, silence. Joseph hovered, watching Americomando's unmoving form. His enhanced senses scanned for a heartbeat. There it was, strong but sluggish. He was down. Knocked out cold. Joseph exhaled, letting his anti-gravity field drop, and Americomando's limp body slumped into the crater. All right. That's done. Now let's. Then he heard it. Gunfire. Screams. Joseph's stomach twisted. He spun toward the sound, his enhanced vision locking onto the source. In the distance, near the makeshift shelters of the encampment, shadows moved frantically. Muzzle flashes lit up the darkness, followed by panicked shrieks. Minutemen. His mind barely had time to process it before his body was already moving, launching himself through the air at breakneck speed. He arrived in seconds, skidding to a stop on the cracked, dry ground. The scene before him made his chest tighten. Several Minutemen were advancing through the camp, their rifles raised. The people scattered, some trying to flee, others frozen in fear. A few bodies already lay motionless on the ground, unmoving. Too late. He had taken too long. Rage surged in his veins, but he shoved it down. He couldn't afford to lose control. One of the Minutemen turned, spotting him. Shit. Joseph didn't let him finish. He flicked his hand, sending a concussive Nova Force blast that sent the man flying into a rusted-out truck. The remaining gunman whipped around, opening fire. Bullets whizzed toward him, but he barely needed to think. His anti-gravity field flared, shifting the projectiles' trajectories so they sailed harmlessly past him. He shot forward, slamming his fist, still crackling with Nova Force, into another Minuteman's chest. The man hit the ground hard, groaning before passing out. Another tried to make a run for it. Joseph lashed out with a beam of energy, striking him in the leg and dropping him instantly. Within moments, the remaining attackers were down. The only sounds left were the crackling of fires and the distant cries of the wounded. Joseph turned, scanning the area. Some of the camp's inhabitants were peeking out from behind overturned crates and makeshift shelters, fear in their eyes. Others cradled the fallen, whispering in grief. His hands curled into fists. He hadn't expected more Minutemen in the east. And he hadn't been fast enough. He took a breath, forcing the guilt down. He'd let himself get caught up in the fight, wasted time trading blows when he should have been here, stopping this before it even started. No more hesitation. No more wasted time. Joseph exhaled and tapped his earpiece. Captain Adam. Americommando is down. Minutemen neutralized. But there are casualties. There was a pause, then Captain Adam's voice, grave. Understood. I'll finish up here and rendezvous with you shortly. Joseph looked over the camp once more, jaw tightening. He would be better next time. He had to be. Chapter 53. The dust settled. The air was thick with smoke, the acrid scent of burned gunpowder. The only sounds were the distant murmurs of the surviving immigrants and the faint hum of Joseph's energy field fading away. His stomach turned as he surveyed the damage. The dead lay motionless, their lives stolen in a conflict they had no part in. He clenched his fists. He had been too slow. He had taken too long with Americommando when he should have been here. His mother had no documents and had managed to sneak into the U.S. imagining one of those bodies as his mother's made his stomach churn. Sirens echoed in the distance. Helicopter rotors cut through the night sky. The government forces had arrived. Black-clad tactical teams poured in, securing the area, tending to the wounded, and rounding up the unconscious Minutemen. They moved with the efficiency of professionals, their voices calm and coordinated. A high-ranking officer approached Joseph but kept his distance, reading the situation before speaking. "We'll take it from here, son." Joseph barely registered the words. His gaze remained locked on the fallen. He had power. He should have been fast enough. Strong enough. A shadow loomed beside him. Captain Adam. Joseph exhaled sharply. You're late. Adam glanced around, taking in the damage, the casualties. His face was unreadable, but his tone was steady. Looks like you had your hands full. Joseph didn't respond. He didn't trust his voice right now. Captain Adam placed a hand on his shoulder, grounding him. You did what you could. Joseph shook his head. It wasn't enough. Captain Adam sighed. It never feels like it is. But you saved lives tonight. A lot more than you lost. Joseph let out a bitter chuckle. That's supposed to make me feel better. No. It's just the truth. The two stood there for a moment, watching as the government forces secured the site. The battle was over. But the weight of it would linger. From that moment on, the nightmares returned. Not every night, but often enough to remind Joseph of the past he couldn't erase. He saw the arena again, the faces of those he had been forced to kill. Then the bodies of the immigrants, lifeless and cold. He could still hear the gunfire, still feel the weight of his choices pressing down on him like an anchor. Days later, he was assigned to patrol Chicago alongside Captain Adam. The city wasn't exactly unfamiliar to the Justice League, it had been Hawkman's territory for years. But according to Captain Adam, tensions between the Thanagarians and the Gordanians had escalated off-world, forcing Hawkman and Hawkwoman to leave indefinitely. With their absence, Chicago needed new protectors, and the responsibility fell to Captain Adam and, by extension, Joseph. Chicago had always been one of the most crime-ridden cities in the U.S., and it felt like it. There was no shortage of work, no downtime. Every day, it seemed like another robbery, another gang shootout, another desperate act of violence that needed to be stopped. Thankfully, Bell Studios was running smoothly without needing his constant direct oversight, allowing him to focus on the growing challenges of the city. One of those challenges was Carla Vitti. She wasn't just another crime boss, she was the head of a powerful criminal organization, one that rivaled the Falcone family's influence. When word spread that Hawkman had left the city, crime surged. Gangs were emboldened, believing there was a power vacuum to fill. But what they hadn't expected was Nova, efficient, relentless, and now supervised by a seasoned Justice League powerhouse. Under Captain Adam's watchful eye, Joseph made sure no criminal element gained a foothold. He had an advantage, most of the criminals were just humans, armed with guns at best. A localized anti-gravity field was all it took to render bullets useless. He could snatch them from the air mid-flight, redirect them, or simply let them fall harmlessly to the ground. Once disarmed, he would subdue them the old-fashioned way, fast, precise, and brutal when necessary. No casualties. No second chances. But for all the crime fighting, he still needed time to breathe. On weekends, he would occasionally hang out with Corey. She was busy too, throwing herself fully into the path of heroism under Wonder Woman's guidance. Washington, D.C. had essentially become her new home, and she had already gained quite the following online. Joseph had seen some of the fan pages dedicated to her, videos of her saving civilians, interviews where she radiated warmth and kindness. She was becoming loved by the public. And then there was the other side of the internet. The questionable artwork. Joseph sighed every time he came across one of those posts. He made a mental note to track down those responsible. Not in a violent way, of course. Just, a peaceful suggestion to delete everything and never draw her like that again. Unlike Corey, he had no interest in interacting with the public. He wanted to help people, but more than that, he had a bigger goal, inter gang. Leviathan. Finding and taking them down alone was impossible, especially without AI Nova's full assistance. The League provided him with resources, and he needed those resources. So he would stay patient and wait for now. Chapter 54. Joseph, in his Nova costume, sat on a bench in a quiet Chicago park, watching the city lights flicker in the distance. The night air was cool, and for once, there were no sirens, no gunfire, no urgent calls for help. Just silence. It should have been peaceful. But the weight in his chest didn't lift. His mind wandered back to the nightmares, the arena, the bodies, the immigrants who had died because of him. No matter how much good he did, those faces wouldn't leave him. He barely noticed the elderly man approaching until he heard the voice. "You all right there, son?" Joseph blinked and turned his head. The man was old, his white hair thinning, but his eyes were sharp and kind. He had the look of someone who had seen too much of life but still held on to something, faith, maybe. Most people avoided lesser-known supers like him. Civilians never knew which costumed figure was an actual hero and which one was just another lunatic in a mask. But this man wasn't afraid. "I'm fine," Joseph said automatically. The man gave a small chuckle. "No offense, but you don't look fine." He lowered himself onto the bench with a groan. "Mind if I sit?" Joseph shrugged. Free country. For a moment, they sat in silence. Then the man spoke again. "You look like someone carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders." Joseph scoffed. "Yeah. And what do I look like I did to deserve that?" The man's expression didn't change. "Sometimes, it's not about what you did to deserve it. It's about what you've been through." Joseph hesitated. His first instinct was to shut the conversation down, to brush it off. But, something about the man's presence made that difficult. Joseph had friends, but most of them couldn't understand. And the ones who did, like Selena and Corey. He didn't want to burden them even more with his problems. He didn't want to mention his problems to Captain Adam either. He wasn't too close with his mentor yet, and he didn't want the League thinking he was too unstable to take part in joining the operation against the gangs. But this man wasn't a friend or a colleague. He was just someone willing to listen. "You ever have nightmares?" Joseph asked, his voice quieter than before. The man nodded. "Plenty. How do you make them stop?" He sighed. "I don't. They never really stop." He looked at Joseph then, his gaze steady. "But I've learned that you can't let them define you. You wake up, you take another step forward, and you remind yourself that the past is just that, the past." Joseph stared ahead at the empty park path. "What if the past doesn't stay buried? What if every time I close my eyes, I see them? The people I've killed. The ones I couldn't save." The man was quiet for a moment before he spoke again. "I used to be a preacher, a long time ago. I spent years trying to help people find peace. And the thing about guilt, son, is that it's like a wound. If you don't treat it, if you don't let it heal, it festers. It hurts." Joseph clenched his fists. "And what if I don't deserve to heal?" The man gave him a sad smile. "I've met many men who thought that. Some of them carried their guilt until it destroyed them. Others, they learned that redemption isn't something you earn, it's something you choose to accept." Joseph swallowed hard. He wanted to believe that. He really did. "Who are you?" he finally asked. "Norman McKay," the man said. "Just an old man who's seen too much." Joseph nodded slowly. "Nova. I know who you are, son." McKay's voice was gentle. "And I think, deep down, you already know the answer to your own question." Joseph exhaled. He didn't know if he believed that yet. But maybe, just maybe, he could try. Flying above Washington, D.C. with Joseph felt natural now, like breathing. She had become fond of these weekends, patrolling the city with him, talking about anything and everything. The night sky stretched endlessly above them, the city lights below twinkling like distant stars. "Troya says she wants to leave Themyscira after I told her all about the outside world," Corey said, glancing at Joseph. "They call it man's world for some reason." Joseph raised an eyebrow. "Troya? Oh. The one you said is Wonder Woman's little sister. If Wonder Woman is allowed, why can't she come?" She wishes to, but her mother says she is too young, even though she was born in 1941. Corey crossed her arms. I guess her mother loves her too much. Joseph gave her a look. That's a long time ago. Themyscira has been blessed by their gods so that Amazons do not age while they are on it, Corey explained. So they're immortal as long as they stay on the island. They can still die, she clarified. Sometimes, they face threats like Ares or Circe. The Greek pantheon is so interesting. Back in Tamarin, we only had one god, Zao, and she didn't appear much. She paused, thinking about her home planet. Tamarin had been a place of beauty once. Now, when she thought of it, she saw only betrayal. Her sister, Commandar, had done more than just sell her into slavery, she had ensured Corey's suffering. The chains, the cruel laughter of their captors, the experiments, the pain. But that was the past. Here, on Earth, she was free. She had made new friends, first on Themyscira, then in Washington, D.C. There was so much joy here, people smiling as they walked down streets, children laughing, families safe in their homes. It was so different from the endless war and cruelty she had grown up with. She wanted to protect that peace. And she was only able to experience it because of him. Her gaze drifted toward Joseph. When she first met him, he had been a lone figure in the shadows, sad, guarded, and without hope. And yet, she had seen the kindness in him. He had confided in her, and in turn, she had confided in him. Even now, she could feel the warmth of that connection. Coriandar had been a princess, a slave, a warrior, but with Joseph, she had simply been Corey. A sudden wail of sirens pierced the night. Joseph's head snapped toward the sound, eyes narrowing. Below, flashing red and blue lights weaved through the streets as police cars chased a black van speeding through traffic. Looks like a high-speed chase, Joseph muttered. Corey's expression hardened. Then let us stop them before someone gets hurt. Without hesitation, they both dove down toward the city, ready to protect the peace they had both come to cherish. Chapter 55. Joseph floated high over Chicago, his gaze lost in the drifting clouds. His phone rested lightly in his palm, the soft hum of a news broadcast playing through his earpiece. Starfire joins forces with new heroes Rocket and Icon to prevent. He tuned out the rest. Good for Corey. She had been working hard to establish herself as a hero. He had no doubt that she'd shine, as she always did. It was currently May and life had been slow lately. School was the same as ever. He showed up, did the work without much thought, and socialized just enough to not seem like a ghost. Academically, there was nothing new to learn, he was already years ahead. If not for being able to work on Bell Studios during class since he always finished his work early, school would have felt like a complete waste of time. Speaking of Bell Studios, Minecraft had crushed Good World Studios' attempts at imitation. The sheer force of community engagement had made it untouchable. Now, Good World was rumored to be shifting gears toward virtual reality. Good for them. Heh. Crime in Chicago had also slowed to a crawl. Turns out Batman's methods were universal, fear was an excellent deterrent. A few broken bones, some public beatdowns, and a couple of criminals learning what it felt like to be weightless 300 feet in the air had done wonders for the city's crime rate. It seemed Hawkman had been going too easy on them. Captain Atom wasn't with him today. He was off at some league meeting, which meant they trusted Joseph enough to let him patrol solo. Even if they did disapprove of his methods a little. But hey, Batman does it too, so they can't say anything. Time to prove their trust wasn't totally misplaced. Joseph tilted forward, descending toward the crime-prone districts. His enhanced senses stayed sharp, scanning for trouble. Just as he passed an old apartment complex, his instincts flared. Danger. Something was coming. Fast. He twisted mid-air just in time to see projectiles streaking toward his back. He narrowly dodged, feeling the rush of displaced air as they zipped past him. Joseph spun toward the source, eyes locking onto the dilapidated building across the street. A flicker of metal glinted from a shattered window. "Oh no, you don't." He shot forward, smashing through the broken window in a blur. As he entered, he was met with a sudden, concentrated burst of jagged shrapnel. "Who is this guy?" Joseph flared his localized anti-gravity field, the pieces of metal slowing and deflecting harmlessly around him. He advanced, eyes narrowing at his attacker. The man before him had a strange, menacing presence. He looked to be 6 feet 7 inches in height. His body wasn't just armored, it was composed of overlapping, metallic scales, shifting like living steel. His limbs flexed unnaturally, each movement deliberate and lethal. And then, with a sudden motion, the man fired his own scales at Joseph, razor-sharp projectiles that tore through the air with explosive speed. Joseph braced, reinforcing his anti-gravity field to block the barrage. The scales struck with alarming force, denting the walls and embedding deep into the floor where they landed. This guy wasn't just some random hitman. Joseph surged forward, closing the gap in an instant. He was about to grab the attacker when the man exploded. Not figuratively. His entire body detonated into a violent storm of shrapnel. Joseph's reflexes saved him. He pushed his anti-gravity field outward, shielding himself just before the blast could rip him apart. Metal fragments tore through the room, shredding walls, furniture, and anything unlucky enough to be in their path. When the dust settled, Joseph hovered in place, scanning the destruction. No body. No trace of the attacker. Just jagged, broken metal scattered across the wreckage. What the hell was that? Something was off. Then he heard it. A faint whistling sound, sharp and fast. Joseph twisted to the side just in time as a barrage of metal shards tore through the space where his head had been. The wall behind him was instantly shredded, the shards embedding deep into the concrete. He turned, eyes scanning through the haze, searching for his attacker. A low chuckle echoed from the dust cloud. The shards on the wall twitched, then suddenly shot toward him again. Joseph barely managed to activate his anti-gravity field in time, redirecting the projectiles away from him. Shrapnel reformed right in front of him, his towering metallic form stepping out of the smoke, his red eyes gleaming. His body looked like it was made of living steel, each scale shifting and moving like they had a mind of their own. "You're faster than I expected," Shrapnel said, his voice like metal scraping against metal. "Doesn't matter. I'll carve you up just the same." He launched another volley of razor-sharp scales, each one flying with explosive force. Joseph raised his hand, strengthening his anti-gravity field. The incoming projectiles slowed midair before reversing course, sent flying back toward Shrapnel. The assassin didn't even flinch. Instead of dodging, his body exploded again into thousands of shards, avoiding the counterattack completely. Joseph cursed. This wasn't just a brute with tough skin, he could completely disperse his body at will. Before he could react, the pieces shot toward him from all sides, trying to impale him from every angle. Joseph threw up a concentrated gravity pulse, pushing the shards away from him. But just as he did, shrapnel reformed behind him, his massive hand closing around Joseph's throat. The villain lifted him off the ground with ease, squeezing. "I was paid to put you in the dirt," Shrapnel growled. "And that's exactly what I'm gonna do." Joseph gritted his teeth. He could feel the pressure against his windpipe, but before Shrapnel could crush it completely, he fired a concentrated Nova Force blast directly into the assassin's chest. The explosion sent Shrapnel flying back, his body breaking apart into hundreds of pieces mid-air. But this time, Joseph didn't let him scatter. With a wave of his hand, he manipulated his anti-gravity field, forcing the shards together before they could spread too far. The fragments twitched, struggling, but he compressed them tighter, preventing them from escaping. A low growl came from within the mass. "You little." Joseph clenched his fist, increasing the pressure. The shards compressed even further. "Who sent you?" Shrapnel didn't answer. Joseph tightened the field again. The pressure was immense now, enough that the individual metal pieces started bending under the force. All right, all right. Shrapnel spat. It was Carla Vitti. She wants you dead. Joseph's eyes narrowed. Falcone's sister. He had been expecting retaliation after the crackdown on crime in Chicago, but hiring a metahuman assassin? That was a bold move. Where is she? Joseph asked. Shrapnel let out a dry laugh. You think she tells grunts like me that? You're an idiot. Joseph scowled but loosened his grip just slightly. The assassin wasn't lying, Carla Vitti was smarter than that. But now he had a name, and that was enough. Crime in Chicago was getting desperate. That meant he was doing something right. And if people like Vitti thought they could take him out this easily, they were in for a rude awakening. Creators. Chapter 56, 56. Alright, good work, Nova. Stay put. Government agents will come with inhibitor collars. Captain Adams' voice crackled through Joseph's communicator. Okay. Nova out. Joseph replied, ending the call. He turned his attention back to the restrained assassin lying in a broken heap on the rooftop. The dim city lights reflected off Shrapnel's fractured metallic body, his living metal scales twitching as if testing the strength of their confinement. The anti-gravity field Joseph had wrapped around him kept the assassin from scattering again. You heard that? Joseph's voice was calm, but there was an unmistakable edge to it. You're going to Belle Reve. You better stay put in there and reflect on your actions because next time, he clenched his fist, tightening the invisible force pressing down on Shrapnel. The metal shards groaned. There will be no second chances. Shrapnel let out a distorted chuckle, his metallic body vibrating with the sound. Tough talk, kid. You don't got the guts. Joseph stared him down, his golden helmet masking any emotion. He had no illusions about criminals like this ever changing. Belle Reve was just a revolving door for metahuman scum. If Shrapnel got out, he wouldn't hesitate to come after him again. Joseph didn't enjoy killing, not after everything he had endured in the arena. But his encounter with Americommando had shattered the last of his naive ideals. Some people simply didn't deserve to exist. If Shrapnel ever crossed the line again, Joseph wouldn't hesitate. He would just call it an accident. A black SUV rolled up below, followed by 2 armored transport vehicles. Government agents in tactical gear stepped out, their rifles raised as they secured the perimeter. A pair of them carried a reinforced case, likely containing the inhibitor collar. Joseph glanced down at Shrapnel one last time. Try to run, and I'll make sure they have to sweep you up with a magnet. He released his grip, allowing the agents to move in. He had more important things to deal with. Carla Vitti swirled the wine in her glass, the deep red liquid reflecting the dim light of her penthouse. She took a slow sip, savoring the taste, but the expensive drink did nothing to ease her frustration. The past few months had been a disaster. Revenue losses, shipments intercepted, businesses burnt down. And all because of a handful of do-gooders who didn't understand how the world worked, especially that one in the helmet. Nova. She had spent a fortune hiring a metahuman assassin to take care of him quietly. The plan was simple, an ambush, an untraceable execution. No body, no questions. And yet, here she was, sitting in her high-rise, drinking alone, waiting for confirmation. Then she heard it, gunfire. Not distant, not muffled by city streets. It was coming from inside the building. Her breath hitched. The sounds of shouting followed, her men scrambling. More gunfire, then silence. She wasn't stupid. She grabbed the pistol from her drawer, her hand steady from years in this business. The penthouse was secure, reinforced windows, a private elevator with fingerprint access, no way in except the way she came. And then he came in through the balcony. Floating just above the railing, arms folded behind his back like a god descending from Olympus, was Nova. The city lights illuminated his purple bodysuit, the gold accents catching in the glow of her chandelier. His helmet, a smooth Spartan design, made it impossible to read his expression. But she didn't need to see his face. She could feel the weight of his presence. This wasn't some young idealist playing hero. This was something else. She pulled the trigger. The bullet never reached him. It stopped mid-air, rotating slowly until it pointed back at her. "That is your first strike," Nova said, his voice level. "No second chances. Will you surrender?" Her fingers twitched around the gun, but she didn't fire again. Instinct, honed by years of surviving in a world of killers, told her this wasn't someone she could bluff or intimidate. This was someone who had killed before. And that terrified her. "What do you want?" she asked, keeping her voice steady. "I want you to control Chicago's underworld." Carla blinked, caught off guard. That was the last thing she had expected to hear. "What? If I take you down, another family will move in. Maybe the Bertinellis, maybe the Solnsevskaya, maybe someone worse." He took a step closer, the floating bullet still hovering between them. "Crime won't stop. It never does. So I want you to take control and enforce ground rules." Her mind raced. Was this a trick? Was he wired? "No more hard drugs," Nova continued. "No more trafficking. No more civilian casualties. Keep it in your world, and I'll let you run it. I'll even help you take down your competition." Carla stared at him, unsure whether to laugh or be terrified. "You're serious?" He didn't answer. The silence stretched. This was it. This was her moment. For years, she had clawed her way up, always second to her brother, always playing under someone else's rules. If what he was offering was real, she could be queen. She set the gun down on the desk, exhaling. "I agree." Nova tilted his head slightly. "Good." And just like that, the deal was struck. Chapter 57. Isabel, Dizzy, Cordova had known violence all her life. It was in the cracked pavement of the barrio, in the sirens that wailed like lost souls in the night, in the blood that ran through the gutters like rainwater. She had been raised on it, molded by it, and now, she had become it. Dizzy's gloved hands tightened around the grip of her pistol as she crouched in the shadows, her breath steady despite the storm of emotions raging inside her. Morgan and Swirsky. The names had burned into her soul like brands. Two dirty cops who had made their fortune by preying on the weak, who had orchestrated the deaths of the only people she had ever truly loved. The rain slicked the pavement, turning the streets into shimmering rivers of neon reflections. She had spent months preparing for this night, tracking their routines, mapping their routes, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. That moment was now. Morgan and Swirsky stumbled out of a seedy dive bar, laughing, their breath heavy with the stink of whiskey and cheap cigars. They didn't even notice their patrol cars slashed tires as they climbed inside. Dizzy stepped out of the shadows. The weight of the gun in her hands felt lighter than it should. As if all the pain, all the grief, all the rage that had led her to this moment had lifted away, leaving behind only cold, unwavering purpose. She raised the gun and squeezed the trigger. The muzzle flashed. A deafening crack split the air. The windshield exploded into shards. Morgan's head snapped back violently, blood spraying against the cracked glass. Swirsky had just enough time to turn, eyes wide, before a bullet tore through his throat. He gurgled, clutching at the wound, but she gave him no chance to suffer. Another shot, clean between the eyes, and it was over. The street was silent. The few people loitering nearby scattered like roaches, disappearing into alleyways and doorways. No one would come to investigate. This was Chicago. People knew better than to get involved in another person's business. Dizzy stood there, staring into the ruined car, breathing heavily. They were dead. She should have felt relief. She should have felt something. But the hole in her heart remained. Slowly, she turned away, the gun feeling heavier in her grasp now. There was nothing left. Nothing to go back to. No family. No future. No reason to keep breathing. Her free hand trembled as she raised the pistol to her temple. The cold metal pressed against her skin. She closed her eyes, taking a shuddering breath. Hector. Santiago. I'll be joining you. She pulled the trigger. There was a bang. But no pain. Her eyes snapped open. The bullet hung in the air, less than a centimeter from her forehead, suspended as if time itself had frozen. A shadow loomed over her. She turned, her breath catching in her throat. Floating above the pavement, arms folded behind his back, was Chicago's newest self-proclaimed protector. Nova. His purple bodysuit shimmered under the flickering streetlights, the gold accents gleaming. His smooth, Spartan-style helmet gave no indication of emotion, but his posture radiated calm authority. Dizzy's fingers twitched on the gun. I don't even get to die on my own terms, she rasped, voice raw with frustration and sorrow. Nova didn't answer. Instead, to her surprise, she felt herself rising. The ground disappeared beneath her feet as an invisible force lifted her into the air. The city blurred below as they ascended, the world shrinking into a glittering maze of streets and skyscrapers. Her stomach clenched, but she forced herself to remain still. She wasn't going to die, yet. They landed on the rooftop of an apartment building, the wind howling around them. Nova finally spoke. I was investigating Morgan and Swirsky, he said, his voice deep and steady. A source tipped me off about their crimes. I wanted them taken down. I just didn't expect someone to beat me to it. Dizzy snorted bitterly. Yeah, well. They had it coming. Nova tilted his head slightly. Why did you kill them? Dizzy clenched her fists, her breath hitching. The memories were suffocating, clawing at her throat. She didn't want to tell him. She didn't want to relive it. But she did. She told him everything. Her childhood. Her gang life. The years rotting in prison. Her husband and child, gunned down in cold blood because of her sins. The old man, Agent Graves, on the train with a briefcase full of truth and vengeance. A gun with 100 bullets. Nova listened without interrupting. When she finished, there was silence between them. The city stretched out endlessly below, but the rooftop felt like the only place in the world. Finally, Nova spoke. Your husband and son would not want you to end your life, he said. Live on. If not for your sake, then for the other children of Chicago. Dizzy scoffed, looking away. And do what? Pretend to be a normal person? I don't even know how. You don't have to be normal, Nova said. You just have to be useful. She frowned, turning back to him. What are you saying? I will try to clean this city of all filth, he said. From corrupt politicians to rotten police. But some people are too heinous to simply be locked up. I could use your help. Dizzy stared at him, searching for any sign of deception. But his helmet revealed nothing. She thought about what he was offering. A purpose. A way to channel her anger. A chance to do something meaningful, even if it was outside the law. A slow, bitter smile crept onto her lips. You saying you want me to be your hitman? Nova didn't answer directly. I'm saying you have a choice. Live for something. Or die for nothing. Dizzy took a deep breath. For the first time in years, she felt something flicker inside her. Not happiness. Not peace. But something close to hope. She looked at Nova, her jaw tightening. Chapter 58. Oh my god, you dumbass fuck. Why did you grief my base, bro? What the fuck? Andrew's voice erupted through the VC, his rage palpable as they played Minecraft online. Andrew had become a major Lextuber, boasting just over 1 million subscribers. But tonight he wasn't filming content. Tonight was just about kicking back and gaming with the boys. It was a Saturday night, July 3rd, and school had ended weeks ago. Summer was in full swing, and with no responsibilities in sight, Joseph's friends had decided to hop on a private server for some good old-fashioned chaos. Joseph, for his part, was laughing so hard he could barely breathe. Watching Andrew's base explode in a glorious chain of TNT detonations had him gasping for air. "Bro, the way your house just went up," he broke into another fit of laughter. "I can't, oh my god, the way you screamed." "Yo, chill, dog," Jackson cut in, chuckling but also trying to keep the peace. Andrew, still fuming, took his revenge, methodically placing TNT around Joseph's base. "My bad, bro, my bad. No, I'm sorry. Don't blow up my base, my dog is in there." "No." Joseph pleaded dramatically, adding to the chaos. It was moments like these that Joseph truly savored. Taking care of Chicago was fulfilling, but nothing quite compared to just hanging out with the boys, gaming, and talking shit. Sure, visiting places with Corey was fun, but there was something special about this. About just being normal. Unfortunately, normalcy was fleeting. Maybe he was cursed. It had been a few weeks since Joseph enlisted Dizzy's help to clean Chicago's rot. The system was simple. Carla Vitti, now firmly embedded in the city's underbelly, tipped him off when certain figures crossed the line. Joseph would investigate, ensuring the accusations were legitimate. And if they were, Dizzy handled the rest. It was efficient. It was effective. And most importantly, it was discreet. The League, law enforcement, and the corrupt powers that be had no idea. Chicago was essentially his city now. With the war between Thanagar and the Gordanians in full swing, Hawkman and Hawkwoman weren't coming back anytime soon. Captain Atom barely patrolled with him, trusting him to be able to handle the city as he handled other matters since the League was short on members. Crime rates had reached historic lows under Nova's protection, and Carla was steadily tightening her grip on the criminal infrastructure, enforcing his rules. But she knew better than to get comfortable. She'd already crossed him once, hiring a metahuman assassin to kill him and then shooting him herself. He didn't give second chances. Joseph had also made it clear, if she caught even a whisper about Intergang or Leviathan, he wanted to know. Both organizations were laying low, but it was only a matter of time before they resurfaced. For now, though, Chicago was quiet. Too quiet. Several years ago, a man named Harold Loomis had been murdered. Harold had been an electrical engineer, part of William and Wallace Cole's initiative to build a train line through their old neighborhood. But the deal soured, and Harold paid the price. The Cole brothers made sure of that. Halloween night. Little Oswald Loomis had returned home from trick-or-treating to find his father's lifeless body sprawled on the front lawn. Years later, William Cole had been arrested, but he never ratted out his brother. Wallace went on to become mayor of Chicago. Oswald never forgot. As a message, he sent the mask he had worn that night to William in prison, a grim reminder that their punishment had only just begun. Taking the name the prankster, Oswald turned his grief into a crusade. His first target, Alderman Anthony Lane, a part-time child trafficker. He forced Lane to burn all his illegally obtained money while a feral wolf prowled around him. By the time the police arrived, thanks to an anonymous tip, the wolf had torn off Lane's arm. His second target, John Conaway, a con artist who sold faulty lighting insulation. Tied to his own defective product, Conaway had to prove his insulation actually worked. It didn't. He was electrocuted to death. And so it continued. One by one, Prankster hunted down the corrupt officials who had paved Wallace Cole's rise to power. Until he noticed something unsettling. Someone else was hunting them, too. At first, it had been subtle. Officials he had marked for his justice were disappearing, some found dead, others vanishing without a trace. It was methodical. Precise. Whoever was responsible wasn't making a spectacle of it. They were erasing them. That wasn't justice. That wasn't vengeance. That was theft. Prankster clenched his fists as he reviewed his latest target. No. He wouldn't allow this. This was his city. His revenge. Whoever was trying to steal it from him was going to learn a very painful lesson. Chapter 59, 59. The night stretched over Chicago like a funeral shroud. Nova stood atop a rooftop, watching the city lights flicker in the distance, having just ended the game session with his friends. Dizzy's latest assignment had gone smoothly, but something felt off. There had been rumors. Whispers of a masked figure targeting corrupt officials. Someone with a twisted sense of humor and a vendetta against the same people Joseph had been dealing with. The prankster. Joseph had done his research. The guy had been at this for years, but his pattern was escalating. And now, it seemed, their paths had converged. He didn't like complications. He received a call on a comm. Carla Vitti, got word. Someone's planning a show. Big target. Wallace Cole. Joseph's eyes narrowed. If Prankster was making his move on Wallace, this was his chance to deal with the problem before it got out of hand. There could only be one hunter in Chicago. And Joseph intended to make damn sure it was him. After assembling a team of henchmen, the prankster set his endgame in motion against Mayor Wallace Cole. At precisely 2 p.m. on Sunday, July 4, 2010, every television screen in Chicago flickered and distorted before displaying his masked face. His voice, laced with venom and theatrical amusement, echoed across the city. Good afternoon, Chicago. Your esteemed mayor, Wallace Cole, has stolen over $52 million from the good people of this city. Until that money is returned, I promise you, Chicago will suffer. Consider this my Independence Day gift. Let the fireworks begin. Chaos erupted across the city as panic gripped the citizens. Nova, who had been scouring the city for Prankster all morning after hearing rumors of his potential activity, clenched his fists in frustration. He had hoped to handle this himself, but this was escalating too fast. He couldn't afford to let his pride endanger innocent lives. Pulling up his communicator from his belt, he called the Justice League. Captain Adam answered. Nova, what's the situation? Prankster's making his move. He just hijacked every screen in Chicago and is threatening to terrorize the city. I need help tracking him down before he does something drastic. Captain Adam hesitated. Nova, we're stretched thin. Votan has the amulet of Aten and is blotting out the sun. The League is in full response mode. You'll have to handle Chicago until we're done here. Nova gritted his teeth. Of course that fucker Votan somehow escaped, he muttered under his breath. Next time, Nova would make sure Votan's bones were broken enough that he'd never wield magic again. For now, Chicago was on its own. He needed a new plan. Nova picked up his comm and called Carla Vitti. Have your men find me Prankster's location. Now. Carla scoffed, but complied. Yeah, I'll put my guys on it. Costumed freaks blowing up the city ain't good for business. As if on cue, the city trembled. A distant explosion sent a deep rumble through the air, followed by a thick plume of black smoke rising into the skyline. Then, chaos unfolded on police frequencies. Emergency. We have hostiles invading CPD headquarters. Repeat, we have multiple hostiles attacking. Nova barely had time to process before Carla called back. Prankster just hit the subway and police headquarters. His mind raced. The police could hold out for longer. Civilians on a subway train? Not a chance. Give me the subway location. Carla relayed the location, but he needed to be there instantly. Without hesitation, Nova willed himself into the dream state mid-flight. His body, now void of conscious control, tumbled towards the ground as his mind entered the infinite white expanse of the dream state. Here, he accessed the data archive, every bit of information AI Nova had stored before being terminated. He willed for the exact location of the subway attack to appear. The information surfaced in an instant. Found it. Nova forced himself out of the dream state and snapped back to reality just in time to regain control of his body, adjusting his flight trajectory. He rocketed toward the subway wreckage at full speed. The devastation was horrifying. The wreckage of the subway car was twisted metal and shattered concrete, fire licking at the remains. Bloodied civilians screamed, some trapped under debris, others limp and lifeless. The smell of burning plastic and flesh mixed in the suffocating air. No fire trucks. No paramedics. No backup yet. He was all they had. Nova pushed the fury swelling in his chest down and focused. The first step was containing the fire. He extended his hands, using his anti-gravity field to create an air pocket, suffocating the flames as he stabilized the area. He moved with precision, carefully lifting debris to free survivors while avoiding further injury. The people he could save, he moved to a cleared area, instructing those who could still move to help the injured. His heart pounded as he worked. Every second mattered. But despite his speed, despite his effort, it wasn't enough. 7 people died before he could reach them. One was a young boy. The fire department and paramedics finally arrived, rushing in to take over. Nova, his hands trembling with unspent rage, turned away from the scene. He clenched his fists as he took off into the sky, his vision narrowing with fury. Prankster would pay for this. It was time to end this game. Chapter 60. Nova arrived at the police station. He was furious. His fists clenched at his sides, his body thrumming with barely contained energy. The bombed subway station was still fresh in his mind, the screams, the acrid smoke, the bodies that he couldn't save. 7 lives lost because of this deranged terrorist. And now this. The police headquarters had been hit hard. 3 black vans had smashed through the front, and around 30 armed henchmen were flooding the area, overwhelming the officers and civilian staff inside. Gunfire rang out in rapid bursts, the muzzle flashes painting the darkened halls with flickers of red and orange. Officers fought desperately, but they were caught off guard and being slaughtered. Nova didn't hesitate. He slammed into the nearest group of attackers, his enhanced strength sending them flying like ragdolls. One raised his gun, but Nova twisted the air around him, making the weapon's gravity triple in weight. The man yelped as the gun fell from his grip, crushing his hand against the pavement. Effortlessly, Nova manipulated the battlefield, bodies lifted and flung against walls, guns wrenched from hands, enemies subdued within seconds. It was brutal and efficient, and soon, the fight outside was over. He barely spared a glance at the groaning criminals left behind as he sprinted into the building. Then. A gunshot. Nova sped toward the source, a blurred streak through the bullet-riddled corridors. He burst into a large office and came to a dead stop. A man in a crumpled suit slumped against a desk, blood pooling from a fresh hole in his chest. He gasped for breath, his fingers twitching as if trying to grasp something just out of reach. Then, stillness. Nova's eyes snapped to the shooter. Prankster stood there, a smirk hidden beneath his custom-designed mask. He was tall and thin, his blonde hair slicked back. His tailored jacket suit was pristine, as if he hadn't just murdered a man in cold blood. Nova's fury boiled over. He extended his gravitic powers and yanked Prankster forward, lifting him off the ground and pulling him inches from his masked face. "You will never atone for all the destruction you've caused," Nova growled. "For all the innocent lives you've snuffed out." Prankster laughed. "Do you think I give a fuck?" His voice was almost amused, mocking even. "You're acting like there's some grand moral lesson to be learned here." Nova frowned. Most criminals, at least the ones who weren't outright psychopaths, showed some level of self-preservation when confronted with a being like him. But prankster? He seemed completely unafraid. What? My actions aren't some twisted morality play, prankster interrupted. Hell, the mayor never even stole that money. I made it up. Nova's eyes narrowed. Then why? This isn't about money, or politics, or some grand cause, prankster continued, his voice dipping into something darker. This is about revenge. A son wanting payback for what this city took from him. And now the whole of Chicago will suffer for it. Nova's stomach twisted. What did you do? Prankster chuckled. While the people riot over my fake accusation, I've set up a little Independence Day surprise. Right now, as we speak, there's a boat full of innocent civilians floating on Lake Michigan. And in less than 2 minutes, it's going to explode. Nova's pulse thundered in his ears. You son of a... Oh, and that's not all, prankster added with sick amusement. Cole's building? Rigged with explosives too. It'll go up at the same time. He tilted his head. How's that for some 4th of July fireworks? Nova didn't think, he just acted. His fist connected with prankster's face with a sickening crack, sending the man crumpling to the floor in an unconscious heap. No time. Nova tapped his calm, Carla. A sigh. What? I know you've been cozying up to the mayor. Get him on the phone and tell him his building is about to explode. Evacuate all civilians now. Please. There was a pause. Then, for the first time since they'd met, she sounded genuinely concerned. Fine. I'm on it. Then, Nova took off towards the boat. The air cracked like a whip as Nova broke the sound barrier, accelerating to Mach 2 as he raced across the sky. Lake Michigan stretched beneath him, its vast waters glittering under the afternoon sun. Then he saw it, a fishing vessel, bobbing on the waves, a cluster of civilians bound and gagged on its deck. With a sharp dive, Nova swooped down, extending his anti-gravity field around the hostages. One by one, they lifted off the deck and into his hold. The boat exploded. The shockwave slammed into him mid-flight, flames and debris scattering across the water. But Nova held firm, shielding the 20 hostages as he carried them away at breakneck speed. He landed on shore with a rough drop, his breath heaving, his body aching. The civilians collapsed around him, coughing and gasping, but alive. Nova lay flat on his back, chest rising and falling. The mental strain of using his powers at such an extended scale was immense, and exhaustion clawed at him. Then he felt a large amount of energy approaching him. A presence, 2 of them. He forced his eyes open and saw 2 figures descending from above. One, metallic and radiant, his form pulsing with contained nuclear energy. The other, an android with a sleek, red and yellow body, his expression unreadable. Captain Atom and Red Tornado. Nova exhaled sharply, pushing himself to his feet. You're late. Chapter 61, 61. Red Tornado, Captain Atom, and Nova spent the next few hours tending to the hostages, securing the criminals at the police station, and assisting emergency responders in clearing the wreckage left behind by the pranksters' attack. The devastation was apparent everywhere they turned. The Chicago police headquarters was a war zone, broken glass, spent bullet casings, and the acrid scent of smoke filled the air. Officers, bruised and battered, were tending to their wounded, while paramedics worked tirelessly to stabilize those who had taken the worst hits. Some officers nodded respectfully as Nova passed, a silent acknowledgement of his efforts that night. As the last of the henchmen were hauled away in armored police transports, Captain Atom approached Nova, his silver form glinting under the streetlights. Good work, Nova. And I'm sorry the League couldn't show up earlier. With the loss of Hawkman and Hawkwoman and with the Green Lanterns busy in sector affairs, we've been stretched thin lately. Nova sighed, rolling his shoulders as he surveyed the damage. It was understandable. The Justice League, for all its power, wasn't omnipresent. Even they had limits. I get it. A handful of people can't be everywhere at once, Nova admitted. We do what we can. Captain Atom nodded. Exactly. And what you did today saved lives. If you hadn't acted when you did, the casualties would have been far worse. Nova wanted to believe that. He tried not to think about the people he couldn't save. 7 dead in the subway explosion. 7 too many. But he consoled himself with the fact that he had done everything he could. He hoped the victims were in a better place. He exhaled. Is the League still dealing with Voton? Captain Atom's expression darkened slightly. He has been apprehended, again. Nova had learned that Captain Atom was a military man at heart. Minister Blizzard attacked. The sound of panicked civilians echoed in her mind as she replayed the moment. As the crowd scattered, she had spotted him taking aim at innocent people, his ice gun ready to unleash another wave of freezing destruction. Without hesitation, she fired a starbolt at the weapon, shattering it before knocking Blizzard unconscious with another precise blast. She had alerted the authorities, only to be swept into the whirlwind of another call, this time from Diana. Starfire, the protégés are being given a tour of the Hall of Justice, Diana had said, her voice calm but tinged with purpose. We would like you to join them. Corey had hesitated for a moment. She had visited the hall before, stepping into the vast meeting room after arriving on Earth, but she had yet to see the rest of the building. And though she considered inviting Joseph, she knew he was busy today. They hadn't interacted much with the other sidekicks, and she was curious about them. When she arrived, she was greeted by Robin, Kid Flash, Aqualad, and Speedy. Kid Flash flashed her a mischievous grin, but before he could open his mouth, Robin elbowed him sharply. Behave, he muttered under his breath. Hey, I'm just saying, if I'm gonna be stuck here for a while, might as well enjoy the view, Kid Flash shot back, winking at Corey. The introductions were brief before their mentors attempted to leave for a debriefing. That's when Speedy snapped. Furious at being sidelined, he revealed what the others didn't know: the Hall of Justice wasn't the real League headquarters. There was a watchtower. Green Arrow looked guilty, but before anyone could react, Speedy stormed off. The awkward pause was broken by a call from Superman, requesting immediate assistance with a fire at Project Cadmus. Before the sidekicks could volunteer, the League was called away to deal with Voton's latest scheme, leaving them behind. Robin smirked, crossing his arms. I hacked the Justice League secure server. There's something off about that Cadmus fire. That's all we needed to hear, Kid Flash chimed in, already bouncing on his toes. Together, they made their way to the burning building. Robin grappled to the top while Kid Flash sprinted up the side. Aqualad used his water bearers to scale the walls. Coriandar flew, her eyes scanning for any civilians in danger. As she helped evacuate scientists, she couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something more sinister was at play. Inside the facility, they stumbled upon something unexpected, a high-speed express elevator leading deep underground. With no time to waste, they descended to sublevel 26, where they encountered terrifying creatures known as genomorphs. And worse still, they discovered that Cadmus wasn't running on traditional power sources, it was being fueled by these very creatures. Before they could process the implications, security arrived, and Guardian, the facility's head of security, quickly confronted them. But when his G-genome used telepathy to force him to attack, the situation escalated into chaos. Robin threw a smoke bomb to obscure their movements, and a battle erupted. Coriandar held back, unwilling to harm the mind-controlled guards. Her reluctance, however, didn't stop her from firing a few disabling shots to protect her team. Eventually, Robin hacked the elevator, sending them even deeper into the facility. That's when they found it, Project KR. A clone of Superman. As they debated their next move, the clone's genomes activated, pushing him to attack. Coriandar was closest to him and didn't have time to react before the clone lunged, knocking her unconscious. The memory of waking up confined in sublevel 42 still sent a shiver through her. The dim lighting, the sterile cold of the room, and the sight of Superboy standing in front of them, silent and brooding, had unsettled her. The moment reminded her too much of her own past, the cold, unfeeling captors of the Citadel, the endless fights for survival. Fear had clawed at her chest before she forced it down. Superboy's voice had finally broken the silence. Kid Flash, ever the chatterbox, was the first to react. You're a clone," he stammered, wide-eyed. Superboy had nodded slowly, his expression unreadable. As they questioned him, Corey had listened intently, her heart aching for him. He spoke of his life in Cadmus, how the genomes had taught him everything he knew, but how he'd never known a life outside the facility. The world beyond those walls had been unthinkable to him. Coriandar had seen the pain in his eyes, deep and raw, something she understood all too well. She had tried to reach him, speaking softly, offering words of kindness. "You don't have to stay here," she had said. "There is more to life than this place. You don't owe them anything." For a brief moment, it seemed like they were getting through to him. But then Desmond arrived, shattering that fragile connection. Under the influence of the genomes, Superboy had been forced back into submission. Corey had felt a pang of helplessness as Desmond ordered their memories to be extracted. The sharp pain in her mind had been overwhelming, and just when she thought she might break under its weight, Aqualad had reached out to Superboy with a desperate plea. What would Superman do? He had asked, his voice filled with urgency. Even in her weakened state, Coriandar had felt the shift in the air. Something in Superboy had changed. His anger erupted, and he broke free, his fury sending shockwaves through the facility. He dispatched Guardian and Desmond with ease, freeing them to escape. The flight to freedom had been chaotic. They fought through waves of genomorphs, navigated collapsing corridors, and raced to avoid being caught. Coriandar used her starbolts to clear paths and cover the team, her heart racing with every passing second. Superboy had struggled, frustrated by his lack of flight compared to Coriandar and Superman. She had wanted to comfort him, to tell him it wasn't his fault, but there had been no time for words. Every moment was a battle for survival. And then came Desmond's monstrous transformation into Project Blockbuster, a hulking beast that seemed impervious to their attacks. It took everything they had to bring him down. Corey had evaded his attacks, using her starbolts to distract him long enough for Aqualad and Superboy to land the final blows. Robin had brought the structure down on Blockbuster, and Corey had barely shielded herself in time. When the dust settled, and the team emerged into the night air, Coriandar took a deep, steadying breath. The moon above offered some relief, but that peace was short-lived. The Justice League had arrived, Superman among them. She watched as Superboy stepped forward, revealing the truth of his existence. Corey could see the hesitation in Superman's face, the unspoken questions that lingered in the air. Then, without another word, Superman turned and left. The League wasn't pleased, and Batman's reprimand was swift and severe. But Corey and the others stood their ground. They had done what was right. As she lay in her bed now, Corey exhaled slowly, feeling the weight of the night settle around her. It had been exhausting. It had been terrifying. But it had also been the beginning of something much bigger than herself. With that thought, she closed her eyes, finally allowing herself to rest. Creators. Chapter 63, 63. The Justice League was founded in February 2003 when 7 heroes, Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, Aquaman, and Martian Manhunter, joined forces to repel an Appalachian invasion. Initially, their alliance remained a secret, operating from a hidden base known as the Secret Sanctuary, a cave hollowed out in Mount Justice by Superman and Green Lantern. By May 2004, their numbers had grown to 10 with the additions of Green Arrow, Hawkman, and Hawkwoman. 2 years later, the Joker uncovered their base's location and launched an attack, forcing the League to go public. In August 2008, 6 more heroes, Zatara, Captain Atom, Black Canary, John Stewart, Captain Marvel, and Red Tornado, were inducted. To ensure security, the League relocated to an orbiting satellite called the Watchtower while maintaining the Hall of Justice as a public front. Now, with their Thanagarian and Green Lantern members absent due to intergalactic conflicts, the League convened in the Watchtower for a meeting. Seated at the central table, Batman, the League's current leader, surveyed the assembled heroes before speaking. Recent events have made it clear that the League is stretched too thin. It's time to add new members, he stated. I nominate Icon, Wonder Woman said without hesitation. He's been doing great work in Dakota City. Starfire and I have worked with him before. A hologram flickered to life, displaying Icon's image and known details. All in favor? Batman asked. Every hand rose. Adam has been instrumental in protecting Ivy Town and Star City, Green Arrow added. I nominate him. The hologram updated. All in favor? Unanimous agreement. I nominate Plastic Man, Flash chimed in. I've worked with him multiple times. He may have started as a thief, but for the past 7 years, he's been fighting the good fight, and he's been effective. Another nod of approval. Before Batman could move on, Captain Marvel spoke up. Wait, what about Nova? He's been a hero longer than Icon, and Chicago has been much safer under his watch. The hologram shifted again, now showing Nova's file. It listed his past as the thief known as Flux, his heroic deeds, his abduction by the Gordanians that escalated intergalactic tensions, and his eventual transformation into Nova under Captain Adam's mentorship. He had patrolled multiple cities before taking over as Chicago's protector, proving himself to be highly effective. Batman folded his arms. We have a rule, only legal adults are considered for League membership, he reminded them, subtly acknowledging the unspoken exception of Captain Marvel. Nova has done well in Chicago, especially considering Captain Adam's hands-off approach. But how he works with other heroes remains to be seen. Speaking of working with other heroes, Wonder Woman interjected, have you considered our young protégé's desire to work together? Batman's expression darkened. The young heroes had disobeyed orders, hacked League systems, and endangered lives. He had forbidden them from acting alone again. But they had stood their ground. They argued that they had done exactly what they were trained for. Batman had been considering it. If they want to work together, it will be on League terms, he finally said. They'll operate out of our old headquarters, the Secret Sanctuary. Does anyone want to oversee them? I'll train them, Black Canary volunteered. I volunteer to supervise the young heroes, Red Tornado added. Martian Manhunter leaned forward. Can my niece join them? His niece, Mgan Moores, had secretly bonded with the bioship meant for him, stowing away on his trip from Mars to Earth last month. Though he had never met her before, after contacting her parents and gaining their permission, he had taken her in as his protégé. Of course, Batman agreed. I'll also see about having Nova join them. The team will handle covert missions, while the League continues managing high-profile cases. Wonder Woman nodded. Reconstruction at Cadmus is underway. Guardian is in charge, with Dr. Spence as acting chief scientist. He's vowed to reform Cadmus, no more secret breeding projects, no more will-suppressing genomes. Batman took a final glance around the room. That's all. Dismissed. Superman was the first to leave. Batman had noticed his silence throughout the meeting. He knew why. Superboy. Superman had a strong moral compass, and the circumstances of Superboy's creation, engineered as a weapon, troubled him. It wasn't just an ethical dilemma. The fact that Superboy shared his DNA made it personal, complicated. And Superman's distrust of Cadmus extended to everything they had created, including Superboy himself. He would give Clark a push, but ultimately it was up to Clark himself. Only time would tell if their rift would mend. Chapter 64. In a shadowed conference room, 8 monitors flickered to life, each displaying a figure wreathed in obscuring light. Their voices carried a quiet authority, calm yet undeniably firm. "We have a problem," a deep voice stated, the weight of discontent clear in his tone. "The loss of Project KR was, unfortunate," another voice, older and measured, added. "As is the League's growing interest in Cadmus. It was inevitable," a woman noted coolly. "We placed Guardian in charge to maintain control, but now, with the interference of these young heroes, our hold on the facility may be slipping." "Perhaps," a third voice conceded, "but this is not a failure. Merely an opportunity." "You believe this can be turned to our advantage?" the deep voice questioned. "Of course," the third voice replied smoothly. "The clone is free, yes, but in time, he will come to us. Whether he knows it or not, he is still ours. And as for these young heroes, they may have unknowingly placed themselves right where we need them." Silence hung over the room for a moment before the first voice finally spoke again. "Then let us ensure they see the light." 2 days after the Independence Day fiasco, Joseph found himself in downtown Gotham with Corey. Over the months they'd been hanging out every weekend, they'd visited nearly every notable attraction in the city. There wasn't much left to see, but they still enjoyed hanging out together. Joseph wore a pair of blue jeans and a black long-sleeve shirt, while Corey had on a burgundy blouse and brown shorts. They had just stepped out of a theater after watching a restored and re-released classic called The Silver Blade. It was a 1940s film about a sword-wielding hero battling a cursed gargoyle. The practical effects, makeup, and stunts were surprisingly good for its time, and Joseph had been amused by how engaged Corey was throughout the movie. "It was so dramatic," she said, eyes bright. "When he leaped off the tower with the sword, I thought for sure he would not survive. And yet, he did." Joseph chuckled. "Yeah, I think they were trying to be as epic as possible. But hey, the action was solid. I can see why it became a classic." They walked side by side down the bustling streets of Gotham, their conversation naturally shifting to everything that had happened 2 days ago. Joseph recounted his takedown of the prankster while Corey shared her experience helping the other sidekicks rescue Superboy from Cadmus. As they talked, Joseph abruptly stopped in his tracks, recognition dawning on him. They had unknowingly wandered to the physical headquarters of Bell Studios' game division, the building he had finally managed to purchase 2 weeks ago. The acquisition had been a long time coming, and although much of Bell Studios' social media division was housed in Chicago, this Gotham location remained the heart of its gaming operations. He noticed that some employees had chosen to work in-office rather than remotely. Seeing an opportunity, he decided to pay them a visit. "Come on," he said, motioning for Corey to follow as he led the way inside. The lobby was modern, sleek, and lively with activity. He approached the receptionist's desk, where a well-dressed woman greeted him with a professional smile. "Hello, how may I help you?" she asked. "I'd like to see Mr. Jack." The receptionist's expression remained polite but firm. "I'm sorry, our CEO is currently busy. Do you have an appointment?" Joseph smirked slightly. "Just tell him Joseph is here. He'll know who I am." The receptionist hesitated, then picked up the phone and relayed the message. Moments later, Mr. Jack himself appeared. Gone was the scruffy, homeless man Joseph had met months ago. With his sharp business acumen and relentless work ethic, Jack had risen quickly, proving himself invaluable. Joseph had rewarded that dedication by making him the CEO of Bell Studios' gaming division, now officially known as Bell Games. Under Jack's leadership, the company had not only stabilized but had started pushing into new projects with ambitious vigor. "Mr. Bell." Jack greeted with a broad smile. "What a surprise. If I had known you were coming, I would have prepared something. And hello to you too, Miss Corey Anders." Corey introduced herself, offering a warm smile. "She's my friend," Joseph added. "Don't worry about preparations. I just wanted to visit briefly. Hope I'm not disturbing anything, I haven't been to the building since we acquired it." Jack shook his head. "You're never a disturbance, sir. I always have time for you. I appreciate everything you've done for me." Joseph nodded in approval. Then let's take a quick tour. As they walked through the building, Jack provided updates on the company's progress. Employees greeted Joseph with a mix of curiosity and respect. We've been making good strides, Jack explained as they passed through the development wing. Sweet Smash is about to launch, and based on pre-release data, it's projected to be a major hit. We're already in talks about expansions. Gotham Theft Auto and Oversea are still in early development, but both are shaping up well. Joseph nodded as he observed a few workstations. Screens displayed vibrant game levels, character models, and lines of code. He was impressed by the atmosphere, focused yet creative. And that concludes the tour, Jack said as they returned to the lobby. Do you have any questions, sir? Anything you'd like changed? Joseph thought for a moment, then shook his head. No. You've done a good job. Keep it up. Thank you for your hard work. The pleasure is mine, sir, Jack said earnestly. I'll continue making sure Bell Games reaches its full potential. Jack escorted them to the exit, and as soon as they stepped outside, Corey stretched her arms dramatically. All that business talk has made me hungry. Joseph laughed. He had seen firsthand just how much food Corey could put away, and he was already bracing himself for the inevitable damage to his wallet. Okay, he said, grinning. Let's go find something to eat. Comment. Chapter 65. The next evening, Nova soared back to Gotham from Chicago. He could have used the Zeta tube, but teleportation still unsettled him ever since the Gordanians had trapped him in their teleportation apparatus, throwing him into that brutal arena. Flying felt more natural. Safer. Chicago wasn't too far from Gotham, and at Mach 2, it was only 30 minutes away. As he neared Gotham, something caught his eye: fire. Not just one. Several. Nova narrowed his gaze. Buildings were burning, the glow of the flames licking at the night sky. His heart clenched as memories surfaced. The last time Firefly escaped, a child had nearly died. Joseph had saved them, but at a steep cost, third-degree burns across his body. The pain had been excruciating. He had promised himself that if he ever saw Firefly loose again, he wouldn't give him a second chance. Tonight, that promise would be kept. First, the civilians. He pushed his senses outward, noting the mix of chemical and thermal, that meant a living being. Even through the crackling infernos, he could feel the faint pulses of life. There. A family trapped beneath a collapsing ceiling. Nova shifted gravity around them, lifting the debris and pulling them to safety. One by one, he evacuated those still inside, their terrified faces reflecting the orange glow of destruction. Next, the fires. Oxygen-fueled flames, and gravity could suffocate them. Nova shaped invisible air pockets, forcing the flames to starve. They flickered, curled inward, then died. Only after ensuring no embers remained did he move to the real threat. Firefly was running. The pyromaniac raced through an alley, his jetpack sputtering, trying to take flight. Nova didn't give him the chance. He extended his hand, twisting gravity around Firefly's body. The man's momentum reversed instantly, hurling him backward toward Nova's outstretched fist. The punch landed with a sickening crunch. Firefly crumpled like a rag doll, his helmet sparking from the impact. Unconscious. Joseph lifted Firefly's body up using anti-gravity and was about to fire at the man's equipment. If it blew up, then he'd get a taste of what his victims went through. And that's when Batman made his presence known. From the rooftop above, the Dark Knight emerged from the shadows, his cape billowing as he stepped forward. Nova, Batman's voice was controlled, but there was an edge to it. Gotham is mine to protect. I can't have you continue to appear here. Nova clenched his jaw. I saved people, he said, his voice sharper than intended. I put out the fires. I caught the pyromaniac. This is my home too, so what's the issue here? The issue is Gotham exists in a delicate balance, Batman said, stepping closer, his gaze unreadable beneath the cowl. I know this city better than anyone. If metahumans make a habit of intervening, the criminals will escalate, start hiring metahuman muscle of their own. The city will suffer. Nova exhaled slowly, reining in his frustration. He had to remind himself, this was Batman. The man who had been protecting Gotham for years. If he believed this was the right call, there had to be a reason. Maybe this was why Superman didn't step in Gotham too. But Nova wasn't Superman. The moment one of these freaks appeared in front of him again, he'd make them disappear for good. Discreetly, of course. Okay, Nova said at last. I'll defer to you. I just hope this freak doesn't escape Arkham again. Because if he did, well. There were other ways to ensure Firefly never hurt anyone again. Dizzy was always available. Batman gave a slight nod. While you're here, there's something you should know. Nova raised an eyebrow. Was today the day he'd be joining the Justice League? The League is assembling a covert team, Batman continued. Young heroes. Members will include Robin, Aqualad, and Kid Flash. Nova stiffened. He felt his anger rising. So that was it. After everything he'd done, protecting Chicago, proving himself again and again, the League still didn't think he was ready to join. Hawkman and Hawkwoman, two aliens, had been operating on Earth for a matter of months and got into the League. He'd been in the game for longer than that. And still, they held him back. Just as he was about to protest. And Starfire will be joining as well. Nova's anger vanished. I accept. Batman smirked ever so slightly. Martian Manhunter's niece will be joining as well. Come tomorrow at 5 p.m. Mount Justice. Use the Zeta tube. Then, as if slipping into the void itself, he vanished into the night. Nova watched him go, his enhanced senses tracking the faint heat signature masked beneath the suit. He could still sense Batman's exit, but that didn't change the fact that it looked incredibly cool. Almost an art form. Nova would have to take notes. Maybe even add a cape. Nah. No capes. Chapter 66, 66. The hum of the Zeta tube faded as the teleportation sequence completed. Nova B-08, the system intoned. Joseph stepped forward, clad in his full Nova suit, helmet securely in place. But as he took in the room before him, a sense of discomfort settled in his chest. The other Projes, Robin, Kid Flash, Aqualad, Superboy, and even Corey, were all dressed casually. Only the Mentors, alongside Captain Marvel, Black Canary, and Red Tornado, remained in their heroic attire. Why hadn't Batman mentioned this? Now he felt stiff and out of place. Corey floated over to him, her vibrant hair catching the light. Her green eyes sparkled with amusement as she addressed him in Tamaranian, ensuring the others wouldn't understand. Joseph, she said softly, why are you suited up? No one told me to come in casual clothes, he admitted, feeling awkward. And I'm still not sure about revealing my identity. She tilted her head slightly. I believe we can trust them. They have saved the Earth many times and are our comrades. Joseph hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right then. He reached up, removing his golden helmet revealing his long brown curly hair. He hadn't cut it since his hair had been burnt alongside his body when he saved a child from a burning building in what felt like years ago. Floating forward with his helmet tucked under his arm, he scanned the room, noting the reactions of those present. His gaze found Captain Atom, his mentor, who gave him a subtle nod of approval before he turned to the rest of the assembled heroes. Hello, he greeted, his voice even. Though he had been under the League for months, his interactions with them had been minimal. Robin and Speedy had crossed paths with him when he was still operating as Flux, and Wonder Woman, as Starfire's mentor, had offered him pointers when they trained together. Then there was Batman, who had an uncanny ability to appear silently when he least expected it. Nova. Captain Marvel's voice boomed with enthusiasm, startling him. Man, I am a huge fan. You're super cool. Joseph blinked. Thanks. He wasn't sure how to react to the large, imposing adult acting like an excitable kid. I'm a fan of you as well. Captain Marvel grinned and gave him a thumbs up. The rest of the league gave him polite nods, and the sidekicks followed suit. Kid Flash was the first to speak. Dude, the whole suit thing. Very dramatic. You totally missed the memo on Casual Thursday. Joseph smirked slightly. Apparently. Robin's eyes glinted with amusement behind his sunglasses. No worries, man. It happens to the best of us. Aqualad inclined his head respectfully. It is good to have you with us, Nova. Superboy barely acknowledged him, arms crossed and gaze fixed on something distant. His posture screamed quiet rebellion, as if he was still trying to figure out whether he even wanted to be here. Joseph took note but didn't press. He wasn't the type to force conversations. Then Batman entered the room, commanding silence without uttering a word. His gaze swept over them before he spoke. Since you have all decided to continue fighting the good fight together, you will operate as a team. This location, the Secret Sanctuary, will serve as your base, provided you adhere to League regulations. He paused. Red Tornado has volunteered as your supervisor. Black Canary has offered her expertise as a trainer. The team will focus on covert operations, the League will still handle high-profile cases. Joseph nodded. It made sense. He had no issues with working in the shadows, he was already used to operating outside the spotlight. Batman's voice continued, unwavering. Now, let me introduce the seventh member of your team. A girl with short red hair entered the room, looking normal at first glance, until you noticed her green skin. This is Miss Martian, Martian Manhunter's niece. She beamed at them. Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. I've always wanted to be part of a team. Kid Flash wasted no time, immediately adopting what Joseph was starting to recognize as his usual flirtatious tone. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Martian. And might I say, you are looking. Robin elbowed him in the ribs. Reel it in, Wally. Wally winced, rubbing his side. Come on, I was just being friendly. Wally then continued, introducing the other protégés. When it came time to introduce him, Kid Flash simply gestured vaguely. This is Nova. Joseph raised an eyebrow. Charming introduction. Figured you could do the brooding mysterious thing yourself. Miss Martian studied each of them with curiosity but seemed particularly drawn to Superboy. She stepped closer to him, her expression soft with understanding. You're different, she said, her voice gentle. Superboy tensed. What's that supposed to mean? Oh. I just meant, I feel like we have something in common, she rushed to explain, her enthusiasm dimming slightly. You know, being new here, and learning about Earth. Superboy didn't respond right away. Eventually, he just muttered, sure. Miss Martian's smile returned, though slightly subdued. Joseph observed the exchange, was that a crush? The League members left through the Zeta beam so that they could socialize. As the League moved toward the exit, Joseph glanced back at Batman. Their eyes met, and for a brief moment, Joseph wondered if Batman thought he was a good fit for the team. Then the moment passed, and Joseph followed the others, stepping into his new role, not just as Nova, but as part of something bigger. Chapter 67, 67. I'll go change into regular clothes and can get some food on my way back. Anyone have any suggestions? Joseph asked. How about pizza? Kid Flash said eagerly. The rest gave a nod. Can't go wrong with pizza. When he was able to use the speed state, his metabolism had increased and his daily food intake had doubled, so it might be even worse for speedsters. He'd make a note to ask Wally later. Plus, Corey liked to eat a lot too. Sure. I'll be back in 30. Joseph said as he used the Zeta tube intending to order a lot. Alright, now that we're all acquainted, Robin said, clapping his hands together, who's up for some team bonding? How about we tour the clubhouse? Miss Martian perked up. I could show you around. I've been living here, so I know it well. What about Nova? Corey asked, looking around. We can always show him again when he comes back, Wally said with a shrug. Corey nodded, though she wished Joseph could be here for the full experience. The cave wasn't just the secret hideout of the team, it was an entire mountain, hollowed out and reinforced by Superman and Green Lantern. Once the Justice League's first base, it had been abandoned for the Hall of Justice when its location was compromised. Now, it belonged to the next generation of heroes. Miss Martian seemed a little apprehensive about living in a place with a known location, but Robin and Kid Flash assured her that they were hiding in plain sight. As they walked, a sharp scent filled the air. Does anyone else smell smoke? Superboy asked, suddenly alert. Miss Martian gasped. My cookies. She shot into the kitchen just in time to pull a tray of thoroughly burnt cookies from the oven. Her face fell at the sight of them. It's okay, Wally picked one up and chomped down. The cookie practically crunched into dust in his mouth, but he forced a smile. Just how I like, Miss Martian's lips twitched into a smile, but she still looked unsure. It is a wonderful thing that you wanted to share, Calder said warmly. That is what matters. Besides, Corey added, her voice cheerful, baking is a skill and like all skills it needs to be practiced. I myself have a terrible time trying to avoid a catastrophe every time I step in the kitchen. That got a few chuckles from the group. Calder took the moment to formally introduce himself. I am Calder AHM, though my friends call me Calder. Wally West, Kid Flash added, grinning. I trust you with my secret identity unlike Boy Wonder over here. Robin, the youngest of the group said, though his playful smirk told them he wasn't about to share more. Miss Martian smiled. My Martian name is Mgan Moores, but I also go by Megan. I am Coriandar of Tamarin, Corey said. But on Earth, I am called Corey Anders. They all turned to Superboy, but he remained silent, shifting awkwardly. Mgan, sensing his hesitation, reached out telepathically. Don't worry, we'll find an Earth name for you too. Superboy's eyes flared with irritation. Stay out of my head, he snapped, causing everyone to pause. Mgan winced. I'm sorry. I didn't mean, on Mars, we all communicate like this. Calder placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. It is different on Earth. Using such powers without consent is an invasion of privacy. Yeah, Wally added. Superboy's got a history with genomes messing with his head. Telepathy's a sore spot. Mgan's eyes widened with guilt. I'm really sorry, Superboy. I won't do it again. Superboy sighed, looking away. Whatever. Mgan bit her lip, then suddenly brightened. I know how I can make it up to you. Come with me. Superboy hesitated, but when Corey placed a gentle hand on his arm and smiled, he let out a breath and nodded. Fine. The group followed Mgan to the hangar, where a sleek, organic-looking spacecraft rested. This is my bioship, she announced proudly. It's a Martian shuttle, and it responds to my thoughts. Sweet. Wally said, running a hand along the surface. Come on in. Let's fly around for a few minutes. Mgan invited. One by one, they climbed aboard, marveling at the smooth, futuristic interior. The ship responded to Mgan's touch, lifting off smoothly. As they soared through the sky, Wally leaned closer to Mgan. So, Mgan, he said with a smirk. Can all Martians shapeshift? She nodded. Of course. Then show us. Mgan grinned and changed her appearance, shifting into a copy of Starfire. She then shapeshifts into both Robin and Wally, though is unable to mimic male features. Still working on that part, she admitted. Can you also density shift like Robin asked. Not yet. I'm also working on that too, she said. No worries, Robin said. At least you're better off than Wally. Every time he tries to vibrate through a wall, he ends up with a bloody nose. Wally groaned. Dude, not cool. The group laughed, even Superboy cracked a smirk. The bioship can also camouflage. Ngan said. She demonstrated, making the ship vanish from sight, then return. Before they could marvel at it further, a sudden gust of wind sent the bioship, and them inside, tumbling. Chapter 68. The bioship made a swift landing in an open field in Hatton Corners, just outside Happy Harbor. The team exited the ship but before they had a moment to assess the situation before a powerful gust of wind sent them tumbling. A deep, mechanized voice boomed over the roaring winds. Disappointing. I was expecting real heroes. Instead, I get children. The figure before them was clad in bulky, crimson armor, his body wreathed in swirling air currents. His tattered brown scarf whipped violently in the storm. Robin recovered first, flipping nimbly back to his feet. Who the heck are you? He demanded. I am Mr. Twister, the armored man replied smugly. And you are not worth my time. Twister's design bore a passing resemblance to Red Tornado, primarily the humanoid faceplate and deep red chassis, but the similarities ended there. He was larger, more imposing. The turbines embedded in his forearms connected to a massive central device on his torso, which seemed to power his whirlwind manipulation. The team sprang into action, attacking. Twister countered each of them effortlessly. A blast of wind sent Superboy, Calder, and Wally flying. Robin barely avoided a direct hit. Ngan yelped as she was flung backward. Corey gritted her teeth, pushing against the gale. She was strong, fast, but acceleration took time. The intense headwinds made it difficult to gain momentum mid-flight. Planting her feet on the ground, she fired a barrage of starbolts at Twister. He dodged with unnerving ease, sidestepping each emerald blast. She shifted tactics, keeping low to the ground and flying in a wide arc, avoiding his wind currents before launching herself forward, starbolts charged in her palms. Then the lightning struck. She had assumed his powers were limited to wind. She was wrong. A bolt of raw electricity crashed into her, sending her tumbling through the air. For a brief moment, everything went white. Then, arms caught her. Whoa, I gotcha. Wally skidded to a stop, gently lowering her. Man, I knew you were electrifying, but I didn't mean literally. Corey groaned, blinking away the residual sparks dancing in her vision. Ugh. I did not expect that. Meanwhile, Calder took a step forward, voice firm. What do you want? Mr. Twister's visor glowed ominously. Where is Red Tornado? Calder exchanged a glance with Ngan. Read his mind, he instructed. This could be a test from the League. Ngan hesitated. Are you sure? I don't want to invade. It's acceptable against an enemy, Calder reassured her. Reluctantly, Ngan reached out with her telepathy. A moment later, she gasped. His name is Brom Stick. He's Tio Moro's assistant. The team absorbed this new information as she continued. Brom helped create the Mr. Twister armor, but he wanted to use it himself to flush out and reprogram Red Tornado. Moro told him to wait for an android replica, but Brom was impatient. He came to Happy Harbor, knowing Red Tornado operated here, and assumed our bioship was his. Robin frowned. So he's just some impatient lab guy with a power complex? Seems like it, Ngan confirmed. Superboy snarled and lunged, but Twister was faster. Another bolt of lightning sent him crashing to the ground. Twister raised both arms, turbines whirring ominously. Enough games. Time to exterminate you. Before he could unleash his attack, the bioship shimmered into view, right between the team and Twister. Confused, Twister hesitated, scanning the area. What? Where? Hidden behind the cloaked bioship, Wally gaped. Whoa. What just happened? M'Gann grinned. I moved the bioship in front of us and activated its camouflage. Corey shook off the lingering sting of electricity and straightened. She glanced at the others, then took charge. Robin, contact the League and report the situation. Then provide distractions. He smirked. On it. Miss Martian, what else can you do? M'Gann hesitated. I have telekinesis, but not at that range. And I don't know how to use telepathy offensively yet. That is fine. Connect to his mind and speak loudly, distract him. Kid Flash, counter his tornadoes with your speed. Superboy, Calder, you are with me. We will take him head on. M'Gann, move the bioship when I give the signal. The team nodded, though Wally looked a little reluctant. Maybe he wanted to take the lead. Robin, on the other hand, seemed to be happy following her orders. All right, now. Corey ordered. The bioship uncloaked, and chaos erupted. M'Gann's voice echoed in Twister's mind like a megaphone, throwing him off balance. Wally blurred into motion, running in tight circles to disrupt the cyclones. Robin's smoke bombs went off in rapid succession, obscuring Twister's vision. Corey, Calder, and Superboy closed in. Superboy struck first, his fists tearing into the armor with relentless fury. Twister staggered back. Calder followed up, summoning water from his gauntlets and shaping it into hardened constructs, slamming them into Twister's frame. Then Corey finished it. She rocketed forward, grabbed Twister by the chest plate, and hurled him toward the nearby lake. As he hit the water, Calder unleashed a powerful surge of bioelectricity. Robin capitalized on the moment, hurling explosive discs into the air, which detonated around Twister in a concussive blast. With a final groan of protesting metal, Twister collapsed. The armor hissed, steam escaping from ruptured joints. Slowly, the metal plates began peeling away, revealing the man inside, a thin, disheveled Caucasian man with longish brown hair and thick sideburns. He hit the ground, groaning. This is unacceptable. Robin crouched beside him, twirling a set of handcuffs. Yeah. Cry about it later. He cuffed Brahm effortlessly. Corey dusted off her hands. Good work, team. Robin grinned. That was definitely a whelming first mission, huh? I have always wanted to be part of a team, M'Gann said, smiling. Yeah, heartwarming stuff, Wally interjected. But can we head back now? All that running made me hungry, and Nova should have bought the pizza by now. Corey chuckled. Let's go home. The team alerted the authorities before piling into the bioship with the remains of Mr. Twister's armor. Chapter 69. In a dimly lit laboratory filled with humming monitors and scattered blueprints, T.O. Morrow sat hunched over his workstation, his fingers steepled as he reviewed the battle footage from Mr. Twister's wrecked suit. The video feed had been severed when Superboy smashed the armor's headplate, but up until then, Morrow had watched everything, the way the team coordinated, the way they adapted mid-battle, and, most importantly, the way they overwhelmed his and Brahm's Stick's creation. Morrow sighed heavily, rubbing his temples in frustration. Impatient fool, he muttered. Brahm had refused to listen. Morrow had explicitly told him that piloting the suit himself was unnecessary. A lifelike android replica would have been the superior alternative, more durable, expendable, and devoid of human error. But no, Brahm had been too hasty. Still, despite the failure, not all was lost. Morrow's gaze flicked to a secondary screen displaying a pulsating signal. A tracking program embedded in the armor had remained active long enough to scan for anomalies in the vicinity. Red Tornado was there. Morrow grinned, fingers tapping idly against the desk. Well, at least something came of this mess. He turned back to his monitors, compiling the data from the battle. The fight had provided invaluable insight into the young hero's abilities, teamwork, and strategies. I've learned quite a bit from this ordeal, he mused. And next time, I won't leave things in the hands of an amateur. His fingers danced over the keyboard as he pulled up a new blueprint, one that would correct all of Brom Stick's mistakes. Back at the base, the air was filled with the scent of warm cheese, tomato sauce, and garlic as the team devoured the several boxes of pizza that Joseph had brought. Corey and Kid Flash were particularly aggressive in their eating, scarfing down slices like they hadn't eaten in days. Joseph, meanwhile, sat back with an incredulous look, arms folded as he listened to Mganess recount what had gone down in his absence. Wait, hold up. He shook his head. You guys had a whole adventure without me while I was out getting pizza. First the clothes, now this. Do you all have a secret group chat that excludes me or something? Kid Flash, mouth full of pepperoni pizza, shrugged. You snooze, you lose, Nova. He swallowed and gestured lazily with a slice. By the way, thanks for the pizza. Joseph rolled his eyes. No problem. And the name's Joseph. Robin smirked from across the table. I dunno, you don't look like a Joseph. Nova's more catchy. Mgan giggled. It does suit you. Joseph groaned but didn't argue further, instead grabbing a slice for himself and leaning back against the couch. Across the room, Red Tornado stood over the shattered remains of Mr. Twister's armor, analyzing its structure with his blank, expressionless faceplate. After a moment, he turned to the team. You performed adequately, he stated, his robotic voice devoid of inflection. Thanks. Wally said through a mouthful of crust. I will deal with Tio Moro personally, Red Tornado continued. Without another word, he turned and walked off, leaving the young heroes to exchange glances. So that's it? Superboy muttered, still skeptical. We just let him handle it. For now, Calder replied. We are a team, but we are still learning. The League wouldn't have given us Red Tornado as a mentor if they didn't believe we had more to master first. That seemed to settle the matter. The rest of the night was spent eating, talking, and, at Joseph's insistence, giving him a proper tour of the base this time. By the time they were finished, it was getting late, and one by one, the team decided to call it a night. As Joseph was heading out, Superboy hesitated, glancing at Mgan. Then, in a rare moment of humility, he mumbled, sorry, about earlier. Mgan blinked, surprised, then smiled. Joseph, listening from the Zeta tube, raised an eyebrow. Maybe he had judged him too harshly. Chicago's South Side, July 9th. In a dingy warehouse by the docks, 10 men sat around a makeshift table, the air thick with cigarette smoke and cheap beer. Stacks of cash and firearms littered the surface, but the real business was in the back, a dozen cages, each containing a frightened woman or child. Business had been good. The buyers were scheduled to arrive in less than an hour. Everything was going smoothly. Then, the air grew heavy. A deep, inexplicable dread settled over the room. A feeling of inescapable doom. The gang members shifted uncomfortably, exchanging wary glances. One of them, the self-proclaimed muscle of the group, reached for his pistol. You feel that? Before anyone could answer, a shadow fell over them. High above, floating in the open rafters, was a figure dressed in purple and gold. Nova. The stories about him were legendary in Chicago's underworld. No one ever escaped from Nova. He hovered effortlessly, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at them with cold, unforgiving eyes. Freddy swore under his breath and fired. The bullet never reached its mark. The air shimmered, bending around Nova as if reality itself refused to let him be harmed. The deflected bullet ricocheted off a steel pipe, embedding itself into a wall. Panic erupted. The criminals scrambled for weapons, overturning tables in their haste. Nova moved. Faster than they could react, a golden bolt of energy lanced through the air, striking a gun mid-aim and disintegrating it on impact. Another followed, blasting a second thug's weapon into useless scrap metal. One man tried to run. Then gravity shifted. The man was yanked into the air, flailing helplessly as an invisible force dragged him back toward the carnage. Within seconds, every single weapon was destroyed. The remaining thugs looked up in terror. Nova descended slowly, feet touching the ground with a controlled ease. He still hadn't moved his hands from behind his back. "You've made a mistake," he said calmly. "And now, you're going to pay for it." A heartbeat later, they were lifted off the ground. 10 hardened criminals, each one hoisted into the air like ragdolls, limbs flailing uselessly. Nova brought them together, heads colliding in a brutal, synchronized impact. They crashed to the floor in an unconscious heap. The warehouse was silent. The captives, still caged, stared at Nova in awe and fear. Nova stepped forward, reaching out. Gravity bent to his will. The lock snapped open with effortless ease. One by one, the hostages stumbled out, eyes wide, bodies shaking. "Wait here," Nova ordered, voice softer now. "You're free now. Authorities will arrive to help you." Tears filled some of their eyes as they were glad to have escaped their predicament. Nova turned back to the unconscious criminals, expression unreadable. He considered erasing them from existence. As the distant sound of sirens approached, Nova vanished into the night, off to track the buyers that Carla Vitti had tipped him off to. Chapter 70. Gotham City, July 12. Nova landed lightly on the fire escape outside his apartment, his ability to detect energy, which he called Nova Sense, alerting him. 2 presences. Inside. He narrowed his eyes. His place was supposed to be empty. The lights were off, but that didn't mean much, whoever was in there could be waiting for him. His muscles tensed as he subtly increased the intensity of his localized anti-gravity field, a precaution in case he needed to act fast. He was ready. Slipping through the window with effortless ease, he landed silently, scanning the room with his enhanced perception. Then, the lights flicked on. "Happy birthday to you." Selina and Corey stepped out from behind the couch, grinning as they sang in unison. Joseph blinked, momentarily stunned. That's right. It was his birthday. With everything that had happened in the past few years, his mother's death, surviving alone, constantly working, he'd stopped celebrating. No one had ever remembered, and he'd stopped remembering too. And yet, here they were. As they reached the end of the song, Selina gave a dramatic bow while Corey clapped enthusiastically, her emerald eyes bright with excitement. Joseph exhaled, letting the tension ease from his body as he removed his helmet. He met their eyes, something warm stirring in his chest. "Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it," he said, voice quieter than he intended. Selina smirked, leaning against the arm of the couch. "You really forgot your own birthday? Guess it's a good thing I'm thorough." "Of course. Joseph should have known." Selina had definitely broken into his apartment before and dug through his things. He hadn't even thought to ask when her birthday was, and yet, she'd gone out of her way to find his. He'd have to return the favor, breaking into her house and everything. His gaze flicked to Corey. He wasn't sure how birthdays worked for Tamaranians, but maybe he'd ask her later. For now, though. He smiled and let himself enjoy the moment. Mount Justice, July 17th. Joseph stood in the workout room, rolling his shoulders as he finished setting up the weights. Ever since he got back from the arena, he'd ditched his home workout equipment. There was no point in lifting 300 pounds when his strength had skyrocketed past the need for it. He could lift over a ton now, and if he really wanted to challenge himself, he needed something on a much bigger scale. He'd overheard the Psion saying that his muscles didn't atrophy anymore, but he still liked to train. Even if he only improved a little, it was worth it. Besides, there was something therapeutic about lifting weights. He had invited Superboy, curious to see how the clone's strength measured up to his own. Superboy, of course, had moodily refused. Yeah. Definitely a character. After finishing his routine, Joseph headed to the shower room and cleaned up. He changed into fresh clothes before making his way to the mission room, where his Nova sense picked up 3 returning presences. Probably Aqualad, Robin, and Kid Flash. He arrived just as Superboy entered from another hallway, with Mgan trailing behind him. Joseph raised an eyebrow. So, how'd it go? The 3 boys looked frustrated. Not great, Robin admitted, rubbing the back of his head. Speedy turned us down. Again, Kid Flash added, arms crossed. Guy thinks he's too good for us. Aqualad sighed. He believes he does not need adult supervision or, as he put it, a clubhouse to train with us. And he called the team a joke, Robin muttered. Said the league only put us together to keep us busy, to keep us in our place. Joseph thought about that. He couldn't fault Speedy for feeling that way. It had been 9 days since the team officially formed, and they still hadn't been assigned a real mission. Sure, he didn't mind too much. He had access to the training facilities at Mount Justice, and, honestly, he was here mostly to spend time with Corey whenever she was around. But still, it was kind of annoying. The Zeta tube flared to life with a mechanical chime. Starfire beat 07. Corey emerged, dressed in her costume. Her expression was hopeful as she looked around. Have we been assigned a mission yet? Joseph shook his head. Nope. She frowned, clearly disappointed. Then, after a moment, her face lit up with determination. Then let's go ask for one, she said. Chapter 71, 71. Red Tornado had agreed to reside in a cave, acting as the team's overseer. Unlike the League's other mentors, who only checked in occasionally, he had taken up permanent residence in an apartment above the mission room. The space wasn't large, just a simple room where he kept his belongings and worked on his own projects. The only way in was through a hatch in the ceiling. Corey floated up, knocking lightly on the metal panel. There was a brief pause before Red Tornado's voice rumbled from within. I am arriving. A moment later, the hatch slid open, and Red Tornado descended, his blue cape billowing slightly as he hovered down to the floor. The team, already gathered below, perked up with anticipation. When are we getting our first mission, right? Kid Flash asked. Red Tornado landed smoothly, regarding them with his expressionless faceplate. Assigning missions is Batman's responsibility. You will be tested soon. Until then, I suggest you use this time to strengthen your team dynamic. Aqualad's brow furrowed. With all due respect, Red Tornado, this is not a social club. On the contrary, Red Tornado replied. Understanding one another is essential to your effectiveness in the field. Consider this an opportunity to familiarize yourselves more with each other. With that, he turned and strode away, the conversation clearly over. Robin scowled. No way. We're just supposed to sit around and play nice while the League ignores us. Mgan sighed in disappointment. I can't read him. He's a machine, Robin muttered. There's nothing to read. Even if he wasn't, I don't think he'd like people snooping in his head, Joseph commented. Kid Flash, ever shameless, sidled up to Mgan with a grin. I don't mind if you want to peek inside my mind, beautiful. Mgan blinked, confused. But, why would I need to? You just said what you were thinking. Joseph stifled a laugh as Wally floundered for a response. With no answers and no mission, the team dispersed, frustration lingering in the air. Joseph glanced at Corey. Want a spar? She smiled. I thought you'd never ask. Caribbean Sea, July 22nd. The bioship glided through the clouds, sleek and silent. Inside, the 7 members of the team were seated as they approached their destination. Santa Prisca. The mission was simple. Infiltrate the island's prison, figure out what was going on, and report back to the League. If intervention was necessary, the League would handle it. Nova agreed with Speedy, this felt like busywork. Why were they just gathering intel? They were a capable team, yet they weren't trusted to do anything meaningful. Across from him, Wally leaned back with his hands behind his head. You know, I just realized, we don't have a leader. Nova raised an eyebrow. Batman said it's up to us to decide, Robin replied. Wally scoffed. Come on, isn't it obvious? I should be leader. Nova barely held back a snort. You. What? I've got experience. Yeah. Experience in getting caught, Robin muttered. Before Wally could fire back, Corey spoke up. Guys, she said, drawing their attention. This is supposed to be a recon mission. But most of us aren't trained in stealth, and we don't have much experience working together. If we're not careful, this will turn into a disaster. Joseph nodded in agreement. He'd already been thinking the same thing. Only he and Robin had stealth training. Aqualad gave Corey a thoughtful look. It seems you have given this mission some thought. Do you have a strategy in mind? Corey nodded. Ngan can shapeshift and camouflage, allowing her to scout unseen. Robin can move ahead to ensure we remain undetected and warn us of anything important. Superboy and Joseph's senses are sharp enough to detect threats before we walk into them. Wally scoffed. Please. We don't need all that. I can just run in, grab the intel, and be out before they even realize we were here. Joseph shot him a look. And risk exposing us all? The terrain probably isn't spacious or stable enough for you to move effectively. If something goes wrong, you'll be trapped. Corey nodded. Nova is right. We must be cautious. Wally frowned and Nova noticed Robin was frowning slightly too. It was subtle, but Joseph could recognize a bruised ego. Robin was Batman's protégé, trained by the leader of the Justice League himself. He probably expected to take charge. But he didn't say anything. Joseph had no problem with Corey assuming the leadership role. She had already taken charge during the Mr. Twister fight, and she had a natural grasp of both strategy and teamwork. Plus, she had been trained as a warrior and princess on Tamron. It made sense to follow her lead. Besides, he wasn't interested in leading a team. It was too much hassle. He preferred working alone, getting things done efficiently without worrying about others. We've reached the drop zone, Gan announced. All thoughts of leadership were set aside as the team focused on the mission ahead. Chapter 72, 72. Santa Prisca, July 22nd. Aqualad stood up, pressing a button on his belt to activate his stealth mode. His uniform darkened, blending seamlessly with the night. He gave a nod to Mgan, who silently adjusted the bioship's camouflage settings, causing the entire craft to vanish into the clouds. Below, the island of Santa Prisca stretched out before them. A circular opening in the bioship's floor slid open. Without hesitation, Aqualad dived out, plunging into the water below. He surfaced smoothly, making his way to shore. His voice echoed through their earpieces. The perimeter is clear. Move in. The rest of the team rose from their seats, activating their own stealth tech suits. Nova pressed a button on his belt. His purple suit darkened, the gold shifting into black. Beside him, Corey and Wally followed suit, their uniforms shifting into darker tones. Mgan's biosuit naturally adapted, morphing into a deep navy that made her blend into the night. Wally glanced over at Superboy, the only one who hadn't activated stealth mode. You know, Wally said, grinning, it's not too late to put your suit on. Superboy crossed his arms. I don't need it. Mgan smiled at him. Well, it totally works for you. Nova rolled his eyes. Confess already. Mgan, Corey, and Nova floated downward through the opening, their descent smooth and controlled. Robin and Wally ziplined down, landing without a sound. Nova glanced upward and saw Superboy leap from the bioship, plummeting straight toward the ground. Nova extended his anti-gravity field, slowing Superboy's descent just before impact. Superboy shot him an irritated look. "Why'd you do that?" Nova didn't blink. "This is a covert mission. We can't have you causing an earthquake on arrival." Superboy muttered something under his breath but didn't argue as Nova released him back onto solid ground. Corey turned to the team. "Mgan, form a mental link with everyone. Superboy, I know you have issues with telepathy, but we need secure communication. There's no telling if they have radio interception technology." Mgan closed her eyes, focusing. Nova felt the connection click into place, a presence in the back of his mind that wasn't his own. "This feels weird." Wally's voice echoed in his thoughts. "Agreed." Joseph responded. Corey's voice cut through. "Let's focus. Robin, move ahead, but not too far. Everyone else, stay together and keep a lookout. Aqualad, we'll meet you at the factory." Aqualad's response was calm. "Understood." The team moved carefully through the jungle, their movements synchronized. Snap! A faint twig break made them all freeze. Nova tensed, reaching out with his Nova sense, his enhanced energy-based perception locking onto two separate squads. Wally adjusted his goggles to thermal mode, confirming Nova's assessment. "We've got two squads," Wally relayed. "Armed bozos, moving in on each other. Looks like we're about to have a front row seat to a firefight. Let's quietly take them down. Once they're neutralized, Mgan can search their minds." Corey suggested. She had patrolled with Nova before and knew he could clear a room in seconds. But before she could lay out a full plan, Wally ran ahead. He barely made it 2 steps before his foot caught on a root, sending him face-first into the middle of the skirmish. Of course. Nova sighed as the squads immediately opened fire, unaware of what had just stumbled into their fight. The team had no choice but to engage. The battle was swift and efficient. Robin took down 2 gunmen with well-placed birdarangs. Corey fired off a series of precise starbolts, knocking weapons from their hands. Nova lifted several soldiers with his gravity field and slammed them into others, effectively taking out half the squad in one move. Superboy, ignoring any attempts at stealth, barreled through the chaos and tackled a massive figure to the ground. Nova's eyes flicked toward the man pinned under Superboy's grip. Bane. Well. That escalated quickly. After Wally had gathered the unconscious soldiers into a pile, the team took a moment to assess the situation. Robin crouched over one of the fallen men. "This changes things. Batman didn't know Cobra was running Santa Prisca." Corey frowned. "Then that means Cobra took over the island and kicked out the local thugs. They're hoarding the venom supply," Robin muttered. "We're not leaving until we know why." A deep chuckle interrupted them. Bane. Still conscious. He smirked at the team, unbothered by being pinned. "You want answers? Then allow me to assist you." Mgan hesitated before scanning his mind. She frowned. "He's thinking about football scores." Bane's smirk widened. "I am merely ensuring my secrets remain my own." He sat up slightly, still restrained. "But my offer stands. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Nova didn't even hesitate. Crack. His fist met Bane's jaw, sending the man into unconsciousness. The team stared at him. Nova cracked his knuckles. "No need to negotiate with criminals. Mgan, can you read his mind now?" Mgan blinked. "Sure." Robin looked at the holographic display on his arm. "Good thing we established the mental link. They're using a radio jamming net. Something's up." Corey nodded. "Then let's move." "Mgan, what did you get?" Mgan's expression darkened. There's a war between Bane and Cobra. Cobra took over the island and has been mass-producing Cobra Venom, a mix of Venom and Project Blockbuster's formula. It's 3 times stronger than either on its own. They tested it on someone called Mammoth who defeated Bane. I know where their secret entrance is. The only way they'd have access to Cadmus' Blockbuster formula is if the buyer is also the supplier, Robin said. Corey straightened. Then we need to get inside and shut this down. She turned to the team. Robin, Nova, tie them up. Superboy, carry Bane in case we need him. M'Gann, relay the intel to Aqualad. And Kid Flash. Wally raised his hands defensively. I know. I'll stop running off. Nova smirked. You're learning. With their next move set, the team disappeared into the jungle, heading toward the factory and deeper into the heart of the mission. Chapter 73, 73. Cobra's Stronghold, Santa Prisca, July 22. Santa Prisca, Cobra's Stronghold. The team regrouped with Aqualad at the jungle's edge, standing before an unassuming rock formation that concealed their next objective. Megan placed a hand on the stone, her voice echoing in their minds. This is the entrance. Joseph stepped forward, his golden eyes glinting in the dim moonlight. I got this. With a thought, the massive rock lifted effortlessly, hovering for a moment before being deposited silently to the side. Dust settled, revealing a dark mine shaft leading into the heart of Cobra's operations. Corey gave him an approving nod. They moved inside, stepping carefully through the tunnel's damp, uneven terrain. The silence was eerie, their shadows stretching across the jagged walls. Eventually, they reached a reinforced metal door, no handle, no keyhole, only a fingerprint scanner glowing an ominous red. Superboy wasted no time. He grabbed Bane's unconscious hand, pressing his thick index finger against the scanner. A tense moment passed. Beep. The red light blinked green, and with a mechanical hiss, the door slid open. A stale gust of air greeted them, carrying the scent of oil, sweat, and something more sinister. Corey turned to M'Gann. Check if there's anyone nearby. M'Gann nodded, fading into invisibility as she peeked through the entrance. A moment later, her voice chimed in their heads. Coast is clear. They slipped inside. The corridor ahead branched in multiple directions, lined with crimson Cobra banners fluttering slightly from underground ventilation. Distant machinery hummed from deep within the facility. Superboy's ears twitched. I hear a helicopter. Corey frowned. M'Gann, take Robin and Kid Flash to the control room. We'll check out the helicopter. Robin adjusted his gauntlet. On it. With that, the team split. Calder, Corey, Nova, and Superboy moved through the dimly lit corridors. A few Cobra guards patrolled nearby, but they never saw the attack coming. Nova simply willed so and the guards floated helplessly towards him. Then he struck fast, rendering them unconscious. The team pressed on. They stopped behind a stack of cargo crates, peering into the open hangar where a black helicopter sat idling. The massive space was filled with Cobra cultists, their faces hidden beneath red hoods, gathered in a ritualistic circle. At the center, a man in a snake-emblazoned robe chanted in a guttural, ancient tongue. Their mental link activated. Guys, we found something. Kid Flash's voice came through. We tapped into the security feed and spotted Sportsmaster. Bad news, he's overseeing the shipment. And we can't contact the League because of the radio jammer, Robin added. Corey tensed. I don't know who Sportsmaster is, but from the way you talk of him, he is bad news. So that changes our mission. We can't let them leave with the shipment. You three should sabotage their transport and destroy the entire shipment. She turned to the rest of the team. Superboy, take Mammoth. I'll deal with Cobra. Calder, you handle Sportsmaster. Joseph. Nova smirked. Yeah. I'll handle the rest. Realistically, both he and Corey could clear this entire base alone. He knew that. Batman knew that. Yet here he was, playing the team game. He had no doubt this was a test, either for teamwork, or because Batman thought he was too young to run with the League. Corey seemed to like being part of a team, so she played along. Fine. He'd play along too. Chaos erupted. Corey burst from cover first, green starbolts erupting from her hands. Superboy followed, colliding midair with Mammoth as the two powerhouses crashed into a nearby factory wall. Aqualad was making his way to Sportsmaster through the cultists. His water blades clashing against weapons and bodies. And Nova? He simply rose into the air, surveying the battlefield. A little over 100 cultists. He lowered himself, and with a single thought, 10 cultists lifted off the ground as if gravity itself had betrayed them. Lower levels of Nova Force exhibited concussive attributes rather than intense heat. Yellow Nova Force blasts rained down, precision strikes taking down enemies in waves. He adjusted his field, causing bullets to freeze midair, deflecting them harmlessly to the ground. Wouldn't want a stray round hitting a teammate. He spotted Calder struggling through the crowd, trying to reach Sportsmaster. Nova could easily take care of it, but it felt mean to steal kills. So he would give Aqualad an assist. Nova extended his anti-gravity field, clearing a path for Aqualad. Bodies flung aside, tumbling like ragdolls, opening a straight shot to Sportsmaster. Aqualad took the chance, closing the distance and slamming his water whips down hard. Across the battlefield, Cobra completed his ritual. The green cobra at his feet shuddered, its body contorting unnaturally. Within seconds, it grew, swelling to the size of a building, its scales darkening into an obsidian sheen. It let out a horrifying hiss, its glowing yellow eyes locking onto Corey. She didn't hesitate. Weaving through the air, she unleashed blazing starbolts, each impact leaving scorching marks on the snake's thick hide. Nova watched as the monster struck, its fangs flashing toward Corey. She caught its jaws. With one hand. Her feet braced against its lower jaw, holding it open. Energy gathered in her free palm, then she unleashed a concentrated starbolt beam straight into the creature's throat. The attack burned through its insides. The snake shuddered. Twitched. Then collapsed. Corey hovered above its smoldering corpse, her eyes glowing. She turned to Cobra. Now for you. Chapter 74. Cobra's Stronghold, Santa Prisca, July 22nd. Sportsmaster was having a terrible night. What should have been a simple retrieval of goods had spiraled into a complete fiasco. Instead of a clean extraction, he was now fighting for his life against a pack of teenage heroes. He ducked under a powerful water-infused strike from Aqualad, pivoting on his heel to deliver a sharp counterattack with his Eskrima sticks. Aqualad blocked with his water bearers, absorbing the force of the strike and retaliating with a fluid motion that nearly caught Sportsmaster off guard. This kid was good. Better than he expected. Not bad, fish boy, Sportsmaster quipped, twisting away from another strike. Got some solid technique. But technique ain't enough. Aqualad remained silent, his pale green eyes locked onto his opponent, calculating, waiting for an opening. Sportsmaster scowled. He hated the quiet types. Tapping his comms, he barked, "Get the helicopter ready. We're leaving, now." Static crackled before a panicked response came through. "The helicopter's been sabotaged, sir. It'll take time to get it operational." "Then hurry it up," he growled, blocking a strike from Aqualad and kicking him back to gain some breathing room. His eyes flickered across the battlefield, assessing the situation. It was bad. Starfire had just finished subduing the massive mutated Cobra and Cobra's assistant, Shimmer. Now she was trading blows with Cobra himself, who was clearly struggling to keep up with her sheer power. Nova was single-handedly tearing through what remained of the cultists, sending red-hooded bodies flying left and right with precise strikes of his yellow bolts of energy and what seemed to be telekinesis. Mammoth was still in a brutal slugfest with Superboy, but the factory they had landed in was completely wrecked, and from the looks of things, Mammoth wasn't going to last much longer. Then, to make matters worse, more of the sidekicks showed up, Robin, Kid Flash, and a Martian, working to disable the transport vehicles and plant explosives. Sportsmaster clenched his jaw. This was a lost cause. He wasn't the type to stick around for a losing fight. Fortunately, he had already acquired a small sample of the cobra venom earlier, a single vial tucked safely in his gear. It wasn't the full shipment, but it would have to do. The Light wouldn't be pleased, but they'd adapt. They always did. The chopper is operational, his comms reported. That was his cue. Kicking off Aqualad, Sportsmaster reached from his back and threw an explosive javelin at the ground between them. The blast sent up a cloud of fire and smoke, forcing Aqualad to shield himself. Taking the opportunity, Sportsmaster sprinted toward the waiting helicopter, leaping inside just as the blade started whirring. From his vantage point, he saw the young heroes regrouping below. He clicked his tongue in irritation. He hated leaving loose ends. Just as the chopper lifted off, the tail section erupted in flames, another explosion, courtesy of Robin and his team's sabotage. Son of a... Sportsmaster cursed as the aircraft lurched violently. He had no choice. He grabbed a parachute from under his seat, threw it on, and jumped just as the helicopter spiraled out of control, crashing in a fiery explosion in the forest. Nova watched the explosion from above, unfazed. He hovered over the battlefield, scanning for Sportsmaster, and found him descending toward the ground under a parachute. How convenient. Nova smirked and took off, flying toward him. Sportsmaster spotted him and gave a dry chuckle, shaking his head as he adjusted his descent. I think that's enough fighting for one night, don't you agree? Sportsmaster called out, clearly hoping to talk his way out of the situation. Nova's smirk widened. Yeah, he replied. After this. With a quick burst of speed, he closed the distance and delivered a clean, well-placed punch to the mercenary's jaw. Sportsmaster's body went limp, instantly knocked out. Nova grabbed him by the harness and deactivated the parachute, letting him drop unceremoniously to the ground near the rest of the team. The others looked up as Nova landed beside them. Sportsmaster is down, he announced, dusting off his hands. The team stood amidst the remnants of the battle. Bane, Mammoth, Shimmer, and Cobra were all either unconscious or restrained. The Cobra Venom shipment had been destroyed, and whatever sinister plans Cobra had in mind had been put to an abrupt halt. Now there was only one thing left to do. We need to find whatever is blocking our signal, destroy it, and contact the League, Corey said, stepping forward. Despite the slight exhaustion in her voice, she still carried herself with authority. Leadership suited her well. Agreed, Aqualad nodded. Robin, can you locate the source of the interference? Robin was already on it, pulling up his hollow interface. Working on it. Give me a sec. His fingers flew over the screen before he gave a triumphant nod. Got it. Signal jammer is located in the main control tower. I can shut it down. Then let's move, Corey commanded. Nova glanced at the battlefield one last time before following the others. He had to admit, this mission had spiraled into a bit of a mess, but in the end, they got the job done. Chapter 75, 75. Mount Justice, July 23. The entire team stood at attention in the mission room, their postures stiff as Batman paced in front of them. The lighting of the mission room made his presence even more imposing, the shadows accentuating the hard lines of his cowl. This was meant to be a covert reconnaissance mission, Batman began, his voice low and authoritative. But part of being a hero is understanding that we will never have full control over a situation. More often than not, we are reacting, adapting. His piercing gaze swept over them, his expression unreadable. You noticed a change in the mission parameters, assessed the risks, and acted accordingly. Because of that, a terrorist organization was dismantled, 4 dangerous criminals have been apprehended, and the Cobra Venom shipment was destroyed before it could reach the market. Additionally, you secured a sample for analysis, which could help prevent future developments of the formula. He stopped pacing, turning fully to face them. Well done. There was a collective release of breath, one that had been held since the beginning of the debriefing. Even Joseph, who had remained stoic, felt his shoulders relax slightly. Batman had a presence that demanded perfection, so receiving his approval meant something. You are dismissed, Batman continued, his tone sharp as ever. Aqualad, Starfire, Nova, stay behind. The rest of the team didn't hesitate, quickly filing out of the room. Starfire, Batman said, turning his attention to Corey. You formulated a plan mid-mission, adapted to the changing circumstances, and ensured the team's success. Your leadership was decisive, so I want to appoint you to lead the team. Corey's green eyes widened slightly before she turned toward Calder, silently asking for his opinion. I am not opposed to this arrangement, Calder said calmly, his posture as composed as ever. Your actions speak for themselves. Batman nodded. Then as of now, I am appointing you as the leader of the team. Aqualad will remain as your advisor. After a brief moment of consideration, she met Batman's gaze and nodded firmly. Then I accept. Good, Batman said simply. The two of you are dismissed. Aqualad and Starfire gave Joseph a quick glance before leaving the room, leaving only him and Batman behind. Batman turned his full attention to Joseph, his piercing eyes studying him. You have a question for me. Joseph crossed his arms. Why did you want me on this team? His voice was even, but there was a tinge of curiosity. The others, Corey, Calder, Robin, they're already enough for any covert operations the League needs. So why me? Batman was silent for a moment before answering. Truthfully. You qualify for the League, he admitted. But you're too young. The burden of saving the world shouldn't fall on the shoulders of someone who hasn't figured out his own life yet. Joseph scoffed. But I have figured out my life. Finish school, maybe university, protect Chicago, grow my company, and take down Leviathan and intergang with it. Priorities change, Batman said, his voice even but firm. It would be unfair of me, or anyone, to expect you to dedicate yourself fully to this life before you've had the chance to live it. Joseph's jaw tightened. I don't need to live it. I already know what I want. Batman took a step closer. I understand that you want to take down those organizations. So do we. But even with League resources and Interpol cooperation, tracking them down takes time. The kind of time that requires patience. Joseph exhaled through his nose, irritated but unable to argue the point. Truthfully, he admitted, I don't feel like I belong on this team. I'm sure I could handle everything alone. I get the value of teamwork, but I had to hold back just to give the others a chance to contribute. Batman regarded him for a long moment before speaking. If you don't want to be here, that's your decision. But surrounding yourself with like-minded individuals is important. Even the strongest warriors don't fight alone forever. For a moment, Batman's words hung between them. Joseph wasn't sure what to say to that. Then Batman placed a hand on his shoulder. Regardless of what you decide, the team appreciates your presence. Think about that. And with that, he turned and left, leaving Joseph alone in the mission room, staring after him in thought. July 23rd. A darkened conference room. 8 massive monitors formed a circle, each displaying a different figure shrouded in shadow. The light had convened. So, a deep male voice said, laced with irritation. Sportsmaster was captured. The Cobra Venom shipment is destroyed. And the team continues to be a thorn in our side. Sportsmaster was careless, another voice said, slightly distorted. But he left behind a sample of the Cobra Venom in his gear. Our League of Shadows operative recovered it before the wreckage was discovered. Good, a third voice responded. With that, we can reverse engineer the formula. The loss is unfortunate but not unrecoverable. The real issue, another voice chimed in, is that this team of young heroes has disrupted our plans again. They are no longer a minor nuisance. They are a legitimate threat. A cold, feminine voice cut through the discussion. Then we will deal with them accordingly. For the light. One by one, the monitors shut off, leaving the room in total darkness. Chapter 76, 76. Thanagar. Thanagar began as a harsh and unforgiving world, where its inhabitants developed a culture rooted in strength and survival. Despite their warlike nature, the Thanagarians possessed extensive knowledge of agriculture, mathematics, and philosophy, making great strides in technological advancement. Among their most significant discoveries was nth metal, a mysterious substance with the ability to negate gravity, allowing its users to achieve flight. This discovery shaped Thanagarian civilization, paving the way for their dominance in the stars. In ancient times, the Thanagarians worshipped a pantheon of extradimensional entities known as the Great Old Ones. However, as their society advanced, they abandoned these deities, and by the 21st century, Thanagar had become a civilization that bowed to no higher power. Fueled by their warlike nature and the capabilities granted by nth metal, the Thanagarians embarked on an era of conquest, expanding their dominion across neighboring planets and star systems. Over time, they established an intergalactic empire, one that stood as a powerful hegemon in the cosmos. With their military expansion, the Thanagarians inevitably came into contact with the Gordanians, a race of ruthless intergalactic slavers. Clashes between the two civilizations over territory became a frequent and bloody affair, neither side willing to yield. A long-standing agreement dictated that as long as the Keeper of the Orange Light kept it buried deep beneath the surface of Okara in the Vega system, and as long as Vega did not attack those under Green Lantern jurisdiction, the Green Lantern Corps would not intervene in Vega's affairs. However, this balance was shattered when the Citadel, one of the ruling factions of Vega, began abducting Earth's citizens, individuals under Green Lantern protection. This blatant violation of the pact led to a dispute between the Green Lantern Corps and the Citadel. Seizing the opportunity, the Thanagarians declared all-out war on the Gordanians. At first, the Thanagarian Empire, with its superior technology and vast resources accumulated from centuries of conquest, enjoyed victory after victory. However, what initially seemed like a swift war dragged into a prolonged, brutal conflict. The fighting exacted a heavy toll on both sides, and the Thanagarians, in their desperation to outmatch the Gordanians, funneled the majority of their wealth into military spending. In mere months, their coffers were drained, their resources depleted, and their empire left on the brink of collapse. The war's decisive moment would come in a final assault, one that could determine the fate of both civilizations. Both Thanagar and the Gordanians sought to strike at the heart of their enemy, believing that a direct attack on the opposing homeworld would secure absolute victory. Yet, while Thanagar itself remained vulnerable, the Gordanian homeworld was fortified by an impenetrable defensive line, making any conventional attack futile. To bypass this obstacle, the Thanagarians devised a solution: the hyperspace bypass generators, massive wormhole generators capable of circumventing enemy defenses. But as the war dragged on, Thanagar found itself unable to construct the generators close enough to the enemy stronghold. Their planet had been stripped of the necessary resources. A new source was needed. That source was Earth. Earth was rich in raw materials, everything the Thanagarians needed to complete their hyperspace bypass generator. However, launching an outright invasion would be reckless given the capabilities of Earth's protectors. Instead, they took a more strategic approach. Under orders from Thanagarian High Command, Lieutenant Shayera Thal and Captain Kader Hole were dispatched to Earth. Officially, their mission was to study the planet's law enforcement techniques, but their true purpose was far more sinister: to establish an alliance with Earth under false pretenses. The Thanagarians would offer their protection, promising to construct a planetary force field to defend Earth against future attacks from the Citadel. In reality, they would build the hyperspace bypass generator, using Earth's resources and strategic position to launch a direct strike against the Gordanian homeworld. But there was a catch. Activating the generator would annihilate Earth. For General Hro Talak, head of the Thanagarian invasion force, it was an acceptable sacrifice. Thanagar's survival was all that mattered. Shayera and Katar had completed their mission, and before they could find out the true purpose of their visit to Earth and sentimentality could cloud their judgment, they were recalled. There was no room for doubt in the Thanagarian war effort. Chicago, July 24. Dizzy moved like a ghost, her footsteps silent as she weaved through the shadows. For months, she had been working alongside Nova in secret, purging the city of its filth, investigating, exposing, and eliminating the corrupt. Tonight was no different. Her target was Bryce Rock, the head of a criminal empire. She had spent years honing her instincts, surviving a lifestyle where a single misstep meant death. And right now, every fiber of her being screamed at her, she was being followed. Dizzy tightened her grip on her weapon, subtly adjusting her pace. She ducked through the crowded streets of Chicago, weaving through alleys and side roads, trying to shake her pursuers. But they were good, too good. She had just enough time to recognize the tactical gear before they closed in. A sharp movement. A gun barrel pressing into her back. She tensed, ready to fight. Too late. She was tackled to the ground, her face pressing against the cold pavement of a deserted alleyway. Guns were aimed at her head, her arms pinned behind her back. Then a man knelt beside her, holding a phone to her face. The screen flickered to life. A woman appeared, African American, slightly overweight, wearing a sharp suit. Her black hair was slicked back into a tight ponytail. Her expression was calm, composed, but there was an unmistakable air of authority about her. Isabel "Dizzy" Cordova. Dizzy remained silent, her mind racing. "We've been watching you," the woman continued. "We know what you've been up to. By all accounts, you should be rotting in a cell for life. But..." A pause. "We have a proposal." Dizzy's eyes narrowed. Did they know of Nova's involvement with her? She couldn't afford to let them know and expose that information. Chicago had never been safer. It needed Nova. "The man you're tracking, Bryce Rock, isn't just another criminal. We suspect that he has shape-shifting abilities." Dizzy stiffened. The woman's gaze remained locked on hers through the screen. "How about we help each other?" Dizzy swallowed. "And who exactly is we?" The woman smiled slightly. Argus. Chapter 77, 77. Salt Flats, Colorado, July 25. The team moved cautiously through the industrial corridors of the nuclear plant, their footsteps barely making a sound as they followed Robin's lead. He had hacked their way inside, disabling security systems and unlocking doors with a few deft keystrokes. Their mission was clear: retrieve the stolen canister of plutonium before it could be used for something catastrophic. Red Tornado had dispatched them to Salt Flats after receiving intel that a villain calling himself Psycho Pirate had infiltrated the facility and taken control. The building was eerily silent. There were no signs of workers, no security forces patrolling the halls. It was unsettling. Nova closed his eyes and activated his Nova sense, allowing him to perceive the energy signatures of living beings. Immediately, he sensed multiple presences ahead. "There are people in the next room," he announced through Mgan's mental link. The team moved swiftly, following Nova's lead. When they reached the plant's main chamber, they finally saw their target. Psycho Pirate stood at the center of a gathered crowd, dozens of plant employees and security personnel, their faces devoid of any expression except for one, seething hatred directed at the team. The villain was a man of unremarkable build, but his presence was anything but ordinary. His face was obscured by a yellow mask, the rest of his head covered by a red hood. He wore a long black overcoat over red pants, his hands gloved in black leather. The instant he spotted them, his mask's lips curled into a sinister grin. "Ah, young heroes," Psycho Pirate purred, his voice smooth and calculating. "How delightful. But I'm afraid you won't be leaving here in one piece." As he spoke, the plant workers and security personnel turned their weapons on the team. Their eyes burned with raw hatred, their muscles tensed as if ready to pounce. "Wally, Joseph, go after him. He's the priority. The rest of us will deal with his puppets," Corey's voice echoed in their minds. Nova and Kid Flash didn't hesitate. They dashed forward, Wally a blur of motion while Nova soared above him, both honing in on the masked villain. But Psycho Pirate was ready. The moment they came within range, an invisible force crashed into their minds like a tidal wave. Panic. Doubt. Insecurity. Nova felt his breath hitch, his chest tightening as a crushing anxiety overtook him. Wally stumbled, his speed faltering. He saw himself slowing, never fast enough, never worthy enough. Flash never wanted, or chose him to be his sidekick. And he ate all the time and was always hungry. Everybody probably thought he was a joke. He felt a little jealous of the rest of the team because unlike him, their mentors welcomed them as partners. Robin had grown up among fearless legends, the Flying Graysons, Batman, and yet, in this moment, he was paralyzed. What if Batman didn't need him anymore? What if the team didn't either? Superboy clenched his fists as the fear sank its claws into his mind. He would never measure up to Superman. He was just a flawed copy. Calder felt an overwhelming sense of displacement. The land was unnatural to him, the air smelled strange, heavy. He was a warrior of the sea, but on land, he was sluggish, weaker. What if he could never truly adapt? Mgan's mind spun out of control. She had studied Earth culture through television, but reality was different. Her telepathy, once a gift, now felt like a curse. The thoughts of others flooded her mind, and none of them matched the happy, simple world she had once envisioned. Coriandar shuddered as a terrifying memory gripped her. The cold, clinical hands of the Psions, their cruel experiments filling her with unbearable energy. The Gordanians chaining her, taking her freedom. Commandar's mocking laughter as she suffered. Would she ever be free? Or was she still a prisoner, just in a larger cage? Joseph felt the weight of expectation crushing him. Selina, Corey, his mother, what if he failed them all? But then, he caught himself. No. With sheer force of will, Joseph forced himself into dream state. His surroundings shifted, the fear washing away as his consciousness entered the vast white expanse of his mind. A menu appeared before him. / Nova Control Center. A menu displaying body's status before AI's termination with adjustable options in some categories. Memory Archive, before AI's termination. Data Archive, before AI termination. Body Abilities. Nova Avatar. Mental Configuration. Exit. He expanded mental configuration to check if the ability was listed as he remembered. / mental configuration. Dream state configuration. Emotion range. Joseph smirked. Good. Emotion range was alterable. Remove my fear for the next 30 minutes, he commanded. Exit. The moment he awoke, the weight of anxiety was gone. He felt clear, focused. His eyes locked onto Psycho Pirate. Nova flew straight at him and, with a powerful right hook, slammed his fist into the villain's face. The mask was torn from Psycho Pirate's face, revealing a middle-aged Caucasian man beneath. The moment the mask was removed, the grip on the team's minds shattered. The controlled workers blinked, confusion taking over as their forced hatred disappeared. Before Nova could search Psycho Pirate for the canister, a searing blast of energy slammed into him, sending him hurtling into a wall. Pain shot through his body. He knew that energy signature. Atomic Skull. Joseph pulled himself free from the cracked concrete and looked up. There he was, Atomic Skull, his body radiating unstable energy, standing over the unconscious form of Psycho Pirate. The villain reached down and snatched the canister from the fallen man's grasp. The rest of the team launched into action. Corey surged forward, fury burning in her eyes. She had known about Votan and Atomic Skull's attack on Joseph during her visit to Themyscira. He hadn't told her, but she had found out. And she was livid. Atomic Skull fired a blast at Robin and Calder, but Superboy intercepted it, his body crashing into a wall, his shirt burned away. M'Gan used her telekinesis to rip the canister from Skull's grip, but before she could secure it, the villain fired another blast, sending her sprawling. The canister plummeted. Kid Flash caught it just in time. Nova and Corey didn't waste the opportunity. Both heroes shot forward, their fists crackling with energy. Corey's green starbolts flared to life, while Nova's hand was wreathed in golden light. In perfect sync, they struck Atomic Skull's helmet, the impact sending a visible shockwave through the room. The villain staggered back, his helmet destroyed. The energy surging around him flickered. He swayed unsteadily before collapsing. The battle was over. The plant employees were still dazed and confused. Joseph dusted himself off and turned to Corey. A small smirk played at his lips. "So," he said, "wanna go on a date?" Comment. Chapter 78. Washington, D.C., July 27. Joseph liked Corey. Ever since their time trapped in the arena together, she had occupied a space in his mind he couldn't ignore. She was kind, even after all the pain and torture she had endured. Thoughtful and caring, yet tough and strong, so many things about her drew him in. Truthfully, he had always had a crush on her. But the fear that she didn't feel the same way had always held him back. From spending time with Corey, he had learned that Tamaranians were passionate people, driven more by emotion than reason. While they were fierce warriors, their capacity for love was even greater than their capacity for hate. And that was the problem. He feared that the kindness she showed him, the warmth in her laughter, and the time they spent together weren't special. That they were things she would do with anyone else. He also didn't want her to feel obligated to return his feelings just because he had helped her escape the arena. What if he confessed and made their relationship awkward? What if she rejected him, and things between them were never the same again? But for those 30 minutes, when his fear had been stripped away, none of those thoughts had held him back. So, he had asked her out. And she had smiled and said yes. Now, walking through the streets of Washington, D.C. with Corey beside him, Joseph felt a mix of emotions. Relief. Happiness. Maybe even excitement. She had accepted. Looking back on their time together, he realized they had already gone on many dates, without calling them that. Exploring Gotham every week, discovering hidden gems in the city, sharing meals at different restaurants. They had even exhausted everything they could do in downtown Gotham, which was why they had decided to start exploring DC together now that Corey lived here and operated as Starfire. Joseph had opted for semi-formal attire, a crisp navy blue button-down and tailored black pants. Corey had chosen a green dress that complemented her striking eyes, though she wore advanced contacts provided by Batman to make them appear human. The contacts didn't dim their brilliance, though. Her eyes still held that mesmerizing glow that captivated him. The day had been filled with fun, visiting museums, trying street food, and watching a street performer juggle flaming torches while balancing on a unicycle. Corey had been delighted by the sight, clapping enthusiastically and even asking the performer if she could try. Joseph had barely managed to talk her out of it. They wrapped up their evening at a high-end Italian restaurant that Selena had recommended. Dim lighting, elegant decor, and the scent of freshly baked bread filled the air as they stepped inside. The ambience was warm and intimate, a perfect setting to end the night. Joseph, thanks to Nova's tutelage, had picked up several languages over months. Italian was one of them. When the waiter approached, he placed their order in fluent Italian, earning an approving nod and an amused smile from Corey who sat beside him. "You speak Italian?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Joseph chuckled. I Nova taught me some stuff." She smiled, watching him as he translated the menu for her. She eventually made her choices, and Joseph, knowing her Tamaranian appetite, made sure to order extra portions. He planned to eat well tonight too. The meal was incredible. Handcrafted pasta, rich sauces, perfectly seasoned meats. It was no wonder Selina had recommended this place. As they ate, their conversation flowed effortlessly, touching on everything from Gotham's nightlife to Tamaranian cuisine. When they finished, Corey leaned back with a satisfied sigh. That was delicious. Thank you for bringing me here, Joseph. I enjoyed it a lot. The cuisine makes me want to learn Italian. Joseph smirked. I could always teach it to you. L'italiano è una lingua bellissima. Corey's emerald eyes gleamed with something unreadable. She leaned in, and for a moment, Joseph's breath caught. She was the same height as him at 6 feet 4 inches, their faces just inches apart. Then she kissed him. It was soft at first, almost hesitant, but when he didn't pull away, it deepened. Joseph melted into the warmth of her lips, a rush of heat spreading through him as he leaned in to return the kiss. The rest of the world faded away, the dim candlelight, the quiet murmur of other diners, even the faint sound of an Italian love song playing in the background. When they finally pulled apart, a teasing smile curved Corey's lips. She whispered in his ear, her voice like silk. Farlo in questo modo è più veloce. Joseph blinked, then chuckled, feeling a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with the meal. Learning so many languages was worth it. Chapter 79, 79. Washington, D.C., July 27th. Corey leaned against the window frame of her apartment, a smile playing on her lips as she looked up at Joseph in his Nova suit. The soft glow from the city lights reflected off his suit, making the gold elements of his suit shimmer. You look ready to fly off and save the world, she teased. Joseph smirked behind his helmet. Just heading home. World savings tomorrow. Corey flew outside, closer to him. Thank you for tonight. It was nice. Then, without hesitation, leaned forward, lifted his helmet, and kissed him. She flew back, her gaze soft. Fly safe, Nova. Joseph gave her a small salute before launching into the night sky. Maryland, July 27th. Yahoo! Joseph shouted, exhilaration ringing in his voice as he looped through the sky, still happy from Corey's kiss. The sensation of flight, the wind rushing past him, the sheer freedom, it never got old. He'd flown to D.C. earlier for the date, kept the suit at Corey's apartment while he switched to civilian clothes, then donned it again when it was time to leave. Now, he was heading back to Gotham, preferring the open sky over Zeta tubes. Teleportation still made him a bit uncomfortable due to the events that led him to the arena. His Nova sense pinged, someone, was approaching at high speed. He tensed. First Captain Atom and Voton, then Shrapnel. Now, what, a dinosaur? Did villains have some kind of alert system to ambush him whenever he took a joy flight? An orange, pterodactyl-like creature was barreling toward him, its silver talons gleaming under the sun. Nova sighed. He was too high off love to be really mad at the interruption. He shot forward, fists crackling with golden Nova force. His instincts, honed through months of fighting in the arena and battling AI Nova's avatar in the dream state kicked in. That AI had fused every martial art on Earth into one seamless fighting style, and while Joseph had yet to beat it, the experience had sharpened his ability to read opponents in combat. Even aerial combat. Effortlessly, he dodged the incoming talons and countered with a sharp right hook to the creature's midsection. It reeled back, wings flapping erratically. Another punch. Then another. Nova's blows landed in rapid succession, keeping the creature off balance. Disoriented, it spiraled through the air, unable to stabilize its flight. Then, just as it stopped flapping and began plummeting toward the ground, Joseph caught it with an uppercut, sending it soaring higher. He cocked his fist back for another strike when... Wait, the creature yelled, voice rough but unmistakably human. Joseph hesitated, surprised, not just that it could talk, but that it had actually asked him to stop. "I'll talk, okay? Damn. Just stop punching me for a second." Nova hovered mid-air, arms crossed, debating whether to humor the guy or knock him out and be done with it. Probably the good mood talking, but he relented. "Alright, start talking." The creature exhaled in relief, rubbing its bruised ribs. Meta/Tech Corporation made me do it. My name is William Cavanaugh. I was a criminal, had nothing to lose, so I signed up for their genetic experiments. Next thing I know, I wake up looking like this. Then rumors start spreading that the company got bought out by some French guy. Next thing I know, my supervisors tell me to attack you. I mean, bro, I love you, but I didn't really have a choice. Look at me. You think I can get a regular job like this? Nova processed that. The guy had just tried to claw him to death, and now he was dumping his tragic backstory and snitching on his bosses. He couldn't tell if the criminal was smart or dumb. Aha. Anything else you want to confess before I haul you to prison? You do realize I can match your talons to the marks left at multiple robbery scenes in Chicago, right? The hybrid sighed, rubbing his head. Yeah, old habits die hard. Just wanted to see if I still had it with my new body. Anyway, I heard rumors the French guy started gathering others like me in the Netherworld. That got Nova's attention. The Netherworld was a slum in Chicago, now infamous for being a haven for impoverished metahumans who had nowhere else to go. If someone was collecting failed experiments there, it meant trouble. Noted. Thanks for the info. I've got connections in the Justice League, I'll see if they can reverse what happened to you. But you're still getting locked up. As long as you don't hit me again. Seriously, you hit like a truck. Nova smirked. Next time stay down. Now hold tight, I need to make a call. Don't try to run. I guarantee you, I'm faster. He flew a few feet away and activated his comm. He would have asked Dizzy to look into it, but she had left him a message saying she was done working with him a few days earlier. He was sure she was not coerced or killed as they had developed safeguards for such scenarios which were not activated. Maybe she had gotten tired of the violence and ran. He couldn't fault her for that. So he settled for his second best option. Carla, I need you to investigate a company for me. Names Meta/Tech. Find out everything you can. Chapter 80. Illinois, July 29th. Joseph hovered in the air, his Nova suit glinting under the morning sun as he watched Captain Adam crack his knuckles. They stood in a desolate, rocky terrain miles away from Chicago, a battlefield chosen to contain the destruction their fight was bound to cause. Captain Adam said he had come to check in on Joseph. But Joseph knew he was really just itching for a fight on his level. Attending the meetings between the Justice League, the UN, and the Thanagarians about building a planetary force field in case Gordanians attacked Earth had gotten boring for him. Let's see if you've improved, Captain Adam said, a knowing smirk on his face. Joseph's eyes flickered with anticipation. He'd been training hard, refining his control over his anti-gravity field, fighting AI Nova's avatar in dream state every day. This was his chance to prove it. Without a word, he launched forward, closing the gap in an instant. His fist shot toward Captain Adam's face, but the seasoned hero sidestepped with inhuman speed, avoiding the strike effortlessly. Still fast as ever, Joseph muttered. He twisted midair, using his anti-gravity field to reorient himself, and sent a powerful left hook at Captain Adam's ribs. This time, Adam caught his wrist with ease. Your form's better, Captain Adam admitted. But you're still not fast enough. Before Joseph could react, Captain Adam twisted his grip and flipped him over, slamming him hard into the ground. Dust and debris shot into the air. Try harder. Joseph gritted his teeth. With a burst of Nova force, he lifted himself off the ground. He shot forward again, twisting his momentum mid-flight to whip his leg around in a kick aimed at Captain Adam's side. Captain Adam took the hit without flinching, barely sliding back. Better. But still not enough. Before Joseph could react, Captain Atom flicked his wrist and sent a concentrated energy blast toward him. Joseph barely had time to react. He crossed his arms and flared his anti-gravity field, compressing it around himself to dampen the impact. The blast still sent him flying back, crashing through a jagged rock formation. He grunted, shaking off the pain. "Did you find out what happens when you take in too much energy?" Captain Atom asked. Joseph smirked. "I don't think I have a limit." He launched himself forward again, this time maneuvering erratically, weaving through the air with bursts of anti-gravity adjustments. He closed the gap and swung an elbow at Captain Atom's chest. The older hero caught it, but Joseph immediately kicked off a gravity-repelling force from his feet, launching them both skyward. They continued clashing in the air, their blows producing shock waves. Joseph ducked under a punch, countering with a precise knee strike to Captain Atom's ribs, sending him back. He followed up with a spinning kick, enhancing his speed by expanding his anti-gravity field at the moment of impact. Captain Atom recovered instantly, weaving around the attack and landing a brutal uppercut that sent Joseph reeling. Joseph steadied himself and suddenly expanded his anti-gravity field outward in a sharp pulse, forcing Captain Atom to slide back against the sudden shift in force. "Let's see you break out of this." Captain Atom's eyes narrowed. He focused his quantum energy, creating his own opposing force against the altered gravity field. Within seconds, he shattered Joseph's hold and retaliated with a barrage of energy blasts. Joseph zigzagged through the air, barely dodging. One bolt clipped his shoulder, sending pain coursing through his body. Gritting his teeth, he retaliated with golden nova force blasts, colliding against Captain Atom's attacks. The sky lit up with their energy war. Then, in a blur, a powerful quantum beam hit Joseph dead center. He braced for impact, his body instinctively absorbing as much of the energy as possible, but the sheer force still sent him plummeting toward the earth. A crater formed where he landed, smoke and dust rising into the air. Captain Atom descended cautiously, arms folded. "You good?" Joseph didn't answer immediately. Then, with a sharp inhale, he shot a concentrated nova bolt straight at Captain Atom. The impact sent Atom flying back through the air, flipping several times before steadying himself. Captain Atom arched a brow. "Nice shot. But now, I get serious." Joseph's nova sense flared. He could feel the energy building inside Captain Atom, a vast, immeasurable well of quantum power gathering in his core. Joseph narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists, pulling in every ounce of energy he had absorbed into his own body. Golden light crackled around him, radiating out like a sun. "All right then," he muttered. "Let's see who's got more firepower." Their energies surged, colliding in a massive explosion of golden nova force against radiant yellow quantum energy. The sky split apart with the sheer intensity of their clash. Shockwaves rippled outward, leveling rock formations, tearing through the earth below. Joseph gritted his teeth, pushing with everything he had, but Captain Atom's power was overwhelming. His golden blast began to falter, his body straining under the sheer pressure. And then, Captain Atom's energy overpowered his own. The golden light shattered, and a colossal quantum wave engulfed Joseph, sending him hurtling downward. The force of impact buried him deep into the earth, rock and debris collapsing around him. Captain Atom hovered above the smoking crater, arms crossed. "You all right?" A muffled groan came from below. Then, weakly, Joseph's voice. "Yeah. I'll just rest here for a bit." Captain Atom chuckled. "You did better this time." Chapter 81. Chicago, July 31st. Etienne du Vipre was born a French nobleman in the 18th century, but his destiny would take him far beyond the gilded halls of aristocracy. Enamored with the ideals of the American Revolution, he sailed to the colonies to aid in their fight for independence. It was on the battlefield that his latent metahuman abilities first awakened, powerful psionic gifts that made him a formidable force. Yet, his abilities unnerved those he fought beside. John Adams, wary of his unnatural talents, mockingly dubbed him Count Viper. The name, once meant as an insult, became his legacy. When the war ended, Viper returned to France, only to find his homeland in turmoil. He sided with the revolutionaries, but during the Reign of Terror, he met the guillotine. It should have been the end. Instead, it was a revelation. As the blade fell, his most potent ability activated, the power to transfer his consciousness into another body. In an instant, he escaped death, taking over the body of an unsuspecting onlooker. For decades, Count Viper wandered the earth, often using his abilities to aid the nation he still loved. But over time, his admiration for America soured. He grew disillusioned with its trajectory and resolved to seize control, believing only he could restore it to its true path. His plan began in the shadows of Chicago's Netherworld, a slum teeming with impoverished metahumans. Using centuries of accumulated wealth, he established himself as a crime lord and acquired the Meta/Tech Corporation, intending to mass-produce superpowered individuals through genetic experimentation. His ultimate goal: forge an army of metahumans and reshape the country as he saw fit. Viper had initially seen a kindred spirit in Catter Hole, the current Hawkman, another admirer of America's ideals. He had considered offering Hole a place in his new order. But before he could make his move, Hawkman disappeared, and in his place, a new hero emerged. Nova. Viper had no illusions that Nova would accept his vision. He was an obstacle, one that needed to be removed before he could jeopardize everything. He sent William Cavanaugh, codenamed Airstrike, to eliminate the young hero, but the attempt had failed miserably. Whether Nova had uncovered any information about him remained uncertain. If he had, it hardly mattered. In fact, it might even work to Viper's advantage. His current body was aging, growing weaker. But Nova? He was young, powerful, and, most importantly, connected to the Justice League. If fate was kind, the next time they met, Count Viper would walk away with far more than just his life. He would take everything Nova had. Mount Justice, August 3rd. The hum of the Zeta tube faded as the teleportation sequence completed. Superboy B-04, the system intoned. "How did your trip to Metropolis go?" Joseph asked. Superboy grunted and walked to the side of the room without answering. That probably meant his meeting with Superman hadn't gone well. Joseph didn't understand why the clone kept seeking out someone who was clearly uncomfortable with his existence. If someone made a clone of Joseph without his consent for unknown reasons, he wouldn't be thrilled about it either. The team were all suited up and gathered for Black Canary's training session. Joseph was without his Nova helmet as there was no need to wear it if they were in Mount Justice. The hum of the Zeta tube sounded again as another teleportation sequence completed. Black Canary 13, Martian Manhunter 07, the system announced. Black Canary and Martian Manhunter stepped into the mission room. "Ready for training?" Canary asked. Corey's eyes narrowed as she took in the cut on Black Canary's jacket and the bandages underneath. "You're injured. Are you sure you can proceed?" "It's just a scratch from an earlier engagement," Canary said dismissively. "Now, let's get started." She strode toward the center of the room, which doubled as their training area. As she stepped onto the circular platform, it lit up beneath her feet. "I consider it an honor to be your teacher," she said, turning to face them while tugging at her jacket. "I'll be throwing a lot at you, everything I've learned from my own mentors." She paused briefly, a sharp intake of breath escaping as she shrugged off her jacket, revealing her bandaged arm. "And from my own bruises." "What happened?" Ngan asked, concern in her voice. "The job," Dinah answered simply, tossing her jacket aside. Her expression hardened as she addressed them. "Combat is about controlling conflict, putting the battle on your terms. You should always be acting, never reacting." She scanned the group before settling on Joseph. "Joseph, you have some martial arts training, right? Step forward." Joseph stepped forward, facing Canary. Without warning, she threw a quick jab. He blocked it, but she immediately dropped into a low sweep. They moved in sync, trading strikes in a silent agreement to keep it purely physical. Joseph held back a lot, but even so, he was faster and stronger. Yet Canary was one of the league's most formidable fighters, her skill allowing her to hold her own against both human and superhuman opponents alike. She baited him, an opening too tempting to ignore. He willingly fell for it, wondering what she'd do next. Her kick shot up. He blocked, but the force sent him out of bounds, apparently judging from the floor showing his fail status. Joseph straightened, rolling his shoulders. "You fight like someone I know." "Did Wildcat train you?" he asked. Canary raised an eyebrow, impressed by his deduction. "Good eye. Yeah, Wildcat was one of my mentors." She nodded in approval. "Your technique is solid, but you need more experience reading your opponents." "Anyone else?" "Humph." The scoff came from Superboy, cutting her off. Chapter 82. Mount Justice, August 3rd. "Something you want to share?" Black Canary asked, her tone even. Superboy frowned. "With my powers, I don't need training. I'm a living weapon. This is a waste of my time." Dinah's smile widened. "Prove it." That was all it took. The challenge was set, and Superboy took the bait. As he stepped forward to replace Joseph, Robin nudged Joseph with a smirk. "Way to go." "Meh. I could have done better," Wally added while he ate a banana. Joseph barely glanced at him. "I'm sure you could," he replied. In truth, he meant it, if Wally used his speed. Joseph had briefly been able to tap into the speed force before. Even in that short time, he understood how absurdly powerful it was. No human could react fast enough to counter a speedster unless they were predictable. And now that he thought about it, Wally kinda was. The fight was over in seconds. Black Canary floored Superboy. Twice. Joseph frowned, trying to figure out how that even worked. Maybe it was because Superboy hadn't fully inherited Superman's powers. After all, even without flight and heat vision, Superman wouldn't have lost to Canary in pure physical combat. Superboy got up, scowling. Maybe he wasn't taking the fact that he'd lasted even less time than Joseph well. And the fact that Robin was laughing before Calder elbowed him didn't help. "Like I said, control your anger," Canary started, but Superboy lunged at her mid-sentence, throwing a punch. She flipped over his shoulder, about to land gracefully, but he spun, aiming to strike her out of the air. This time, she couldn't dodge in time. Joseph reacted instantly, extending his anti-gravity field. Black Canary's fall slowed as she floated safely away, while Superboy's overextended swing left him off balance. He stumbled forward, hitting the ground. Corey flew toward him, offering a hand. "Calm down, Superboy." His response was a sharp slap away of her hand, making Gan flinch and drawing worried looks from Calder, Robin, and Wally. "That's it. I'm done." Superboy growled, getting to his feet on his own and turning to leave. Joseph's expression darkened. Pushing back against authority was one thing. But shoving Corey's hand away? He was courting death. Maybe he should lay off on the Shinsha. "Training is mandatory for the whole team," Corey said, her voice gentle but firm. She placed a hand on his shoulder. Superboy shrugged it off, rage burning in his eyes. Before the situation could escalate, the cave's alarm blared. A screen expanded, revealing Batman's face. Batman to the cave, his deep voice commanded their attention. 5 hours ago, a hostile attacked Green Arrow and Black Canary. The attacker was capable of studying and duplicating the powers of its opponents. A secondary screen popped up, showing footage of the battle. The attacker, a powerful android, was tossing Superman around like a ragdoll. Arrow called for reinforcements, Batman continued, which nearly proved disastrous as the android absorbed more abilities with each new combatant. Wally let out a low whistle. Whoa! One guy with the powers of the whole league? Calder's face tightened in concern. The rest of the team looked just as shocked. In the end, it took 8 Leaguers 4 hours to defeat and dismantle it, Batman added. That caught Robin's attention. An android? Who built it, Tio Moro? Good guess, Robin, Batman said. But Red Tornado doesn't think so. Martian Manhunter stepped forward. The technology bears the signature of Professor Evo. Calder's eyes widened. Evo? But Evo's dead. So we all thought, Black Canary said grimly. Or hoped. Batman continued. To ensure this threat is permanently neutralized, we're transporting the android's remains in 2 separate convoys to Star Labs facilities in Boston and Manhattan for evaluation. A map appeared, marking both destinations. Every precaution is being taken. For additional decoy trucks will create confusion in case Evo, or anyone else, tries to recover the remains. You will split into undercover teams to safeguard the real convoys. Wally pumped his fist. Yes. Road trip. Superboy, still simmering, scowled. So now we're just taking out your trash. Joseph sighed. The clone had the emotional regulation of a toddler. It made sense, technically, he was only a few months old. But that didn't make it any less frustrating. Batman's gaze didn't waver. You had something better to do. Superboy looked away, clenching his fists but saying nothing. Chapter 83. Litchfield County, August 3rd. The team rode in full motorcycle gear, trailing the trucks carrying Amazos dismantled parts. Robin, Superboy, and Starfire followed the Manhattan-bound truck, while Mgan, Wally, Calder, and Joseph tailed the Boston cargo. Do you think Superboy's okay? Mgan asked, concern lacing her voice. I wasn't reading his mind, I swear, but his anger was radiating off him in waves. Surf that wave. Just give him space. Me, stick as close as you want. Wally quipped, inching his bike closer to hers. Joseph almost snorted at the unimpressed look Mgan shot Wally. He just needs time to cool off, Calder reassured. This quiet mission will help clear his head. Joseph had his doubts. Both about Superboy cooling off and about this mission staying quiet. It never was. Instead, he focused on the thrill of the ride. As a kid, he had always wanted a motorcycle. The wind rushing past him felt similar to flying, yet different, more raw, more wild. And these League-provided bikes. Advanced as hell. They even had a battle mode. Then Joseph felt it. Multiple energy sources closing in. They're coming, he warned over comms. Understood. Get ready to engage, Corey responded. A swarm of glowing green, simian-shaped robots descended on the truck. Aqualad stayed on his bike, wielding his water-bearers like whips to knock them away. Kid Flash and Miss Martian were forced to abandon their bikes as the robotic monkeys overwhelmed them. Joseph flipped his bike into battle mode. The front half tucked in for balance while the rear detached, transforming into a hovering drone. Sweet. He stayed on his bike, using his anti-gravity field to fly with the bike and group the attackers before disintegrating them with a blasts of Nova force from his hands. Joseph floated to the side of the truck, golden Nova bolts firing with pinpoint accuracy, picking off the robotic swarm. The drone following him also helped. Wally and Mgan had moved their fight to the top of the truck. Mgan had morphed extra arms, even one on her head, to fend off attackers, but they were still getting outnumbered. Joseph provided cover, unleashing dozens of Nova bolts to thin the horde. The robots cut a hole in the truck's roof, attempting to steal the cargo. Not happening. Joseph extended his localized anti-gravity field, locking the cargo in place. With precision shots, he destroyed the robots trying to escape with it before gently lowering the parts back through the opening they had made with his anti-gravity field. With Calder, Mgan, and Wally backing him up, the rest of the robotic monkeys were swiftly dismantled. "Aqualad to Starfire," Calder called. "Our cargo is secure. What's your status?" "We've secured ours as well," Corey responded. But Superboy ran off chasing the robots. "He ditched his comm. He's out of my telepathic range," Mgan added, worried. "I can't find him." Joseph sighed. "Of course. How did these things know exactly which trucks to hit?" he asked. "We haven't heard anything about the decoy trucks being attacked." "I hacked into one of the robot monkeys," Robin said over comms. "The parts have GPS trackers. The robots are following the signal." "Can we track them back?" Calder asked. Robin worked fast. "Yeah, and it looks like they're all converging on Gotham." Wally grinned. "Who's up for extra credit?" "We find the rest of these things and bag Evo while we're at it." "The mission comes first," Corey reminded him. "We need to finish the delivery and inform the League that the parts can be tracked. But we also have to make sure Superboy's okay. Robin, send the robot's location to Kid Flash and Nova. They'll track him down while the rest of us guard the cargo." "Understood," Joseph said as the coordinates popped up on his digital watch. He took off immediately. "I'll race you there," Wally said, smirking. Joseph laughed. "You'll lose though." From his observations, Kid Flash was exceptionally slower than his mentor for some reason. Connecticut, August 3rd. "So, how'd you gain a connection to the Speed Force?" Joseph asked as he and Wally tore through the air at just under the speed of sound, side by side. It seemed to be the max speed for Wally. They had changed into their suits, Wally stating that he felt naked in civvies. To maintain the conversation, Joseph precisely controlled his anti-gravity field, keeping a bubble of air around them so they could talk without the wind interference. Wally shot him a curious glance. "Didn't know you were one for small talk." "And what do you mean, Speed Force?" "You know, the force that grants you super speed while protecting you from all the nasty side effects of moving that fast. Do you call it something else?" Wally frowned. "This is the first time I've ever heard of a Speed Force. I think Flash would have told me if something like that existed." Joseph's brows furrowed. "Then how did you get your powers, if you don't mind me asking?" "I replicated the experiment that gave Flash his powers, in my garage." That explained why Wally was slower than Flash, who the internet speculated could go faster than hypersonic speeds. Either his materials weren't up to par, the procedure was flawed, or both. "Were there chemicals involved?" Joseph asked, recalling the Star Labs truck that had spilled chemicals on him the day his mother died. "Yeah. And lightning. Flash got hit by lightning too. It showed up out of nowhere and blew up my garage." Joseph's mind raced. Lightning, huh? Was that why he himself never gained a permanent connection to the Speed Force? Because there had been no lightning. Chapter 84. New Jersey, August 3rd. No use crying over spilled milk. That window of opportunity had likely closed long ago. He'd been struck by lightning several times since, including magical lightning from Votan. And now, he had Nova Force. Joseph didn't miss the speed state too much. Especially considering the severe pain he was left in after exiting it. Nah, who was he kidding? The feeling of moving so fast while the world around you was exhilarating and the pain was worth it. Why are you asking anyway? And why are you so sure this Speed Force exists? Wally asked. Because I was connected to it before, Joseph said. Wally shot him a surprised look. Wait, what? What happened? Are you not connected anymore? Joseph shook his head. No. When I could move so fast that everyone else looked frozen. But it came with a price, terrible pain all over my body. Probably because I experienced something similar to your experiment, but without the lightning. Then, aliens experimented on me. I lost that ability, among other things, and gained my current powers instead. That's rough, Wally said awkwardly. But hey, at least you're alive, right? Yeah. Silence stretched between them for a few minutes before Joseph spoke again. Your experiment was flawed, right? Wally stiffened slightly before exhaling in self-deprecation. Yeah. I'm way slower than Flash. Don't rub it in, okay? Joseph hadn't meant it as a dig, but Wally pressed on. Back in Salt Flats, when Psycho Pirate hit us with that anxiety spell or whatever. I imagined I wasn't fast enough to be Flash's sidekick anymore. Truth is, Flash never really wanted or chose me to be his sidekick in the first place. Joseph blinked. Wally wasn't usually this open. It was easy to forget that, despite the sidekick's years of heroics, they were still just kids with all the insecurities that came with it. Not that Joseph was much older, only 1 or 2 years, excluding Superboy and Gan, but he felt like his experiences made him more mature. I get it, Joseph said. I imagined I wasn't enough for the people I cared about. He paused. And hey, even if Flash didn't want you at first, the fact that you're still his sidekick means he must have seen something in you. Wally gave a small, genuine smile. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. Joseph nodded. But I still want to check something. I found a formula related to the speed force, 3x2, 9yz, 4a equals. It's not a scientific equation, more like a mantra, something that lets you mentally focus on the speed force. Wally frowned. 3x2, 9yz, 4a equals. Huh. Silence fell again. Then, suddenly, Wally accelerated past Mach 1, then started approaching Mach 2. Joseph had to concentrate more on his anti-gravity field so he and Wally could speak as they sped up. Woohoo! Wally shouted, exhilarated. Dude! I've never been this fast. It actually works. The speed force is real. I have to tell Flash. No problem, Joseph said with a smirk as he patted Wally and discreetly absorbed some speed force. He was able to absorb it but he couldn't do anything with it, just like Votan's magic. Stored but unusable for him. That sucked. His plan to use Wally as a speed force battery was now useless. Masking his disappointment, Joseph continued. Honestly, I can go Mach 2, so slowing down for you was kinda boring. Now we'll get there in half the time. Wally just laughed, still riding the high of breaking his personal record. Gotham Academy, August 3rd. Joseph and Wally arrived just in time to see Superboy getting pieced up in Gotham Academy's basketball court. A green robot gorilla had him on the ropes with martial arts. Yoink! Before it could smash Superboy into the ground, Wally blurred forward, scooping him out of harm's way. Meanwhile Joseph lifted the robot into the air with his anti-gravity field. That's when Joseph noticed the man sitting casually on the bleachers, watching like this was just another school game. He was short, below average height, with a non-threatening demeanor that belied the actual danger he posed. His attire was almost professorial, a white dress shirt tucked into black slacks, a green sleeveless sweater with a pocket for 2 pens, and a neatly tied red bow tie. The signs of age were apparent, wrinkles on his forehead, marionette lines near his mouth, high cheekbones, and auburn hair streaked with gray at the sides. Professor Evo. 2 more robot gorillas stood at his side. I don't usually attend these things in person, Evo mused, but this was too good to miss. I have already shown you my mobile optimal neural quotient infiltrators. Quite impressive, right? And while my galvanized output robotic impact logistic loader automa don't have the ability to copy powers like Amazo, they are packed with plenty of useful features. Acronyms for monkey and gorilla? Was this man serious? Joseph barely had time to react before the robot he had lifted fired twin beams of green energy, right into his eyes. Chapter 85. Gotham Academy, August 3rd. Artemis had spent her childhood learning the brutal lessons her father had beaten into her, skills meant for a life she never wanted. But when she saw her next-door neighbor, Joseph, being harassed by thugs working for a man named Anton Carousel, she put those skills to use. She tracked Carousel down and sabotaged his illegal operations, only stopping when Two-Face took him out for good. After that, she tried to leave it all behind. Her mother had returned, and for the first time in years, Artemis thought she could live a normal life. But that illusion shattered when her father came back. Lawrence Kroc had no love for Paula, and the feeling was mutual. The two argued constantly, old wounds and regrets resurfacing with every word. Paula still carried the weight of her past, going to prison, ending up in a wheelchair, but she refused to let Artemis follow the same path. Her older daughter had already left during her time away, and she was determined not to lose Artemis, too. She had given up her old life, and she demanded Lawrence do the same. If not, he could leave. He laughed at the idea. And he walked out. Overhearing their argument, Artemis made a decision of her own. She wouldn't be like her father. She wouldn't be like her sister. Then, as if fate approved of her choice, Daddy got himself arrested. With nothing holding her back anymore, Artemis put on her costume. For the past few days, she had been hitting the streets of Gotham, stopping a robbery at a small store, catching a jewel thief, and taking down even more criminals. It felt good to do good. That's how she found herself patrolling that night, when she spotted a boy being hurled through the sky. She followed him to Gotham Academy, where a group of young heroes were locked in battle against towering, muscular green robot gorillas. She recognized Nova. Kid Flash. Even Professor Evo, a name she knew from her father's past. But before she could get a closer look, she was discovered. Small, monkey-like robots, dark metallic gray with glowing green joints, eyes, and mouths, emerged from the shadows, closing in fast. Nova shook off the sting from the green beams that had struck his eyes. At first, all he could see was blinding green light, but he quickly countered, firing a beam of yellow Nova Force straight from his own eyes. He'd experimented with Nova Force and determined he could release energy from any part of his body, but this was the first time he tried doing it from his eyes, as he was scared that it would render him blind. Seeing as he took the green beams just fine, he lost his hesitation. Green met yellow in a violent clash. Nova's beam overpowered the robots, pushing into its optical sensors as he pulled it closer with his anti-gravity control. The gorilla bot fought back, its arms extending to land a punch, barely a tickle against Nova's enhanced durability. He kept up the pressure until his beam burned through the robot's head. The glow in its body flickered out as it powered down, lifeless. Across the gym, Kid Flash blurred between energy blasts from another gorilla bot. The gym floor, bleachers, and walls took the hits instead, leaving behind destruction the school definitely would not be happy about. Meanwhile, Evo was already making his escape, carried by the third robot gorilla. Nova hesitated for a second. Wally had the Speed Force formula now, his speed had doubled. He could handle himself. Superboy was there too. They had this. Nova shot after Evo. The green gorilla had already exited the building, swinging through Gotham like Tarzan, using its extendable arms to latch onto buildings. The sight reminded Nova of when he had first taken Black Spider's suit as Flux, swinging through the city on red webs. Dozens of monkeys flew out to intercept him. Nova barely slowed, taking them down mid-flight with pinpoint-accurate energy beams from his eyes. He closed in. His fist flared with yellow Nova Force. With a burst of speed, he punched clean through the gorilla's torso. The robot lost power instantly. Evo turned, fear flashing across his face. "You wouldn't hurt an old man, would you?" he said with a forced smile. "Wrong," Nova said before knocking him out cold. Carrying Evo, Nova flew back to Gotham Academy. He noticed another person in the building with his Nova sense. Superboy and Kid Flash had finished off the last gorilla bot, one of its eyes pierced by an arrow, its torso caved in by a Kryptonian fist. The hidden person who was now moving away must have fired the arrow. Since they had clearly aided, there was no point chasing them down if they didn't want to appear. Both of Kid Flash and Superboy were on the floor, exhausted. "You guys alright?" Nova asked. "I'm fine." Feeling the aster, Superboy muttered, catching his breath. "I guess Canary was right about channeling my anger. Robin's lingo must have been rubbing off on him." Nova smirked. "Good to hear. The rest of the team should be wrapping up soon. We'll let them know we've secured Evo." He nodded. "Good work, team." Mount Justice, August 4th. The team stood before Batman, giving their report. Black Canary, Martian Manhunter, Green Arrow, and Red Tornado were also present. The Amazo android has been safely delivered to both Star Labs locations, and Professor Evo is in custody, Corey stated. "Evo will be transferred to Belle Reve," Black Canary confirmed. "But we understand your mission encountered additional complications," Martian Manhunter added, prompting the entire team to glance at Superboy. "Complications come with the job," Batman said, stepping forward. "Your ability to handle them has impressed the League." Joseph nearly snorted. Complications usually meant unpredictable enemies or mission setbacks, not a teammate storming off in anger. Still, Superboy was only a few months old. He barely had a grip on his emotions, let alone teamwork. Annoying as it was, Joseph supposed he could cut him some slack. "You all did well," Batman continued. "The League is impressed." "The whole League?" Superboy asked, clearly still hoping for Superman's approval. "Given time," Batman said. "Kryptonians, as you know, have very hard heads." Superboy smirked, but Joseph raised an eyebrow. Wasn't that an insult to him, too? "Of course, there's no shame in asking for help," Batman added. "That's why the League exists. Some problems are too big for any one of us to handle alone." Robin scoffed. "Please. If we needed help, we wouldn't get the chance to ask. Look familiar?" He held up an arrow, the same one that had been lodged in the gorilla bot's eye. "You were following us. Babysitting. You still don't trust us," Robin accused. Before anyone could argue, Green Arrow stepped forward, taking the arrow from Robin's hand. He examined it closely, then shook his head. "Not mine," he said, exchanging a meaningful look with Batman. That shut Robin up. Wally, Robin, and Calder exchanged knowing looks. There was only one other person they knew who could have fired it. "Speedy," Wally muttered before speeding up and taking the arrow from Green Arrow's hand. Souvenir. With the meeting wrapping up and the clock reading past 1 a.m., Joseph decided to head out. After saying goodbye to Corey, he overheard Superboy speaking to Black Canary, apologizing and promising to resume training. Good on him. Chapter 86. Chicago, August 8th. Isabel, dizzy, Cordova moved like a shadow through the dimly lit corridor, her breathing steady despite the high stakes. This was a covert operation, quick, clean, no unnecessary noise. Her mission, take down Bryce Rock, the head of a criminal empire suspected of being a metahuman with shape-shifting abilities. Her team was a hand-picked squad from ARGUS, a government agency formed in the wake of the Apalachian attack in 2003, the same event that had given rise to the Justice League. While the League dealt with world-ending threats, ARGUS handled what spilled over, metahuman containment, classified research, and small-scale superhuman threats like this one. Initially led by Steve Trevor, the agency was now under the iron grip of Amanda Waller, a woman who knew how to weaponize loyalty and fear in equal measure. Dizzy had joined ARGUS as part of a deal to stay out of prison. She'd cut ties with Nova, ensuring his hand in her past executions of corrupt figures in the city remained buried. She wore gray and black tactical gear, optimized for stealth. It was bulletproof, had reinforced gloves, and the helmet had night vision. Her custom semi-automatic handgun, a gift from Agent Graves, the man who had given her the opportunity for revenge after her family was murdered, sat holstered at her side, always within reach. She carried an assault rifle as well, its suppressor attached. They weren't expecting full-blown superhuman resistance, as Bryce Rock had only been suspected of having shape-shifting abilities. Her superior, Demon Rose, a figure of legend in ARGUS circles, led the infiltration. Cloaked in matte black tactical gear with a helmet concealing his features, he was a ghost in the field. Dizzy and 8 other agents followed, their footfalls silent on the polished floors of the penthouse. They had breached the perimeter with military precision, neutralizing guards with silenced weapons and close-quarters combat. Now, only a single door separated them from Bryce Rock. Demon Rose signaled a halt with a raised fist. The team immediately froze, pressing against the walls of the hallway, weapons trained forward. Demon produced a sleep gas grenade, twisted the pin, and cracked the door open just enough to roll it inside. For a moment, nothing. No sound, no movement. Then, the door slammed open, nearly knocking Demon Rose back. Bryce Rock stepped out, utterly unfazed. He was tall and imposing, his bald head gleaming under the dim light. A red mark slashed across his right eye like war paint. His black leather jacket fit snugly over a muscular frame, and his dark pants blended into the shadows. He stood there, a slow, menacing grin stretching across his face unnaturally. Dizzy's instincts screamed at her. The gas should have worked. Demon Rose didn't hesitate. Fire. The hallway exploded with suppressed gunfire, but Bryce Rock stayed still, his body rippling unnaturally as bullets bounced off his form. Oh no. The team's worst-case scenario had just come true. Their weapons couldn't harm Bryce Rock. Dizzy raised her rifle, already adjusting for the new threat. This just got complicated. The mission had gone to hell in an instant. Bryce Rock had torn through ARGUS operatives like a child ripping paper dolls apart. Now, their team was in full retreat, at least, what was left of it. Fall back. Now. Demon barked, voice sharp as a blade. Dizzy moved on instinct, pushing herself back into the corridors of the penthouse, her heart hammering in her chest. 2 of their agents were already dead, Dale and Nicholson, their bodies twisted unnaturally on the floor, faces frozen in expressions of pure horror. The stench of blood filled the air where one of them had been punctured clean through, their guts exposed like a grotesque sculpture. You really thought your little gas trick would work on me, Bryth Rock, he mocked, voice laced with amusement as he sauntered forward. Come on. Try something else. I like to see you struggle. His form shifted, bones cracking, flesh warping. His arms and tongue elongated, becoming like tentacles. Demon Rose cursed under his breath. Move, move, move. Dizzy didn't need to be told twice. She vaulted over a desk, sliding into cover behind a toppled bookshelf, reaching for her comm device. If this was the end, Nova needed to know. He needed to know what happened here, to know who was responsible, to keep Chicago safe. To stop Bryth Rock. She tapped out a message with quick, frantic fingers over the sound of her squad mates dying. As soon as she sent it, she peered out from her hiding spot. Demon Rose hadn't run. Instead, he stood just a few feet away, gripping the inhibitor collar they had brought with them, their one chance at survival. Their eyes met, and in that instant, they understood each other. The only way out was through. Demon made the first move. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a flashbang straight at Bryth Rock's feet. There was a sharp, piercing bang, followed by an explosion of white light. Bryth roared in frustration, his elongated eyes forced shut as the intense light burned his retinas. He staggered back, limbs scraping against the walls as he swung blindly. Dizzy didn't hesitate. She ran. Racing to the far end of the room, she raised her pistol and opened fire. The bullets wouldn't kill him, but that wasn't the point. Distraction. Misdirection. Give Demon an opening. Her shots were precise, every bullet pinging off the walls, the floor, even glancing off his hardened skin, anything to create a cacophony of noise that masked Demon's footsteps as he closed in from behind, inhibitor collar in hand. For a moment, it looked like they might pull it off. Demon was inches away. The collar was almost there. Then BYTH's arms morphed into something monstrous. Each limb turned into a grotesque, serpentine creature, coiling and writhing with jagged teeth, slit pupil eyes, and twitching ears. One head turned toward Demon. The other locked onto Dizzy. The realization hit too late. Demon barely had time to abort his approach before the serpent arms struck, their razor-sharp fangs sinking into the neck of their tactical suits, lifting them off the ground. They struggled, but BYTH's grip was like iron, his elongated limbs stretching them high above the floor, dangling them like broken puppets. Quite clever, he mused, his voice dripping with amusement. But not enough. Now, you'll be joining the rest of your team in the afterly. Then the ceiling burst open. From above, a figure clad in purple and gold descended, arms behind his back, eyes glowing with golden energy. Nova. Chapter 87, 87. Chicago, August 8th. Nova descended through the shattered ceiling, drifting down with controlled grace as the moonlight poured in through the gaping hole behind him. The glow painted his figure in silvery highlights, making him look almost otherworldly as his eyes burned bright with golden energy. Below, chaos reigned, walls scorched, bodies sprawled, and in the center of it all, the shape-shifting nightmare that had been identified as Bryce Rock, or rather, BYTH Rock. Nova's landing was silent, his boots barely brushing the debris-strewn floor. In the same motion, he fired 2 precision Nova bolts from his palms, striking the grotesque serpentine limbs that held the 2 Argus agents midair. The alien appendages screeched as the searing energy tore through them, forcing them to retract with a wet, snapping recoil. The agents dropped to the ground, one unconscious, the other gasping as they struggled to move. Nova stood tall amid the dust and shadows, his arms casually at his sides but his eyes locked, unblinking, on the monster before him. "What do we have here?" he asked coolly, his tone tinged with challenge. For the first time since the encounter began, BYTH Rock's grin faltered. Well. Nova. From the floor, Dizzy stirred, her body screaming in protest as she rolled to her side. She blinked up at the glowing figure through blurred vision. Relief hit her like a wave. They hadn't spoken in weeks. She had cut ties with him. But still, he'd come. And not a moment too soon. BYTH's form began to twist again. His once human facade rippled like water under heat, skin melting into a greenish-yellow hue as veins bulged and eyes turned crimson. His frame expanded, grotesque muscles sprouting beneath his shredded jacket, bone cracking and reforming in unnatural configurations. Clawed fingers extended. Joints twisted in ways no human body should. He wasn't evolving, he was weaponizing. "You're a little out of your depth, boy," BYTH growled, his voice deeper now, distorted by the morphing of his throat. Nova didn't flinch. He let out a soft, dry chuckle. "Let's see about that." BYTH's body exploded into action, a barrage of sinewy limbs stretching out like spears, aimed at impaling the glowing interloper. Nova reacted instantly, his body surrounded by a flickering anti-gravity field that helped him pivot midair. Nova beams shot from his eyes while golden energy bolts erupted from his hands, intercepting the appendages mid-flight. The blast struck true, searing flesh, melting muscle, but it wasn't enough. The limbs reformed as fast as they were destroyed, regenerating before they even hit the ground. Nova gritted his teeth. "Of course you heal." He flipped backward in the air, narrowly dodging a sharpened limb that whipped past his throat. As he twisted, he fired a concentrated beam of Nova force directly at BYTH's head, a blinding column of yellow light that carved a trench in the floor as it surged forward. It landed. And it did nothing. BYTH's head was gone, for half a second. Then it knit itself back together like melting wax reassembling into flesh. From the corner of the room, Dizzy pressed a bloodied hand to her side, watching with wide eyes. "This is insane," she muttered. Beside her, Demon Rose, who had just awoken, struggled to prop himself against a wall, holding an inhibitor collar in one hand. "Something we weren't prepared for," he said through gritted teeth. BYTH laughed, a grotesque, shifting symphony of sound as his mass swelled again. Then, suddenly and violently, he transformed into a monstrous Tyrannosaurus Rex, 20 feet of muscle, fangs, and fury. The concrete beneath him cracked from the weight. Nova stared, unimpressed. "Oh. That's new." With an ear-splitting roar, BYTH T-Rex bulldozed through a wall, trying to escape the building and charge into the streets of Chicago. Civilians screamed and scattered. Nova cursed under his breath. "Oh no, you don't." He surged upward, extending his anti-gravity field around the creature. It wasn't easy. BYTH in this form had to weigh close to 10 tons, but Nova strained, jaw clenched, and lifted the beast high into the air, away from the innocent. Hovering midair, Nova fired a focused Nova beam from his eyes, holding it steady as it drilled into BYTH's chest. The monster screamed, flesh searing, but the victory was short-lived. BYTH shape-shifted again, his body morphing back into a humanoid form, this time complete with massive hawk-like wings reminiscent of a Thanagarian warrior. He beat them furiously, trying to break free of the gravitational grip. But it was no use. Nova held him suspended, continuing his attack. Until everything changed. BYTH screamed, and from his body exploded dozens, hundreds, of serpentine limbs, squirming and snapping like living whips. They extended in all directions, a sea of motion that blotted out the moonlight. Some lashed toward the streets below, others toward Nova. Nova switched targets, blasting beam after beam from his eyes and hands, trying to burn them down before they reached him. But it was like trying to stop a tidal wave with a lighter. The limbs surrounded him. Wrapped around his arms, legs, and torso. His beam cut out as his focus was broken. The sky was swallowed by the mass of BYTH's body. The tentacles constricted. Nova's glow dimmed slightly, gritting his teeth as he strained against the crushing pressure in darkness. Then BYTH's distorted voice echoed all around him. "Got you." Chapter 88. Chicago, August 8. Nova's muscles strained as the tentacles coiled tighter, constricting his limbs and torso with crushing force. Smaller tendrils wriggled toward his mouth, nose, and ears, trying to invade every opening. Disgusted, he clenched his jaw and activated a burst of Nova force, amplifying his anti-gravity field. A repelling barrier expanded from his body while a powerful gravitational pull formed just outside of BYTH's shifting mass, pushing the limbs away from Nova while simultaneously tugging at BYTH's own body. The pressure eased slightly. The tentacles loosened. It was working. But it was draining. Nova could feel the strain in his core. BYTH wasn't tiring, he was adapting. If this dragged on, Nova would be the one to fall. He made a snap decision. With a sharp upward motion, Nova rocketed into the sky, still dragging BYTH rock with him via his gravity field. Clouds parted as they ascended into open air, the city lights shrinking below. Then, just as suddenly, Nova dropped the field. The tentacles surged back, rewrapping him like a predator reclaiming its prey. And that's when Nova let loose. A shockwave of golden energy erupted from his body, pure, searing Nova force radiating outward in every direction. It lit the sky like a miniature sun, vaporizing the nearest tendrils and ripping through BYTH's flesh. Chunks of molten green-yellow tissue scattered in the air, caught mid-drift by lingering gravitational eddies. BYTH staggered, dazed. His grotesque mass wavered. Nova seized the moment, slipping free of the restraints and flying several meters back. He focused his gravity manipulation again, this time crafting a vacuum bubble around BYTH, pulling the surrounding air molecules away with precision control. It was a trick he'd used during the prankster fires to snuff out oxygen, but now, it was a weapon. BYTH struggled, his skin already healing, his form restabilizing, but Nova had noticed something. No matter what monstrous shape he took, BYTH always kept a nose. So he needed to breathe. Perfect. Nova intensified the field, creating a low-pressure pocket that expanded rapidly. Every time BYTH attempted to extend a limb beyond it, forming new noses or airways, Nova compressed the field further, collapsing those limbs into pulpy masses of scorched flesh. There was no escape. BYTH convulsed. Twitched. Flailed in silence. Then he went still. 10 minutes passed before the final limb dropped lifelessly. Anoxia had won. Nova's gravity field flickered as he released it, exhaling slowly. His helmet had disintegrated somewhere in the chaos, probably during the energy blast. His suit remained intact, though singed. He gathered Nova force in his head, concealing his identity as his face and hair glowed with golden light. He descended carefully, the unconscious BYTH, now reverted to a humanoid form with feathered wings, floating beside him. Thanagarian. Nova touched down near the two agents, their armor battered but functional. He scanned the female, unsure. Could it be Dizzy? There were too many bodies strewn around to be sure. He narrowed his eyes. Who are you? The male agent stepped forward ignoring his question, lifting a phone. Our director would like to speak with you. Behind him, the woman, still silent, snapped a high-tech collar around BYTH Rock's neck with practiced ease. The phone screen came to life. A woman appeared, African-American, slightly overweight, dressed in a tailored black suit. Her slick back hair framed a face that radiated authority and calm control. Her gaze was sharp, unflinching. Thank you for your help, Nova, she said. We're ARGUS, a U.S. government agency specializing in domestic metahuman affairs and small-scale threats. We underestimated the power of this one. But we can take it from here. Nova studied her. Her composure. Her words. If Dizzy was with them voluntarily, and alive, then they weren't enemies. At least, not tonight. He nodded. Fine. I'll leave him with you. He hovered slightly, preparing to take off, until Waller spoke again. One more thing. Do not report tonight's events to the Justice League. This mission is classified. Nova frowned. And why exactly should I not? The nature of the being you captured, and his implications, may threaten global stability. We can't afford League involvement right now. Nova was silent for a moment. Then he asked, you say you handle metahuman threats. Does that include trafficking? Waller's expression shifted, barely. A flicker of interest, maybe surprise. Yes. We're aggressive on that front. Then you know about Leviathan? We do, she said. They're on our list. We're working alongside several intelligence agencies worldwide to dismantle them. Good. Nova's tone hardened. When you move on them, I want in. The League was occupied with too many things at the moment and they were too restricted by limitations from the UN. Interpol probably still thought he was dead, or didn't know he was willing to get his hands dirty. But ARGUS clearly wasn't above playing rough. Waller gave a tight nod. Understood. We could use someone with your unique talents. Nova floated higher, the glow around his face intensifying. If we're going to work together, he said, what should I call you? The woman smiled, just barely. Amanda Waller. Chapter 89, 89. Mount Justice, August 8th. The hum of the Zeta tube faded as the teleportation sequence completed. Recognized, Nova, B08, the system intoned. Joseph stepped out with a yawn, still wiped from the chaos earlier. His Nova suit was singed in a few places and his signature gold Corinthian helmet was missing. He hadn't gotten around to asking Batman for a replacement since the events had happened mere hours ago. The room was more crowded than usual. Wally, dressed like he was heading to the beach, was mid-argument with an unfamiliar girl in a green costume standing beside Green Arrow. The team had probably gone to the beach earlier today. Damn it. He missed the chance to see Corey in a bikini. Red Tornado stood stoically by the side, flanked by Batman, and a new teen in red and black gear was in the middle of the room next. The rest of the team was present too, all in uniform, glancing between holographic screens and one another. Some mission briefing about a kidnapped scientist, Soaring Rocket, and a nanotech weapon called the Fog, linked to a group called the League of Shadows. League of Shadows? Joseph squinted at the screen. Sounds like something a bored 13-year-old would make up. Sorry I'm late, he said casually, walking over. Overslept. Hi Joseph, Corey said warmly, floating over and giving him a hug. Hey, he murmured, returning it before nodding to the rest of the team. Joseph, the green-clad girl asked in surprise. He turned to her, taking in her features, blonde hair, sharp eyes with a noticeable Asian slant, and a bow slung over her back. Artemis? What was his next-door neighbor doing here? You know this nobody. Wally cut in, shooting Artemis a glare. Strange, Wally usually defaulted to flirting with new girls. Artemis must have put him in his place fast. Joseph blinked. Yeah. Didn't know she was a hero, though. Green Arrow stepped forward. She's my niece and new protégé. Just joined. Joseph looked at the red and black suited teen across the room. So is that your old one? Speedy. The guy's jaw tightened. Red Arrow now, Flux. Robin's eyebrow twitched. It took a second, but Joseph saw the gears turning. Realization hit the boy wonder, Nova was Flux, the petty thief who had escaped him twice. The rest of the room, other than Corey and Batman, didn't understand the exchange. Joseph didn't care. So what if Speedy recognized him? He'd never stolen from innocence, never hurt anyone who didn't deserve it. And he had turned over a new leaf doing a lot of good as a hero. Red Arrow's mentor, Green Arrow, had started as a vigilante who straight up killed the corrupt, and now he sat in league meetings. Compared to that, Joseph was practically squeaky clean. At least he let other people do the killing. Though Dizzy was currently in ARGUS, he still had Carla Vitti. He smirked at Red Arrow. Good on you, tough guy. Let me guess, you tried the lone wolf act and came crawling back. Needed your old team to bail you out. Thought you hated being a sidekick. I'm not a sidekick. Red Arrow snapped. Whatever. My job here is done. He stormed toward the Zeta tube. Recognized, Speedy. That's Red Arrow. B06. Update, he corrected sharply before disappearing in a flash of light and sound. Joseph watched him vanish, then turned to the room. Swell guy. Anyway, Batman, I need a new suit. Happy Harbor, August 8th. In Nova's opinion, the mission was hardly a challenge. The team in the stealth versions of their costumes, along with Dr. Soaring Rocket, had set up inside Happy Harbor High School. The threat? A swarm of microscopic robots called the Fog, a weapon capable of devouring concrete, steel, flesh, and bone with ease. Worse, it could hack any system and store everything it touched. The League of Shadows had kidnapped Dr. Rocket and forced her to build it. Red Arrow had managed to extract her from Infinity Island, but the Fog was already active. Now, Rocket was racing to code a virus that could shut it down. Thank you for connecting us, Gan, Corey said through the mental link. This is so weird, Artemis chimed in. And distracting, Rocket muttered. Coding on a school computer with less RAM than a smartwatch is hard enough. Now I've got teenage brain chatter in my skull. Lady, do you always complain when people try to help you? Wally shot back. Pot, kettle, Artemis retorted. Hey, I don't need sass from the newbie who threw Red Arrow off the team, Wally replied. That is so not on me. Artemis snapped. Fate of the world, people, Raquette said dryly. She started it, Wally muttered. Team. Focus. Corey said firmly. How about I just help Miss Martian, Starfire, and Superboy patrol the perimeter? Artemis suggested. Good idea, Calder replied. Cut her some slack, Kid Flash. Her arrow was the one that helped you take down Evo's gorillas. Nova said, recognizing the arrow sticking out of the gorilla's head as the same ones in Artemis' quiver. Well, I'm still not giving her the satisfaction, Wally replied. You know I can still hear you, right? Artemis replied. Nova sighed and rubbed his temples. The scientist was snippy, the back-and-forth bickering echoed through his mind, and he was running on maybe an hour of sleep that while not affecting him physically was exhausting him mentally. Hopefully this mission could end soon. Chapter 90. Happy Harbor, August 8th. The bickering was getting unbearable. The virus won't do much if we can't find the fog. Raquette, can you track it? Corey asked. Of course I can track it, but I'd have to go online. It's a two-way link, so I might as well be sending the League of Shadows my location on a silver platter, Raquette grumbled. We are more than capable of protecting you. You have nothing to fear, Corey reassured her. Fine. Tracking it now, Raquette muttered, tapping at the keyboard. A few moments later, a location popped up on the screen. Miss Martian, reconfigure the bioship so that Robin and Superboy can go after it. We can't let the League of Shadows rack up more victims. I'll go, Nova cut in, eager to escape the mental link. Time is of the essence, and I can get there faster. Okay then, Corey agreed. You can go first, but Robin and Superboy will still need to follow to upload the virus. Stay safe. Okay. You too. Nova replied. Nova glanced at the screen, Philadelphia. Calder, keep me updated if the location changes. Sure, Calder confirmed. Without another word, Nova stepped outside and took off. At his speed, he'd reach Philly in 10 minutes. Philadelphia, August 8th. Nova arrived just in time to see the fog ripping through the Star Labs building, consuming everything in its path. It looked like gray smoke, moving fast and fluidly. It left the Star Labs building, which started collapsing before flowing down a bridge toward a parked van. Oh no, you don't. Nova surged forward, expanding his localized anti-gravity field until it engulfed the entire swarm. Then, with precision, he compressed it, shrinking it down to the size of a beach ball. Even this small amount had toppled buildings and could shred flesh and bone. Raquette hadn't been exaggerating. The world really was at stake. If AI Nova were still with him, he might have been able to control any of the nanites that entered his body instead of just destroying them. But AI Nova was gone. So destruction it was. Just as he was about to fire a Nova bolt, he sensed an energy beam incoming. Not again. Nova had been sniped too many times, Atomic Skull twice, Voton, Shrapnel, and now this guy. He was sick of it. The moment he felt the energy approaching, Nova dodged, the red beam slicing through the air where he'd been standing. He followed the trajectory back to a man standing near a van. His helmet was mostly blue, with a black forehead piece and a red circle in the center. Probably the controller of the fog. Not anymore. Nova clenched his fist, compressing the nanites further, from a beach ball to a golf ball. The man fired another red beam. Nova dodged again, shoving the tiny fog sphere into the beam's path. The nanites disintegrated on contact. The man's eyes widened in shock. Too late. Nova blitzed forward, driving a punch into his helmet. The man staggered back, but the helmet wouldn't come off, it was attached to his skull. Fine. Nova would just beat him unconscious. Another red beam fired at close range, but Nova responded in kind, his golden Nova beams coming out of his eyes clashing against red energy. For a moment, they struggled for dominance, then Nova's energy overpowered the man's, slamming into his helmet and melting it. The man collapsed, unconscious. Not sure how he saw through that thing, but wherever he's going, sight won't matter much. Nova turned back to the remaining nanites and fired a final beam, erasing the last of them. Nova to team. The fog's been destroyed. We came all this way for nothing. Superboy's voice came through, clearly annoyed. The bioship appeared overhead, hatch opening as Superboy and Robin emerged. Nova floated up, the unconscious man in tow. Well, I captured this guy. He needs to be restrained. And maybe you two can help clear the debris, see if anything can be salvaged from Star Labs. He handed the man over to Superboy. Dude. You caught Professor Ojo? Robin said, eyes widening. Nova raised an eyebrow. That his name? Huh. Well, yeah, I did. I'll head back first. Then he turned and rocketed off, back to Happy Harbor. Happy Harbor, August 8th. Nova landed at the high school, stepping inside just in time to see two very familiar faces. Other than Gan and Wally, the prisoners were faces from his Flux days. Black Spider, whom he'd humiliated and stripped of his gear. And Captain Hook, a mid-tier merc he'd steamrolled on that Leviathan job alongside Catwoman. Both were tied up and looked absolutely pathetic. Joseph burst into laughter. Chapter 91. Happy Harbor, August 8th. Reflux, you fucker. I'll kill you. Black Spider roared, enraged. Guess everyone and their grandmother knows I'm Flux now. It made sense, Leviathan had recognized him the moment he returned still wearing Black Spider's stolen suit. Then they'd sent Atomic Skull and Votan after him. He kept laughing. It felt like a full-circle moment. Wally and Gan gave him odd looks, unsure why he found it all so funny. Black Spider's continued cursing only made it worse. Joseph had beaten both him and Captain Hook with barely a few months of experience, and no speed force. Now, there wasn't much either of them could do to scratch him, unless their shady organization started hiring real heavy hitters. Joseph finally knocked Black Spider out. The man was getting loud. Captain Hook sat silently, unreadable. Do you know these guys? Gan asked. Joseph's laughter faded as he nodded. Yeah. Speedy mentioned it earlier. I used to go by Flux. Took both of them down back in the day. Back before you had your current powers? Wally asked. Yup. Though it wasn't really fair. I had a different set of powers then. Still didn't need the speed force for these guys. Nova turned to Captain Hook. So, your League of Shadows, huh? Is Cheshire here too? Or Nosferatu? Last I checked, Catwoman wiped the floor with them, literally. Captain Hook clenched his jaw but said nothing. Fine, stay quiet. I just captured Professor Ojo. If the League wants to throw more bodies my way, tell them I'm available. That earned him a glare. I've captured Nosferatu. How about you guys? Corey said over the mental link. Wow, they actually had sent them again. I got Black Spider, Kid Flash replied. And I've got Captain Hook, Mgan added. Cheshire got away, Artemis said, guilt in her tone. Heh, leave it to the newbie to fail at their only task, Wally gloated at Artemis. Kid Flash, Corey said warningly before continuing. Artemis, the fog is destroyed and Raquette safe, thanks in part to you. You did great. Welcome to the team. Infinity Island, August 9th. Inside a minimalist Japanese-style chamber, Sensei addressed the holographic members of the Light. Ojo has been captured. He failed to transmit the Star Labs intel, and the data from Wayne Tech. The fog has also been destroyed in its entirety. These young heroes are becoming a problem, a deep voice growled. Especially Nova. We need to put them down. Patience, another voice replied smoothly. All in due time. Let's take solace in the fact we have an operative on the inside. On to other matters, a woman chimed in. What's our stance on the UN approving the Thanagarian proposal for a planetary force field? Our goal remains the same, a male voice said. To usher humanity into its next evolutionary stage and elevate it on the cosmic stage. In the long run, this helps us. Soon enough, he added, the world will see the light. Gotham City, August 9th. Past midnight, Joseph finally returned home. He'd hugged Corey goodbye and said his farewells to the rest of the team. Physically, he rarely felt fatigue, thanks to the Nova Force, but mentally, he was spent. He and Artemis stepped out of the Zeta tube into a back-alley phone booth. Neighbors. It was convenient. I still can't believe you're a hero, Joseph said. And I can't believe you're Nova, Artemis replied. Was that when you disappeared for a month? It's a long story, he said. Then paused. Now that I think about it, your dad seems familiar. Are you really? Artemis's bow was drawn in a flash. Green Arrow's niece? No, she's not, came a voice from the shadows. A figure stepped out, Red Arrow. Joseph had written him off as a random homeless guy, lingering too close to the alley. He didn't expect it to be Red Arrow. Meh, close enough. Green Arrow and Batman must have their reasons for lying, Red Arrow said. I won't expose your cover, but don't hurt my friends. He glanced at Joseph. That goes for you too, Flux. Joseph was growing tired of the disrespect. He stepped forward, staring down at the archer, 2 inches shorter. Even back when I was Flux, I could have taken you and Robin, he said coolly. Now. There's nothing in this world you can do to me. And if you really cared about your friends, you would have joined them instead of calling them a joke while playing solo. Do us all a favor, go back to whatever hole you crawled out of. Let's go, Artemis. Joseph brushed past him, Artemis falling into step beside him. A punch arrow flew toward Joseph's back. It stopped, suspended mid-air, inches away. Joseph didn't turn around. That was strike one, he said, his voice low. There won't be a second. He walked off, an apprehensive Artemis beside him, leaving Red Arrow rooted in place, drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 92, 92. Washington, D.C., August 10th. Joseph and Corey were on another date, something rare these days, and something he didn't take for granted. Life had been speeding up lately, so moments like this, where it was just him and her, they were gold. When they were together like this, they didn't talk about the team, the league, or any of the hero stuff. Just two people. Just Joseph and Corey. They met in the early afternoon, right by the fountain outside the Smithsonian. The sun was out, the breeze was soft, and DC was pulsing with tourist life. The city always looked better in the summer, when the chaos softened into something livable. Corey looked stunning in a simple lilac sundress and white sneakers, her red hair flowing behind her in the breeze. Joseph had opted for dark jeans and a casual navy button-up. They decided to catch a movie, Tron, Legacy, newly released in theaters. Corey was fascinated by the neon aesthetic from the posters alone. And the movie? Awesome. For 2 hours, they were submerged in a world of light cycles, killer soundtracks, and digital gods. Corey kept leaning over to whisper questions about the physics of the grid, and Joseph kept whispering back nonsense just to make her giggle. Afterward, they wandered along the National Mall, deciding on lunch. I want something super greasy and very unhealthy, Joseph declared with a mock-serious expression, squinting at a line of food trucks. You're in luck, Corey said. Because DC food trucks are overpriced and barely healthy. They settled on hot dogs, loaded with ketchup, mustard, onions, and fries that were too good to be legal. Plus overpriced bottled sodas, of course. They found a quiet bench shaded by a tree and sat down to eat. Joseph took a bite, leaned back, and sighed. Okay, this is probably the best hot dog I've had this week. Have you had any others this week? Corey asked with a smile. That's not the point. They ate in companionable silence for a while, people watching and soaking in the lazy energy of the afternoon. Eventually, Corey dusted off her hands and wiped her mouth with a napkin. I've been thinking, she said softly, turning to him. Dangerous, Joseph teased. Go on. She gave him a light nudge with her elbow. About doing something during my downtime. I'm grateful to the League, and to you, for covering all my living expenses. But I want to feel like I'm contributing. Like I'm not just taking. Joseph tilted his head. Corey, you do contribute. You've saved people, protected cities. I don't mean like that, she interrupted gently. I mean in everyday life. A normal job. Something small. Human. He looked at her thoughtfully, then nodded. Okay. I get that. You know I don't mind helping with money, but, yeah. I'll support whatever you want to do. She smiled. There's this modeling agency. A representative saw me a few days ago, when I was just out shopping in civvies. She said I had the look. Whatever that means. Joseph laughed. It means you're very pretty and people would pay to see you in clothes they can't afford. She blushed slightly. I was thinking of doing it under my civilian identity, Corey Anders. It could be fun, and also help me feel a little more grounded. What do you think? I think you'd crush it, he said, without hesitation. Try it out. If you hate it, you walk away. But honestly, I can't imagine a single outfit not looking great on you. You're so sweet, Corey murmured, leaning in to kiss him on the cheek. Joseph wasn't satisfied with a peck. Selena recommended this really good Spanish place we could hit up later. Real fancy. Good atmosphere. Candlelight. Though everything's in Spanish so you might not understand. Corey gave him a knowing look. If you wanted another kiss, you could have just said so. She leaned in and kissed him properly this time, slow, warm, and genuine. When they pulled apart, Joseph felt like he was floating. I wasn't speaking Spanish yet. You'll have to do it again. Corey rolled her eyes at his shamelessness. He smiled. Life's good. Central City, August 10th. Wally was in his room doing homework. School had started 2 days ago, and despite his goofy nature, Wally was a science whiz, top of his class, so he was breezing through assignments, using his speed to knock them out in minutes. He paused, grabbed a potato chip, and ate it. Ever since Joseph shared the Speed Force formula with him, Wally's connection to the Speed Force had deepened. He noticed his metabolism wasn't as crazy fast anymore. He still ate more than a regular person, or even his uncle, but it was starting to taper off. Only time would tell if that trend continued as his speed kept increasing. He owed Joseph a lot. Even if Spearhead Arrow didn't seem to like the guy much, Wally figured he'd come around. Beneath that stoic shell, Joseph was solid. Just then, his Uncle Barry appeared in his room, suited up, the Speed Force lightning and aura flickering around him before fading. You're alive, thank God, Barry said, pulling him into a hug. Then he started rambling inhumanly fast, something about timelines, Batman wielding an Amazonian sword, and a guy called Reverse Flash. Who even was that? Yesterday, Wally had told him about the Speed Force formula. Maybe that's why he was acting weird. No matter what, don't break the time barrier. Barry warned, before speeding out of the room. Wally blinked. Was that even scientifically possible? That was weird. Chapter 93, 93. Washington, D.C., August 10th. After parting ways with Corey, Joseph took one last look at the skyline before lifting off into the air. The warmth of their afternoon together still lingered, but the world didn't pause for peace. His time off was over. Back to work. He soared toward Chicago, cutting through clouds and cold winds like a comet cloaked in purple and gold. Carla Vitti had wrapped up her investigation into meta/tech, and her findings lined up with the claims made by William Cavanaugh, the human pterodactyl hybrid currently sitting in Slabside Penitentiary after a brief, violent run-in with Nova. According to her, a man named Etienne du Vipre 9 had wrested control of the Netherworld, Chicago's infamous underground slum with higher rates of impoverished metahumans. He had used that foothold and his family's wealth to acquire Meta/Tech, a shadowy company built atop the bones of the long-defunct Sunderland Corporation. Once run by General Avery Carlton Sunderland, the company had been a grotesquely profitable entity with deep government and criminal ties before its spectacular collapse. The public story was that Sunderland had been torn apart by a swamp creature, the same one people were now whispering about as Swamp Thing. Whatever the truth, the trail of bodies and vanished metas had not stopped with Sunderland's fall. Now, Meta/Tech had returned, quietly rebooted under a new name and new leadership, and people from the Netherworld were still disappearing. So Nova was here to find out why. Nova hovered high in the air just outside the Meta/Tech facility, scanning the building with narrowed eyes. His belt shimmered as he pressed a button, activating his stealth tech. The purple of his suit darkened, the gold shifting into a deep obsidian tone. His Nova sense picked up dozens of signatures, flickers of bioelectric energy, lit up the building. But one area in particular stood out, the basement. Dense, erratic energy. Concentrated. Likely where the missing metas were being kept, or experimented on. Time to move. Nova descended silently onto the rooftop. With a practiced ease learned from his days as Flux, he slipped through a maintenance entrance, bypassing cameras and infrared sensors without a hitch. His Nova sense made it easy. He could see the entire building in his head, every heat signature, every patrol route, every heartbeat. He ghosted through the upper floors, ducking into maintenance halls, slipping between shadows. No alarms. No witnesses. No problem. Soon he reached the basement access corridor. Two armed guards stood by the door, chatting about something he didn't bother to listen to. He blurred forward and knocked both men unconscious in the span of a breath. He caught one as he fell, dragging him behind a corner before grabbing the access card clipped to his vest. He unlocked the door and descended into darkness. The air changed the moment he stepped inside. It was colder. Still. The kind of silence that lived in places people weren't supposed to see. The stench of blood, chemicals, and human waste assaulted his senses. A soft hum of machinery echoed through the corridor, a low drone that crawled under the skin. Nova walked slowly, his body tense. He passed a series of transparent pods, each one containing a grotesque, twisted figure. Some of the bodies were reptilian, others had fungal growths or skin like bark. Many wore tattered lab coats. Failed experiments. Maybe scientists turned test subjects. It was horrific. He pressed on, the Nova sense tingling as he neared the end of the hallway. 16 distinct life signatures up ahead. He opened the final door. Time to get some answers. The room beyond was cavernous, lit by a sickly green hue emanating from the technology embedded in the walls. At its center sat an old man on a makeshift throne draped in dark emerald robes. Etienne du Vipre. He was flanked by mutated brutes, creatures with scales, gnarled claws, and glowing red eyes. They all resembled dinosaurs. "I've been awaiting you, Nova," Vipre said, his accented voice smooth and heavy with authority, like a king addressing a guest in his court. Nova was not impressed. "You've made a mess of this city," Nova said in French, stepping forward, his voice cold and unwavering. He'd learned the language so might as well use it. "And I'm here to clean it up." "Such fire," Viper replied back in French as well with a soft smile. You remind me of someone I once knew. Idealistic. Righteous. Young. Nova didn't respond. He was already analyzing every inch of the room. Energy signatures flared around Viper's guards, each one a twisted fusion of man and beast. Failed creations, perhaps. Or loyal ones. You've done impressive work for someone so new to the world stage, Viper continued. But you're meddling in matters far beyond your understanding. I am building something necessary. A future where those with power will guide humanity, not grovel to it. You're playing God with people's lives, Nova said. His hands crackled faintly, golden light glowing beneath his palms. That ends tonight. Viper stood slowly, the air in the room shifting. I could have offered you a place in this vision, he said. But as I thought, you're too dangerous to be allowed to continue. And yet, maybe that's why you'll be perfect. Attack him. Nova narrowed his eyes. Chapter 94, 94. Chicago, August 10th. The creatures lunged at once, thick limbs thudding against the reinforced floor as claws scraped across tile and bone-crusted talons slashed through the air. There were 8 of them, hulking, reptilian abominations with jagged teeth, glowing red eyes, and muscles that seemed to ripple like cables under their scaled flesh. Some had tails, some had additional limbs. All of them were fast. Nova didn't want to fight them. Not really. He didn't know what they'd been before meta/tech turned them into this. Maybe they were just civilians once, scientists, janitors, runaways. But whatever they used to be, now they were snarling weapons bred in a lab. The first brute struck, a hammering fist aimed for his head. Nova ducked, twisting sideways, and planted a boot into its gut. The impact sent the creature flying into a metal wall with a crunch, but it staggered up only seconds later, limbs snapping back into place like joints on a marionette. The second came in low. Nova caught it mid-charge and hurled it overhead into the others. The mass of beasts stumbled, but they didn't stay down. They never stayed down. Every punch he landed cracked bones and crushed cartilage, yet the creatures regenerated almost instantly. They healed before they even finished hitting the floor. His concussive blasts only staggered them. Even blowing holes in their torsos with focused Nova force beams didn't slow them for long. Nova clenched his jaw. Damn it. He flipped backward, buying space. One of them screeched, charging again. He caught it with a glowing fist to the chest, the blast sending it crashing through a reinforced console. Still, it got up. Again. Is that all you can do? Viper's voice cut through the room, calm and amused. Nova didn't answer. He didn't have time to. The monsters weren't letting up. But he was done holding back. Fine. Time to get serious. Nova inhaled sharply. The air around him shimmered, his anti-gravity field expanding with a pulse that rippled like a gravitational heartbeat. The room shifted. With a flick of his fingers, the ground under the creatures inverted. Suddenly, the beasts weren't charging. They were floating, suspended in midair like balloons. Their bodies flailed wildly, snarling, jaws snapping open and shut with rage. Nova raised a hand, and the anti-gravity field contracted, locking them all into a tight sphere above the ground. Then he created an air pocket. The pressure dropped inside the bubble, clean, calculated deprivation. No sound, no oxygen. Just silence. The creatures thrashed violently, red eyes wide with panic. Their limbs beat uselessly at the invisible barrier, muscles twitching and throats convulsing as they fought to breathe. Nova didn't like it in case he was permanently harming the brains of innocents from the lack of oxygen, but he had to shut their systems down. Good, Viper's voice rang out again, louder this time. A slow, amused clap echoed through the lab. Yes. You should at least have that much power. Nova turned toward the old man. Etienne du Viper stood at the edge of the room, arms crossed, that calm, arrogant smile never leaving his face. Why was he smiling? Did he think he was going to be let off? He extended a branch of his anti-gravity field toward Viper, wrapping the air around the old man and lifting him effortlessly into the suffocating sphere of silence. Viper's eyes widened briefly. Panic? Maybe. For a fraction of a second. Then he looked into Nova's eyes and smiled. Not just smiled, smirked. And then. Nova was unconscious. Joseph awoke to a blinding white expanse, dream state. His limbs were bound, not by chains, but by pale serpents slithering up from the ground, coiled tightly around his arms and legs. Before him sat a middle-aged man with French features, his face unfamiliar but his presence unmistakable. A picture of understated aristocratic style, dressed in a tailored frock coat over ankle trousers, accented by a high-collared shirt and elaborate cravat, and polished boots. He lounged on a throne woven entirely of the same white snakes. Viper. The man didn't respond. He was gazing around, intrigued. I've never encountered a mind like yours in all my centuries. Fascinating. So, structured. As if built by a machine, he said as he looked at the Nova avatar beside him, a humanoid figure made up of shifting voxels. Joseph struggled, his breath catching. How are you in my head? He willed the Nova avatar to fight Viper. Nothing happened, the avatar was just a shell of AI Nova. He willed himself to exit the dream state. It wasn't working. Panic rising, he willed the Nova control center to appear to exit manually. / Nova control center. A menu displaying body's status before AI's termination with adjustable options in some categories. Memory archive, before AI's termination. Data archive, before AI termination. Body abilities. Nova avatar. Mental configuration. Exit. He tried to select exit, but the snakes binding his arms made movement impossible. Viper tilted his head, intrigued, as the menu slid over to hover in front of him. Such delightful features, he murmured. Let's see. Mental configuration. Dream state configuration, pity, no way to change this dreadful white. Ah well. Beggars, choosers. Joseph's dread deepened. This man was inside his head. He had access to everything, memories, systems, the core of who he was. If Viper took over, no one would know. The world would think Nova was still in control. But then Joseph felt rage like never before. How dare this smug, snake-loving French fucker chain him in his own mind and attempt to control his body. He'd gone through too much to go out like this. You should have submitted to me when you had the chance, Viper said smugly. Then he paused. His eyes narrowed. Wait, what are you doing? Joseph focused. He could absorb energy, nuclear, solar, quantum, even magic. So why should psionic energy be different? He looked down at the snakes and took. Chapter 95. Count Viper was afraid. That wasn't normal. Whenever he activated his power to swap bodies, the transition was swift, clean. Rarely did he have to wrest control from a host. In over 52 successful transfers across centuries, only twice had he encountered resistance. Only from those with very strong wills. Joseph Bell, yes, that was the boy's name. He'd caught it while rifling through the surface of his memories after invading the strange mental plane Joseph called Dream State, a realm tied to the astral plane. But something was wrong. The white snakes that had restrained Joseph began unraveling, slithering back into the white floor of the dream state, dissolving like mist. The throne of serpents beneath Viper's feet crumbled too, draining into the ground, absorbed. Viper tried restraining him with more snakes only for the same thing to happen. Wait! Arit! Viper shouted, leaping from the vanishing throne in a panic. Joseph was absorbing him. His psionic energy was being pulled into the boy like water down a drain. Dangerous. Fatal, even. Maybe it was because the boy had a home field advantage. He needed to escape. As the stronger psychic, he managed to wrench himself free, barely, slipping out of the dream state just before the last of his essence was devoured by the psychic black hole Joseph had become. Viper snapped awake in his original body, bones aching beneath the crushing weight of the beasts he'd once controlled, twisted scientists spliced with dinosaur DNA. His genetic modifications had perfected physical transformation, but at the cost of the mind. Most of them lost all reason. Airstrike had been a rare exception, though he was weaker than the others. Viper had kept control through hypnosis, using them as meat shields, enforcers, and silencers. He didn't need them to think. He needed them to obey. With a mental command, he stirred them. "Kill the boy," he hissed. "Before he wakes. Now." But it was already too late. Joseph's eyes snapped open, burning gold. Murd. Viper acted fast. He met the gaze of one of the beasts and swapped bodies. The boy hadn't attacked them seriously before. He'd held back. Believed they could still be saved. Fool. It would be his undoing. Viper ordered the beasts to escape the room as he joined them. But before they could move, they froze, hovering, trapped mid-motion. And then, without mercy, they were torn apart. A brilliant yellow beam shot from Joseph's eyes, slicing and incinerating the mutated creatures in one sweeping blast. Limbs fell. Bodies burned. The room fell silent. Viper looked into Joseph's glowing eyes, and felt raw, suffocating fear. "You did something to me," Joseph said coldly, voice laced with power. "Absorbing all that energy made me able to hear their wild, beastly thoughts. And yours as well." He took a step forward, energy crackling around him. "You are right to be afraid." Viper knew. He wouldn't survive another second in the physical world. He did have pyrokinesis as one of his abilities, but against Joseph, it would either fuel him or barely tickle him. So he fled again, pulling both of them into the astral plane. Here, the playing field was equal. Here, he was stronger. Matter became shimmering ectoplasm. A translucent blue and silver realm stretched out in all directions. And Viper changed. He grew, his form becoming a colossal green serpent with eyes that blazed like dying stars. He towered over Joseph, coiling through the ether. "Be of good cheer, Joseph Bell," he said, voice echoing through the void. "You are the first to push me this far. Rejoice." Before Joseph could react, the Viper lunged, and swallowed him whole. Victory. Inside his gut, Joseph's spirit would be broken. Digested. Viper would finally take his body. And perhaps this time, the body would last for centuries. But then, again, something went wrong. Joseph's presence didn't weaken. It grew. He was absorbing Viper's energy. Faster than before. Impossible. Even the half of his psychic power Joseph had absorbed in the dream state should have been too much. Joseph's spirit should have burst from the overload. Viper had spent centuries mastering control. The boy shouldn't have lasted a second. And yet, he was still taking it. All of it. Viper's massive serpent form began shrinking, unraveling. "Let's see who breaks first." Viper roared in desperation. "Me from your absorption, or you from your overconsumption. Even if I die, you'll join me in hell, Psion." He poured everything into Joseph, his last reserves, every scrap of stolen essence from centuries of body theft that he'd retained. But Joseph didn't stop. Didn't flinch. Didn't burst. Until only a flicker of Viper's psychic energy remained. Bioelectric signatures. Silence. Emptiness. No voices. No energy. They were all dead. Good. He looked down at the blood he'd left on the floor. Without hesitation, he fired a thin beam from his eyes and vaporized it. The last thing he needed was someone using it to clone him, and then the League pressuring him to accept the clone as a son like they did with Superman and Superboy. Hell no. Now came the question of cleanup. If the building had been empty, Joseph would have flattened it, erase all evidence. But there were still people upstairs. And calling the League would be a headache. He needed someone who specialized in situations like this. He needed someone who specialized in messes like this. Joseph pulled his comm from his belt, still intact, somehow. What were these suits made of, and dialed Amanda Waller. Nova, Waller answered smoothly. To what do I owe the pleasure? There was a situation at Meta/Tech, Joseph said. A man by the name of Etienne du Vipera was abducting metahumans. Genetic experiments. Turned them into monsters. I came to investigate. He tried to possess me with his psychic abilities. Failed. Died. So did the creatures. I see. You want me to handle cleanup. You did say it was part of your job. I'm not complaining. We were planning to investigate him later this month anyway. You just expedited the process. ARGUS agents will be there shortly. Good. Also check the staff. I don't know who else was involved. Understood. Always a pleasure, Nova. The line clicked off. Joseph exhaled and climbed the stairs, slipping out of the building unnoticed. Gotham, August 18th. Joseph spent the past week away from the team, training and mastering his new psychic abilities. He wasn't sure what might happen if he interacted with the Martians while still acting as a psychic vacuum. Thankfully, by week's end, he'd gotten the hang of turning his telepathic hearing on and off. He mostly kept it off. Hearing so many voices gave him a headache. Corey had called earlier in the week, worried about his sudden disappearance. He reassured her it was just intense training, he didn't want to worry her with what had really happened. She filled him in on patrols in DC and a strange new mission the team had taken. Captain Adam, trying to teach them about espionage, gave a dry lecture that bored most of them. To spice things up, he handed them a cold case from the Vietnam War, the apparent framing of Air Force Captain Nathaniel Adams, who'd been convicted in 1968 for the murder of General Clement Lamar. Adam had recently received intel suggesting Adams was innocent. Eager to ditch the lecture, the team accepted the mission. They infiltrated the Pentagon, investigated key suspects, battled a Cambodian assassin, and presented their findings. Turns out, Adams had uncovered a smuggling ring and reported it to Lamar, who was secretly involved. Lamar, wanting to eliminate both Adams and the ring leader, Lieutenant Yarrow, orchestrated an ambush. But Adams survived and pulled Yarrow out, complicating Lamar's plan. To tie up loose ends, Yarrow manipulated Adams into confronting Lamar while drugged, and Sergeant Enos Polk, a member of the military police during the Vietnam War, used Adams's knife to kill Lamar, framing him. It had been a wild case, and while the team got their hands dirty with Cold War secrets and conspiracies, Joseph had quietly learned to control his mind. He was ready to rejoin them. Chapter 97, 97. Washington, D.C., August 19th. Vanessa Capitelis was a promising young dancer and singer with a bright future, until a fateful day when she was caught in the chaos of a bank robbery orchestrated by the disaster-manipulating villain, Major Disaster. Wonder Woman intervened, saving the day, but not before a collapsing building left Vanessa paralyzed from the waist down. Her dreams ended in an instant. Diana stayed by her side as she was airlifted to the hospital, and continued visiting her during recovery. She told her stories of Olympus, inspired her, comforted her. Vanessa began to idolize her, and eventually fell in love with her. She channeled her grief into art, often drawing herself as a hero named Silver Swan, inspired by the famous ballet routine Swan Lake. Then came hope. Doctors proposed an experimental procedure, nanites that could be directed by her brain to rebuild her body from the inside out. The doctors said that the AI models they'd tested to do so had caused unfortunate mistakes, but Vanessa's neural control made her a perfect candidate. With support from her mother and Diana, she worked tirelessly, and eventually walked again. But things changed. Diana's visits stopped. Her mother insisted Diana had responsibilities to the world, but Vanessa couldn't help feeling abandoned. Then, tragedy struck again. Her mother died in a car crash. The trauma shattered her focus, causing her to lose control of the nanites. She was back in the wheelchair. Alone. Her grief festered into resentment. One day, she turned on the news and saw Diana comforting a family with a new protégé by her side, Starfire. It mirrored the way she'd once been treated. That's when Vanessa snapped. The nanites affected her mind, causing a psychotic split. One half remained Vanessa, but the other, volatile, obsessive, and vengeful, was the Silver Swan. No longer a symbol of hope, but a weapon of pain. She reshaped the nanites into razor-sharp wings, claws, and developed a deadly sonic scream. Before launching her vengeance, Swan butchered the hospital staff and erased all digital records of her procedure, hacking global databases through a drop of her own blood. Only one other subject had survived the nanite experiment, a boy named Joseph Bell. Though he seemed to be unaffected by the nanites. Interesting. Swan planned to visit the families she saw on TV, destroy them slowly, and wait. Wait for Diana or Starfire to show up, so she could finally make them suffer. Mount Justice, August 19th. Corey, Artemis, and Mgan sat together, watching Calder and a shirtless Superboy spar in the training room. "Calder's nice," Artemis said to Mgan, nudging her. "Handsome, commanding, you should totally ask him out." "He's like a big brother," Mgan replied, smiling. "But you know who would make a cute couple? You and Wally." She nodded toward the redhead leaning against the wall, casually eating a burrito in his civvies. "You're so full of passion, and he's so full of, Mgan trailed off. Artemis finished. The three girls burst into laughter. "Let's not roast our teammates too hard, no matter how true it is," Corey added, chuckling. "Speaking of relationships," Artemis said slyly, "you're dating Joseph, right?" "Yeah," Corey answered with a small smile. "How's it going?" Mgan asked. "It's going well. He's sweet." Recognized, Nova. B08, the system announced as Joseph stepped into the room. "Speak of the devil," Artemis smirked. Joseph floated over, hugging Corey and nodding to the others. "Hey, guys. You feel different," Mgan said, squinting slightly. "I can barely feel your presence." "Yeah, I've just been training my mind." "Ooh, I can help if you want," Mgan offered. "My uncle's still teaching me, but I've picked up a few tricks." "Appreciate it. I'll take you up on your offer then," Joseph said. So far he was only able to read surface thoughts by actively absorbing psychic energy, which could be dangerous for the people around him. Some insight would be helpful. "Fail, Aqualad," the system intoned after Superboy flipped Calder onto the mat. "Black Canary taught me that," Superboy said proudly. Just then, a hatch in the ceiling opened and Red Tornado descended from his chamber. Kid Flash zipped to the android, stopping in front of him with a grin. Joseph noticed he was definitely faster than before. "Got a mission for us?" "Missions are assigned by Batman," Red Tornado replied. "Yeah, well, Batman's off doing the dynamic duo thing with Robin in Gotham. But you're headed somewhere. Hot date? Secret op? If there's something, we're ready to help," Calder added, standing up. Red Tornado projected a hologram of an elderly man in a suit, leaning on a cane. "This is Kent Nelson. A friend." Chapter 98. Salem, August 19th. The team, minus Corey and Robin, arrived at Red Tornado's coordinates dressed in civvies, only to find nothing. Corey had stayed behind in Washington, D.C. to assist Wonder Woman with something, leaving Calder in charge. This wasn't an official mission, but Red Tornado had confided in them about the disappearance of Kent Nelson, a retired hero and former host of Dr. Fate. Kent had also been the guardian of the Helmet of Fate, a powerful magical artifact that should never fall into the wrong hands. Wally had been skeptical. All smoke and mirrors, he'd said, dismissing Kent's magic as science with flair, until Mgan showed interest. Then he magically became a believer. Red Tornado had given them a key to the Tower of Fate, supposedly located in Salem. They flew in using the bioship, but so far, it had all been a bust. Joseph hovered slightly above the ground, scanning with his Nova sense. He brought with him a black balaclava, a habit he had picked up from his days as Flux. It was always good to bring it just in case. Magic was still a mystery to him. Corey once told him Tamaranians believed in a goddess named Zal. Then there were the Olympians, real, apparently, with Wonder Woman sculpted from clay with the help of some goddesses. But were they magical and divine, or just energy-manipulating entities Earth hadn't fully understood? The area was quiet, isolated, and blanketed in night. The darkness added to the eeriness of the moment. Then Joseph saw it, only a ginger cat, calmly watching them. Yet strangely enough, his Nova sense didn't detect it. His Nova sense could detect energy. The tower might be hidden behind magical wards. He should try filtering his scan through the frequency of Votan's magic that he still stored. Joseph mentally kicked himself for not trying so sooner. But to be fair, psychic and magical energies weren't material, so they required conscious effort for him to detect. He focused on Votan's lightning that he still stored and tried to feel if there was any similar energy source nearby. There. He felt it, the tower, and 4 distinct magical signatures nearby. One of them was the cat. As he turned, the Tower of Fate phased into view behind him. Below, Calder had inserted the key into what had been an invisible door. It shimmered into visibility. The others stepped inside. Joseph hesitated, debating whether to investigate the nearby signatures or warn the team. He chose the latter. It was better to warn the team first in case there were more people in the tower. But the tower's door slammed shut behind them with a bang, before the door disappeared. He tried touching the wall to see if the door was still there but hidden, no luck. He blasted the wall with a Nova bolt. Nothing. Not even a scorch mark. Magic, Joseph muttered. He placed his hand on the wall, intending to siphon energy from the tower, but was then blasted back a dozen feet by a pulse of yellow force after only absorbing a little. Okay, that hurt, he groaned, brushing dust off himself. Joseph turned his attention back to the cat, wondering why it had magic. If the internet's knowledge of magic is to be believed, it could be a familiar, an animal bound to a magic entity. Or maybe it's a person turned into a cat. Joseph closed his eyes and filtered his Nova sense through psychic energy. Nope. Just a regular cat. Its mental signature was far smaller than a human's. But one of the other signatures. It made his head throb. A presence so chaotic it scrambled his thoughts. Joseph stopped sensing psychic energy immediately. He used his anti-gravity field to pull the cat that tried to scamper away towards him. It hissed and flailed helplessly in the air. Up close, it looked wrong. Blood-red eyes, tiger-like stripes, an aura that made his skin crawl. Joseph had killed several aliens just trying to survive. A corrupted familiar? He wouldn't lose sleep over it. Not even Selena would keep this cat. Maybe. Let Tickle go. A voice rang out from above as a boy in a suit flew out of a red portal toward him, tall, thin-limbed, with a mop of black hair and devil-like horns curling upward from his head. His fists glowed with red, fiery energy, magic since Joseph couldn't detect it with his regular Nova sense. Clawed hands of energy lashed out. Red bolts sizzled in the air towards him. Pillars of earth and scarlet magic erupted from beneath Joseph. Joseph dodged upward, dragging the cat with him. But one of the numerous red bolts fired clipped him. Arg, he yelled, gritting his teeth. He'd absorbed some of the energy, but it burned worse than Votan's lightning. The cat, Tikal, suddenly grew into a grotesque, man-sized feline monster, all muscle and malevolence. This must be the chaotic presence I sensed. Seems he's tied to the cat since he cares about it so much. Time to cut the cord. Joseph's eyes glowed as he fired a twin beam of golden nova force straight at the creature's head. No, the boy screamed. The beam hit. Tikal shrieked as its skull cracked and burned. Its massive body crumpled mid-air. The boy vanished in a burst of red smoke. Chapter 99, 99. Salem, August 19th. Now for the other two hiding. Joseph swooped down toward the derelict factory building and crashed through its roof in a burst of force and splinters. Inside, he found an elderly man tied to a chair and another figure standing beside him. Tall and thin, with a black ponytail, sharp sideburns, and a goatee, the man wore a billowy poet shirt that exposed a hairy chest and a flashy gold necklace. His outfit was completed by black gloves, tight black trousers over briefs, and a belt with a gold buckle shaped like the letter A. Abracadabra. Joseph recognized him instantly, one of the Flash's rogues. A so-called magician who used futuristic tech to fake spells. Kadabra turned in shock just as Joseph burst in, firing a bolt of lightning from his wand. Joseph didn't flinch, absorbing the energy with a casual grimace. It barely tickled. He descended and knocked Kadabra out cold with a single punch. Cutting through the ropes with a quick nova beam, Joseph turned to the old man. Kent Nelson, right? Red Tornado sent me, well, us. The rest of the team should be inside the Tower of Fate. Kent rose shakily, flexing his wrists. Joseph caught him with his anti-gravity field before he could fall. Thank you, Kent said, voice aged but firm. Did you handle Clarion? Yeah. Took care of his cat, he disappeared right after. Kent nodded in approval, then studied Joseph with a curious expression. Say, you wouldn't happen to know a man named Wesley Dodds, would you? Joseph blinked. No. Never heard of him. Why? No reason. You just reminded me of an old friend. Joseph carried both Kent and the unconscious Abracadabra back to the tower. As Kent approached the doors, a golden ink shimmered into existence, glowing with mystical energy. Neat, Joseph muttered, stepping in behind him. The tower's interior was surreal. Rooms shifted shape as they walked. Walls vanished, reforming into hallways, and doors led not just forward, but sideways, and even upside down. Eventually, they reached a chamber filled with staircases spiraling and looping in impossible directions. It looked like M.C. Escher's relativity, Joseph thought. They spotted the rest of the team on a nearby upside-down staircase, gathered around Kent's cane, which hovered in the air. Kent raised a hand and summoned it to him. The cane pulsed with yellow light, and in a flash, everyone was back outside the tower. I'm Kent Nelson. Thank you for saving an old man like me. Artemis crossed her arms. Don't thank all of us. It seems like Joseph did all the work. We were too busy trying not to die from Wally trying to impress Megan by lying that he was a believer in magic. Hey! Wally protested. I apologized already. Besides, magic's still smoke and mirrors. Just look who Joseph brought. Abra's a fraud who uses tech to fake magic. Correct, Kent said, nodding. Wally grinned smugly. But Clarion the Witch Boy is no fake. He's a real Lord of Chaos, an eternal enemy to Lords of Order like Dr. Fate. Right. You're a Lord of Order, Wally said, unconvinced. Oh, I'm not Fate, Kent said softly. Just an old coat he used to wear, until my wife, Inza, convinced me there was more to life than duty. He pulled out a gold pocket watch, gazing at the woman's image inside. She was a real pistol. That explains the two magics I absorbed, order and chaos, Joseph mused. I wonder what happens when these forces interact. Not that Joseph would mess with two unknown magics. Just getting clipped by Clarion's chaos magic had caused him a lot of pain. He didn't want his body to explode from the forces clashing or something. He'd just leave it alone like he did with Votan's magic and the speed force he absorbed before. Kent cleared his throat. In any case, Clarion's familiar is gone. Without Tikal, his anchor to this plane is severed. The helmet is safe. Job well done. Total waste of time and not worth my favorite pair of boots, Superboy grumbled, heading toward the bioship. Joseph noticed his pants were singed, and he was barefoot. Did he dip his feet in a pool of lava or something? At least we got to see magic, Gan offered cheerfully. You guys go ahead, Joseph said. I'll drop off Kadabra with the authorities. I can catch up in no time. Very well. See you later, Calder said as the rest of the team boarded the ship and headed back to Mount Justice. Joseph floated up, carrying the unconscious Kadabra. Thank you again, kid, Kent called, lingering outside the tower. One last piece of advice, find yourself a Spitfire. Someone who won't let you get away with anything. Joseph smiled. Thanks, old man. I think I already have. He launched skyward, Kadabra in tow, heading toward the nearest police station. Then his calm crackled to life. It was Wonder Woman. Corey is critically injured. Joseph's. Chapter 100, 100. Washington, D.C., August 19th. Coriandar, dressed in her Starfire outfit, used the Zeta tube from Mount Justice to the Hall of Justice in D.C., then flew across the skyline toward the home of a woman injured during a battle between Ares and Wonder Woman. A building had collapsed during the fight, and the woman had been caught in the debris. Wonder Woman made it a point to support innocent victims of collateral damage, especially those hurt through no fault of their own. As her protégé, Corey felt it was her responsibility to follow that example. She'd come early today, leaving the team, who were on an unofficial mission from Red Tornado to find Kent Nelson, in Calder's capable hands. Still, a pang of guilt lingered. She was their leader, after all. But nothing should go wrong since Joseph was with them. Arriving at the apartment, Corey warmly greeted the woman, who sat in a wheelchair, her legs paralyzed from the incident. The woman's face lit up at the sight of her. Wonder Woman was covering her medical expenses, and Corey was here to offer more than money, kindness, conversation, hope. She loved helping people. Their happiness made her feel whole. But then she heard it, a rapid whomp 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 of wings outside the apartment window. A second later, the wall exploded inward, concrete and steel ripped apart by a high-pitched sonic scream. Starfire instantly shielded the woman with her body, but the force of the scream blasted them both through the room and into the hallway. Ears ringing, arms shaking, she looked down. The woman was unconscious but still breathing. Corey rose unsteadily, green starbolts flaring in her palms. Who are you? Hovering outside the ruined wall was a red-haired woman in a gleaming silver suit. Metallic wings shimmered behind her. Black nanite-like claws extended from her fingers. My name is Silver Swan, the woman hissed before launching forward, claws outstretched. Corey fired multiple starbolts in defense, but Silver Swan flew through them, the burns quickly healing, before crashing into her and sending her across the hallway into the neighboring apartment. Corey landed hard on a table, splinters flying, and heard the frightened gasps of people inside. I have to get her out of here, she thought. But before she could do so, she flew out just in time to see Silver Swan retract her claws from the injured woman's chest, and drop her lifeless body. No! Corey's scream was one of anguish and fury. Green energy flared violently around her fists as she shot forward and punched Silver Swan out of the building. Their fight carried into the air. Starfire's battle experience gave her an edge in tactics, but Silver Swan was faster, stronger, and more durable. Her wings folded in like a shield to deflect Corey's attacks, then snapped out like blades to counter. The razor-sharp ends slashed across Starfire's body, leaving deep gashes. Corey managed a solid hit to Silver Swan's face, the green starbolt-covered fist burning the woman's cheek. Enraged, Silver Swan unleashed another point-blank sonic scream. Corey's vision blurred. Her body spun, disoriented and nauseated, before she crashed hard into the street below, carving a crater in the asphalt. Screams of civilians echoed around her. Silver Swan descended and began pummeling her face. "It's all your fault," she screamed. "I should have been by Diana's side, not you. Since I can't have her, no one will." She raised her black claws and plunged them into Starfire's chest, relishing in the feeling of her claws sinking deeper into her heart, her fingers going through Starfire's back, until a red and blue blur intercepted her. Wonder Woman smashed Silver Swan away from Corey's broken form. The two women flew into the air, and Diana's face contorted as she got a clearer look. "Vanessa. Is that you?" "Vanessa's dead, Amazon." Silver Swan shrieked. "Only I remain." She dived for Starfire again, but Diana intercepted her mid-air, their combat fierce and personal. "What happened to you?" Diana asked. "How did you become this?" "The only reason I recognized you was from your drawings." "Drawings of a stupid girl with stupid dreams," Silver Swan spat. "She loved you, Diana. You were her sister, her hero, her world. But like Echo to Narcissus, you either didn't see it, or didn't care." A sonic scream detonated from her throat, hammering Wonder Woman through the sky. "I cared, Vanessa," Diana said through gritted teeth, forcing herself forward. "I've been holding back because I care, but I can't anymore. I have to stop you. This has to be the Nanites' doing." Silver Swan didn't respond. She twisted toward Starfire again, mouth opening to unleash another scream, but Diana's punch diverted it skyward. "I tried to help you. I held back. And this is how you repay me?" Diana growled. "Then feel the strength of an Amazon." She drew her sword from her waist and slashed, cleanly severing one of Silver Swan's wings. The mechanical limb fell. Silver Swan dove after it mid-air, caught it, and the Nanites reattached in seconds. Then she fled. Wonder Woman landed beside Starfire, who lay motionless in the crater. Her voice trembled. "Oh no. Corey. What has Vanessa done to you?" Chapter 101, 101. The Watchtower, August 20th. Tears streamed down Joseph's face as he sat in silence, staring at the broken form of Coriandar, suspended in the yellow glow of the solar pod. Her once radiant skin now looked pale and bruised beneath the soft, golden light. The chamber, originally designed for Superman, channeled concentrated solar radiation to accelerate healing and recharge solar-powered beings. While it was Kryptonian tech, it worked just as well for Tamaranians, beings like Corey who thrived on stellar energy. It was the only pod of its kind, housed within the Justice League's medbay aboard the Watchtower, their secret orbital headquarters. And now, it was the only thing keeping her alive. Joseph had gotten to her as fast as he could. After apprehending Abracadabra, he left him in police custody without even explaining, just dropped him off and launched skyward. He had flown faster than he ever had before, Nova Force pouring out of his feet like comet tails. Civvies still on, hair whipping in the wind, he didn't care about appearances. All that mattered was getting to Mount Justice, getting to the Zeta Tube, and getting to Corey. Now, she lay before him, still and quiet, encased in a medical miracle, and it wasn't enough. Her chest barely rose, her body covered in bruises and lacerations. Her vibrant flame was dim. Behind him stood a silent circle of power, Wonder Woman, Captain Atom, Martian Manhunter, and Batman. Their presence felt heavy, a mixture of duty, guilt, and helplessness. Joseph's hands clenched at his sides. He blinked, his vision still blurry from tears. With a shimmer of light, he channeled a thin pulse of Nova Force across his face, vaporizing the wetness. It left his skin warm and dry. His eyes, though, were colder now. Icy. Who did this to her? He asked, voice barely above a whisper. Rest assured, we will bring the culprit to justice, Wonder Woman began. I didn't ask what you're going to do, Joseph said, his voice suddenly firm. I asked who. There was a pause before Captain Atom answered. Her name is Vanessa Capitelis. She's calling herself Silver Swan now and she's not herself, Wonder Woman cut in. Her tone was firm but laced with guilt. It's the nanites. They've corrupted her mind. Vanessa she was a sweet girl. Gentle. She would never have done this on her own. Joseph's jaw tightened. The mention of nanites triggered something in him, an instinctive sense of unease. Where did the nanites come from? All data was wiped from her hospital's systems. We're still investigating, Batman said curtly. Joseph didn't reply immediately. His gaze returned to Corey. She hadn't stirred. He placed his hand against the pod's surface, directly over where her face lay. Her swollen eyes were shut. She almost looked peaceful. But that peace had been forced. When will she wake up? He asked. Martian Manhunter stepped forward, his voice gentle but grave. Her injuries are extensive, including a severe penetrative cardiac injury. We've stopped the bleeding and the pod is accelerating her recovery, but she's in a coma. It could be hours. Days. Weeks. Maybe even months. We cannot be sure. Silence stretched. Joseph closed his eyes, resting his forehead against the pod for a heartbeat. Then he exhaled and turned to leave. Let me know when she wakes up, he said, brushing past the League members. He almost made it out of the medbay before a hand gripped his shoulder. He didn't need to turn to know who it was. Captain Atom's energy radiated like a sun to his senses. Wait, his mentor said. Silver Swan was able to withstand multiple blows from Wonder Woman and escape nearly unharmed. I know you're angry, anyone would be. That's why I told you the truth. But don't do anything rash. Let us handle this. Sit tight at your home. That's an order, Batman added, his tone leaving no room for argument. Joseph paused, still facing away. Okay, he said quietly. Then he walked away, heading for the mission room and vanishing through the Zeta Tube's glowing portal. Once the system announced his departure, Batman turned to Martian Manhunter. His mind. Did you read it? The Martian frowned, his brow furrowing. His mind was closed. Like a locked door. I couldn't read his surface thoughts without breaking in which would alert him. That got Batman's attention. He stared at the exit for a long moment. That's new, he thought. He's evolving. I'll need to update the contingency files. We need to keep a close eye on him, Batman said. He's volatile right now. And we all know what he was capable of in the Vega system. He's killed before. Joseph is not the same person he was in that arena, Captain Atom said, defensive. As an ex-military man who had taken lives, he could relate to his protege who had killed for his survival. Maybe. Maybe not, Batman said. But if he finds Silver Swan first, one of them won't walk away. I'll handle Vanessa, Wonder Woman said firmly. This is my fault. You couldn't have predicted this, Martian Manhunter said, his voice calm. No one could. Still, Diana replied, voice heavy with resolve. She was my responsibility. A friend. I should have seen the signs. I should have been there. Her fists tightened at her sides, fingers pressing into her palms. I failed Vanessa once. I won't fail her again, Wonder Woman said before leaving. The rest of the League members stood in silence for a moment before dispersing as well. Outside the window, Earth rotated slowly, blue and serene beneath the stars. But peace was a fragile thing. And war, whether on the battlefield or in the heart, was never far behind. In another part of the world, a shadow flew across the sky, fast and silent. Joseph wasn't sitting tight. He was hunting. Chapter 102, 102. Chicago, August 20th. As soon as Joseph rematerialized in the Zeta Tube hub hidden inside a rusted toolshed in Chicago's South Side, the sharp scent of motor oil and dust hit him. He barely registered it. His mind was already elsewhere. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a burner phone, flipped it open, and dialed a secure number. The line picked up almost immediately to his surprise considering how late it was. "Hello, Nova. To what do I owe the pleasure?" Amanda Waller's voice was smooth and calculated. "Waller. I need your help finding someone," Joseph said, his voice low but laced with steel. "A meta woman. Silver suit. Wings. Calls herself Silver Swan. If you track her down for me, I'll owe you a favor. Anything. No questions asked." There was a pause. Then Waller replied, "Ah yes. The Swan. She left quite a mess in DC, didn't she? 3 dead. Starfire potentially dead. Social media ablaze, Pickpock has her trending in the top slot, actually. Most are calling for her head." Joseph blinked. Not at the outrage, he expected that. People loved Corey. She was bright, warm, and kind to a fault. But hearing Pickpock's name from Waller herself? That gave him pause. Damn. His app had really grown. "So," he pressed. "I can find her if she's still in the country," Waller replied. "And we'll need someone like you soon anyway. It's related to the BYTH Rock situation from before. I'll forward her coordinates when we find her soon. Pleasure doing business with you, Nova." The line went dead. Joseph stared at the phone, his jaw clenched. The League had promised to track down Leviathan, and he had waited. Patiently. Obediently. But this? Letting the one who hurt Corey just roam free? Adding her to the rotation of villains that were imprisoned and escaped to cause more pain and suffering? No. Not this time. If the League wouldn't act, he would. Lake Michigan, August 20th. Joseph, clad in his Nova suit, floated silently over the dark waters of Lake Michigan. The same lake where the prankster had almost detonated a boat full of innocent people in a twisted pursuit of revenge. If the mayor had killed his father, why not go after him instead of civilians? The world was full of people like that. Twisted. Vengeful. Misguided. And now Silver Swan was added to that list. But Joseph was different. His revenge would be swift, brutal, and personal. And by the time he was done, she would be gone from this world. The night was cool, stars faint behind the haze of light pollution. Chicago buzzed in the distance, indifferent to his rage. He hovered in silence, impatiently waiting for Waller's call. But the anger in his mind refused to let him rest, so he flew lower, then dipped into the water, letting it cool him, literally and metaphorically. He descended into the lake, his mind swirling like the water around him. Thoughts scattered. Emotions tangled. He realized he had reached roughly 800 feet below the surface, and was shocked to feel nothing. He thought. I don't feel too much pressure. Or the need to breathe. Just like he could go without food, it seemed he could also survive in environments with no oxygen and extreme pressure, maybe due to the Nova force sustaining him. So that means I could survive in space. I could have flown from the watchtower to Earth without dying. Though it would have taken days to arrive back on Earth, Joseph realized. He surged upward like a rocket, his anti-gravity field propelling him from the lake. As he broke the surface, he released a small burst of Nova force that briefly ignited around him in a golden flare, evaporating every drop of water from his suit. He checked his comm, no message yet from Waller. With a tired sigh, he flew to a nearby park and landed on a bench, letting his mind drift in the night breeze. The park was mostly empty, it was well past midnight, but his Nova sense tingled. 2 life signatures approached. He heard the soft crunch of footsteps on gravel, and the squeak of wheels. He looked up. 2 elderly men strolled through the park, one walking, the other in a wheelchair. Joseph's eyes widened in recognition. Norman McKay. The old pastor had once helped him when he was consumed by guilt from the lives he couldn't save, and from those he had taken. Norman's wisdom had grounded him when he teetered on the edge of darkness. "Hello, son," Norman greeted warmly. "Mr. McKay." Joseph blinked, anger momentarily forgotten. "What are you doing here so late at night?" "My friend, Mr. Dodds here, insisted on coming out tonight. Said a walk might do him some good. He's been having nightmares." "I see things, Norman. Divine prophecies." Dodds snapped. "Not nightmares, Pastor." Joseph raised a brow. The man seemed eccentric, maybe senile. "Wait. Dodds. Are you Wesley Dodds?" Joseph asked cautiously. "Yes, I am," the old man rasped. "In my dream, I saw Kent talking to you." Joseph froze. This wasn't just some random old man. And if Kent knew him, then his prophecies might be the real deal. The older man coughed violently. "The sands run out, and I can do nothing but wait in my own filth for sleep to claim me," Dodds gasped, eyes wild. "Someone must act." Joseph sat upright. "Alert. I saw the coming of Armageddon," Dodds whispered with deep urgency. "You will play an important part in it, so prepare. Prepare with your dream." Then his body went slack. "Wesley!" Norman shouted, kneeling beside the wheelchair. "No need to worry, sir," Joseph said, focusing on his Nova sense briefly. "He's just asleep." Norman exhaled in relief. "I'll bring him back to the hospital. Feel free to come visit me at the church nearby at any time. It was nice meeting you again, son." "You too, Mr. McKay." The 2 disappeared into the night, the squeaking wheels fading away with them. Joseph stared after them, troubled. Chapter 103, 103. An hour passed before Amanda Waller finally called him back. Time to stop dwelling on cryptic prophecies and focus on the present. "We found her," she said without preamble. "She's on the move. One of our agents is tailing her and will send you the coordinates." She hung up immediately. Seconds later, a new number pinged his burner phone with a message. The location, Ocean City, Connecticut, southwest of Chicago. Nova took a deep breath and rose silently into the sky. Higher and higher until he pierced the clouds, then ignited his feet with a burst of golden light. A blazing trail marked his path through the upper atmosphere as he rocketed eastward, pushing Mach 2.5. He could have used a Zeta tube to appear closer instantly, but that would alert the Justice League. He wasn't in the mood to explain himself. 15 minutes later, Ocean City came into view. From above, it looked like a strip of civilization carved into the ocean itself, densely packed, artificial, and glinting in the afternoon sun. His comm buzzed again. Update, a jet had launched from a warehouse. Silver Swan had entered. She's running out of the country. Not happening. Nova scanned the skies and spotted it, sleek and dark, ripping across the horizon at supersonic speed. Mach 2, maybe. Still slower than him. With a pulse of Nova force, he surged ahead. Within seconds, he overtook the jet, hovered alongside the cockpit spotting only a startled pilot, then drifted toward a reinforced hatch on the side. He dug his fingers in, tore the door free, and stepped into the cabin. Inside, 2 startled women separated. One of them was unmistakable, dark skin, long black hair held back by a golden diadem, dark blue eyes like ice, and a regal poise dressed in gray with gold accents. The Queen of Byalia. Nova had heard stories from his mentor. Captain Adam described her as a despot cloaked in diplomacy, psychic, dangerous, and manipulative to the core. The second woman was the one he'd come for, red hair, silver combat suit, metallic wings folded behind her. Silver Swan. Why are you here? Queen Bee asked, her voice calm, too calm for someone whose jet had just been invaded. There was something in her tone, a compulsion woven beneath her words. Nova felt the tug in his mind, and resisted. If Martians couldn't even peer into his mind, Queen Bee had no chance of enthralling him. Had she controlled Silver Swan? Was she behind Corey's near death? He said nothing. The Queen didn't like the silence. Her eyes flicked toward Swan, and her voice sharpened. Apprehend him. Silver Swan leapt into motion, wings flaring as she lunged. But she never reached him. Nova willed his anti-gravity field to take hold of them. Both women slammed down, pinned by invisible force. He turned on his ability to hear thoughts. Did you control Silver Swan to kill Starfire? He asked, eyes locked on Queen Bee. He knows. He can't know. The light must be warned. We need to kill him, now. Nova's jaw tightened. That was all the confirmation he needed. The image of Corey's broken body flashed in his mind, ribs shattered, face bruised, chest torn open. Silver Swan had done that. And Queen Bee had ordered it. He forced his fury down. Who are the Light? He asked. Fear spiked in Queen Bee's mind. Her thoughts betrayed her before her face could hide it. Vandal Savage. Ra's al Ghul. Ocean Master. The Brain. Clarion the Witch Boy. Lex Luthor. Nova only recognized the last two names. Queen Bee's eyes widened. How do you know that? She turned to Silver Swan. Kill him. Silver Swan's mouth opened and let loose a blast of raw, sonic energy. The scream hit Nova point blank. He flew backward, crashing through the jet's hull, flung into the open sky. His ears rang. Vision blurred. The world flipped upside down. He tumbled, disoriented, spinning helplessly. Then, pain. Talons punctured his shoulders. Silver Swan caught him midair, wings slicing the air as she held him aloft. Her face twisted in triumph. I thought I imagined it, she whispered, leaning in close. But now I'm sure. I can feel it in your blood. Her words echoed through the haze. His helmet, cracked by the scream, had shattered, exposing his face. You're Joseph Bell, she breathed, her eyes wide and glittering. The only other survivor of the experimental procedure. Joseph's heart sank. The procedure, he thought. That's how she got her powers. But I thought the experiments ended. How? He clenched his jaw. Revenge was inches from his fingertips, but he couldn't move, couldn't do anything. His body remained sluggish, his strength siphoned by the nanites he once trusted as Queen Bee's jet continued on its path. I'm going to kill you the same way I killed Starfire. Silver Swan said. She readjusted her grip. One hand at his throat. The other pressing against his chest. He felt her claws pierce skin. Blood spilled freely down his suit. At this rate he was going to die if he didn't do something. Then Nova recalled how Count Viper had brought him into the astral plane. Joseph focused, locked eyes with Swan, ramped up his psychic absorption ability, and willed both of them to enter dream state. Chapter 104, 104. Dream State, August 20th. Joseph appeared instantly in the dream state, a pristine white expanse stretching into infinity, empty yet strangely serene. He turned, immediately spotting Nova's avatar, a shifting voxel-shaped humanoid made of golden light. Standing nearby were two women, both versions of Silver Swan. One was the Silver Swan he knew, red-haired, silver-winged, and furious. The other was dressed like a silver ballerina, weeping on her knees. A glowing silver cord connected their chests, as if tethering two halves of one broken soul. Before he could react, Silver Swan lunged with a primal scream, wings spread like blades. Joseph was done playing with her. With a thought, he commanded Nova's avatar to intercept. It surged forward, grabbed Swan mid-flight by the leg, and slammed her into the white floor. In a fluid motion, it mounted her, knees pinning her arms as it sat firmly on her chest. She screamed, wings slashing down, her mouth unleashing sonic blasts that tore through the air. But they were useless. Each time she landed a hit, Nova's avatar simply reformed, unfazed, maintaining its grip. Joseph ignored her rage and turned to the other woman, Vanessa. She trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I'm sorry," she sobbed. "I'm so sorry." He frowned. "What's going on?" he asked calmly. "We've probably fallen into the ocean by now, and with the density of nanites in your system, you're going to sink like a rock. Unlike me, I'm not sure you survive underwater." She shuddered but slowly looked up. "It's all my fault," she whispered. "I just wanted to dance again. I just wanted Diana to see me. And instead, I became her." She gestured weakly to the restrained Swan, who shrieked in protest. Joseph's mind clicked. Wonder Woman had been sure the nanites had corrupted her mind. It seemed they'd fractured her psyche. Silver Swan and Vanessa weren't just aliases. They were two minds now, two entities trapped in one body. "You created her?" he asked, already guessing the answer. Vanessa nodded. "The pain, the surgeries. I was so angry. And then the nanites, they changed everything. They made her real. Let go of me, fucker." Silver Swan snarled beneath Nova's avatar. Another scream ripped from her throat. Joseph sidestepped it easily. "And where did these nanites come from?" he asked. "I don't know," Vanessa said, wiping her face. "The doctors said it was experimental. My only chance to dance again. And the people who implanted them? They're dead. I killed them all." Joseph's jaw clenched. She wasn't lying. He could read her mind. She'd watched through Swan's eyes as innocent people died. She'd lived every second of it. The guilt was killing her. He glanced at Swan, still thrashing under Nova's grip. This easily could have been him, if AI Nova hadn't changed. If his mind had fractured instead of endured. But he wasn't here for therapy. Black Canary could do that. He was here for answers, and revenge. "What were you doing with Queen Bee?" he asked coldly. Vanessa hesitated. "Don't say anything, Vanessa." Swan spat. "Queen Bee loves us. Unlike that whore Diana. She was there when I woke up in the hospital," Vanessa murmured. "She told me I could go to her for help. And after I killed Starfire, she contacted me." Joseph's eyes narrowed. Queen Bee had taken advantage of Vanessa's vulnerability. Used her as a weapon. Was this all planned from the start? Another scream came from Swan, but Joseph moved Vanessa out of range. He'd had enough of this. It was time to end it. He considered absorbing Swan's psychic energy like he had done with Count Viper, but he remembered the aftermath. Overloading his own mind was a mistake he wouldn't repeat. But Nova's avatar had no such limitations. With a thought, he commanded it. "Absorb her. Leave nothing." Swan's eyes widened. "No, no." She screamed again, but her voice cracked as her form began to dissolve. The silver cord between her and Vanessa dimmed, then frayed, then vanished altogether. Within seconds, Silver Swan was gone. Vanessa collapsed to her side, pale and visibly weakened. Half of her soul, gone with Swan. Or just drained. Joseph wasn't sure. He didn't fully understand what psychic energy was. He only knew that his ability could convert spirits into it, and manipulate it. Gently, he willed Nova's avatar to return the energy it had taken from Vanessa. It touched her shoulder, and golden light passed into her. Her breath steadied. Her color returned. Joseph crouched beside her. "It's over," he said softly. "Silver Swan is gone." Vanessa blinked, dazed. "She's really gone?" He nodded. And with that, he willed them both to exit the dream state. Atlantic Ocean, August 20th. Joseph jolted awake, underwater. There was a hole in his suit where his heart should be, the exposed skin already almost completely healed. His helmet was gone. His lungs burned. He glanced around. Judging by the pressure and the darkening blue, he was over 100 feet deep in the Atlantic. He closed his eyes and concentrated on his Nova sense. Vanessa. He felt her. She was deeper, dozens of feet below. Still alive. He dove. Using his anti-gravity field, he raced downward. Her body drifted, unconscious, pale in the water. The nanite seemed to have retracted, and her hospital gown floated around her like a shroud. He reached her and created an air bubble large enough to envelop them both with his anti-gravity field. She sputtered and coughed violently, water streaming from her mouth as she gasped for breath. Joseph held her steady. Then, carefully, slowly, he ascended, no faster than necessary. He knew the risks of decompression sickness, of barotrauma from rising too quickly. Minute by minute, they climbed. After 4 long minutes, Joseph broke the surface, Vanessa cradled in his arms, coughing but alive. Hovering above the water, waiting for them, were Captain Atom, Martian Manhunter, and Wonder Woman. He spotted Batman's jet above them. All three stared down at him with crossed arms and unreadable expressions. Joseph sighed. He really wasn't in the mood for this. Chapter 105, 105. August 20th. In a darkened conference room shielded from all prying signals, 7 monitors flickered to life, each one displaying a shrouded figure bathed in cascading light, their identities obscured even from one another. The 8th monitor remained dark. "Once again, the team has proven a thorn in our collective side," a deep, composed voice said, laced with disdain. "The absence of Clarion confirms as much. Their apparent leader, Starfire, and their unpredictable powerhouse, Nova, are growing bolder. It's fortunate we orchestrated Starfire's demise using the Silver Swan," another voice chimed in. "The first successful subject of Project Nano. Speaking of which, how goes her recovery?" A woman's voice answered, tense and seething. "I tried retrieving her, but Nova intervened. I couldn't control him. He resisted me. She is probably in league custody now. Anne. Nova knows about the light. He might have psychic capabilities. That complicates matters," the first voice growled. "Nova remains a wild card. A being that powerful, operating outside the shackles of the UN's jurisdiction. Unacceptable. We must assume he knows more than he's letting on. Elimination is necessary." "Agreed," the woman hissed. "Starfire was just the beginning. It's time to strike again." A fourth voice, calm, calculating, cut through the tension. "Put Etri, we needn't do it ourselves. There are hunters, very successful hunters, not of this monde. I propose contacting one." "A bounty hunter?" another voice asked, intrigued. "Off-world?" He never fails. And his discretion is, legendary." "Then proceed," the first voice ordered. "Send the signal. Let it be known," another voice added, "Nova will die, so that all will eventually see the light." The screens flickered off, one by one, leaving only darkness. Gotham, August 20th. Joseph lay on his couch in gray sweatpants and a black shirt, staring at the ceiling, the light outside suggesting it was afternoon. The TV was on playing Gordon Godfrey, the GBS pundit, as he ranted about aliens. This time the target was Thanagarians. He'd been woken by a phone call, though he hadn't checked the number, only answered out of habit. "I saw the news," Selena's voice said softly in his ear. "Is Corey okay? Are you okay?" "Corey's alive," he answered, voice flat. "She's with the League. Healing. But it'll be weeks before she's back on her feet." He paused. "And I'm managing." "And Silver Swan?" "Handled," Joseph said, his tone cold and final. Selena didn't press. "Good," she replied after a beat. "Listen, if you need to talk, I'm always here. I'm at a gala in Milan, so I'll call you later, okay?" "I appreciate you checking in," he said, then ended the call and let the phone fall onto the bed. The League hadn't been pleased. He'd disobeyed a direct order, nearly got himself and Vanessa killed, and as a result, was now effectively benched for an indefinite amount of time, no missions, no patrols. Chicago would be covered by others. They'd even gone as far as taking his suit away. Still, he didn't regret one bit of his actions. And the fact that the League expected him to obey all their orders when he wasn't even part of their organization was laughable. They kept treating him like a kid. He'd been too harsh on Speedy because he was tempted to follow suit and go solo. With his connections, he could always get another suit and get access to a network of information. But it was not wise to burn the bridges he'd spent months building and further anger the foremost protectors of the planet. Plus, Corey was still in their care. Still, the weight of vengeance had lessened a little bit. Silver Swan was gone, Vanessa recovering in League custody. And more importantly, he'd gotten a glimpse into the group responsible, the Light. He'd already informed the League of what he knew, Queen Bee, Clarion, and Luther were among them. Their purpose remained unclear, but Joseph trusted Batman would dig into it, eventually. Either way, it didn't matter. If they didn't act fast enough, he would. He wasn't bound by red tape. Queen Bee, for now, was untouchable for now. Killing a sitting dictator would destabilize an entire region. That kind of chaos would cost thousands of lives, and that wasn't something he was willing to have on his conscience. But sooner or later, a suitable replacement for her would show up and she'd appear in public, and he'd be ready. Clarion? Not a threat. He'd personally seen to it that his anchor, Tikal, died. And then there was Lex. Joseph clenched his jaw. LexCorp had funded the experiments that injected him with nanites as a child. That same tech, modified and enhanced, was what turned Vanessa into a monster. Lex had known. He had to have known. His name listed as one of the members of the Light had all but confirmed his involvement in illegal human testing, in deaths, in suffering. In his nightmares. Luther's days were numbered. Metropolis was just a 4-minute flight away. Joseph could end him at any time, a simple bubble of vacuum around Luther's head. Silent. Swift. But not yet. The League was already watching him closely. For now, he would wait. He seemed to be doing that a lot these days. He sighed and turned to his phone. It would be months, maybe years, before he could enact his revenge on all members of the Light without suspicion. Until then, he'd take comfort in Corey's recovery. She was getting stronger every day. Batman hadn't asked how he'd obtained the information about the Light. But the League was probably now aware of some of his old and new abilities from Vanessa. Not that it changed much. His eyes drifted to the ceiling again. Being benched made him realize how much time he'd spent as Nova. Patrolling. Fighting. Saving. Surviving. And strangely, he enjoyed it. The rush. The purpose. The clarity. Even the danger. Maybe the League was right about this one thing. Maybe he needed some time off. Time to reconnect. Time to breathe. He unlocked his phone, opened a group chat, and typed. Yo Andrew, Jackson, y'all tryna link? Chapter 106, 106. Gotham City, August 21st. It had been a long, good Saturday. Joseph had spent the whole day hanging out with his friends. They hadn't seen much of each other all summer, everyone had been caught up in their own grind. Andrew was laser-focused on growing his LexTube channel, working hard to turn it into a real career. His editing had leveled up, and his videos were genuinely fun to watch now. He'd even been approached by a multi-channel network under Good World Studios, but Joseph had talked him out of it. Something about that company felt off. Instead, Andrew joined LexTube's official partner program and got monetized directly. Say what you want about Lex, but his legal ventures were top tier. Jackson had just graduated and was training at a basketball camp, getting ready to join Gotham University on a full-ride athletic scholarship. He'd bulked up 2 bigger arms, broader chest, and at 6 feet 7 inches, he was now 3 inches taller than Joseph. Definitely looking like a future pro baller. Despite the time apart, it was like nothing had changed between them. They wandered around downtown Gotham, Joseph taking the lead and showing off the spots he'd discovered. "Let's grab some grub," Joseph said. "I know a place right across the corner. Their calzones slap." "How do you even know all these places?" "You don't live anywhere near downtown?" Jackson asked, curious. "I figured it out," Andrew said, grinning and nudging Jackson. "Joseph's been real shady about what he's been up to this summer, but I cracked the code." Joseph's heart skipped slightly at that. "He got himself a girlfriend." Andrew accused, pointing dramatically. Joseph blinked. "What? When did it start, huh? You broke the bro pact. Left us in the dust for some girl. What happened to bruz before huz?" Jackson added with mock betrayal. "Yeah, and it better not be bet. I called dibs on her back in sophomore year." Andrew added. Joseph laughed, realizing resistance was pointless. "Alright, fine. Cat's out of the bag. I did get a girlfriend. She doesn't go to our school though, already graduated." Andrew collapsed theatrically. "My 2 best friends betrayed me." "How did I betray you? I don't even have a girl." Jackson protested. Andrew gestured to Jackson dramatically. "Look at you. Tall, dark, and handsome. It's only a matter of time. You nonchalant dreadhead." Jackson shook his locks out of his face and shrugged like a model. "What can I say? See? This is what I mean, Joseph. He needs to be nerfed. You too." They all laughed. It felt good, normal. Like life before things got so chaotic. "So are you gonna show us her, or what?" Jackson asked. Joseph pulled out his phone and showed them his lock screen, a selfie of him and Corey, smiling. "Damn," Jackson said. "She bad." "Congrats, bro," Andrew added. "You should bring her over sometime." "Yeah, definitely. She's just out of the country right now," Joseph replied, trying to hide the weight in his voice. Corey still hadn't woken up. "Y'all tryna hoop?" Jackson said, switching gears. "Just because you're going D1 doesn't mean I can't cook you," Andrew said. "You're lucky I've been focused on my channel or I'd be coming for that ass, coming at that ass, Pause. Jackson hollered, laughing. Joseph gave a small smile. He appreciated his friend switching topics without question. "Aight, let's go hoop," Joseph said. "Nah, not you," Jackson said, shaking his head. "You ain't even human, dog. We're gonna have to double-team you or something." Joseph laughed for real this time. Later that evening, Joseph sat alone in his apartment, reviewing Bell Studios' progress on his laptop. Bellcoin was still growing steadily. Mr. Jake had started rolling out Bellcoin payment options across all his apps, which pushed Bellcoin even further into the spotlight. Minecraft's 1.1 update had been well received, bow enchantments, the ability to spawn eggs in creative mode, new world types, smoother biome transitions, and more language support were all hits. Roblox was seeing a huge uptick in users. New developers were jumping on, drawn by the monetization tools. Games like Call of Roblox 5, Roblox at War and Survive the 91 Disasters. Cereal Bowl. Were going viral. The new feature to convert in-game items into Bell coins saw an increase of users in teens and adults alike. Gotham Theft Auto was still 2 years away, but development was full steam ahead. The projected budget had crossed $52 million, with another $16 million earmarked for marketing. But Bell Studio had grown, 500 people were working on GTA alone, with over 2,000 employees across all its branches. They were building a new engine, advanced AI, realistic physics, and recreating Gotham with near-photo accuracy. Joseph leaned back in his chair, a little numb. When had he gotten used to seeing numbers like these? Just a few years ago, he and his mom were scraping by. Now he was overseeing multi-million-dollar projects like it was normal. He wished she could see this. And AI Nova too. And more than anything, he wished Corey would wake up. His phone buzzed. Joseph glanced at the screen. Andrew had texted in the group chat. The text read, "Craziest thing just happened. I just got abducted, FR LOL." Chapter 107, 107. Park Row, now more commonly referred to as Crime Alley, was a paradox. Once a symbol of Gotham's prestige, it had devolved into one of its most dangerous districts, a place where wealth and violence existed side by side. On one end, figures like Jason Blood resided in secure, opulent estates. On the other, poverty festered, birthing crime and tragedy in equal measure. The tension between these two worlds had already written itself into Gotham's history, most notably in the fatal mugging that left Bruce Wayne orphaned. Andrew lived on the polished side of Park Row. Jackson and Joseph, however, were from the other side of the tracks, the one patrolled more by fear than police. That night, Andrew and his family were supposed to enjoy dinner at a restaurant. Instead, a deranged, drug-addled kidnapper wearing a cheap green bird mask and calling himself the Green Vulture had posed as their cab driver. He hijacked the ride, speeding through the streets in what was almost certainly a stolen vehicle, colliding with traffic and even brushing past police cruisers in his erratic flight. He was finally stopped by the Batmobile, just before running over a homeless man. Batman and Robin had cut off the vehicle, subdued the lunatic, and sent him back to Arkham, again. Andrew cracked jokes about the ordeal in the group chat afterward. Maybe that was how he coped. But Joseph couldn't laugh. The situation could have easily ended with a dead friend. A shattered future. All it would have taken was a wrong turn of the wheel, or a trigger pull. In Gotham, every day was a coin toss. Too many criminals. Too many drugs. Too many victims. It was time Joseph did something about it. In his apartment, Joseph changed, black hoodie, black sweatpants, dark blue balaclava. It looked similar to his Flux gear, but without the signature black face mask and swimming goggles. He didn't want to tip anyone off about who he really was. Someone in a blue balaclava? That could be anyone. He slipped out his window into the night. Batman's ban on his vigilante activity in Gotham meant nothing to him. This was his city too. Chicago had thrived under his system. No hard drugs. No trafficking. No civilian casualties. Break the rules, you disappeared. That same system would work here. It would take time, just like before. But by the end of the month, Park Row would be different. Gotham City, August 22nd. Joseph stood in front of a building in a fairly remote part of East End, his target for the night. He had decided Two-Face would serve as his figurehead to enforce his system. The Falcone family was crumbling after a bloody war with the Vitus. Carmine Falcone had ordered a hit on Carla Viti's son to protect his secrets. The Vitus retaliated and, thanks to Joseph's support in them controlling Chicago, emerged victorious. The Falcones paid reparations or faced obliteration. With Falcone weak, Gotham's other monsters began circling: Black Mask, Penguin, Great White Shark, Joker. Black Mask had been spotted at a Leviathan meeting Joseph and Catwoman had intercepted. Penguin was funneling Intergang weapons into the city according to recent ARGUS intel. Great White Shark ran his empire from Arkham, inaccessible. And Joker? He could never be trusted. That left Two-Face. Unstable, yes, but he played by some form of rules. And so far, he hadn't broken Joseph's. Two-Face building was sealed tight. Cement-covered windows. Armed guards at every entrance. No subtle way in. He could have used his powers to storm the place, but Joseph had decided against that. Using his main abilities would risk blowing his identity. It was smarter to present himself as just another meta with combat training. The League had seen him fight, but never without his powers. The one time he had faced Black Canary with only pure martial arts, he'd held back significantly and let himself lose. So in a city crawling with metas and martial artists, he'd be hard to track. Let Two-Face come to him, by force, if necessary. Joseph approached the entrance, where 4 men in suits waited. They raised their pistols as he neared, stopping him at 24 feet away. "Who are you, and what do you want?" one barked. "I want to meet Two-Face." "State." Two-Face's presence grew, and Dent found himself regaining control less and less frequently. He tried therapy, some willingly, others under threat, but nothing worked. Psychic metahumans were rare, expensive, and too risky to trust given the number of people who wanted him dead. When Dent did resurface a year ago, he discovered he was running a fully operational criminal gang, racketeering, robbery, extortion, acting as judge and enforcer within Gotham's criminal underworld. Harvey Dent was no saint. He had still murdered Maroni in cold blood. He was less selfish than Two-Face, but not selfless. His goal, however, was clear: true justice. A world where everyone got what they deserved. A world where he was the only one he could trust to deliver it. Or rather, where the coin was. He continued running the gang toward that vision and stopped trying to end his own life. An unspoken agreement had formed between the personalities: Two-Face wouldn't cross certain lines, and Dent wouldn't sabotage their growing criminal empire or attempt suicide again. But Dent remained unsettled by how little time he spent in control. When a commotion stirred outside his building one night, the coin flipped and landed on heads, he would meet with the intruder instead of having his gang put holes in him. Now, in a private meeting room, it was just Dent and the intruder. His men were all outside ready to storm in if things went south. "So, who are you?" Dent asked, leaning back in his chair. "I'm assuming you're not just another of Gotham's nutjobs. You said you wanted to make a deal." "Bullseye," the masked man replied. His outfit was plain, dark clothes and a dark blue ski mask. "I want you to control Gotham's underworld." Dent arched a brow. "What do you think I've been trying to do? You think Gotham's gangs are easy pickings?" "I do," Bullseye said plainly. "I could take all of you down in a year at most. It'd require extensive scouting and research, but I could. But if I did, new parasites would pop up. Crime in this city is a hydra. You cut off one head, 2 more grow back. It needs order. Structure. One person in control, enforcing the rules." Dent studied him. Was this a rival's ploy? Or some kid with a god complex and a mask? But the confidence in Bullseye's voice was chillingly grounded. He believed every word. "And what rules would you enforce?" Dent asked. "No hard drugs. No trafficking. No civilian casualties. Keep the crime in your world. In return, I'll help you eliminate your competition." Tempting. Their goals aligned. But Dent was cautious. Two-Face was unpredictable. And this stranger? Too unknown. "How do I trust you?" Dent said. "I don't even know what you're capable of." Want me to get rid of Two-Face? The man replied. Dent stiffened, quickly standing up and drawing his twin .22 LR caliber Arminius HW-9 ST revolvers, one blued, one stainless. Is that a threat? I'm talking about the personality. The guns didn't lower, but Dent froze. Very few people knew about his dual personalities. He had ensured their silence. Who told you? No one, Bullseye answered calmly. I figured it out. And I can fix it. Just say the word, and I'll remove it, in 2 minutes. But only if you agree to my terms. Dent lowered the guns. If this man was bluffing, he was doing it well. If he wasn't, this could be the chance Dent had prayed for. Still, could he trust him? He reached into his pocket and pulled out the coin. Heads, I trust you. Tails, I don't. He flipped it. It landed on tails, then bounced strangely and landed on heads. Dent stared at the coin, then at Bullseye. Bullseye only shrugged. If I had telekinesis, I wouldn't have dodged your guard's shots. Dent exhaled. The coin had never failed him before, so why doubt now? All right, he said. What do I have to do? Sit down and look me in the eyes, Bullseye said. Dent obeyed, and in the blink of an eye, found himself in a blank white void. Chapter 109, 109. Dream State, August 22nd. Dent knelt alone in an endless expanse of white. The ground shimmered faintly beneath him, just reflective enough to catch his attention. His reflection made him pause. It was his old face, intact, unscarred. The man he was before the acid, before Two-Face. He even wore a clean, full gray suit. Beside him knelt another version of himself, disheveled, ruined. The Two-Face the world knew. Half his face a horror show, white hair stringy and scorched. His suit split in color, gray on one side, off-white on the other. Between them pulsed a silver cord. Dent looked up. Bullseye stood nearby, flanked by a humanoid figure made of shifting, voxel-like shapes. The thing moved with surreal fluidity as it approached. Dent? How? What is this? Rasped Two-Face, glancing around, confused. Where the hell are we? Dent remained silent. He didn't know either. The voxel being reached out and, in one sudden motion, lifted Two-Face by the throat. Two-Face thrashed and wheezed, legs kicking. Help, he choked, his voice thin with panic. But Dent didn't move. He watched, wide-eyed, as the creature began to absorb him. Two-Face's form grew more translucent by the second. The silver cord linking them frayed, then unraveled. And then he was gone. So was the cord. Dent felt, weaker. A little emptier. The voxel figure turned to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Dent tensed, terror creeping in, but instead of fading, he felt energy surge through him. Strength. Clarity. Wholeness. He blinked. And they were back. Reality slammed into him like a wave. He gasped. What the fuck was that? Bullseye stood calmly, arms folded. My power, aside from enhanced physicality. Undetectable. Lethal. Especially effective against split personalities. Satisfied now? Dent took a shaky breath, collecting himself. Bullseye hadn't been bluffing when he told that guard he could end him. Yeah, he said finally. I haven't even seen you in a real fight yet, but I'm convinced. You did me a favor getting rid of that parasite. I'm in. He stood and extended a hand. Bullseye took it. Then let's begin. I want intel on every gang in the East End. I'll eliminate them one by one. You loot them. Use the cash to expand and entrench your control. East End first. Then one day all of Gotham. Gotham City, August 23rd. Joseph crouched on a rooftop across from a gang hideout, moonlight at his back. The street below was dim and quiet. Dent had misunderstood an expression as his name, but it worked. He needed a name anyway. So Bullseye it was. His new suit was courtesy of Harvey Dent, still operating under his old alias. Dark blue tactical suit hugged Joseph's frame. A balaclava concealed his face. His black gloves bore silver target symbols on the back of the hands. Holsters lined his belt and thighs, bristling with knives, a pistol, and gas grenades. The pistol, a blued Arminius HW-9ST revolver, had once belonged to Two-Face. A gesture of trust. He hadn't needed to use it. Joseph still found it surreal. The power at his disposal, he could level whole city blocks if he wanted. Fly. Burn through almost anyone on Earth. But playing Bullseye? This was restraint. A chance to fight with finesse. His martial arts, usually pointless in real combat due to the sheer overkill of his powers, got actual use now. With his enhanced physique and uncanny aim, fights were still quick, but they were satisfying. A bit like smuffing in a game. Too easy, but still fun. This would be the 16th gang he'd cleared. Dent gave him intel. Bullseye acted. The process was simple: infiltrate, neutralize everyone, and Dent's crew would sweep in to loot and recruit. Depending on the gang's record, members would either join Dent's growing army, end up in Blackgate, or die, especially those guilty of the worst crimes. These weren't the major players yet. Just small and mid-tier crews, 15 to 30 strong, involved in petty rackets, drugs, extortion, illegal gambling, fencing, drug trafficking, loan sharking, and the like. The big gangs. Whole different beast, hundreds, sometimes thousands strong. Political corruption. Large-scale smuggling operations. Front businesses. Human trafficking. Contract killings. Real syndicates. They weren't ready for that yet. But they would be. Dent's original crew of 52 had ballooned to over 250. Loyalty in Gotham's underworld meant little. Power, protection, profit, that's what mattered. And Two-Face delivered. Joseph stood. His Nova sense swept the building. 21 targets. He leapt from the rooftop, landing silently 2 stories down. 2 intoxicated lookouts stumbled at the noise, trying to raise their weapons. Too slow. 2 flicks of his wrist, knives buried in their hands, knocking pistols loose. Joseph grabbed their heads and smashed them into the door, bursting inside. 18 men inside drew guns. Before the first shot was fired, Bullseye was already moving. He flung 3 more knives mid-sprint, each hitting a wrist, a shoulder, a gun barrel. Screams followed. He dove behind a table as bullets shredded it, then slid low, grabbing one of the fallen thugs before hurling his body into a pair of shooters like a bowling ball. Another rushed him with a bat. Joseph caught the swing mid-air and dislocated the guy's arm with a single twist, then swept his legs and sent him crashing headfirst into a chair. He sent a grenade bouncing across the floor. Smoke filled the room. Perfect. In the chaos, Joseph moved like a ghost. Disarming, disabling, breaking bones and noses with surgical precision. He willingly took 2 shots to the vest, it didn't even leave a bruise. His gloves cracked a jaw here, a rib there. He flipped one man into a vending machine, knocked another out cold with a thrown pistol he'd picked off the floor. Less than 2 minutes later, the room was quiet. Groans. Blood. Knives in walls. Disarmed weapons everywhere. Bullseye's suit was barely scratched. He walked down a hallway, his Nova sense pinging another presence, in the bathroom. He opened the door. The stench hit him instantly. Jesus Christ, he muttered, staggering back. Someone was in the last stall. Diarrhea. Violent, from the sound, and smell, of it. The man hadn't moved through the whole commotion. Even now, silent. Probably praying bulls I didn't notice. I know you're in there, Joseph called, annoyed. I wiped out your entire crew. So after you wipe, surrender. A pause. Then, fuck it. Thanks, man. Joseph shook his head in mild amusement and disgust, then tapped his comm. Another one down, Dent. Bring your guys.